Chapter 1. The Soul Capture System. At the border of the Benlang Kingdom stands the city of Mushin. Amidst the mountains and forests, life flourishes and the verdant grass carpets the ground. Within a thicket of shrubs, rising to the height of one's calves, a dozen young men clad in simple logistics uniforms lie in ambush. Their eyes are tense as they gaze ahead, awaiting their prey to wander into their encirclement. "Damn it, my luck is truly abysmal," muttered a burly man whose robust physique suggested a simple mind. The youth beside him, with sharp brows and bright eyes, remained focused on the thicket ahead, responding with a faint smile. With a 1 in 1,000 chance of being selected, in a certain sense, you could be considered a chosen one. The burly man, Ma Tai, cast an exasperated roll of his eyes at Gu Han, who remained fixated on the movements in the shrubs, stopped standing there and talking nonsense. A 1 in 1,000 chance to serve in the military? Whoever wants it can take it. I certainly do not. Gu Han maintained a gentle smile. "I'm lying down, not standing, don't slander me. And besides, the die is cast, overthinking is futile." Ma Tai sighed heavily. "If I had 5 brothers here as soldiers like you do, I could also afford to be carefree." As these words left his mouth, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Gu Han's eyes. He hailed from the Gu family of Wushan City, a branch of the esteemed lineage. According to the military conscription regulations of the Benlang Kingdom, any adult who has not previously served must participate in a lottery every 2 years. Those selected are obligated to serve a 2-year term at the border. However, a 1 in 1,000 chance is not particularly high as a bona fide transmigrator. Gu Han naturally would not possess such ill fortune. Yet this time, dozens from the Gu family were drawn for service, among them Gu Han's cousin, the grandson of the 3rd elder of the Gu family. The military conscription system of the Benlang Kingdom is exceedingly strict. Once anyone is chosen, refusal to serve is not an option. Failure to comply would result in punitive measures against their entire family. Nevertheless, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. In order to spare his grandson from the hardships of serving at the border, the 3rd elder covertly used his influence to swap his grandson Gu Han's name with that of Gu Han. Thus, when the roster was reviewed, only Gu Han's name appeared. As a result, Gu Han found himself unfortunate enough to be the one conscripted from the Gu family. Fortunately, aside from a few miscreants, the family's ethos was commendable. The other Gu family members accompanying him to Mushin City were quite capable. Once at the border, they became soldiers and took good care of Gu Han. During this hunting expedition, they provided Gu Han with some life-saving gear. At that moment, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from the thicket ahead. "Shoo!" Gu Han quickly signaled Ma Tai to silence, lest they startle their quarry. Ma Tai promptly hushed himself and cautiously peered toward the parted shrubs. Before them stood an enormous white rabbit, at least 7 to 8 times larger than an ordinary one, voraciously gnawing on the carrots they had previously set out. In the next instant, a shadow lunged forth like a ravenous tiger, pouncing on its prey, pinning the giant rabbit beneath him. The rabbit struggled violently beneath the way. Chapter 2. Being a logistic soldier is quite good. My attributes are rather unremarkable. Gazing at the attribute panel, Gu Han couldn't help but let out a wry smile. That I in this world, he had never heard of any distinctions in attributes among warriors. However, the system provided a reference for the normal attribute range of a first-tier warrior, which offered Gu Han some insights. Aside from his vitality, all of Gu Han's basic attributes were akin to those of someone who had just recently entered the first tier. It was uncertain how long it would take for him to ascend to the 2nd tier through regular training. Take someone like Ma Tai, who was considerably older, yet still a first-tier warrior, as a testament to the challenges of martial cultivation. Nevertheless, the emergence of the system was akin to presenting Gu Han with a shortcut by merely touching a corpse and extracting its soul. He could witness a remarkable enhancement in his attributes. As Gu Han stood there in a daze, Ma Tai promptly approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, Gu Han, what are you daydreaming about?" Hearing Ma Tai's voice, Gu Han quickly snapped back to reality, only to discover that the others had already departed. Only Ma Tai and 3 others remained by his side, waiting for him. Gu Han offered an apologetic smile, weighed the somewhat worn knife in his hand, and said, "Let us go." This was to prevent the new recruits from encountering danger. Thus they were grouped together for mutual support, the 5 of them. emulating Li Lei's earlier approach, set the carrots in place and concealed themselves in the underbrush, lying in wait for the unsuspecting prey to wander into their grasp. With prior experience, they exhibited remarkable patience during the wait. After what felt like the time it takes to brew tea, they finally spotted a large white rabbit. This creature was one of the most common and weakest prey in the forest. Although the white rabbit possessed sharp teeth, it would only attack when driven to madness. The Tiohana white rabbit. All one needed to do was maintain a safe distance to avoid being caught off guard by its sudden burst of speed. After signaling Ma Tai and the others with a glance, the five of them quietly surrounded the unsuspecting rabbit. With a swift motion, they drew their sticks and knives, striking at the white rabbit with fervor. Yet, they had still underestimated the rabbit's speed. In a flash, it evaded their attacks, leaving them to strike nothing but air. Only Guhan's knife managed to graze the rabbit, inflicting a superficial wound, but failing to deliver a fatal blow. Damn it, it seemed so effortless when Senior Li killed the rabbit. Ma Tai's expression darkened, a sense of defeat washing over him. Why is this white rabbit so fast when it's our turn? Perhaps we startled it, Guhan replied. You all stay hidden. I'll pursue. With that, Guhan dashed after the fleeing rabbit. The others exchanged glances, feeling disheartened as they readied the carrots once more, preparing to lie in wait again. The white rabbit, though lacking in other abilities, possessed incredible speed and was familiar with its surroundings. Darting about chaotically, Guhan gritted his teeth, determined not to let the rabbit slip away. Fortunately, his earlier strike had landed on the rabbit's leg. After a while, the rabbit, weakened from blood loss, was caught by Guhan, who delivered a decisive blow to its artery. Ending its life, the Guhan lifted the rabbit's corpse and whispered, "Extract attributes. Congratulations, host. You have extracted 2 points of speed from the white rabbit's remains." The familiar lightness washed over him, stirring a sense of exhilaration within. At that moment, it suddenly dawned on Guhan that the attributes he extracted from this white rabbit were double what he had received from the previous one that Li Lei had given him. Could it be that rewards gained through one's own efforts were more substantial than those obtained through opportunism? Guhan pondered, but he knew he needed to validate this through practice. After tossing the white rabbit into a snakeskin bag, Guhan retraced his steps. Upon his return, he found Ma Tai and the others in a state of disarray, being outmaneuvered by a large gray rabbit. This gray rabbit was clearly slower than the earlier white rabbit, yet appeared more aggressive. Its sharp teeth instilled a sense of dread in Ma Tai and the others, preventing them from approaching. They could only engage the gray rabbit from a distance with their sticks, resulting in a stalemate. Noticing the sound of Guhan's footsteps, Ma Tai called out without turning his head. "Guhan, come help us." The advantage of long range over short range was evident. With Guhan's assistance, they quickly subdued the gray rabbit, slitting its throat to drain its blood. Guhan wasted no time in tossing the gray rabbit into the snakeskin bag. "Congratulations, host. You have extracted 1 point of strength from the gray rabbit's remains." That Guhan frowned. Was it because the gray rabbit was captured collaboratively with Ma Tai and the others that the extracted attributes were inferior to those from the white rabbit he had slain alone? Was this sole extraction talent of the system too astute? Yet any dissatisfaction quickly dissipated that as long as there were gains, it was a positive outcome. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, without accumulating small steps. One cannot traverse 1,000 miles without gathering small streams. Under the principle that practice makes perfect, although they were no longer flustered in the face of the large gray rabbit, deep down, they harbored little confidence when confronted by the far superior blue wolf. A glimmer of fear flickered in the eyes of the other three, rendering them hesitant to engage the blue wolf. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, that Guhan persuasively remarked. Relying solely on a few rabbits will not secure the top spot in the logistic soldier assessment, that we must devise a means to take down this blue wolf if we hope to achieve a higher ranking and garner more rewards. Despite Guhan's words, Ma Tai still appeared somewhat uncertain. However, when their gazes met, filled with Guhan's unwavering determination, Ma Tai steeled himself and declared resolutely, "Damn it, fine. I'll fight alongside you." If Guhan, with his status, was unafraid of death, what was there for a mere farmer like him to fear? The other three exchanged glances, hesitated as they swallowed nervously, and then, with great difficulty, resolved, "We'll join you." Guhan grinned. "Very well. Seizing the opportunity while the blue wolf was engrossed in its meal, the five of them lunged from different directions. Having lived in the wild, the blue wolf maintained a necessary vigilance even while feeding. As Guhan and the others charged, the blue wolf reacted instantaneously, its eyes turning a fierce crimson that a meal delivered to its door was too good to refuse. Yet, the blue wolf underestimated Guhan's speed. After hunting numerous large white rabbits, Guhan's swiftness had become nearly comparable to that of the blue wolf. Coupled with the element of surprise, the wolf had no time to evade. Guhan struck from behind, his blade slicing into the blue wolf's thigh, tearing through flesh and blood. The blue wolf let out a piercing howl and snapped its jaws open wide. The stench of blood emanating from its gaping maw was enough to send chills down one's spine. Finally, Matai arrived, swinging a heavy club towards the wolf's waist with tremendous force that a copper-headed, iron-bone club could indeed deal a fatal blow to a blue wolf, with the waist being the optimal target. Although Matai's attributes were not visible, Guhan was certain that Matai's strength surpassed his OW, and as the club swung towards it, the blue wolf dared not withstand the blow and abandoned its intent to attack Guhan. However, this delay placed the wolf amidst their encirclement. The blue wolf possessed greater intelligence than the large white rabbit, but this also led to increased caution. Faced with the onslaught of spears and clubs, the blue wolf darted to the left and right, unwilling to exchange wounds. After enduring several strikes, the desperate blue wolf seized an opportunity and exploded into astonishing speed, attempting to escape the encirclement. Guhan's eyes brightened. He had intentionally left a gap for the wolf to flee. With a prepared strike, he severed one of the blue wolf's legs. At that moment, the blue wolf was rendered incapable of resistance, falling to Guhan and his companions. Indeed, teaming up with Guhan was the wisest decision of my life, Matai chuckled, initially expecting a fierce battle to take down the blue wolf. He never dreamed it would be so effortless. The others also witnessed Guhan's performance during the fight and began to praise him. The Guhan smiled modestly. Remaining grounded, he approached to collect the blue wolf's carcass. Attribute absorption initiated. Congratulations to the host for absorbing 2 points of vitality and 5 points of speed from the blue wolf's body. The Guhan's eyes widened. Although the blue wolf was slain collectively, the attributes gained were significantly higher than those obtained from individually hunting white rabbits. Most importantly, he had acquired 2 points of vitality. Vitality was crucial for a martial artist's cultivation. The stronger one's cultivation, the more robust their abilities across the board. Thus, Guhan speculated that while an increase in vitality might not directly enhance attributes, it would undoubtedly have a subtle, yet profound impact, perhaps during a breakthrough in realms. It would yield unexpected changes. Vitality represented the strength of one's cultivation. It was the foundation of a martial artist. In this world, martial arts cultivation was divided into 9 levels. Martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, great martial master, martial sect, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, and martial deity. At this moment, Guhan was merely a basic first-level martial apprentice. Yet with the soul absorption system by his side, he was confident that becoming a martial deity was merely a matter of time. Brothers, the blue wolf is here. Just as Guhan tossed the blue wolf's body into a leather bag, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the forest. Following that was a hurried sound of footsteps. 10 soldiers, donned in the same logistics attire, approached Guhan with ill intentions. My friend. This blue wolf was our target first. One burly man stepped forward, blocking Guhan's path, and coldly asserted, "We hope you can return the blue wolf to us." Guhan's gaze turned steely. "Just because you claim it to be yours does not make it so. Is there a name inscribed upon this blue wolf's body? Or do you intend to brazenly seize my kill in public?" Based on the quality and quantity of beasts hunted, logistic soldiers would receive certain rewards. These individuals, clearly with malicious intent, surrounded them, evidently aiming for a blatant robbery. The burly man, Fong Yin, chuckled sinisterly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "You can't say that we previously injured this blue wolf and have been pursuing it. Little brother, you killed the wolf for us, and we would naturally express our gratitude. However, if you attempt to take it from us, do not blame us for being rude." Chapter 4. From small to large enough with your nonsense. Despite being outnumbered, Matai was incensed by their shameless behavior. When Guhan fought the blue wolf earlier, it had not sustained any injuries. These individuals were merely pretending to be the victims. clearly aiming to steal their spoils. Fang Yan's gaze turned icy. "And what are you? Did I allow you to speak?" Relying on their numerical advantage, Fang Yin snorted disdainfully and kicked Ma Tai squarely in the chest. "Who dares to lay a hand on me? What audacity!" Gu Han's eyes narrowed. Over the past period of hunting wild beasts, he had come to regard Ma Tai and the others as allies. Seeing them threatened, Gu Han swiftly advanced, closing the distance in mere moments, and delivered a powerful kick to the back of Fang Yin's leg. Fang Yin let out a shriek, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg and writhing in pain. His face turned pale. He had never anticipated that, despite their numerical superiority, the opposition would dare to retaliate. Did they not fear the consequences? Enraged, Fang Yin bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Beat this little brat to death." The others exchanged glances, a surge of malice igniting within them as they brandished their weapons and charged at Gu Han. Instead of fearing them, Gu Han felt exhilaration bubbling within. The sensation of hunting beasts was entirely different from engaging in combat with others. The challenge only heightened his excitement. One of them, drawing closer, lunged at Gu Han, wielding a lengthy wooden stick, aiming to shatter Gu Han's kneecap with all his might. Such a vicious tactic caused Ma Tai and the others to turn pale in shock. "Gu Han, be careful," Ma Tai exclaimed, rushing forward to assist, but it was already too late. "Seeking death," Gu Han replied coldly. Since they initiated the attack, he would not hold back. As the long stick swept towards him, Gu Han leaped into the air, evading the strike. "Did I end the same motion?" He swung his blade towards the assailant's neck. The sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed through the forest, as the man's eyes widened in sheer panic. Unable to dodge in time, and only managing to raise his shoulder in defense, a chilling scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of several nearby onlookers. The Jiu Han showed no mercy, his blade sinking into the man's shoulder and pulling out, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and flesh. Witnessing this bloody scene, those who had yet to reach Gu Han felt a wave of dread wash over them. The weak fear the strong. The strong fear the reckless. They had initially dared to seize the Blue Wolf's corpse, banking on their numbers to bully him. Jiu Han was not willing to concede, and they had opted for a showdown. Yet they never expected him to retaliate with such ferocity. In an instant, he had intimidated them all. Even Ma Tai and the others who stood beside Gu Han swallowed hard, their apprehension palpable as they served in the military. They had never anticipated such a thrilling encounter on their first day. Gu Han's gaze was fierce. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the 8 adversaries. They had all intended to strike him. Gu Han would certainly not let them off the hook. With a clash, Gu Han's blade met one of the assailant's weapons, producing a piercing sound of metal on metal. The opponent staggered, feeling a tingling sensation in their hands, while Gu Han was forced back several paces before regaining his balance. Seeing this, the assailant's face lit up with delight. "Brothers, this kid isn't strong. We can take him." "Huh. After today, you'll be bedridden." 4 of them moved to delay Ma Tai and the others, while the remaining 4 swiftly surrounded Gu Han. Initially, they believed Gu Han's impressive speed indicated he was merely a second-level martial apprentice masquerading as a predator. Now that they had confirmed his abilities matched those of a first-level martial apprentice, they were confident that their numbers would surely prevail. Why waste words with this guy? Today, we must establish our authority and let them know who truly reigns over this mountain. One of the more hot-tempered logistic soldiers clenched his fists menacingly, declaring that anyone daring to seize our Qinglang is courting death. That I end times of war. The battlefield belongs to the warriors. However, in peacetime, it is the logistic soldiers who undergo rigorous assessments. Only by hunting down more valuable prey can they earn the rewards bestowed from above, thereby securing their chance to become warriors. Now that we have arrived at the border, many still hope to make a name for themselves, dreaming of returning home in glory, perhaps even to bring honor to their ancestors. As he spoke, he brandished his large sword and charged toward Gu Han. The sword sliced through the air, aiming directly at Gu Han's throat, clearly intent on taking his life. The others did not remain idle. Each wielding their weapons to encircle Gu Han, Jiu Han chose not to confront them head-on. The attributes he had acquired from the corpses of the Great Gray Rabbit and the Qinglang were primarily in speed. In terms of strength, he held no advantage against these men that he needed to exploit his speed to have any hope of overcoming their combined assault. Just as the blade was about to strike Gu Han, He suddenly crouched low, causing the attack to miss. In that moment, he countered with his own weapon, striking the opponent's thigh. With a sickening sound, crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. Despite the chaos, Guhan did not continue his pursuit. Instead, he rolled away to evade the other attacks. Though one of the assailants managed to land a glancing blow with a club on his back, the Jiyuhan stifled a grunt, feeling the pain radiate through him. The wounds inflicted by the Qinglang had yet to heal, and the combination of injuries was taking its toll. However, once he escaped the encirclement of the three men, he could easily toy with them using his speed. Damn, this kid is clearly just a first-tier martial apprentice. How can he be so fast? Observing Guhan swiftly distancing himself from them, their hearts sank in astonishment, their mouths spewing curses. That Jiyuhan glanced back. And as the distance between them widened, he executed a swift turn. His agile form resembled a cheetah pouncing upon its prey, surging toward the nearest opponent with lightning speed. The man's expression shifted dramatically. But he barely had time to swing his club before Guhan was upon him. Bang! Guhan cleaved through the man's club with a powerful strike and delivered a crushing kick to his chest. Crack! The man felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him, his bones seeming to shatter under the force. With a blood-curdling scream, he was sent crashing to the ground. Jiyuhan, relishing the thrill of the fight, licked his lips. Since arriving in this world, he had never experienced such exhilarating combat, and no wonder he had often heard tales of martial enthusiasts in novels. Defeating foes was indeed this gratifying. With a grin, Guhan charged toward another adversary. Tio that man. Guhan's smile appeared as if a demon had emerged from the depths of hell. Initially, the four of them posed a threat, but now, with only two remaining, Guhan easily dispatched them to the ground. Witnessing their comrade fall, those engaged with Matai were immediately alarmed. 4 of them combined were no match for this kid. The wind howled ominously. Their faces paled, and they turned to flee, no longer caring about Matai. Pathetic how swiftly they scurry away. Matai spat a thick gob onto the ground, glaring fiercely at the retreating figures before shifting his gaze to Guhan. Guhan, are you hurt? Guhan shook his head. I'm fine. How about you? Matai grinned. I'm all right. At least I didn't suffer any losses. Initially, Matai did not wish to engage seriously with these men. However, their ruthless approach ignited a fire within him, and he retaliated fiercely. Even without lifting his shirt, he knew he must be covered in bruises. Who dares to injure my men? Just then, a furious roar echoed from a distance. A man clad in armor, his face a mask of fury, strode forth. Upon seeing the logistics soldier writhing in pain on the ground, his rage intensified. He had only just departed, and now his newly assigned logistics soldiers had been harmed. Some even with their shoulders half severed, blood and flesh mingling. Had he returned even a moment later, these logistics soldiers might have perished at the hands of their assailants. Old logistics soldier Li Xian scanned the area. Noting that although Guhan and the others wore logistics uniforms, they were unfamiliar faces. Coupled with the corpse of the Qinglang on the ground, he quickly pieced together the events that had transpired. They must have sought to seize the prey of other logistics soldiers, leading to this ruthless confrontation. How dare they turn against their comrades without mercy? Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your squad leader. Li Xian bellowed, propelling himself forward toward Guhan and the others with alarming speed. In mere moments, he was nearly upon Guhan. Even Guhan felt his pupils constrict in response. After absorbing the speed of the Qinglang, his own had surpassed the limit of a first-tier martial apprentice. His speed had now reached 23 points, not far from that of an average second-tier martial apprentice. Yet he still sensed a formidable pressure emanating from Li Xian. He feared that even in terms of speed, he might not surpass his opponent. This old logistics soldier Li Xian was likely not merely aging without gaining strength. You all retreat quickly, find Senior Li Lei. After issuing the command, Guhan plunged his knife into the ground, flinging dirt towards Li Xian's face. Tai and the others exchanged anxious glances, hastily replying, All right, Guhan, hold on. I will find Senior Li Lei as quickly as possible. The four understood they could not assist, and hurriedly fled. Li Xian's expression shifted slightly as he raised his arm to shield himself from Guhan's assault of dirt. Yet when he opened his eyes again, Guhan had vanished without a trace. Damn it. Let us see where you can hide. Li Xian's gaze darkened as he began scouring the forest. Having served as a logistics soldier for many years, he had not left after his term of service ended. He had spent these years hunting in the forest, becoming exceptionally skilled at tracking prey by the slightest traces. Before long, Li Xian's eyes lit up. "Found you." Spotting a footprint beneath a large tree, a sinister grin spread across his face. He looked up, only to see several massive stones plummeting toward him. "Damn it, you little brat are playing dirty," Li Xian shouted, hastily dodging, narrowly avoiding being struck. The Jiuhan had no expectation of easily dispatching Li Xian. Taking advantage of Li Xian's momentary distraction, he sought a place to conceal himself. However, Gu Han's knowledge of the forest was evidently inferior to Li Xian's, that despite his best efforts to hide, Li Xian continued to track him down, with no place left to evade. Gu Han ultimately decided to launch a surprise attack on Li Xian. Gu Han unleashed his speed to its utmost limit. Under this acceleration, the force of his descending blade surged considerably. Although Li Xian had anticipated Gu Han would attempt a sneak attack, he was still taken aback by the suddenness of the strike. His expression changed drastically. "Impossible. This guy is merely a new logistics soldier. How can his speed surpass many second-tier martial apprentices?" If the opponent had truly attained the strength of a second-tier martial apprentice, they would undoubtedly choose to become a warrior, not be relegated to the role of a logistics soldier. In his haste, Li Xian could only pivot and raise his sword defensively. Clang! The clash of blade and sword rang out. A jarring sound of metal on metal. Li Xian staggered, retreating a few steps. However, his expression transformed from fear to elation. "And oh wonder you're not a warrior. Your strength is far too weak," that he had barely been pushed back 2 steps due to his unpreparedness. If they were to engage directly, a single strike from him would easily sever the opponent's weapon. Li Xian glanced at Gu Han, who had been forced back, and a malevolent grin spread across his face as he advanced. With all his might, Li Xian swung his sword, precisely as he had expected, severing Gu Han's long knife. He followed up with a kick to Gu Han's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. A muffled groan escaping his lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "That on your very first day in the military, you dare to injure a comrade. Today, I will teach you the rules of the camp." Li Xian surveyed the area, ensuring its desolation, confident that no one would pass by, and prepared to strike. Yet Gu Han showed no sign of fear. Instead, his right hand stealthily reached for the dagger. "If I die, you might find it difficult to explain upon your return to the military. Wouldn't you?" Upon hearing this, Li Xian burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Naive. You are truly naive." That he leaned closer, his gaze dripping with disdain as he looked at Gu Han. "In this forest filled with dangers, losing one logistic soldier is nothing out of the ordinary. In the military, who would bother to cause me trouble over a logistic soldier? You truly believe you can kill me over such a trivial matter? A trivial matter." This greenhorn clearly does not understand the rules. Originally intent on ensuring Gu Han's demise, Li Xian suddenly recalled the adage from tales: villains perish due to their verbosity. Although he did not believe that someone would unexpectedly appear to rescue Gu Han, he could not help but sneer, pondering that if he wished to know the reason, he might as well inquire on the road to the underworld. With a cold and piercing gaze, Li Xian raised his sword and aimed for Gu Han's throat. However, he was abruptly struck by a searing pain in his thigh. This was bad. That rascal was playing dirty. Racked by agony, Li Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he felt his strength wane, causing even his sword to clatter to the ground. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a sharp dagger had been thrust into his thigh. "Damn it, it's poisoned." With a vicious glare, Li Xian quickly deduced that a mere dagger should not have rendered him so weak. In a panic, he attempted to coerce Gu Han into surrendering the antidote with his sword. Yet, Gu Han seized the opportunity to roll away, creating distance. "That it was your lackeys who sought to snatch my prey and resorted to violence. I was merely acting in self-defense. Yet you offer me no chance for explanation." Ji Han, clutching his chest, grinned savagely as he loomed over Li Xian with an indifferent gaze. "Since you wish to kill me, then let it be you who dies first." Having traversed from a society governed by law, Gu Han had never taken a life. Even when confronting those who sought to seize the Blue Wolf, he had only injured those who did not attempt to kill him. But with Li Xian intent on his life, Gu Han, fueled by rage, would not show mercy. This dagger was one of the life-saving weapons entrusted to him by Gu Chun before his hunt in the mountains. Imbued with potent poison, Anyone below the third-tier martial apprentice would undoubtedly perish within 20 breaths if they did not procure the antidote. Even fourth or fifth-tier martial apprentices would find death merely a matter of time without it. I realized my mistake. Li Xian's complexion gradually turned a ghastly purple, with pustules appearing on his skin. Filling him with dread, he collapsed to the ground, desperately pleading with Gu Han. Please, grant me the antidote. Though Gu Han had never killed, a fleeting pang of pity crossed his mind, quickly suppressed. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty to oneself. If he spared Li Xian, who would spare him? You do not comprehend your error. You simply understand that you are about to die. After uttering these words, Gu Han watched as Li Xian's breath weakened, ultimately witnessing his demise before him. In his final moments, Li Xian cursed Gu Han, declaring he would surely face retribution. Yet Gu Han remained unfazed that if retribution held any weight, those who perpetrated evil would have long since met their end. How could it be that good people live short lives while calamities endure for generations? Even as he prepared himself mentally, the sight of Li Xian's lifeless body still left Gu Han gasping for air, his chest heaving and heart racing. The act of taking a life was vastly different from mere contemplation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating an opponent of a higher level. Attributes can be doubled. Would you like to absorb? The sudden system notification startled Gu Han, easing his previously taught emotions that defeat an opponent of a higher level and gain additional attributes. Did this not imply that such victories could lead to rapid ascension? What others found exceedingly difficult, Gu Han seemed to regard as a trivial matter. Absorb attributes. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5 vitality for strength and 100 martial skill experience. Congratulations, host, on doubling your rewards. You have additionally gained 5 vitality for strength and 100 martial skill experience. The system notifications ringing in his ears caused Gu Han's lips to curl into a triumphant smile. Slaying Li Xian had granted him 10 vitality and 8 strength. He clenched his fists, feeling an exhilarating surge of power. This sensation was undeniably intoxicating. Gu Han could hardly contain his eagerness to access his attribute panel. Host, Gu Han Cultivation. First-tier Martial Apprentice Vitality. 49, First-tier Martial Apprentice Range. 10 to 50, Strength. 24, First-tier Martial Apprentice Range. 10 to 20, Defense. 13, First-tier Martial Apprentice Range. 10 to 20, Speed. 27, First-tier Martial Apprentice Range. 10 to 20, Spirit. 11, First-tier Martial Apprentice Range. 10 to 20. Technique. Qi Drawing Technique Martial Skill. Fiery Fist Martial Skill Experience. 200 Chapter 6. Fiery Fist. Slightly accomplished. My strength and speed have evidently reached the attribute range of a second-tier martial apprentice. Gu Han stroked his chin, puzzled, but why do the displayed attributes still reflect those of a first-tier martial apprentice? At that moment, the system's notification chimed in to clarify his confusion. The practitioner's cultivation is the foundation of their training. Once the host's cultivation reaches the second-tier martial apprentice level, the attributes will reflect accordingly. Upon hearing this, Gu Han nodded in realization that it appeared the system sought to ensure he developed in a balanced manner rather than sacrificing one aspect for another. Elevating his cultivation would enhance all attributes. He had heard that some formidable martial masters could even render their foes nearly defenseless through sheer pressure. Under such absolute dominance in realm, mere attributes would be insufficient if anticipating Gu Han's oversight. The system suddenly prompted, the host possesses martial skill experience. Would you like to use it immediately to enhance your soul martial skill? Fiery Fist? Gu Han naturally would not overlook any opportunity for improvement. He had previously refrained from using it merely due to his focus on the attribute panel. Upon hearing the system's reminder, he instantly noticed a progress bar next to Fiery Fist on the ephemeral attribute panel. Marked with a sign, Fiery Fist 37100. The 37 indicated the proficiency he had mastered in Fiery Fist prior to his transmigration. Once this proficiency reached 100, his Fiery Fist would attain a slightly accomplished level. Gu Han mentally clicked on the sign. The martial skill experience on the panel rapidly diminished, deducting 63 points. In his mind's eye, scenes of practicing Fiery Fist unfolded, with him as the protagonist executing the technique. The images played like a film in Gu Han's consciousness, allowing him to immerse himself in the experience and deepen his understanding of Fiery Fist. These revelations felt akin to the fruits of diligent study and practice. This sensation was truly delightful. Gu Han could not help but smile broadly. For the vast majority of martial practitioners, enhancing vitality while simultaneously honing martial skills required considerable time and effort that if one devoted all their energy to refining their vitality. Their cultivation might progress swiftly, yet they would face the dilemma of insufficient martial skill proficiency that in encounters against equally matched opponents. They would be utterly defenseless. Once the proficiency of Fiery Fist reached the slightly accomplished level, the subsequent experience bar transformed into 0500. The proficiency of martial skills is categorized into 6 levels: initial understanding, slightly accomplished, entry level, integrated understanding, mastery, and pinnacle. To advance from slightly accomplished to entry level requires a full 500 points of martial skill experience. Currently, Guhan possessed only 137 martial skill experience, necessitating further accumulation for continued advancement. However, attaining a slightly accomplished proficiency was already sufficient for him to surpass the vast majority of support troops. Having tallied his gains, Gu Han's gaze fell upon Li Xian's corpse that he first retrieved the dagger, now devoid of poison. Though the dagger lacked venom, it was far sharper than the dilapidated combat knife he had received from the supply office. Next, Gu Han turned his attention to Li Xian's remains that he crouched down and rummaged through Li Xian's belongings, extracting 2 blood-red pills. Drawing upon his previous knowledge, Gu Han instantly recognized these as blood-refining pills. Though termed pills, they were more accurately described as pill fragments. This fellow had 2 blood-refining pills yet hesitated to use them, which had now inadvertently benefited me. Ji Han chuckled, tucking them away in his pocket. Blood-refining pills are among the lowest-grade pills. Martial apprentices seeking to enhance their vitality often expend considerable time and effort. However, blood-refining pills can significantly accelerate the process of refining vitality, vastly outpacing solitary training and physical conditioning. It is likely that Li Xian painstakingly acquired the blood refinement pill, only to fall victim to it before he had a chance to utilize it. After confirming that nothing was amiss, Gu Han dragged Li Xian's lifeless body to a desolate open ground. He then concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of carnivorous beasts drawn by the scent of blood. Before long, for famished blue wolves were lured to the scene by the stench of blood, Li Xian's corpse was soon devoured entirely, leaving behind only a multitude of bite marks on the bones, rendering it impossible for anyone to recognize him. Only then did Gu Han feel reassured enough to make his way back in the direction he had come. Along the way, he did not forget to hunt a few relatively weaker beasts to absorb their attributes. In the nearby mountains and forests, Ma Tai and his companions hurriedly brought Li Lei to the site where the blue wolves had been slain. However, Gu Han and Li Xian had long since vanished without a trace. Could it be that Gu Han has already fallen victim to Li Xian's treachery? Ma Tai, upon noticing the absence of any figures around, was suddenly engulfed by guilt. He had rushed to bring Li Lei here as swiftly as possible. Yet it seemed he had arrived too late. Let us inquire with the logistics personnel that Li Xian brought along, suggested Li Lei, his face a mask of distress, as he quickly led Ma Tai and the others away. Gu Han had 5 battle brothers. If anything were to happen to him here, as the person in charge, Li Lei would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences, though he was an experienced soldier. In the presence of battle brothers, he was merely an ordinary logistics soldier. Not far away, Fang Yin and his group had not yet departed, lying in wait for prey while anticipating beasts to present themselves. Following the trail, Li Lei swiftly led Ma Tai and the others to find them. Ma Tai stepped forward and seized Fang Yin by the collar. "You lot, do you know where Li Xian took Gu Han?" Fang Yin, irritated, swatted Ma Tai's hand away. "I advise you not to act rashly. That brat is not here, and do you really think you for a match for us brothers?" as he spoke. The others beside Fang Yin, some limping and others with drooping arms, cast malevolent glances at Ma Tai and his companions. Having been humiliated by Gu Han previously, they were seething with resentment at this moment. Ma Tai and his group had unwittingly walked into a trap, providing the perfect opportunity for revenge. Li Lei's expression darkened. "That I suggest you disclose Gu Han's whereabouts. Otherwise, if anything happens to him, you will not escape the responsibility." It was only then that Fang Yin noticed the old logistic soldier following behind Ma Tai and his companions. Upon seeing Li Lei's enraged demeanor, Fang Yin's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that Ma Tai would bring reinforcements, and he hastily stammered, "Greetings, Elder Li. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly tell me where Gu Han is." Li Lei was now in a state of desperation. fearing that if he delayed even for a moment, Gu Han might be in grave danger. Fang Yin, perplexed by Li Lei's anxiety, thought it was merely a logistic soldier they were discussing that as far as he was concerned. It was quite common for logistic soldiers to go missing in this area. Yet, seeing Li Lei so distressed, he could only force himself to reply, "I don't know. That kid fled, and after Li Xian pursued him. He never returned." Chapter 7. Brothers, it's over, it's all over. After an extensive inquiry, Li Lei finally confirmed that Fang Yin and his group truly had no knowledge of Gu Han and Li Xian's whereabouts. Given Li Xian's notoriously volatile temper, it would likely not be easy for Gu Han to preserve his life, that Li Lei felt his strength wane, as if the future held nothing but darkness. "Elderly, what should we do now?" Ma Tai gulped, completely devoid of any decisive thoughts at this moment, that Ji Han had encountered trouble while with them. Should Gu Han's brothers direct their ire towards them for abandoning him, they would have no grounds for defense. Li Lei sighed deeply, resigned to the situation. "You all continue searching for a place to hunt. I will return to inform Gu Han's brothers that he had no confidence in how the events would unfold." Ma Tai and the others exchanged glances, resigned to continuing their efforts for the logistic soldiers' assessment. However, without Gu Han's assistance, their hunting efficiency had significantly declined. Nevertheless, they managed to return and, under Li Lei's banner, reclaim the carcasses of the blue wolves from Fang Yan's group. Although Fang Yan and the others wore expressions of fury, they dared not confront Li Lei and his companions. They were fearful that Li Lei might turn back and seek retribution. Thus, they begrudgingly returned the blue wolves to Ma Tai. Li Lei returned to the camp in a daze, intending to seek out Gu Han's brothers in the battle camp. However, at that moment, the battle camp was still in training, and he was barred from entry, that he had no choice but to wait until the training concluded before making further plans. Within the training grounds of the battle camp, several new recruits instructors observed the training with satisfaction. Given the ongoing tensions along the borders with the Sword-Tooth Kingdom, the threat of war loomed ever closer, necessitating an acceleration of training for the new recruits. This batch of recruits was promising. Featuring 4 fourth-tier martial apprentices, with proper training and allocation of resources, it would be no issue for them to become warriors given time. Their previous training methods had been ineffective, but here they would surely experience a rapid period of improvement. Alas, time was of the essence, and there was little opportunity for growth. War is the ultimate crucible for martial artists. Only through the baptism of blood and fire can they grow swiftly. Despite this, the instructors could not help but sigh deeply. Even as soldiers, they did not wish for war to erupt. Once hostilities commenced, there was no telling when they would cease, that no one could guarantee their survival in battle. Let alone these fledgling recruits. What good is it to ponder such matters? The decision to engage or not lies with the influential figures in the court, that a commanding middle-aged man with an imposing presence strode forward, his voice low and firm. "What we must do is strengthen ourselves and the battle soldiers as much as possible, increasing our chances of survival in the war." Upon seeing the man, the instructors immediately bowed in unison. "Greetings, Head Instructor Guan." Their new recruit battalion comprised nearly 1,000 new battle soldiers, with 10 instructors and 1 chief instructor. Guanshan was the chief instructor of their battalion. Guanshan nodded. "Are there any outstanding newcomers this time?" Yu Qitian, Gu Chun, Wan Ku, and Jin Kai, the instructors chimed in, have all reached the 4th tier of martial apprentices before arriving here and possess decent combat experience. There were also Gu Lin and a few 3rd-tier martial apprentices, who had performed admirably as well. Guanshan nodded and personally observed the ongoing battles among the new recruits, taking note of their specific circumstances. Today, all 4th-tier martial apprentices would be awarded 2 blood refinement pills, while all 3rd-tier martial apprentices would receive 1, that those who excelled in combat would see their rewards doubled. Even 2nd-tier martial apprentices who performed well would receive 1 blood refinement pill. 1 Instructor's expression changed slightly. "Head Instructor Guan, has something occurred? In the past, new recruits would only receive rewards for exceptional performance after weekly and monthly drills, that IT was unprecedented to distribute such a quantity of blood refinement pills immediately upon their arrival." Guanshan shot him a glance and replied coolly, "Do not speak of matters that do not concern you, that I have stated before that these decisions are dictated by the higher-ups, and I cannot provide any explanations." The man shivered and fell silent. However, the other instructors exchanged glances, each harboring their own suspicions. Their new recruit battalion was merely one of many in the Mushan City encampment. with thousands of new recruits reaching the third tier of martial apprentices across numerous camps. The distribution of such a substantial number of blood refinement pills was certainly no trivial expense. This was merely the first day's rewards. If nothing significant had occurred, such conduct would be wholly unnecessary. War, it seemed, was not far off. As the sun dipped low in the west, the battle training in the camp quickly came to an end. An instructor approached to announce the new recruits who had performed well, calling them forward to receive their blood refinement pills, igniting excitement among the soldiers. Those who received rewards were overjoyed, while those who did not were filled with fighting spirit, vowing to excel in the next training session to secure their own rewards. The bruised Gu Chun and his companions collectively received 10 blood refinement pills. Among them, Gu Chun had reached the fourth tier of martial apprentices and, due to his outstanding performance, was awarded 4 pills. Gu Lin and Gu Hang, both third-tier martial apprentices, received a total of 4 pills between them. Ji Fan and Gu Jing, having performed slightly worse, only received 2 pills. There are 10 pills in total. Let us divide them among ourselves, Gu Chen suggested, pulling out the extra 2 pills and handing them to Gu Fan and Gu Jing. Though Gu Fan felt a twinge of temptation, he promptly declined. Brother Chun, you are the only fourth-tier martial apprentice among us. You must maintain your lead and strive to surpass the other 3 fourth-tier martial apprentices. Ji Jing nodded in agreement, echoing Gu Fan's sentiment. This is just the beginning. It is the perfect moment for your rapid advancement, Brother Chen. If you fall behind now, it will be much more challenging to catch up later. The blood refinement pill serves as an exceptional elixir to aid martial practitioners in their cultivation and to refine their vitality. While it may not yield immediate results, it undeniably provides significant benefits to the martial aspirants. For the sake of long-term gains, it is evident that allowing Gu Chun to maintain his leading position among all the warriors is prudent. Given your reluctance, I shall pass 2 blood refinement pills to Gu Han. Both Gu Fan and Gu Jing have opted to decline, and Gu Chen cannot compel them to accept. After a moment of contemplation, he thought of Gu Han, who is yet to become a warrior. It would indeed be a waste for Gu Han to remain a logistic soldier. The gap between them will only widen in the future. This time, no one else objected to Gu Chen's proposal. Let us proceed. Mealtime approaches, and I wish to see how Gu Han performs today, Ji Chen chuckled, leading the way out of the camp, intending to surprise Gu Han. Chapter 8. Logistic Soldier Assessment. In the Logistic Soldier Camp, Li Lei paced anxiously outside. Although he shared the same surname as Li Xian, they were not related. They merely belonged to the same prominent clan. If one were to describe their relationship, it would be one of rivalry. Being part of the same military camp and assigned the task of mentoring newcomers naturally bred competition. After returning from the warrior training ground, he sought an explanation from Li Xian regarding Gu Han's prospects. However, he learned that Li Xian had also yet to return to the camp. Just as Li Lei was consumed by anxiety, he suddenly spotted Gu Chun and his brothers approaching the logistics camp. That a jolt of dread surged through him. This could not bode well. Swallowing hard, Li Lei forced a smile and approached them. Upon seeing Li Lei, Gu Chun immediately grinned and handed him a pouch of coins. Li Lei, do you know if Gu Han has returned? Given that Li Lei was considered a senior to Gu Han, despite merely being a logistic soldier, Gu Chen held him in respect. Witnessing Gu Chen's affable demeanor, Li Lei felt a wave of unease that he could only imagine the uproar that would ensue in the camp if Gu Chen learned of Gu Han's predicament. With this thought in mind, Li Lei decided to stall for time. Perhaps Gu Han was fortunate enough to evade Li Xian, or perhaps Li Xian had merely reprimanded him without resorting to violence. Although Li Lei doubted the likelihood of such leniency, he resolved to buy some time, hoping to shift some of the pressure onto Li Xian once he returned. Li Lei smiled apologetically. Gu Han has not yet returned. Why not have you gentlemen come by later tonight? Gu Chun, not giving it much thought, waved dismissively. No need. We shall wait here for a while. With that, Gu Chun led his brothers towards several tents in the distance. Li Lei, left with no choice, followed suit. This area of the camp was designated for logistic soldiers to tally the spoils of their hunting expeditions. All acquisitions by the logistic soldiers would be recorded, and rankings established based on their hauls. Those with higher rankings would receive corresponding rewards. At this moment, several teams of logistic soldiers had begun to return, handing their bundles to the staff for a detailed inventory of their catches. Many logistic soldiers aimed to hunt more prey to secure a better ranking. Thus, they would not return too early. Ji Chen understood this, and, knowing Gu Han's competitive nature, did not harbor suspicions about his absence. Near the staff counting the spoils, a crowd of logistic soldiers had gathered, including some veteran soldiers overseeing the newcomers. Should a novice achieve commendable results, the team leaders would also receive rewards that a total of 4 first-tier white rabbits and 3 first-tier gray rabbits. Summing up to 7 logistics points that the staff announced, the expressions of the 5-member team turned somewhat awkward. They had spent an entire afternoon hunting only 7 rabbits, a source of embarrassment if it were to be divulged. However, upon observing the following teams, whose results were quite similar, they collectively sighed in relief. While a few felt humiliation, the shared experience alleviated their discomfort. That moment, another team arrived, dramatically dropping several bulging bags onto the table with a thud. Gasps of astonishment echoed around. Just how many creatures are in those bags? One exclaimed, if they're all rabbits, it might be at least 4 or 5 times our haul. Another remarked, goodness, the disparity is astonishing. Someone added, with some in the crowd envious, while others dismissed it as mere luck. Yet, Li Lei's expression darkened instead of reflecting amazement, for this 4-member team comprised Ma Tai and his companions. The fact that only they had returned signified that Gu Han was still likely in peril. Having trained all day, Gu Chun and his group were famished. They sat nearby, consuming food to satiate their hunger while watching the staff tally the results. Oblivious to Li Lei's change in demeanor, the staff cast a surprised glance at Ma Tai and his group. The weight of their spoils alone would rank them among the top logistics soldiers in past years. He lifted the burlap sack and emptied its contents onto the table, triggering a wave of incredulous gasps. How is this possible? The staff was taken aback. Among the spoils, there was even a young blue wolf. Though it appeared to be a juvenile, the value of a blue wolf far surpassed that of common rabbits. Ma Tai, preoccupied with concern for Gu Han's safety, remained unaffected by the surrounding astonishment. Excuse me, could you please tally the results? Ma Tai's voice snapped the staff back to reality. My apologies. Please hold on. Each beast had a designated logistics point, and the staff quickly calculated the totals. 1 blue wolf, 20 logistics points, 15 rabbits, 15 logistics points to in total, 35 logistics points. As the staff concluded, a wave of uproar swept through the crowd. 35 points. We toiled all afternoon for a measly 7 points. And they amassed 35? That blue wolf alone is worth more than the combined efforts of 3 teams. It's merely luck that they killed a blue wolf. Someone scoffed at if you encountered a blue wolf. You'd probably run faster than a dog. While the crowd was envious, only Ma Tai and his companions understood that their bountiful haul was entirely due to Gu Han. Without him, their catch would have been halved. The notion of slaying a blue wolf was utterly preposterous. Yet, the one who had contributed the most, Gu Han, remained unaccounted for, and all the spoils were claimed by the 4 of them, got on the periphery of the crowd. Fang Yin and other logistic soldiers had just returned from the wilderness, witnessing the envy directed at Ma Tai and his companions, that he snorted dismissively that it's just a blue wolf. What's so impressive about that? Those nearby cast him incredulous looks. Do you think anyone can just kill a blue wolf? Ma Tai glared at Fang Yin, his eyes filled with hostility. Had it not been for Fang Yin attempting to seize their blue wolf, provoking Li Xian's retaliation, Gu Han would not have gone missing. Strutting past Ma Tai with an air of arrogance, Fang Yin drew attention as he dragged a massive bundle behind him. Even compared to the packages submitted by Ma Tai and his group, it was equally substantial. Not only that, but his companions were also laden with their own bundles. Chapter 9. Seeking first place? I never agreed. Were all these creatures the result of their team's efforts over the afternoon? The crowd stared in disbelief at the 3 enormous packages. Just how many creatures could possibly be contained within? The staff promptly approached to open the 2 packages. 1 gray wolf, 20 logistics points, 42 rabbits, 42 logistics points. In total, 62 logistics points. As the staff concluded, a momentary silence enveloped the area. Another wolf-type beast? Even the staff was taken aback. They had not anticipated that 2 teams among the logistic soldiers would manage to slay both a gray wolf and a blue wolf. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in other camps. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion that I thought that a team achieving 35 logistics points would be unbeatable. Yet here we have someone scoring 62 points. The astonishment was palpable. In an instant, their own 9 logistics points felt insignificant. That 62 logistics points would undoubtedly secure the top position in this logistic soldier assessment. They could hardly fathom who else could surpass 62 points. Upon hearing the astonished and envious murmurs surrounding them, the 5 members of Fang Yan's team displayed expressions of pride. Such a plethora of prey was certainly beyond the capabilities of just the 5 of them to capture within a mere afternoon. If they truly possessed such prowess, there would have been no need to seize Gu Han's Qingling carcass, that a portion of these spoils had been acquired through collaboration with other teams, wrested from the hands of weaker logistics personnel. Additionally, some were graciously handed over by familiar teams, allowing them to consolidate their gains within a single unit in pursuit of the highest ranking, which would subsequently be divided among them. This was their scheme. As anticipated by Fang Yan and his companions, upon returning to camp, the teams submitting their catches were exceedingly few who could surpass Ma Tai and his group, with none able to compare. Dedicated logistics personnel transported the submitted prey to the fire soldiers, while others anxiously awaited the announcement of results at the work points. Fang Yan and his companions formed a tight circle. Exuding an air of assured victory, that I inquired with Senior Li Xian, who mentioned that the top logistics team would receive 2 blood refining pills and 10 pounds of first-tier, second-grade beast flesh. Although the blood refining pills are costly, with 10 of us, how shall we allocate them? This time, Du Han and I have contributed the most, so the blood refining pills should belong to us, while the beast flesh can be distributed among you. Upon hearing Fang Yan's proposal, discontent flickered across the faces of the others. Why should it be so? We had previously agreed to share everything equally. Even before the logistics points were fully tallied, the group was already embroiled in disputes regarding the reward distribution. If we wish to continue collaborating, you shall adhere to my terms. Fang Yan's gaze was contemptuous, as if he had anticipated their betrayal, and he coldly declared, the logistics points are now under my control, and if you refuse, you shall not receive even a morsel of the beast flesh, nor shall we cooperate in the future. At that moment, Du Han stepped forth to mediate, urging everyone to temper their words, asserting that tearing at each other would benefit no one and that harmony breeds prosperity. Although the others remained somewhat reluctant, it was too late to backtrack, and they had no choice but to acquiesce to Fang Yan's demands. As darkness descended, the rich aroma of meat wafted from the distant fire soldiers' camp, causing all logistics personnel to salivate. The Ji Yuchin's stomach rumbled audibly, his brow furrowed as he gazed anxiously at the camp's entrance. That it was so late. Why had Gu Han not yet returned? Beside him, Li Lei was soaked in cold sweat. He had just searched the area, and not only was Gu Han missing, but so was Li Xian. That if it were said that nothing had befallen them, it would be akin to encountering a ghost. Li Lei's mind began to race as he contemplated whether to inform Gu Chun of the dire news. Meanwhile, Fang Yan and his group arrived at the statistics office. Officer Qian, is the result of the logistics assessment ready for announcement? Holding the ranking list, Qian Fu cast a glance at Fang Yan, then looked towards the now desolate camp exterior, nodding in readiness to announce the rankings. Simultaneously, Li Lei, trembling with trepidation, approached Gu Chun, taking a deep breath as he prepared to speak solemnly. Just then, a resounding shout echoed from outside the camp. Wait a moment. This exclamation reverberated throughout the logistics personnel registration office, drawing curious gazes from all. In the next instant, everyone stood transfixed at the entrance of the camp. A young man, drenched in the blood of beasts and appearing quite disheveled, yet possessing a piercing gaze, slowly approached the camp. What captured everyone's attention was the sight of 5 bulging bundles being dragged behind him, with blood seeping from the bottoms, leaving a long trail in his wake. The contents of those bundles were unmistakably evident. Goodness! Those 5 bulging bundles, do not tell me they contain the carcasses of beasts. To fill 5 bundles, how many beasts must he have slain? Based on prior experience, a single bundle could hold approximately 20 rabbits, implying that even if filled solely with rabbits, there would be nearly 100. The previous top ranker had merely amassed 62 logistics points. It seemed the first position was about to change hands. Moreover, the young man was alone. Could he truly have single-handedly killed so many beasts? Contemplating this possibility, the logistics personnel present were left dumbfounded in the distance. Fang Yan and his companions, who had been confident of victory, now bore expressions of sheer horror. Hadn't Senior Li Xian already gone to hunt this fellow down? With his strength and knowledge of the area, how could this brat possibly escape? Just as Li Lei was about to relay the news of Gu Han's disappearance to Gu Chun, he momentarily froze. Then his face broke into a radiant smile that Ji Han had returned. Regardless of Li Xian's fate, Gu Han's survival was a tremendous blessing. At the very least, it meant he need not worry about being held accountable by Gu Chun and the others. As for Li Xian, let him go to his own demise. It was none of his concern. Gu Chun and his brothers, upon witnessing Gu Han's triumphant return, joyfully approached to pat him on the shoulder. Gu Han, splendid work. Gu Chun interrupted the others' greetings, saying with a smile, "Go submit your catch first. I have something for you shortly." That a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chun's eyes as he nodded and stepped past the crowd, placing the bundle with a thud upon the table. "Please count this. Thank you." Chapter 10. Gu Han takes advantage. Oh yes, certainly. The staff swallowed hard, hastily dumping the beast carcasses onto the table. Not only the new recruits, but even those who had worked here for years had never witnessed such a formidable logistics personnel. Anyone reaching the second-tier martial trainee level would be selected as a combat soldier. With the strength of a first-tier martial trainee, hunting so many beasts was undoubtedly a far-fetched notion. Moreover, the individual had acted alone. Fang Yin and his companions, seeing their limelight stolen, felt considerable displeasure as all attention shifted to Gu Han. Yet they stood by, watching. Point 1 Qing Lang, 3 gray wolves, totaling 80 logistics points. That's 63 rabbits, amounting to 63 logistics points. A grand total of 143 logistics points. Gazing at the 4 wolf carcasses, all logistics personnel were left stunned. Their hearts raced uncontrollably. Even the weakest of wolf beasts would pose a challenge for a team to confront. Yet this young man, a fellow logistics personnel, had single-handedly slain 4 wolf beasts. Upon hearing the total of 143 logistics points, the crowd swallowed hard. This was more than double the points of Fang Yan's team. Securing a firm grip on the first position, "No, this is impossible." Fang Yan's eyes turned crimson, fury threatening to ignite. With Senior Li Xian present, how could anyone have the time to hunt so many wolf beasts? "You must be cheating." As soon as these words escaped him, the gazes of many around fell upon Fang Yan. His complexion paled, realizing his blunder, and he hastily covered his mouth. Qian Fu, approaching from a distance, looked at Fang Yan with a dark expression. "What did you mean by that?" "In nothing. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly." Fang Yan's face was a mask of panic, his speech faltering. "That I advise you to clarify your words." Qian Fu's gaze was icy as he regarded Fang Yan. "Otherwise, you may find yourself accused of defaming a comrade." Fang Yan, drenched in sweat and panicking, suddenly had a stroke of genius, stating gravely, "This fellow is part of Ma Tai's team. He previously stole our Qinglang carcass and even injured us. Senior Li Xian came to seek justice for us, reclaiming the Qinglang. However, I do not know what trick this fellow employed to deceive Senior Li Xian, then snatched our Qinglang away. Where there is one, there will be another. The wolf beast carcasses in their possession must have been pilfered from other teams." As these words left his lips, the logistics personnel around stirred in agitation, murmuring among themselves that, "I thought this fellow could single-handedly hunt so many beasts. It turns out he stole them from others. He is but one person. Even counting his teammates, there are only 5 of them. How could they possibly seize wolf beast carcasses from someone capable of hunting them? Who says it's impossible? Look at who those people beside him are." Someone hidden in the crowd discreetly pointed at Gu Chun and his companions. "These are all combat soldiers. With their backing, he could easily seize prey from others. But weren't the combat soldiers training this afternoon? How could they assist Gu Han in stealing?" Asked these logistics personnel who would dare to defy a combat soldier's orders. The speakers, shrouded in the crowd, were indistinguishable, but with the voices of those harboring ulterior motives, the narrative of Gu Han taking advantage and robbing others of their prey was nearly solidified within the camp. Gu Chun and his brothers turned ashen. They never anticipated their arrival to welcome Gu Han would serve as an excuse for others to slander him. "Stop spouting such outrageous accusations," before Gu Han could utter a word. Ma Tai could no longer contain himself. Furiously marching over to Qian Fu's side, that he cast an intimidating glare at Fang Yan and hastily proclaimed, "Officer, do not heed his baseless claims that we were the ones who first dispatched that green wolf. This scoundrel gathered 10 logistic soldiers in an attempt to seize our catch. Ultimately, his skills proved insufficient, and he lost to Gu Han, even enlisting Li Xian to support them." A wave of mocking laughter rippled through the crowd. "Of course, you would choose words that favor your position. How can we ascertain the truth of your statements?" Qian Fu observed the scene with a hint of frustration. Why had the logistic soldiers never stirred up such trouble before? Enough, everyone quiet down. Since there is an issue, we shall ascertain the facts. The army will neither wrong any innocent nor let any guilty party escape. Please rest assured. With Qian Fu's assurance, the logistics soldiers settled somewhat. Qian Fu turned to Fang Yin. Do you possess any evidence for your assertions? If it is merely your word against his, we cannot convict Gu Han. Fang Yin glanced at the approaching Gu Chun and his companions. Feeling a chill run down his spine, that he realized he had deeply offended Gu Han's brothers, that if he could not crush them today, retaliation from Gu Chun would surely follow. Fang Yin, feigning trepidation towards Gu Han. Address the officer, sir. Who among us is unaware of Gu Han's formidable brothers in arms? If this were not the truth, how would a mere logistic soldier like myself dare to wrongfully accuse Gu Han? However, at the time of the alleged theft of our prey, no one else was present, and with Senior Li Xian yet to return, the sole eyewitness is absent, the Tio Qian Fu. Fang Yin's demeanor screamed fear of Gu Han's vengeance. Fang Yin continued, consider this, sir. Gu Han is merely a logistic soldier, his strength at best that of a first-tier martial disciple. If our small team struggled to ambush a wolf beast, how could Gu Han single-handedly hunt so many? He must have seized the spoils from another team. Qian Fu pondered Fang Yan's words, nodding thoughtfully. Logically, Fang Yan's conjecture seemed plausible. Yet even if Li Xian were present, as a veteran leading Fang Yan's group, he would naturally align with them that Li Xian's testimony could not serve as credible evidence. All circumstances remained speculative, insufficient to convict Gu Han. Qian Fu surveyed the murmuring logistic soldiers around him and called out, Our camp's logistics personnel are mostly gathered. From whom did Gu Han allegedly steal prey? Upon his inquiry, the crowd exchanged glances, yet none stepped forward. Rest assured, once the facts are confirmed, you need not fear retribution from any ill-intentioned parties. Though Qian Fu did not name names, it was evident he was alluding to Gu Han and his brothers. Chapter 11. 5 against 1. The advantage is mine. Fang Yin discreetly signaled a few familiar logistic soldiers. They understood the cue and, mustering their courage, stepped forward. Sir, Gu Han initially took a gray wolf and 10 rabbits from us, leaving us to return empty-handed. These individuals were the very logistic soldiers who had surrendered their catch to Fang Yan's team. Their faces now etched with indignation that we intended to refuse, but he had several warriors backing him. As mere logistic soldiers, we dared not resist. Had it not been for your willingness to advocate for us, we would have suffered in silence. Others in the crowd, stirred by their words, emerged to accuse Gu Han of theft. Soon, shouts condemning Gu Han filled the air. Initially, many had worried about potential retribution from Gu Chun and his warriors. But as more voices joined in, concerns dissipated. Should they encounter trouble in the future, the primary suspects would undoubtedly be Gu Chun and his companions. This would deter Gu Chun and the others, making them wary of potential danger. Dozens clamored that Gu Han had stolen their prey. Even Qian Fu felt a twinge of headache. The question of whether Gu Han had indeed taken anything remained unresolved. Even if he had, the total spoils claimed by Gu Han would hardly suffice to satisfy all these accusers. It was clear that some sought to exploit the chaos for personal gain. Please remain calm. Once the crowd settled, Qian Fu turned his attention to the seemingly aloof Gu Han. Do you have anything to say? Gu Han shook his head, his gaze unwavering. I have done nothing wrong. Thus, I see no need to explain myself to anyone. Why should he acknowledge actions he had not committed? Gu Chun and Gu Lin exchanged glances before stepping forward to salute Qian Fu. Sir, we firmly believe that Gu Han's character would not allow him to engage in such oppressive behavior. Though they were unaware of the specifics, it did not hinder Gu Chun and his companions from resolutely supporting Gu Han. Qian Fu's expression darkened. Gu Han's refusal to even offer an explanation left him at a loss for how to proceed. To Ji Han, should you fail to prove your innocence, I may have no choice but to revoke your top ranking. The clamor against Gu Han had grown too loud for him to disregard. Yet, lacking concrete evidence and with both sides firmly entrenched in their narratives, he found himself unable to ascertain the truth. Officer, just then, Gu Han spoke up, gesturing toward the raucous crowd. Do you truly believe these individuals possess the strength to hunt a green wolf or a gray wolf? The pointed accusation sent the individuals he indicated into a furious uproar, hurling insults at Gu Han. What do you mean by that? After stealing from us, you dare to look down on us? Sir, this scoundrel must be taught a lesson today. If not, he will surely continue to act with impunity in the army. Numerous voices rose in condemnation of Gu Han, demanding accountability from Qianfu. Yet Qianfu regarded Gu Han thoughtfully. Speak plainly. There is no need for convoluted rhetoric. The Ji Yuhan nodded, turning to the irate logistics soldiers. Since you believe I leverage the support of my brothers to seize your spoils, I hereby offer you this opportunity. Any one of your teams may step forward. I will face you in a one-on-one challenge. Should you defeat me, I will concede to having taken your possessions that if you cannot best me, then all the prey you capture over the next month shall belong to me alone. How does that sound? At this declaration, the noise abruptly ceased, an almost palpable silence enveloping the area. Ji Yuchun and his companion's expressions shifted dramatically, whispering urgently, Gu Han, you mustn't. We understand your desire to clear your name, but how can you hope to match multiple teams combined? After all, Gu Han was merely a first-tier martial disciple. Even Gu Jing, a second-tier martial disciple, could hardly guarantee victory against the combined efforts of 5 first-tier martial disciples. While there was a distinction in strength between tiers, the disparity was not so vast as to guarantee a crushing defeat. Nevertheless, Gu Han remained resolute, locking eyes with Gu Chun. Brother Chun, trust me. Faced with Gu Han's unwavering determination, Gu Chun could only sigh in resignation. Very well, but remember, regardless of what transpires, we will always stand by your side. That Ji Yuchen's trust filled Gu Han with a profound sense of gratitude. Although he harbored little emotional attachment to his former family, the bonds forged with Gu Chun and his companions during their journey from Wushan City to the border had garnered his heartfelt acknowledgement. Qianfu, understanding Gu Han's intentions, recognized that if Gu Han could prove his strength surpassed that of these teams, it would demonstrate his capability to hunt wolf beasts single-handedly. Thus, the rumors of Gu Han's oppression and theft would swiftly crumble. However, Qianfu was also intrigued. New recruits underwent a standardized assessment upon entering the camp. Those achieving a strength of second-tier martial disciple would be integrated into the warrior ranks. The new recruit evaluation had taken place the previous day. It was quite the coincidence if Gu Han had coincidentally advanced to second-tier martial disciple on that very day. Otherwise, he could not fathom what emboldened Gu Han to challenge an entire logistics team alone. Meanwhile, the group that had initially clamored the loudest, alongside Fang Yin, who sought to claim Gu Han's green wolf, now exchanged furtive glances and prudently withdrew 2 steps, blending back into the crowd. Having engaged Gu Han in combat before, they understood his strength was far from simplistic. A careless move could lead to a public debacle. If they were to lose, they would not only face defeat, but also be forced to relinquish all their captures for the next month to Gu Han. A bitter pill they could scarcely swallow. Rather than doing so, it would be more prudent to allow this opportunity to shine to others that if they triumph, they will reap the benefits effortlessly. If they fail, it will bear no consequence for them. However, the others have not engaged with Gu Han and are unaware of the convolutions within these individuals' minds. Among them, a man with an unremarkable appearance was the first to rush forward ahead of everyone else. Gu Han, without your brothers backing you, do you think you can handle us? Wang Shan glared fiercely at Gu Han, taunting, if you have the guts, come face me now. Without your brothers as support, if I don't beat the living daylights out of you. Consider it a clean slate for you today. A glimmer of delight flickered in the depths of his eyes, thankful for seizing the initiative. This way, he could not only gain notoriety in front of everyone, but also accumulate a plethora of prey. It was truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Those who still hesitated were nothing but fools. As for the possibility of failure, absurd. If their 5-man team could not overpower a single first-tier martial artist, they might as well be buried alive. 5 against 1. The advantage is mine. Chapter 12. All trash. In an open area of the logistics camp, Gu Han stood alone, facing Wang Shan and his 5 companions. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds, Wang Shan's team could distinctly feel their hearts racing with anxiety. Although Gu Han was a time traveler, this was also his first encounter with such a grand spectacle. Yet he harbored little tension. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Qianfu stepped into the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping over both sides, and solemnly declared, "This is merely a sparring session among comrades. So let us keep it light and refrain from any serious harm." Wang Shan sneered, rubbing his wrists. "Rest assured, officer, I shall spare his life." That Ji Yuhan merely smiled faintly, yet a fierce glint danced in his eyes. Let us see if you can still smile later. Qian Fu felt a headache coming on, pressing his forehead. Did I end the military? Even logistics personnel are brimming with youthful vigor, and a mere disagreement can escalate into a display of true skill. Though he had grown accustomed to such events, it still left him feeling exasperated. However, with his strength, he could intervene should the situation ignite into a serious confrontation. With both sides prepared, the competition commenced. As Qian Fu's voice faded, Wang Shan, wielding a solid wooden stick, let out a sinister laugh and charged forth with remarkable speed. His absolute confidence in defeating Gu Han stemmed not only from the 5-to-1 advantage, but also from the fact that they were armed. Anyone who has been on the battlefield knows that unless the disparity in strength is exceedingly vast, even a slight difference in realm can be overturned by the use of long weapons. A team wielding long weapons can easily overpower martial artists of a higher realm. This realization made him disinclined to test the waters, leading him to charge in first. The others closely followed, ready to encircle Gu Han. Among the crowd, some shook their heads, noting Gu Han's inaction, deeming him oblivious to the peril. Observing the murderous intent radiating from Wang Shan, Gu Han merely chuckled coldly and lightly kicked the long stick. While he was accustomed to using a battle knife when hunting beasts in the mountains, it was evident that a long weapon would provide a significant advantage in this scenario that Wang Shan closed in. Gu Han still made no move to counterattack, prompting Wang Shan to scoff in derision. Did this fellow consider himself an extraordinary genius? How audacious to be so arrogant. He was truly courting death. Gu Chun and his brothers clenched their fists, worry etched in their eyes. Should Gu Han truly find himself in mortal danger, they would not hesitate to intervene, even at the cost of bearing the blame for breaking the rules. Just then, Gu Han's body flickered, and as Wang Shan's fierce wind approached, he deftly sidestepped, easily evading the oncoming strike before swinging the long stick horizontally. Wang Shan's expression shifted dramatically, astonished at Gu Han's speed. Wang Shan's strike was delivered without any retraction, and before he could react, Gu Han's stick came crashing down on his knee. Crack! The excruciating pain shattered Wang Shan's knee, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. The sound of shattering bones made the onlookers before Qian Fu could utter a word. Gu Han cast a cold smile towards Fang Yin. The statement struck Fang Yin like a heavy pot descending upon his head. He was immediately filled with horror, his face a mask of panic as he looked towards Qian Fu. Repeatedly justifying himself, "Sir, I did not mean it that way. I merely suspect that Gu Han has employed some unknown means to evade the inspector's scrutiny. If the inspector were to learn of this, questioning his capabilities, it would be no surprise if he found himself in dire straits without Gu Han needing to intervene." Qian Fu furrowed his brow, displaying little concern for the dispute between the two. However, he harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding Gu Han's abilities. To Ji Yuhan, "Are you willing to undergo another assessment?" Seeing Gu Han about to speak, Qian Fu swiftly continued, "Regardless of whether the results reveal you to be a first or second-tier martial artist, the top position in the logistics examination is yours. However, should you indeed have attained the rank of a second-tier martial artist, you will be required to return to the combat battalion for training." How does that sound? As Qian Fu's words resonated, Fang Yin stood there, stunned, before erupting in disbelief. "Sir, have you made an error? He cheated his way into the logistics camp. How can you not strip him of his first-place reward?" "Enough!" Before Fang Yin could finish, Qian Fu interrupted him sharply. Suppressing his rising ire at Fang Yin's incessant provocations, he fixed Fang Yin with a frigid gaze. "Do you presume that others are fools while you alone possess intellect? I am well aware of the inspector's capabilities. I am equally informed about Gu Han's background. Given Gu Han's origins, it is utterly impossible for him to possess means to elude the inspector's examination. Even if such means existed, they would not be employed on someone of Gu Han's first-tier martial artist status." Fang Yan's face turned pale as he attempted to explain, only to see Qian Fu gesture towards several law enforcement soldiers approaching from a distance. "Seize Fang Yin and confine him for 3 days, revoking the ranking of the logistics assessment for his squad." Fang Yin, along with the squad that had previously lost to Gu Han, would forfeit all their captured prey to Gu Han for the next month. They had chosen to bully the few with their numbers and slander Gu Han, and thus they must pay the price. Only through such measures could the military atmosphere be rectified, preventing similar incidents in the future. Fang Yin opened his mouth to protest, but Qian Fu coldly commanded, "Drag Fang Yin out." The law enforcement soldiers promptly moved in, seizing Fang Yan and denying him any further opportunity to speak as they dragged him away. Fang Yan's teammates stood frozen, drenched in sweat, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Gu Chun and his brothers exchanged excited glances, raising their fists in cheers. "Your Excellency is wise." Although Qian Fu had previously harbored doubts about Gu Han, he chose not to downplay the matter after the truth emerged, instead aiding Gu Han in ensuring that these individuals honored their prior wager. Qian Fu's actions earned their admiration among the logistics personnel. While many had previously rushed to slander Gu Han, there were also those who refused to be complicit. These individuals cheered as they witnessed the wicked receiving their just desserts and Gu Han's grievances being rectified. The officer is wise. Such evildoers deserve a lesson to deter them from further slandering others in the future. This teaches us that while vengeance may not be immediate, it is certainly inevitable. Amidst the crowd's cheers, a fire attendant hurried over to Qian Fu. "Sir, dinner is ready." Qian Fu nodded with a smile, ordering everyone to proceed to the camp for their meal. After a full day of training, the logistics personnel were undoubtedly famished, and upon receiving the command, they rushed eagerly towards the camp. Qian Fu approached Gu Han with a grin. "After the meal, someone will come to assess your strength again. For you, being a logistics personnel feels like a waste of talent that moment." Qian Fu genuinely admired Gu Han, rare among logistics personnel, for the decisiveness and composure he displayed during the recent battle. Such qualities were invaluable for a combat soldier, significantly enhancing their chances of survival on the battlefield and potentially saving their lives. In contrast, the logistics role was relatively stable, posing minimal risks, yet it would squander such rare qualities. However, to Qian Fu's surprise, Gu Han did not express exuberance at the prospect of becoming a combat soldier. Instead, he calmly shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I do not wish to be a combat soldier." Qian Fu's brow furrowed, his expression involuntarily growing colder. "Are you truly afraid of the battlefield?" as Fang Yan suggested. Though he held high hopes for Gu Han's future, believing he would surely shine as a combat soldier and even surpass him one day to become a general, he felt disheartened at the thought of Gu Han being driven solely by self-preservation. Such a person would only drag others down in battle, endangering both themselves and their comrades. "I fear not the battlefield. I simply believe that the logistics role suits me better." Chapter 14. The reward for first place. Sighing, Qian Fu remarked, "If that is your decision, then so be it." In his eyes, Gu Han's statement was merely an attempt to salvage his pride. While he felt a twinge of regret, the military did not impose a rigid requirement that those who reach the second-tier martial artist level must fulfill the duties of a combat soldier. Most who met the threshold for combat soldiers were unwilling to languish as logistics personnel. That, of course, each year, many who lacked the mental fortitude would retreat from the front lines for various reasons. Given Gu Han's stance, there was no need to trouble the inspector for another assessment of his strength. Qian Fu lost interest in continuing the conversation with Gu Han. After promising not to withhold Gu Han's reward for being first in the logistics camp, he chose to leave as the first-place winner. Gu Han received a full pound of first-tier beast blood from the fire attendant. As for the blood essence pills and second-tier beast blood, a supply officer would arrive later to distribute them. Gu Chun and the others, excelling as combat soldiers, would also receive their share of beast blood. The six brothers gathered around a stone pot, devouring their meal with abandon, none daring to approach too closely. During the meal, Gu Chun hesitated to speak until he could no longer contain himself. Finally, he voiced his confusion. "Gu Han, why did you refuse Officer Qian's kindness?" Although Qian Fu was in charge of the logistics camp, he had connections within the combat battalion. Being favored by Qian Fu could pave the way for Gu Han's future, ensuring he would stand out in the combat battalion. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Yet Gu Han merely smiled and replied, "Brother Chen, I understand your concerns, but I have my own considerations. When the time is right, I will apply to join the combat battalion." The Ji Chun could only sigh in resignation. Matters were not as simple as Gu Han envisioned. What kind of place was the combat battalion? It was not somewhere one could simply come and go at will. Moreover, even those who had undergone rigorous training faced severe casualties on the battlefield. How much more perilous would it be for someone like Gu Han, who had not undergone such training? Yet, this was Gu Han's choice, and Gu Chun could only respect his decision. The Ji Han himself felt helpless. The system was undoubtedly his greatest secret, He could not reveal it to anyone, not even his own parents. Only by hunting beasts and interacting with various corpses to absorb attributes could his strength grow rapidly. In contrast, the training in the combat battalion was entirely dispensable for him. After a day of hunting, Guhan was famished, and a pound of beast meat vanished in an instant, followed by 3 bowls of rice. Barely filling his stomach, it must be said that while the military's provisions were generally mediocre, the chef's skills were commendable. After satisfying his hunger, Guhan patted his belly contentedly. Ji-Yuhan, here are 2 blood essence pills for you. Gu Chun produced the 2 prepared pills and pressed them into Guhan's hands. Regardless of whether you wish to become a combat soldier, at least strengthening your abilities will provide you with some means of self-defense. Guhan gazed at the blood essence pills in his hands, a look of astonishment crossing his face, that he understood the significance of these pills for martial artists all too well. Though Gu Chun was a 4th-tier martial artist, the rewards in the combat battalion undoubtedly surpassed those in the logistics camp. However, the number of blood essence pills one could obtain was certainly limited. Ji Yuchen's willingness to part with 1 pill clearly demonstrated his care for his younger brother. Guhan did not refuse, solemnly accepting the pills with both hands. Thank you, Brother Chen. He was unwilling to create a situation of 3 refusals and 3 send-offs over a single blood refinement pill. Since Gu Chun was willing to treat him well, Guhan naturally would reciprocate. With the soul-capturing system, Guhan was poised to enter a period of rapid growth. Given just a few days, he would be able to match Gu Chen's strength. By then, returning the blood refinement pill would be a timely gesture. That moment, it would be his turn to look after his older brothers. Just then, the military supply officer approached from a distance, flanked by several soldiers carrying packages, immediately drawing the attention of the logistics personnel. Excitedly, the foremost teams rubbed their hands together and hurried forward. The supply officer bellowed at the eager crowd, "Where is Guhan?" "Here. Here." Gu Lin immediately rose and, amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, pulled Guhan to the front of the supply officer. Guhan clasped his fists in salute, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. "I have the honor of meeting you, my lord." The supply officer regarded Guhan's upright stature and inwardly mused. No wonder Lord Xian valued Guhan so highly. It was a pity that Guhan lacked ambition, content to remain merely a logistics soldier. Each person has their own aspirations, and the supply officer was disinclined to elaborate further. First place in the logistics assessment, Guhan. Hereby rewarded with 2 blood refinement pills and 10 pounds of 2nd-tier beast meat, that I hope all logistics personnel will continue to strive for excellence. Standing before the gathered logistics personnel, the supply officer loudly announced the rewards, inciting envy among the hundreds present. The 2 soldiers following the supply officer handed Guhan a box and a heavy sack. The Ji-Yuhan received the box and the sack filled with 10 pounds of beast meat with calm composure. Demonstrating such steadiness that the supply officer was astonished. Guhan held the box in one hand and the 10-pound sack aloft without a tremor. Anyone could lift 10 pounds, but to hold it steadily in one hand without a hint of movement was beyond the capability of an ordinary 1st-tier martial artist. This exceptional steadiness led the supply officer, much like Lord Xian, to feel a sense of regret for Guhan. After shaking his head discreetly, he continued distributing rewards to the other top 10 teams. Due to Fong Yan's disqualification for causing trouble, Ma Tai and his trio naturally ascended to 3rd place in the logistics assessment. After all, a logistics team capable of hunting wolf beasts was indeed a rarity. With the addition of their rabbit hunts, only one other team surpassed them. After receiving their resources from the supply officer, Ma Tai approached Gu Han to Ji-Yuhan. "We owe our 3rd place finish to you." As he spoke, Ma Tai handed Guhan a bag of beast meat, saying, "We didn't receive blood refinement pills as a reward. We only have 10 pounds of 1st-tier beast meat, and 2 pounds of that is yours." Without Guhan, they would not have only failed to hunt the azure wolf, but would have also significantly reduced their rabbit catch. "All right, I shall accept this beast meat." That Ji-Yuhan nodded, not so lofty as to refuse what rightfully belonged to him. "However, you may need to seek new teammates in the future." Upon hearing this, Ma Tai was momentarily taken aback before understanding and nodding in agreement. "I understand." With Guhan's prowess to single-handedly hunt wolf beasts, Ma Tai realized that if they teamed up with Guhan, they would only hinder him. Moreover, should danger arise, they would struggle to protect themselves. Parting ways amicably would be beneficial for both sides. Chapter 15. Second-tier martial artist time flew by. Jiu Chun and his brothers needed to return to the combat camp for evening training, while the logistics personnel had fewer training sessions and tasks. They would resume their hunts in the mountains and clean up the following day. For now, they merely had to tidy up the camp before returning to their quarters to rest. The logistics camp was not particularly large. Each room could accommodate 10 logistics personnel. Jiu Han felt as though he had returned to the dormitory of his high school days, while Ma Tai and the others returned to their rooms. Gu Han, however, took up his blade and headed straight into the wilderness. Although night had fallen, his long-established biological clock made it impossible for him to sleep so early. Rather than returning to chat with Ma Tai and the others, he preferred to exert himself and hunt for more prey. Before doing so, Gu Han took a glance at his attribute panel. Host: Gu Han Cultivation, Second-tier Martial Artist Vitality, 87, Second-tier Martial Artist Vitality Range, 5200 Strength, 85, Second-tier Martial Artist Strength Range, 2050, Defense, 24, Second-tier Martial Artist Defense Range, 2050. Speed, 75, Second-tier Martial Artist Speed Range, 2050. Spirit, 20, Second-tier Martial Artist Spirit Range, 2030. Cultivation. Technique, Chi Guiding Technique Martial Skill, Fierce Fist somewhat accomplished, in terms of pure strength. Ordinary second-tier martial artists stood no chance against him. However, upon observing his glaring deficiencies in defense and spirit, Gu Han instinctively furrowed his brow. Although hunting wolf beasts and rabbits had significantly enhanced his vitality, strength, and speed, it had yielded no improvements in his defense and spirit attributes. Were it not for his advancement to a second-tier martial artist, which had simultaneously increased his defense and spirit attributes, he might still be languishing at the bottom tier of first-tier martial artists. It seemed that in this world, few had heard of cultivators specializing in spirit or magic. Jiu Han pondered thoughtfully over his relatively high spirit value of 20. If everyone's spirit was a shortcoming, then this attribute seemed somewhat superfluous. Yet if that were the case, there would be no reason for the system to delineate the spirit attribute at all. Jiu Han speculated that perhaps the importance of spirit attributes would only become evident at a certain stage. He resolved to see if there were any beasts that could enhance his spirit attributes. Placing the newly poisoned dagger against his leg, he wandered through the forest with his blade in hand. His speed had already surpassed that of a second-tier martial artist. Eliminating the need to set traps and wait for prey, Jiu Han was now fully capable of taking the initiative, as long as he did not stray too far from the military camp and did not encounter exceedingly powerful beasts. His life would not be in jeopardy. Joyful moments are always fleeting. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he had prepared several snakeskin bags in advance. Otherwise, he would have struggled to contain so many beasts. Gu Han dragged 4 overflowing snakeskin bags back toward the camp. His efforts that night had propelled his vitality to an impressive 125. His other attributes also saw considerable enhancements, however, compared to the increases in attack and speed. His spirit and defense attributes had each only improved by 2 points. His defense attribute had barely been acquired by defeating a mountain rat, a creature that proved to be the most troublesome adversary Gu Han had faced that day. Based on the attributes he had absorbed, the mountain rat was merely equivalent to a first-tier martial artist at best. Yet its sharp claws and fangs were exceptionally formidable. Had Gu Han not possessed sufficient speed, his small frame might have been in grave danger. The mountain rat scale armor was extraordinarily tough. Even with strength akin to that of a third-tier martial artist, Gu Han could only just breach its defenses with his blade. As for the 2 points in spirit, they stemmed from a venomous snake. This snake excelled in stealth, hiding amidst a bed of fallen leaves, making it exceedingly difficult to detect even upon close inspection. Moreover, its burst speed was alarmingly swift. Anyone else might easily fall victim to its ambush. Given the potency of its venom, a single bite could easily take down a second-tier martial artist. Gu Han surmised that since toxins are considered a form of neurological attack, the attributes absorbed were likely spirit-related. Regrettably, both the mountain rat and the highly toxic snake were exceedingly rare. Jiu Han had encountered them only once and had to temporarily abandon any deliberate search for them. Although he had hunted numerous other beasts, not all of them contributed to his vitality. Thus, he was still a considerable distance away from becoming a third-tier martial artist. Nevertheless, Gu Han was patient. After all, he still had half a year to spend at the border, providing ample time for his endeavors. Upon returning to the camp, Gu Han found most of the logistics personnel gathered in groups according to their hometowns or teams. Chatting amiably. In stark contrast, the combat camp blazed with light and echoed with the fervent shouts of training, highlighting the differing attitudes between combatants and logistics personnel regarding martial practice. The logistics camp had already been tidied up by the cooks. Only the old cook, responsible for keeping watch and ensuring no fires broke out during the night, remained. Upon seeing Guhan approach, he frowned and reluctantly got to his feet. There is a bit of leftover food in the pot. If you're hungry, feel free to heat it up. Although he was unwilling to cook for Guhan, he had to stay by his side. Otherwise, he would bear the responsibility should a fire occur. Guhan initially intended to refuse, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Although he had eaten his fill at dinner, 2 hours of hunting had left him ravenous. All right, please take care of this. Senior. The initial assessment of the logistics battalion has concluded, yet every logistics soldier is required to periodically venture out to hunt wild beasts, submitting their catches as provisions for the camp. Consequently, the more prey a logistics soldier presents, the greater the rewards they may receive. The old fire soldier stared in disbelief at Guhan's departing figure and the serpent-skin bag left on the ground. Earlier, in the thick of night, he had merely seen Guhan approaching and assumed he was simply hungry, that he had not noticed the several serpent-skin bags being dragged behind Guhan. Although Guhan bore a scent of blood, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming stench of beast meat that accumulated within the fire battalion. Old fire soldier Li Chong cast a glance at Guhan, who was adeptly tending to the fire, and, reassured that the fire battalion would not be set ablaze, curiously opened the bag on the ground to record the contents. Upon unwrapping the first package, Li Chong was left dumbfounded. How long had it been since someone had hunted a? In contrast, the short-tailed viper beside it was not particularly rare. Occasionally, logistic soldiers would fall prey to the bite of a short-tailed viper, yet there were also instances of logistic soldiers returning after hunting one. However, this formidable defenses made it nearly impossible for a logistic soldier to breach. Hence no one had ever returned with one. Chapter 16. Astonished Li Chong, seeking revenge, could it be that another beast had slain the? Allowing this fellow to seize the opportunity, Li Chong found it hard to believe that this young man could indeed kill a Tob blunt. Even if it were to remain motionless, a newly arrived combat soldier might not be able to slay it, let alone a logistic soldier who could barely wield a knife. Yet the wounds on the appeared to be inflicted by a human. Never mind, pondering such matters is futile. Once Li Chong finished tallying all the prey, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten to ask for the young man's name. Hey, what is your name? I need to record it. Guhan, having just warmed up 2 rabbits and some leftover food, was enjoying a hearty meal when he mumbled in reply, Guhan. So, it was he. Li Chong held a vague recollection of the name Guhan, though he and the logistic soldiers belonged to different branches. The top scorer among logistic soldiers was certainly noteworthy. Li Chong jotted down Guhan's name on the list of submitted prey. After a moment's thought, he noted beside Guhan's name 600 logistics points. The beasts Guhan had hunted were not particularly numerous that evening. However, the short-tailed viper held considerable value, coupled with the fact that Guhan had scarcely hunted any common prey like rabbits that night. This resulted in Guhan accumulating logistics points that far surpassed those earned during the afternoon assessment. Li Chong held 2 registers in his hands. Point 1 was specifically for recording the logistics points of the veteran soldiers, filled with a dense list of names. While most veteran soldiers had hunted only weak beasts like rabbits, over the years, their points had accumulated, aside from those who had expended some. The new ledger, however, contained only Guhan's name for the time being. Li Chong surmised that Guhan's logistics points would soon surpass those of the veterans. After satiating his hunger, Guhan cheerfully bid farewell to Li Chong before departing. Upon returning to his humble abode, he was immediately greeted by the pungent odor of sweat. The yet-to-rest Matai and others hurriedly approached Guhan. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Guhan casually removed his blood-stained outer garment, preparing to wash up. I was just a bit bored, so I went hunting. As these words left his mouth, Matai and the others remained dumbstruck as Guhan picked up a change of clothes and headed for the communal bath. Hunting out of boredom? While they understood each word, they struggled to comprehend why they made sense together. Before arriving at the military camp, Matai and his companions were either farmers or craftsmen, essentially the most ordinary people in this world. None had backgrounds as hunters. For ordinary individuals, hunting was a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. If it were not for Guhan's insistence, their only thought upon encountering a blue wolf would have been to turn and flee. Serving as soldiers without any income, Why risk their lives? Thus, they could hardly grasp Gu Han's notion of indulging in such reckless pursuits out of boredom. Perhaps this exemplified the divide between themselves and Gu Han. Ma Tai shook his head in self-deprecation. The Ji Han's ability to emerge as the top scorer in the logistics battalion's assessment was undoubtedly no mere coincidence that in the ensuing days, Gu Han settled into a routine of hunting at night and resting during the day. With no pressure from the new soldier training, Ma Tai and his companions took it upon themselves to maintain the logistics soldiers' camp, allowing Gu Han to focus solely on hunting without distraction. However, within the veteran logistics soldiers' ranks, a commotion erupted due to the disappearance of Li Xian, drawing the attention of many old combat soldiers. Since that day, he went to accompany the new recruits. Li Xian had not returned. Could something have happened? That seemed unlikely. Although Li Xian lacked martial prowess, he had managed to reach the threshold of a third-tier martial artist over the years, despite his poor temperament and frequent offenses against others. It was unlikely that anyone would wish him dead. Even if his combat skills were inferior to those of a third-tier martial artist, after years of trekking the mountains, he would not easily lose his way. And self-preservation should not be a concern. However, I seem to recall that the top scorer among this batch of logistics soldiers, Gu Han, had some conflicts with Li Xian that a veteran logistics soldier's remark instantly piqued the interest of others. Although Gu Han had hunted a few wolf beasts, he was still a newcomer, likely no more than a first-tier martial artist, approaching second-tier martial artist status. How could he possibly rival Li Xian? Yet, what if one considered Gu Han's 5 combat soldier brothers? Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows in contemplation. This moment. Their concern was not whether Gu Han had killed Li Xian, but rather whether it was worth offending 5 combat soldiers over Li Xian's fate. While Li Xian often ruffled feathers, he was still held in higher regard than many. When returning from hunts, he would discreetly leave behind some beast meat as tribute. Over the years, some camaraderie had developed. Now that Li Xian was in trouble, those combat soldiers who had been treated with respect naturally felt displeased. What a bunch of cowards! A burly man, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stood up. He cast a disdainful glance over the crowd, snorting contemptuously, "They're just a few rookies. You all are afraid, but I am not." With that, he strode purposefully towards the logistics battalion, despite being labeled cowards by Lei Chao. No one dared to step forward and contradict him. This was all due to Lei Chao being undeniably the strongest among them. In fact, he could rank among the top 10 of the 1,000 combat soldiers in their cohort. Is it really Lei Chao? I don't recall hearing that he had any ties to Li Xian. Lei Chao and Li Xian seemed to share a tenuous hometown connection. No wonder, amid unfamiliar surroundings. Kinship, even if faint, fostered a sense of closeness beyond that of others. Let us go take a look. The training of veteran soldiers was not as grueling as that of the new recruits. They had more freedom in managing their time, relying solely on self-discipline for training. That a group of curious onlookers followed Lei Chao towards the logistics battalion. However, after inquiring around, Lei Chao could not find Gu Han at the logistics battalion and had to redirect his path toward the combat soldier training ground. At this moment, the hour approached noon, and the new recruits had just reached their mid-training break. In the center of the training arena, 2 individuals were engaged in a bloody duel. Ji Yuchun and several others stood by the sidelines, cheering for one of the combatants, Gu Jing, who had just broken through to become a third-tier martial artist. His opponent was also a new recruit who had recently achieved the same rank. The two vied fiercely, neither willing to concede. Ultimately, however, Gu Jing fell slightly short and was bested. It's alright, Gu Jing, you did great. After all, his opponent had entered the 3rd tier a few days earlier and had a better grasp of their abilities in other aspects. Gu Jing's defeat was only to be expected. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, he did not succumb to despair. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from beyond the crowd. Where are Gu Han's brothers? Get out here, Chapter 17. United in opposition, where are Gu Han's brothers? Get out here. Lei Chao's furious shout instantly halted the soldiers who had been applauding the victor. The crowd furrowed their brows, casting hostile glances at the newcomer, who dared to cause a commotion in the combat soldier camp. As a soldier standing at the periphery prepared to question Lei Chao, he was effortlessly shoved to the ground. Lei Chao snorted derisively, his gaze filled with contempt, showing no regard for these individuals. If you don't want trouble, get lost. Otherwise, I'll take care of all of you. The individual who was knocked to the ground appeared pale and felt humiliated in front of the crowd. He believed that he had merely been caught off guard by a surprise attack, and did not take it too seriously. Thus, upon rising, he was filled with rage and swung a punch at Lei Chao. Intent on teaching him a lesson, Lei Chao's eyes glinted with a cold light. How audacious! With a resounding crash, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him flying and even toppling several soldiers behind him. The man felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer to the chest, likely fracturing his ribs. Once he fell to the ground, he lacked the strength to even rise. Surrounding soldiers hurried to assist the injured, casting wary glances at Lei Chao. "How dare you wreak havoc in the soldier camp? Who do you think you are? I am your ancestor," Lei Chao scoffed, addressing the group of worthless soldiers, questioning their audacity to claim the title of soldier while bringing shame upon the camp. His words undoubtedly served as an affront to all present, and even those who had previously wished to remain uninvolved now looked at Lei Chao with hostility. The veteran soldiers accompanying Lei Chao could only facepalm in disbelief. This fellow truly looked down upon everyone. They realized, with a headache, that they only needed to target Gu Han's brother, yet now they had offended the entire soldier camp. It would be a miracle if the camp willingly surrendered Gu Han's brothers. As the soldiers around them began to stir with unrest, Gu Chen stepped forward from the crowd, asking, "What do you want from me?" He did not inquire whether Gu Han had caused any trouble outside. Even if he had, as his brother, he would bear the burden. Lei Chao scrutinized Gu Chen, noting his upright posture and the fierce battle intent emanating from him. "You are quite impressive, but alas, you have a troublesome younger brother. Tread carefully." Gu Chen frowned and replied, "Though I do not know who you are, if you continue to unjustly slander my brother, you shall have to provide me with an explanation today." Gu Chen's protective nature earned him the admiration of the veteran soldiers who had accompanied Lei Chao. However, no one believed that Gu Chen could match Lei Chao. What an audacious claim! Lei Chao sneered, rolling up his sleeves and fixing a fierce gaze on Gu Chen. "You, as an elder brother, fail to properly guide your younger sibling and instead aid him in causing harm to the logistic soldier. Li Xian, today I shall see how you intend to defend him." Without granting Gu Chen a moment to respond, Lei Chao lunged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist and struck fiercely at Gu Chen's chest. This scoundrel has no sense of martial ethics. The new soldiers were taken aback, not expecting Lei Chao to act so recklessly. Only the veteran soldiers, familiar with Lei Chao's tactics, understood that he cared not for rules as long as he could defeat his opponent. Gu Chen, caught off guard by Lei Chao's ferocity, had no time to retaliate and could only cross his arms defensively. Bang! The heavy impact echoed throughout the training ground. Gu Chen's body was sent flying as if struck by a tremendous force. With a thud, he crashed to the ground. The sound alone sent shivers down the spines of those present. "Brother!" Gu Lin and the others' expressions changed dramatically as they rushed to help the injured Gu Chen. Rising to his feet, Gu Chen's lips bled and his arms trembled. All the soldiers of his cohort were left dumbfounded. Gu Chen's strength undoubtedly placed him among the top 3 in their camp. In a mere few days, he had ascended from a 4th-tier martial apprentice to a 5th-tier martial apprentice. Even Yu Qitian, who had previously outmatched him upon entering the camp, now dared not claim superiority over Gu Chen. Yet this intruder managed to injure Gu Chen with a single punch. Who exactly is this troublemaker? As they were astonished, Lei Chao was even more taken aback. "The TO would stand my punch without shattering an arm bone." "You are quite remarkable to ASA stand out among the soldiers who chose to remain 2 years earlier." Lei Chao had already reached the 9th tier of martial apprentices, just a step away from becoming a true martial artist. To avoid drawing ire for killing within the military camp, he had held back during that punch. However, the fact that a mere rookie could endure was unexpected, observing the seemingly genuine admiration in Lei Chao's eyes. The crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. How can you boast in such a self-aggrandizing manner while pretending to praise another? Given your abilities, as long as you hand over the murderer of Li Xian, I may spare you today. Lei Chao looked down at Gu Chen with utter disdain. As if sparing him was an act of mercy, the Gu Chen coughed a couple of times, spitting out the blood lodged in his throat, and resolutely shook his head. "That my brothers and I have been training in the camp these past few days and have not left the military grounds, that if you merely seek to use this as an excuse to trouble Gu Han, then come at me, his elder brother. I am willing to take on this hatred." Observing Gu Chen's steadfast demeanor, the new soldiers felt a pang of envy for the bond between the brothers. Lei Chao's expression darkened. Li Xian had only had conflicts with Gu Han, and moreover, Li Xian had gone missing shortly after the new recruits arrived, not returning for several days. All clues pointed to Gu Han. Why should I believe you when you claim to be uninvolved in Li Xian's death? Gu Qin replied resolutely. If you suspect us of being involved, why should it not also be your claim? Lei Chao, unable to counter Gu Qin's logic, turned dark and was about to resort to fists to make his point that do you not think that just because you joined 2 years earlier, you can bully the newcomers. At that moment, Yu Qiqian stepped forward from the new recruits, standing beside Gu Qin, his eyes filled with hostility as he glared at Lei Chao that if you were among the same cohort as us, you wouldn't even qualify to spar with me. Chapter 18. Confinement. Yu Qiqian. Gu Qin looked at Yu Qiqian in astonishment that he had not anticipated that Yu Qiqian, who had been competing with him these past few days, would step forward at this moment. That why Yu Qiqian chuckled lightly. Do not overthink. I simply cannot tolerate someone bullying the weak and looking down upon us new recruits. What a noble display of camaraderie. Lei Chao laughed heartily, clapping his hands, his eyes brimming with mockery. But do you think that just the two of you can stand against me? What if we add ourselves to the mix? At this, 2 other 4th-tier martial apprentice newcomers exchanged glances and positioned themselves on either side of Yu Qiqian and Gu Qin. The 4 shared knowing smiles, and this atmosphere inspired hundreds of soldiers around them. A swell of enthusiasm surged as they stepped forward, shouting in unison, "In us!" Waves of sound echoed across the training ground, creating an imposing atmosphere. Although these soldiers were mostly 3rd tier, with some being merely 2nd-tier martial apprentices. The pressure of hundreds shouting in unison caused even Lei Chao to instinctively take 2 steps back. His face turned a deep shade of anger, filled with trepidation. Who dares to cause trouble? In the distance, a few new soldier instructors who had been preparing to rest upon hearing the rising shouts hurriedly approached. Upon recognizing the familiar faces, Lei Chao's expression shifted, and he respectfully saluted the instructors. Greetings, instructors. Instructor Deng Li frowned. Lei Chao, what are you doing here? The new soldier instructors were responsible for training the recruits for the first 6 months, when Lei Chao entered the camp last time. Deng Li was also an instructor and had often had to deal with Lei Chao's rebellious nature. Lei Chao had not expected Deng Li to be present at this moment. He appeared like a mouse confronting a cat. Lacking the previous bravado he had shown towards Gu Qin and others, that Li Xian from the logistics camp has gone missing. I suspect it is related to the new recruits, which is why I have come to inquire. Inquire, Yu Qiqian scoffed, unafraid of Lei Chao, as he pulled Gu Qin before Deng Li. Instructor, please look. If this is merely an inquiry, then did Gu Qin's blood come from nowhere? Although Gu Qin's blood had dried, the stains remained. The training among the new soldiers should not result in such injuries. Deng Li's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Lei Chao. What on earth is going on here? In that fleeting moment, memories of enduring torment at the hands of Deng Li during his time in the recruit camp surged into Lei Chao's mind. He shuddered violently, recounting the events that had transpired and the speculations of the other veterans in detail. The accompanying soldiers instinctively recoiled, wary of incurring Deng Li's wrath. After clarifying the sequence of events, Deng Li let out a cold snort, stating that when trouble arises within the military camp, an investigation is conducted by designated personnel. When has it ever been your place to administer personal punishment? You, and all of you, are to ascend the mountain and hunt down 100 demon beasts of at least 1-star, 5-tier rank. If you fail to complete this task before sunset, you shall not be permitted to eat for 3 days. The soldiers' scalps prickled at his words. Although the mountains were teeming with beasts, those in proximity were predominantly weak. Merely locating 100 1-star, 5-tier demon beasts before sunset would prove an arduous task, let alone slaying them and bringing back their carcasses. With so many soldiers setting out together, it seemed they would have to clear the nearby mountains entirely. Noticing the soldiers hesitating, Deng Li's voice grew stern, urging them to hurry. The soldiers scattered in a frenzy, racing towards the woods, fearful of being outpaced by their peers. Enduring 3 days of hunger was a trial few could withstand. Lei Chao, wishing to blend into the crowd and escape, was abruptly halted by Deng Li. Stand still, Lei Chao. Deng Li's glare pinned him in place, compelling him to apologize to Gu Qin. Although Lei Chao's strength currently surpassed Gu Qin's, Deng Li was certain that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Gu Qin's future prowess would inevitably eclipse Lei Chao's. Lei Chao had barely managed to place among the top 10 in his previous cohort, while Gu Chun was firmly seated in the second position among the ironclad top 4. With continued diligent training, Gu Chun was destined to become a formidable general, as a martial master. Deng Li towered over Lei Chao by 2 substantial realms. Under Deng Li's imposing presence, Lei Chao had no choice but to lower his head and mutter an apology to Gu Chun, admitting, "I acted rashly without understanding the situation." Despite his reluctant words, Gu Chun could unmistakably sense the undercurrent of resentment emanating from Lei Chao. That it was likely that Lei Chao's only regret stemmed from being caught by Deng Li, rather than his actions against Gu Chun. No worries. I have no particular strengths, just a knack for enduring beatings, Gu Chun remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly as a glint of killing intent flickered within. He understood that for some, the loss of face was the most infuriating of humiliations. Should Lei Chao seize the opportunity in the wild, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Deng Li sighed in resignation, recognizing that the animosity between the two remained unresolved. Before allowing Lei Chao to depart, Deng Li gravely instructed, "Lei Chao, reflect upon your actions in solitude for a week. During this time, you are not permitted to leave the soldiers' camp." Lei Chao halted, comprehending Deng Li's intent. The soldiers' camp had its hierarchy. Keeping him, there was a means to prevent him from harassing Gu Chun. Without turning back, Lei Chao inquired, "What about the task of hunting 100 demon beasts?" "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply remain in the camp and refrain from mischief." Deng Li emphasized the last few words with palpable weight. Lei Chao understood this was Deng Li's subtle warning. Nodding, he replied, "I understand," before departing without a backward glance. Observing Lei Chao's retreating figure, Deng Li realized that the latter had not truly absorbed his counsel. Deng Li turned his gaze towards Gu Chun. Speaking with resignation, "Gu Chun, unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent for you to remain within the camp for the time being. That I cannot confine Lei Chao here indefinitely." This was the utmost Deng Li could do to mitigate the conflict between them. Gu Chun smiled, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, instructor, I comprehend." Deng Li, with a silent sigh, patted Gu Chun on the shoulder, expressing, "I have high hopes for you. You will surely surpass me in the future," after imparting a few earnest words of advice. Deng Li also took his leave. Jiu Chin pondered for a moment before glancing back at Guel In. Jiu Lin, "Please visit the logistics camp and advise Gu Han to refrain from venturing out during this period." Lest Lei Chao's embarrassment lead him to take action against him, understood. Jiu Lin wasted no time, swiftly departing. Chapter 19. The astonished veterans Gu Chun turned to the soldiers, expressing, "I am grateful to all of you for standing up." He bowed deeply to the assembled warriors, including Yu Qitian, who had voiced their support against the formidable Lei Chao. Out of respect and reason, Gu Chun felt compelled to acknowledge their solidarity, no need for thanks. "We merely detest that insufferable fellow who looks down on others. One who regards people with a nose in the air," a soldier interjected, prompting laughter from the group, assuring Gu Chun that he need not feel indebted. "If you truly wish to show your gratitude, accompany me for a thorough sparring match when the time comes," Yu Qitian said eagerly, cracking his knuckles. "Each time we practice, I have to hold back." "Which is rather dull." The Yu Chun smiled and nodded. "Since brother Yu wishes for a spar, I shall gladly oblige." This sparked renewed excitement among the soldiers. Presently, Gu Chun and Yu Qitian were undoubtedly the top 2 contenders in their camp, and a full-on battle between them was an event not to be missed. "Very well. Once you've recovered, I shall return to challenge you," Yu Qitian replied with a light smile, unfazed by the prospect of taking advantage of Gu Chun. "I'll remember that. Don't think of pulling any tricks when the time comes." After some light banter, the soldiers gradually dispersed to rest, for the afternoon's training would surely be taxing. Once the others had left, an ancient voice emanated from the sword-shaped pendant hanging around Gu Chun's neck. "That individual seems unwilling to let you off the hook. What are your plans moving forward?" This voice was audible only to Gu Chun. A smile crept across Gu Chun's face, his eyes glinting coldly. "I shall take the initiative. 7 days from now will mark his demise. In this week, I must acquire the strength necessary to eliminate Lei Chao." At this juncture, Gu Chun abruptly shifted the topic. "You previously mentioned that having me as your sword master would incur no detriment to me, correct?" The voice within the sword-shaped pendant paused momentarily, then replied, "I never anticipated that a mere Lei Chao would compel you to change your mind after all this time. Had I known it would be so easy, I would have incited a few others to trouble you." Listening to the teasing tone of the pendant's voice, Gu Chen rolled his eyes, asserting, "True strength does not rely on external factors. I believe in my own abilities and am certain I can become a formidable force on my own." Gu Chen's eyes shimmered with an ineffable confidence, as if all outcomes were predestined to align in his favor. However, with merely a week remaining, for the sake of my comrade's safety, I must eliminate Lei Chao to prevent future troubles. The sword-shaped pendant fell silent for a moment before speaking gravely. To become a sword master entails shouldering the responsibilities that come with it. You will face unimaginable dangers ahead at that moment. Even if you wish to withdraw, there may be no turning back. Enough idle chatter. I will walk the path I choose, even if I must crawl. Gu Chen's eyes were resolute, filled with unwavering determination. Very well. If that is your choice, then discard that ridiculous Qi induction technique and shift your focus to the Nine Heavens immortal sword technique. Meanwhile, Gu Lin hurriedly made his way to the logistics camp. However, as mealtime approached, Ma Tai and the other logistics soldiers had already returned with freshly hunted game. Despite his inquiries, no one had seen Gu Han. "Didn't Gu Han inform you? He has been operating separately from us since a few days ago." Upon hearing Ma Tai's words, Gu Lin's brows knitted tightly. This is absurd. Gu Han's strength surpassed that of the other logistics soldiers, yet he was still merely a second-tier martial apprentice. The formidable beasts in the nearby woods had largely been eradicated. If a second-tier martial apprentice were to encounter danger, their safety could not be guaranteed. Moreover, while Deng Li had ordered Lei Chao to reflect on his actions for a week, Lei Chao had been in the military for years. They were newcomers and had no knowledge of any other connections he might still hold. For Gu Han's safety, Gu Lin disregarded any notion of rest, quickly grabbing a few buns before heading straight into the woods. The forest was dense with vegetation, and the path was uneven. It was Gu Lin's first venture into the mountains. He could only follow the traces left by others, cautiously searching. Meanwhile, he gripped the dagger Gu Chen had given him tightly. This dagger, like the one meant for Gu Han, was laced with lethal poison designed to strike swiftly and silently. On the other side, Gu Han had reached the fourth tier of martial apprentice strength through his recent hunts, and he was but a step away from attaining the fifth tier. Just a little more effort, and I shall strive to break through to the fifth tier today, since reaching the third tier of martial discipleship. Gu Han has grown increasingly discontent with the meager enhancements obtained from hunting hares and wolves. Consequently, his current prowling grounds have expanded to areas inhabited by beasts equivalent to the fourth to sixth tiers of martial prowess. With crisis comes opportunity. Gu Han seizes the chance to hone his combat skills against these formidable creatures. However, as a logistic soldier, returning to camp with the corpses of fourth and fifth tier monsters would be too conspicuous, likely drawing unwanted attention from others, and possibly inciting suspicion regarding hidden treasures. Thus, Gu Han refrains from transporting these beastly remains back. Instead, he decides to roast some of the appetizing beast meat he encounters in the wild. The rest he reluctantly discards. Meanwhile, the soldiers punished to hunt beasts grumble as they traverse the mountainous terrain that it's all Lei Chao's fault. Not only did he stir trouble for Gu Chun and the others, but he also had to scold all the new recruits, alerting Instructor Deng and dragging us into this mess. "Sai, we better find some beasts. Instructor Deng is not one to jest that if we fail to bring back 100 first-tier fifth-level beasts, we'll be waiting for our stomachs to growl." Just then, someone spots a few hyenas in the distance, feasting on the carcass of a beast. "Damn it, shut up!" The soldier's spirits lift as he rushes forward with his companions, swiftly dispatching the three hyenas. With the three hyenas and the relatively intact corpse, they have gathered enough for 4 beasts. It seems they are close to achieving great success. Grinning, they collect the corpses and continue onward. Soon realizing something amiss, we've been here before. Why are there so many beast corpses? And they appear to have died recently. While beasts do engage in battle, it's typically for territory or food. If that were the case, these corpses would hardly be intact. How is it that merely a few hundred meters out, we can find a beast's body? Although not everyone is a first-tier fifth-level beast. At this rate, we could easily collect 100 corpses and complete our task. Ignoring the details, the soldiers happily gather the remains left by Gu Han, thrilled at the prospect of completing their mission. Meanwhile, Gu Han ventures deeper into the forest, relishing the tangible growth of his strength. The sensation of power surging within him compels Gu-Han to let out a triumphant howl to the heavens. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberates ahead, accompanied by the low bellow of a wild bull. Could it be that beasts are fighting for territory? Where there is strife among beasts, there surely lies opportunity. Gu-Han's heart races, and he cautiously makes his way toward the source of the noise. With his current speed, even if he encounters an enemy, he should be able to escape without much trouble. Before long, Gu-Han discovers a vast lake. Its surface is smooth as a mirror, disrupted only by occasional waves that create ripples across the water. In the center of the lake blooms a pristine lotus flower, while a wild bull and a pale, blue-furred wolf are engaged in a fierce battle. They clash for the sake of the blossoming lotus, that a water mirage wolf. Gu-Han instantly recognizes the wolf breed by its distinctive fur, while the water mirage wolf possesses some control over water. It pales in comparison to the tide bull, which has thrived in aquatic environments since its youth. The tide bull, with its thick skin and robust physique, can virtually disregard the wolf's attacks. The audacity of the water mirage wolf to challenge the tide bull is remarkable. Gu-Han shakes his head with a smile. If not for the wolf's impressive speed, it would have surely been defeated by now. Yet, due to this speed, both beasts remain locked in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other. However, if the tide bull were to steadfastly guard the lotus, the water mirage wolf would stand no chance against it. That Gu-Han observes that both beasts maintain their distance from the lotus, perhaps to avoid damaging it. This scene stirs something within Gu-Han. While he can absorb attributes by slaying beasts, treasures like the lotus are always welcome. It seems the water mirage wolf senses the lotus nearing maturity, letting out a piercing howl. With a sudden surge of energy, the wolf creates two identical illusions of itself, darting toward the tide bull from either side, while the original wolf stealthily approaches the lotus. The tide bull bellows in anger, stomping the lake surface, sending two torrents crashing toward the approaching wolves. In a heavy impact, the waves send the water mirage wolves flying. Just as the tide bull prepares to roar in victory, it notices with dismay that the water mirage wolf has silently crept beside the lotus. Feeling deceived, the bull bellows furiously and accelerates through the waves, charging at the wolf. The water mirage wolf realizes it cannot hesitate any longer and attempts to devour the lotus. However, as soon as the lotus enters its mouth, the wolf is violently propelled away by an unseen force, the lotus flying from its jaws and landing on the lake's edge. The tide bull, its eyes aflame with rage, disregards the lotus and ferociously charges at the water mirage wolf, appearing to vent its frustration at having been duped. The sound of their tremendous collisions sends shivers down Gu-Han's spine. Gu-Han grins, his gaze fixed intently on the lotus drifting toward the shore. Although it has floated close to the edge, the oppressive presence of the tide bull and the water mirage wolf deters any nearby beasts from approaching. The water mirage wolf is likely around a first-tier 6th level, while the tide bull is even stronger, potentially a first-tier 7th level. The wolf is swift, and while I may not match its speed, the tide bull is preoccupied, unable to spare energy to pursue me. An idea takes root in Gu-Han's mind. This scenario feels oddly familiar. In those novels, protagonists with lesser strength often wait for two powerful beasts to exhaust each other, only to reap the rewards. Gu-Han smirks, realizing his thoughts align with those of the characters he read about before his transmigration, but he suddenly comprehends that this endeavor will surely succeed. Patiently, Gu-Han lingers in the shadows, concealed by the trees, waiting for the water mirage wolf to near its end. When the moment is ripe, he unleashes his full speed, aiming straight for the lotus that has drifted to the lake's edge. Success! Gu-Han seizes the lotus, a refreshing sensation coursing through him, nearly compelling a groan of pleasure. Yet at that moment, he notices a pair of eyes below the water, fixated on him. Glancing down, he realizes it is a water snake. Intent on seizing the bull's prey, enraged at being thwarted, the snake launches itself, coiling around Gu-Han's body, attempting to choke him. How audacious to covet what is mine! To Gu-Han, any unclaimed treasure is rightfully his. This water snake not only seeks to steal his prize but also aims to take his life, which cannot be tolerated. Gu-Han grips the snake's head, unleashing his formidable strength with a mighty rip. The snake's body is torn asunder, absorbing attributes, Congratulations, host, you have absorbed 10 points of vitality, 10 points of speed, and 10 points of strength from the water snake. This creature, merely equivalent to a 4th-tier martial disciple, thought to take advantage of the chaos between the Tide Bull and the Water Mirage Wolf, only to meet the same fate as the others. Suddenly, a furious bellow from the Tide Bull echoes in the distance. Guhan looks up to see the bull, leaving the nearly defeated Water Mirage Wolf, charging angrily toward him. What the hell? This isn't how the story goes. Chapter 21. The Son of the Phantom Water Wolf Dam. Upon witnessing the oncoming Talang Nyo barreling towards him like a tank, Guhan's expression shifted dramatically, but he hurriedly tucked the water Yuan Lotus into his bosom and hastily discarded the lifeless body of the water snake by the lakeshore. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled. At this moment, Talang Nyo was seething with rage. Having been deceived by the Phantom Water Wolf, it nearly had its water Yuan Lotus snatched away. Now, this human lad had taken advantage of its distraction to pilfer the water Yuan Lotus right from under its nose. The earth-shattering roar of the bull sent tremors through the surrounding woodland, causing the beasts to tremble in fear that a first-star, 7th-tier Talang Nyo was undoubtedly the sovereign of this region. However, its advantages lay in its water manipulation abilities and astonishing strength. Once it was away from the lake, no matter how hard it tried, it could only watch as Guhan distanced himself further and further away. Yet Guhan dared not relent, gritting his teeth and fleeing for dear life. Before long, Guhan had left Talang Nyo far behind. Frustrated and furious, Talang Nyo halted after a brief pursuit, snorting angrily through its nostrils. But no matter how enraged it was, it knew it could not catch this human lad today. After issuing a few low, rumbling bellows to warn Guhan not to encroach upon its territory, it galloped back towards the lake. That it was all that Phantom Water Wolf's fault for diverting its attention, allowing this boy to seize the opportunity. That in Talang Nyo's eyes, the Phantom Water Wolf was the true instigator of all this chaos. Since it couldn't capture the boy, it would settle for devouring the Phantom Water Wolf whole. Talang Nyo had barely turned to run when it noticed Guhan closely trailing behind. Whenever it stopped, Guhan would likewise come to a halt, maintaining a safe distance. After several attempts at abrupt stops, Talang Nyo opted to give up. This lad was far too slippery. The Phantom Water Wolf was much easier to bully. However, upon returning to the lake, Talang Nyo was taken aback. Where had the Phantom Water Wolf's figure gone from the lake's surface? So the previously feeble appearance was merely an act. Enraged at having chased after nothing, Talang Nyo let out a roar that echoed through the mountains. Even the leaves on the trees by the lake were shaken loose. After a few moments of impotent rage, it plunged into the lake, intending to transform its sorrow into hunger. The unfortunate victims became the fish and shrimp in the waters. All of this was anticipated by Guhan. The reason he followed Talang Nyo back was to hunt down the fleeing Phantom Water Wolf. After all, the Phantom Water Wolf was a 6th-tier martial apprentice, and the rewards for slaying it far outweighed those of any 4th or 5th-tier beast. Apart from Talang Nyo, no other beasts around the lake posed any threat to Guhan, that he remained wary of Talang Nyo, denying it any chance of a sneak attack. Meanwhile, he searched the lakeshore and soon discovered a path stained with blood and lake water. This must be the direction the Phantom Water Wolf had fled. Guhan immediately followed the trail, after twisting and turning through the forest for about the duration of a tea break. Guhan finally laid eyes on the Phantom Water Wolf. Exhausted and collapsed on the ground, this moment, the Phantom Water Wolf was barely clinging to life. Its chest still heaved slightly, but it lacked the strength to rise. 2 streaks of tears marked its face as it looked helplessly towards the distant mountains. While beasts lacked the healing methods of humans, they were now far from the lake, and the Phantom Water Wolf could have easily found a place to recover its wounds instead of hurrying here. Confused, Guhan followed the direction of the Phantom Water Wolf's gaze, only to notice an inconspicuous small cave nearby. At the same time, soft whimpering sounds emanated from within the cave, connecting the dots. Guhan sighed in resignation, realizing that the Phantom Water Wolf was indeed deeply attached. It must have felt that it could not hold on much longer, which prompted its urgent return to see its offspring. Unfortunately, it had ultimately succumbed to blood loss, unable to witness its child's final moments. Very well. Then, I shall accompany you on your journey, the Guhan sighed. Before his crossing, he had been a genuine rural left-behind child, only able to see his parents during the new year. He could truly empathize with the phantom water wolf's feelings. Yet even at this moment, he remained vigilant, reluctant to approach the phantom water wolf too closely. These demonic beasts were cunning, and a simple misstep could lead a straightforward person like him to be deceived. Guhan stepped into the cave, and in the dim light, quickly found a small phantom water wolf eagerly awaiting nourishment. The little wolf seemed to sense its mother nearby and let out soft, plaintive whines. This young phantom water wolf was tiny, its eyes still tightly shut. Its fur shimmered a soft blue reminiscent of lake water, irresistibly smooth, evoking an urge to caress it. Like ordinary wolves, the phantom water wolf was likely a social creature that preferred to dwell near water, the Jiyuhan pondered. This mother and cub must have encountered some calamity to end up in this cave. Guhan scooped up the small phantom water wolf, which immediately began to struggle upon sensing a strange presence. However, the little one was so newly born that even a first-tier martial apprentice could easily subdue it. Rendering it incapable of resisting Guhan, he emerged from the cave with the small phantom water wolf in his arms. He noticed the larger phantom water wolf lying on the ground, struggling and roaring, as if worried that Guhan intended to take its child. Upon seeing Guhan carry the small phantom water wolf out, the larger one's chest heaved violently, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Emitting deep, rumbling growls, the Jiyuhan could distinctly feel that the phantom water wolf would not last much longer. It was on the brink of death. Understanding the creature's concern, he bent down and placed the small phantom water wolf beside its mother. Seeing that Guhan bore no ill intent, the phantom water wolf felt somewhat reassured that it extended its tongue, using the rough surface to groom the fur of the little one that the small phantom water wolf patiently licked. The warrior aspires to subdue the demon beast through 3 distinct methods. The first involves the use of beast-controlling talismans to forcibly tame the creature. This is the approach most warriors tend to adopt, yet it often fails due to the demon beast resistance, resulting in a limited success rate. The second method is employed by prominent families or sects that establish a system for raising demon beasts, nurturing a bond with them from a young age, thus facilitating a future contract. This approach is typically chosen only by warriors of considerable influence. The third method, the most challenging of all, requires gaining the genuine recognition of the demon beast. However, for most demon beasts, the desire to submit to a warrior's command is so minimal that they would rather face death than yield. Therefore, this method remains largely theoretical. At least, Guhan had never heard of anyone successfully forming a contract with a demon beast using this approach. Nonetheless, the young illusory water wolf had yet to mature and lacked strong opinions. Encouraged by its mother, it willingly agreed to form a contract with Guhan. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting the young illusory water wolf king. You may view its attributes through the attribute panel. After the contract was established, Guhan sensed an uncanny connection with the young illusory water wolf that he promptly named it from this day forth. You shall be known as Little Wolf. The Jiyuhan then retrieved a piece of roasted wild boar meat from the bag he carried. Since the hunting grounds had distanced themselves from the logistics camp, Guhan only returned to the camp each night. During the day, he would kindle a fire and roast his meals in the wild, finding solace in this routine. Little Wolf, appearing to have been hungry for quite some time, caught a whiff of the roasted meat, nearly drooling in anticipation as it eagerly began to tear into the meat. Although its teeth had yet to fully develop, it managed to gnaw on the roasted morsel with some effort. Guhan then opened the panel for the young illusory water wolf to check its attributes. Battle Pet. Illusory water wolf king strength. Non-tier health. 10 power. 8 defense. 8 speed. 10 spirit. 7 racial skill. Illusory water clone. Manipulates water elements to create an illusory clone with 10 of its own strength to assist in battle. The higher the mastery, the stronger the clone, and the greater the number of clones that can be formed. Little Wolf's attribute panel was straightforward and clear. With its non-tier strength, it possessed attributes comparable to a newly tiered warrior, which was quite remarkable. Furthermore, due to its racial characteristics, Little Wolf had also inherited a skill previously exhibited by the illusory water wolf when facing the treading wave bull that if released in advance, it could easily deceive the senses. However, the proficiency of the illusory water clone was exceedingly low. Jiyuhan grimaced at the thought. Point 10 of the attributes. Isn't that just asking to be a sacrificial pawn? It seems only useful for bullying weaker foes. Nevertheless, Guhan noted that the battle pet function could enhance the bloodline of the pet. Upon further inspection, he discovered that to elevate Little Wolf's bloodline level, he would require 100 points of Water Elemental Force, 100 points of Demon Beast Essence, and 10 second-tier Demon Beast Inner Cores. Moreover, he could also use the same materials to accelerate Little Wolf's growth. Through the system's guidance, Guhan learned that rare treasures like the Water Element Lotus could be exchanged for Elemental Force. 1 Water Element Lotus could be traded for 30 points of Water Elemental Force. As for the Demon Beast Essence, it could only be cultivated by demon beasts of at least 1 star and 7th tier. The precise quantity of essence that a single demon beast could yield remained uncertain, but Guhan speculated it wouldn't be substantial. However, the requirement for the Demon Beast Inner Core seemed particularly unreasonable. Upon seeing this final condition, Guhan couldn't help but twitch his lips with his current strength. Attempting to slay a second-tier demon beast was akin to chasing a pipe dream. Well, one step at a time, he thought that Guhan sighed. Being able to enhance Little Wolf's bloodline through the battle pet function was preferable to the prospect of Little Wolf lagging behind in the future. Howl. Just as Guhan pondered, a soft howl emanated from below. He looked down to find Little Wolf, having just finished a piece of roasted meat, affectionately nudging Guhan's pant leg with its little head. Guhan chuckled and picked up Little Wolf, asking, "Are you still hungry?" Little Wolf seemed to contemplate for a moment before adorably nodding its small head. "Then let us have another piece of roasted meat." At that moment, Guhan resembled a doting parent, once again retrieving a piece of roasted meat for Little Wolf to relish. Meanwhile, he squatted down, placing his hand on the corpse of the illusory water wolf. "Rest assured, it won't be long before Little Wolf avenges you personally." Chapter 23. The rapidly growing Little Wolf Ding. Congratulations, host, for absorbing 100 points of essence, 50 points of power, and 50 points of martial skill experience from the illusory water wolf. The benefits derived from a single illusory water wolf surpassed those of over 100 large white rabbits. The process of absorbing attributes felt akin to rolling a snowball. As Guhan's strength increased, so too did the strength of the demon beasts he could slay. The stronger the demon beasts, the more essence and attributes he could absorb. Guhan dug a pit near the cave and buried the corpse of the illusory water wolf to prevent it from being consumed by other beasts. He then silently chanted in his heart, "Exchange the Water Element Lotus for Water Elemental Force." Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange, obtaining 30 points of Water Elemental Force. Following the system's prompt, Guhan directed all the Water Elemental Force towards Little Wolf. The air around them seemed to grow humid as the invisible Water Elemental Force converged upon Little Wolf's body. In the next instant, the Little Wolf, who had been munching on roasted meat with its eyes shut, suddenly opened its eyes. Little Wolf blinked, instinctively raising its head to gaze at Guhan with a dazed expression. That moment, Guhan felt as if his heart might melt. Indeed, adorable pets are the way to go. Unable to resist, Guhan affectionately ruffled Little Wolf's fur. Howl. Initially, while Little Wolf had its eyes closed, it hadn't felt anything significant. Now, upon opening its eyes and experiencing the sudden sensation of being lifted off the ground, panic set in. Little Wolf, in a state of alarm, clutched Guhan's palm tightly with its little paws, unwilling to let go. The anxious expression in its lively eyes was unmistakable. Guhan ceased his playful antics, gently placing Little Wolf back on the ground, allowing it to affectionately nuzzle against his pant leg. His gaze shifted to the newly updated attribute panel shared between himself and Little Wolf. Host, Guhan Cultivation. 5th Tier Warrior Health. 1058 5th Tier Warrior Health Range. 1000 to 1000 Power. 787 5th Tier Warrior Power Range. 200-500 Defense. 258 5th Tier Warrior Defense Range. 200-500 Speed. 666 5th Tier Warrior Speed Range. 200-500 Spirit. 129 5th Tier Warrior Spirit Range. 100-200 Technique. Chi Induction Method Martial Skill. Fiery Fist Proficient. The beast hunted during this time had granted Guhan nearly 700 points of martial skill. Experience. Allowing the proficiency of his Fiery Fist to rise from minor achievement to proficiency. Battle Pet. Illusory Water Wolf King Strength. 2nd Tier Health. 180 1-star 2nd Tier Demon Beast Health Range. 5200 Power. 42 1-star 2nd Tier Demon Beast Power Range. 2050 Defense. 24 1-star 2nd Tier Demon Beast Defense Range. 2050 Speed. 41 1-star 2nd Tier Demon Beast Speed Range. 2050 Spirit. 21 1-star 2nd Tier Demon Beast Spirit Range. 2030, racial skill. Illusory water clone. Manipulates water elements to create an illusory clone with 10 of its own strength to assist in battle. The higher the mastery, the stronger the clone, and the greater the number of clones that can be formed. Little Wolf's rate of improvement was indeed astonishing. Witnessing its swift ascent from non-tier to second-tier warrior was akin to being propelled by a rocket, leaving Gu Han in awe. Moreover, the racial advantages of the illusory Water Wolf King were now manifesting. Little Wolf's current attributes positioned it among the strongest of second-tier warriors. The sheer speed and power it possessed were enough to give other second-tier warriors cause for concern. Come, let's find you something to eat. The Ji Han patted Little Wolf's head and resumed hunting in the wild. Soon, Gu Han realized that the transformed Little Wolf had an insatiable appetite, rivaling even his own. The two of them resembled gluttonous giants, unable to satiate their hunger even after consuming an entire wild boar. As the sky gradually darkened, Gu Han led Little Wolf back toward the military camp. Once we return to the camp, you must stay quietly in the bag and refrain from making any noise. Understood? Gu Han patiently advised the Little Wolf. Originally, allowing the Little Wolf to remain in the wild might have been the most suitable way of life for it. However, the wilderness was fraught with peril, and Gu Han could not bear to let the recently weaned Little Wolf face such dangers alone. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to return to the camp with the Little Wolf. Yet, should they be discovered within the military camp, he feared they would attract inevitable trouble. Fortunately, the Little Wolf was exceptionally perceptive, obediently nodding in response to Gu Han, and let out a soft howl. Although Gu Han could not comprehend the wolf's howl, he sensed through their bond that the Little Wolf was conveying its understanding that on their way back, they encountered several soldiers scavenging the remains of wild beasts. Gu Han wished to avoid conflict and had little interest in the actions of those collecting carcasses, so he chose a path that led them around and back to the camp. However, just as they were about to pass through a hollow in the mountains, the Little Wolf suddenly emitted a tender howl from his backpack, even poking its head out to growl towards the eastern forest. Gu Han, taken aback, inquired, "What is it, Little Wolf?" This time, he understood the Little Wolf's meaning. "Are you suggesting that someone with a scent similar to mine is in danger over there?" Upon voicing his suspicion, the Little Wolf nodded vigorously. The Ji Han's gaze sharpened. The Little Wolf's keen sense of smell could not be mistaken. The individual sharing a similar scent could only be a member of the Gu family. He instructed the Little Wolf to hide within his backpack and swiftly headed in the direction indicated by the Little Wolf. In a secluded forest, a loud thud resonated, accompanied by the sickening crack of bones. A figure clad in military attire slammed violently against a towering tree, letting out a piercing scream as if his spine had been grievously injured. Blood spurted forth, staining his clothing crimson. "Damn it. You brought a poisoned dagger with you." One soldier glared darkly at Gu Lin. "That if it weren't for the antidote I brought along, I might have actually fallen to your hands today." Another young man in civilian clothes spat disdainfully on the ground. Leisurely approaching Gu Lin, he looked down from a height, sneering, "Lei Chao wants to deal with you, so just wait for it. You even dare to file a complaint." Other young men stepped forward, arms crossed and gazes filled with contempt. "Because of you, I had to hunt 100 fifth-tier beasts in this godforsaken place. With so many of us, we couldn't even secure one." One of them scoffed, "I never expected you to have the audacity to venture out at this time. With Lei Chao in confinement, I could easily vent my frustrations on you." The man laughed menacingly, pressing his foot on Gu Lin's chest, crushing his ribcage underfoot. "Out here in the wilderness, even if you die, no one will know it was us. Even if someone suspects it, they'll only point their fingers at Lei Chao." Chapter 24. Trash. Ugh. Gu Lin lay on the ground, pale and bloodied, his chest a gruesome mess. With numerous severe wounds, he was drenched in sweat from the pain. His face was ashen as he glared at the group, wishing he could flay them alive. "You disregard military discipline and lay hands on me. Brother Gu Chun will surely avenge me." "Oh, Gu Chun." The group exchanged glances before bursting into derisive laughter. "Huh." A mere Gu Che for individuals exchanged glances, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in their eyes. Although they had spent 2 years stationed at this border, and no major wars had erupted, it did not imply that they were easy prey. Upon encountering Gu Han's aggressive demeanor, which suggested he intended to eliminate them all, they swiftly drew their weapons, encircling him with murderous intent. Bang! The man at the forefront clashed his blade against Gu Han's, the immense force causing a slight change in his complexion, compelling him to instinctively recoil. However, Gu Han's left hand shot out, seizing his right hand, and then he exerted a sudden, tremendous force. The horrifying strength elicited a pained howl from the man. Crack! The bones in his fist were instantly crushed by Gu Han's grip. These individuals, in terms of both strength and speed, were surprisingly inferior to him. Ji Han mused inwardly. It appears my prowess may exceed my own expectations. That as his thoughts raced, his movements did not falter. With a swift arc of his long blade, a sound of slicing filled the air, and the man's head was sent flying, his eyes still reflecting agony. Chapter 25. The Healing Talent of the Little Wolf Bang. Bang, bang! The cries of despair echoed one after another. Soon, the other three fell at Gu Han's hands. After a brief exchange, the Ji Han casually absorbed the attributes from Wang Huan and the others. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 120 points of vitality, 60 points of strength, and 60 points of martial skill experience from Wang Huan. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 100 points of speed and 80 points of martial skill experience from Li Lang. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 40 points of defense and 80 points of martial skill experience from Zhang Lei. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 150 points of vitality from Lu Qing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 100 points of vitality and 70 points of speed from Qinji. 5 system notifications chimed in succession, each individual yielding different enhancements for Gu Han. Those that did not provide vitality compensated with relatively greater attributes in other areas. Overall, the benefits derived from each individual correlated with their strength. However, Zhang Lei surprisingly offered a relatively rare defensive attribute. Although the increase was modest, it was still a commendable gain. Immediately afterward, Gu Han hurried to assist Gu Lin, who was still on the ground. "Brother Gu Lin, are you all right?" Gu Lin coughed lightly, expelling a few mouthfuls of congealed blood, his complexion easing somewhat. "That I'm fine. These minor injuries will heal in a few days. That a martial apprentice's self-healing capability surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Healing from serious injuries typically takes 100 days. That if Gu Lin were not a martial artist, such injuries might indeed require that long. However, for him, it would merely mean a few weeks without combat training. In a week at most, he could resume his regular training. Yet his concern was not for his own injuries, but rather curiosity regarding Gu Han and Ji Han. When did you become so powerful? They were all collateral relatives of the Gu family. Although their connections had not been particularly close before coming to the border, they had some understanding of one another. Except for a few exceptionally gifted individuals who were qualified to practice martial arts alongside the direct descendants of the Gu family. The vast majority of collateral descendants had martial talents comparable to theirs. That it was nearly a consensus that the older generation was slightly stronger. However, it was no exaggeration to say that the strength Gu Han had just displayed would likely rival that of many direct descendants. Gu Han paused to consider before responding in a deep voice. "In fact, before coming to Mushin City, I caught the attention of a powerful individual. He took me as his disciple and assigned me the task of training here in Mushin City, which is why I declined Officer Qian's invitation to become a soldier. However, I cannot disclose his name." Listening to Gu Han's serious account, Gu Lin nodded, as if enlightened that if that were the case, everything seemed to fall into place. With the assistance of a strong individual, evading the military scrutiny would be a trivial matter. It also provided a reasonable explanation for Gu Han's refusal to become a soldier. Otherwise, for a martial apprentice eager to make a name for themselves at the border, becoming a soldier was undoubtedly the first step toward prominence, and no one would refuse such an opportunity. "This matter, I implore you to keep confidential," Gu Han requested. Upon hearing this, Gu Lin readily agreed. "Rest assured, not even Brother Gu Chun could extract a word from me." At this point, Gu Lin's tone shifted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "As for these individuals, we have never seen them today." The Ji Han found a wolf's den and unceremoniously disposed of the bodies of Wang Huan and the others inside, then assisted Gu Lin as they made their way back to the camp. Along the way, Gu Han learned that Gu Lin had been in such a hurry to venture out because he was concerned about Gu Han's well-being. Moreover, due to Gu Han's killing of Li Xian, Gu Chen had been confronted by Lei Chao, who was nearly at the level of a martial artist, resulting in light injuries. If it hadn't been for Instructor Deng Li's prompt arrival, the situation could have escalated dangerously. "Gu Han, although you could defeat these individuals now, Lei Chao is significantly stronger than Ji Lin, a few years older than Gu Han, offered patient counsel that I end the next few days. Focus on hunting beasts to complete your tasks. When Lei Chao emerges from confinement in a few days, it would be best to avoid going out. Ji Yuhan nodded, but did not intend to follow Gu Lin's advice. He could not possibly abandon his hunt for beasts merely because of Lei Chao that he had spent nearly a week achieving his current strength. Although advancing to the next small realm now required more vitality and the pace of improvement had slowed considerably, there was still a week left, and the outcome of the hunt remained uncertain. Moreover, Li Xian had ultimately fallen by his hand. The Ji Yuchen's predicament was entirely due to his influence, while Gu Han had not explicitly informed Gu Lin that he was the one who killed Li Xian. Gu Lin would undoubtedly suspect as much upon learning of his strength. Although Gu Han did not regret killing Li Xian, he recognized that all these events stemmed from his actions, and he naturally bore some responsibility for them. "Brother, won't your injuries raise suspicions upon returning to the camp?" Gu Han asked. With Wang Huan and the others dead and Gu Lin severely injured, it was likely that anyone would suspect a connection between the two. Gu Lin waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, that I've only just reached the 4th-tier martial apprentice level. I'll simply say I encountered a formidable beast. Even if these individuals do not return to the camp, everyone will assume they faced danger or were unable to return from their mission. And no one would suspect me." Ji Yuhan furrowed his brow, apprehensive that others might leap to conclusions, similar to Lei Chao. Gu Lin chuckled. "Are you implying that Li Xian was killed by you?" Gu Han and Gu Lin exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. That moment, the little wolf suddenly leaped out of the backpack with a howl. Gu Lin gazed in surprise at the adorable little wolf. Ji Yuhan, is this your battle pet? Gu Han nodded. "Yes, I just tamed it not long ago." However, he also eyed the little wolf with some confusion, uncertain why it had suddenly jumped out at this moment. The little wolf affectionately licked Gu Lin's wounds, and a faint mist coalesced to cleanse the dirt from his injuries. "Hiss!" Gu Lin raised an eyebrow. The pain from cleaning the wounds was no trifling matter. Even though the little wolf endeavored to be gentle, it still caused him considerable discomfort, due to the numerous injuries Gu Lin sustained. The little wolf took quite some time to clean him up thoroughly. Afterward, with its head held high, the little wolf seemed to seek praise from Gu Han, grinning as if to say, "How did I do?" Gu Han chuckled, tossing a piece of roasted meat to the little wolf. It sprang up to catch the meat, following closely behind Gu Han and Gu Lin. Trotting along happily, the Ji Yulin looked at the little wolf's wagging tail with envy. "Gu Han, you truly have great fortune." Chapter 26. The sorrow of the veteran great fortune, you say? Upon hearing Gu Lin's remark, Gu Han smiled faintly. Activating the system after crossing over could indeed be termed as great fortune. By the time they returned to the military camp, night had fallen. Ji Yu Chun and the others, having concluded their evening training and not seeing Gu Lin return, grew concerned for his safety and promptly ventured to the logistics camp. To their astonishment, both Gu Lin and Gu Han were missing from the camp. After some deliberation, the brothers, disregarding the risks, split up to search for Gu Han and the others in the wilderness. In the vicinity of the military camp, Gu Han and Gu Lin encountered the anxious Gu Chun, who had been searching for them. The little wolf nimbly jumped back into Gu Han's backpack. Escaping notice to Ji Yu Lin, "What happened to you?" Gu Chun, upon spotting the two, felt a wave of relief wash over him, but his expression quickly turned to one of shock upon seeing Gu Lin's severe injuries. He hurried over to support Gu Lin. "I came looking for Gu Han and heard he had gone hunting, so I thought to find him." The Ji Yu Lin recounted the premeditated excuse with a wry smile. "I didn't expect to encounter a 5-tier saber-toothed boar and nearly fall victim to it. The neighboring nations of Benlang and Jinsi are marked by the presence of the latter's distinctive beast." The sword-toothed Ji Yu Chun let out a subtle sigh of relief. All was well, that he produced a blood refinement pill for Gu Lin to consume. This pill not only aids martial apprentices in refining their vitality, but also serves to replenish their energy for healing wounds. Although its effects pale in comparison to genuine healing elixirs, it is still vastly superior to relying solely on the body's natural recovery. After confirming that Gu Lin's injuries were not severe, Gu Chun escorted the two back to the camp. Ji Yu Han refrained from leaving the camp next week. After delivering Gu Han and Gu Lin safely to the encampment, Gu Chun prepared to venture out once more to locate their other brothers, lest they encounter misfortune akin to Gu Lin's. However, before departing, he turned to Gu Han, advising, "Wait until I have resolved that matter before venturing out." though Gu Chun did not specify the nature of the issue. The three present were acutely aware of its implications that a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Han's mind. With his inherent talent for absorption, he felt confident in confronting the ninth-tier martial apprentice, Lei Chao, in a week. Why then, did Gu Chun seemingly dismiss Lei Chao, or was this merely a ruse concocted by Gu Chun to spare them worry? Gu Lin did not dwell on such thoughts and left alongside Gu Han. As Gu Chun made his way through the wilderness, the sword-shaped pendant around his neck suddenly emitted a sound. Your two younger brothers seem to be concealing something from you, that Ji Yuchun smiled calmly, his eyes betraying a profound intent to kill. They must have encountered those beasts in the wild and narrowly escaped. The Ji Yulin claimed his injuries were inflicted by a sword-toothed pig, yet many of the wounds were evidently caused by human hands. For instance, had Gu Lin's neck injuries been the work of a sword-toothed pig, he would undoubtedly not have returned alive. Since these individuals have chosen to strike, they should not blame me for retaliating in kind. The decisiveness in killing is a fundamental quality of becoming a sword master. The pendant suddenly spoke again. I hope you do not tarnish the name of the sword master. Just then, Gu Chun heard the distant sounds of battle. Though he had no desire to meddle, he suddenly overheard someone speak with palpable hostility. You lot aren't content to be cowards in the martial camp and dare to come out. You must be tired of living. Gu Chun furrowed his brow. Immediately suspecting that something might have happened to his brothers, he swiftly unleashed his speed, hurrying towards the source of the voice. That Ji Yuhan supported Gu Lin all the way to the martial camp. And by the time he returned to the logistics camp, it was well past midnight, but he had not brought back many spoils from his hunt. Thus he felt no need to visit the registration office. Upon returning to his room, he tossed one of the snake-skin bags at Ma Tai. You all can divide the spoils within this bag. For Gu Han, the logistics points were not lacking. But for Ma Tai and the others, these were of utmost importance. Not only did they allow them to acquire logistics points, but they also spared them from venturing into the wilderness where life was at stake. To avoid arousing suspicion, Gu Han had meticulously selected weaker beasts to hand over to them. Yet, for Ma Tai and his companions, these remained exceptionally valuable. Even leaving behind a portion of the beast for roasting would greatly benefit them. Ma Tai and the others had grown accustomed to Gu Han's generosity, that in return, they could only strive to provide him with a comfortable environment. For instance, all the tasks related to cleaning the camp assigned to Gu Han were taken on by his roommates. As Gu Han finished washing up and returned to his bed, Ma Tai and the others ceased their discussions, extinguished the candles, and settled down for rest. That night, Gu Han fell into a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, it was already late morning on the following day that a small wolf, which had secretly snuggled under Gu Han's covers all night, approached and licked his cheek. Are you hungry? Gu Han surveyed the room, confirming it was empty before retrieving a piece of roasted meat to feed the little wolf that he then hurriedly washed up, not heading back into the wild, but directly towards the registration office of the Firehead camp. Meanwhile, in the martial camp, several instructors were gathered, their brows furrowed in concern. Old Deng, was it you who sent those veterans out to hunt yesterday? All eyes fell upon Deng Li. Indeed, it was I that Deng Li understood the gravity of the situation and did not conceal the truth. Promptly nodding, Tio disciplined these individuals and prevent them from developing a habit of bullying the weaker. I mandated that each of them capture 100 beasts to fulfill their task. Otherwise, they would go without food for 3 days. However, early this morning, the instructors from the veteran camp approached me, inquiring why so many had not returned to the camp yesterday. The instructor spoke solemnly. A total of 18 veterans have failed to return on time. This is no trivial matter. Deng Li's expression darkened, that we regularly clear the forest surrounding the camp. There shouldn't be any particularly powerful beasts present. Even logistics personnel, if cautious, should encounter no danger, let alone these veterans. I suspect they merely lingered in the wild to vent their frustrations or planned to return after completing their tasks. While other instructors also believe that the veterans should not easily encounter trouble. Those who chose to remain after their service were the true soldiers, the main force following the outbreak of conflict. Should anything happen to them, it would likely cause considerable unrest within the camp. I have some unfortunate news. Just then, a booming voice echoed from afar. Deng Li and the other instructors immediately stiffened, quickly bowing slightly. We greet the chief instructor. They never anticipated that this incident would even attract the attention of Chief Instructor Guanshan. In the veteran camp, several freshly deceased corpses were discovered. Guanshan appeared troubled, speaking in a low tone. According to the military physician's assessment, these corpses should belong to the veterans who went out yesterday. Deng Li and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. How is this possible? They instinctively wished to refute Guanshan's words. Yet with Guanshan himself alarmed, the military physician's judgment could hardly be in error. Has the military physician determined the cause? In response to Deng Li's inquiry, Guanshan first nodded, then shook his head. The military physician only indicated they died by human hands, but could not ascertain the identity of the assailant. The instructors exchanged uneasy glances, each reflecting a hint of trepidation. Although the camp lay within the boundaries of Mushin City, it was perilously close to the border. This proximity suggested that the deceased veterans were likely victims of their own kind. What conflicts cannot be resolved within the camp? Must it come to this? Could it be that Gu Chun and his group are behind this? One instructor, struck by a thought, turned to Deng Li and said, "Isn't it true that old Deng punished them for gathering in groups to bully the new recruits?" However, as soon as he spoke, Deng Li and the others regarded him with incredulity. "Did you forget to bring your brain when you left home today? Those rookie recruits, even if they ambushed them, could not possibly kill so many veterans. Surely, it cannot be that these veterans turned against each other. Perhaps there are long-standing grudges, and out in the wild, the opportunity for revenge presented itself, leading to this current state." The group began to speculate, each offering their own theories. Deng Li sighed, casting a self-reproachful glance at Guanshan. "Regardless, it was my decision to allow them to hunt, and I shall take full responsibility for this matter." Guanshan waved his hand. "Old Deng, there's no need for such self-blame. They chose to remain and become official soldiers, thus they must be prepared for the possibility of never leaving this place. Your punishment of them did not violate regulations. They simply had unfortunate luck." The military physician continued to examine the remaining bodies, and any confirmed deceased would be accorded the treatment of those who died in battle, with compensation provided to their families. Deng Li nodded somberly. "Understood that I shall cover the compensation myself." Guanshan sighed, stepping forward to pat Deng Li's shoulder. "Things have been unsettled lately. War with the sword-toothed nation may erupt at any moment. You must ensure the new recruits train diligently, lest they find themselves on the battlefield unable to wield their weapons." Subsequently, Guanshan turned to the other instructors. "In a month, the 10-camp martial competition will commence, and all new recruits within Mushin City will participate. Our camp has consistently ranked in the middle to lower tiers among the camps over the years. We must strive for an impressive performance this time." Upon the mention of the 10-camp martial competition, the instructors broke into smiles. "With Yu Qiqian and Guchen participating, our camp will undoubtedly achieve a commendable ranking." After encouraging the instructors for a brief moment, Guanshan took the rare opportunity to observe the training of the soldiers, that he specifically identified a few promising candidates and personally offered them guidance, including Gu Chun and Yu Qiqian. The privilege of receiving direct instruction from the chief instructor left the other soldiers envious. After his inspection, Guanshan made his way towards the firehead camp at this moment. The soldiers of various camps had just finished their meals. The warriors were engaged in training, while the logistics personnel were tidying up the disordered camp. Guhan arrived at the registration desk, casually picked up 2 buns, and exchanged smiles with the veteran logistics soldier, Li Chong. "Why have you come empty-handed today?" he inquired. For the past few days, Guhan had been arriving with bags full of items for registration. Even more diligently than the seasoned logistics personnel, as an old hand at the registration desk, Li Chong was quite familiar with Guhan. "That I didn't have much luck yesterday. The veteran soldiers took all the good catches." Guhan remarked that Li Chong had already heard about the situation in the warrior camp. Although the veteran soldiers looked down upon low-tier beasts, their mere presence caused the wild creatures to flee, which was entirely understandable for Guhan's hunting endeavors to be affected. "What brought you to my desk today?" Li Chong asked, curious about Guhan, who seemed to have no qualms about his presence. Guhan swallowed a wolf meat bun hastily, mumbling, "Old Li, is there a way to exchange for demon beast inner cores at the logistics point?" The logistics point was the most crucial incentive for the logistics personnel. Guhan had only heard that the logistics point could be used to exchange for basic martial arts materials, such as blood-refining pills. However, thinking of the demon beast inner cores required for the enhancement of his wolf's bloodline, he decided to inquire, "Demon beast inner cores?" Li Chong was momentarily taken aback by Guhan's question. "Wait a moment, let me check." Although he managed the registration desk for the logistics camp, most logistics personnel came here to exchange for blood-refining pills or basic armor and weapons. The demon beast inner cores were hardly of interest to anyone. Li Chang flipped through the exchange list and quickly found the relevant page concerning the inner cores. They could be exchanged. But you would need 5,000 logistics points for just one demon beast inner core. 5,000 logistics points. Guhan couldn't help but twitch his mouth that a wild rabbit was worth only one logistics point. To exchange for a demon beast inner core, one would need to hunt down 5,000 rabbits. Even if he were to slaughter every rabbit in the surrounding mountains and forests, he likely wouldn't be able to gather enough points for 10 demon beast inner cores. How many logistics points do I currently have? Guhan pondered that he usually submitted his catches and left without paying attention to his accumulated points. Li Chang checked and was equally astonished. 8,354. As he uttered this figure, he couldn't help but gasp that in just a few short days, Guhan had surpassed the accumulation of veteran logistics personnel by over 2 years. What a terrifying concept. However, unlike Li Chang's reaction, Guhan merely sighed in exasperation. That is only enough for one demon beast inner core. Li Chang's mouth twitched, feeling that Guhan might be a bit insane. With over 8,000 logistics points, he was still dissatisfied? Old Li, procure me a demon beast inner core, and please try to select a good one that since he couldn't temporarily enhance the wolf's bloodline, he thought it best to at least feed it. What do you need a demon beast inner core for? Li Chang, having developed a decent rapport with Guhan over the past days, inquired while rummaging through a nearby compartment. Generally, demon beast inner cores were only used for concocting pills or training battle pets. For battle pets, the effects could even surpass some rare herbs. However, Guhan was neither an alchemist, nor did he possess a battle pet. Was he intending to hoard the inner core? Chapter 28. Casting a wide net to catch big fish. I'm not planning to be a soldier anyway. Guhan replied flippantly. Those blood-refining pills are of no use to me. I might as well exchange for a demon beast inner core as a toy, even if I decide not to keep it later on. I can still exchange it with others, a toy. Li Chang instantly lost his composure. That you're telling me you want to exchange 5,000 logistics points for a toy. Are you out of your mind with all those logistics points? He quickly reassessed. Oh, you do indeed have the most logistics points among all the logistics personnel, so it's not a problem. This is the only demon beast inner core available at the logistics office. Once you have it, ensure that no one else finds out. Li Chang warned as he handed Guhan a fiery red orb that if some ill-intentioned individuals learn of your demon beast inner core, they may have their eyes on it. Fear not, I understand, Guhan nodded. After all, he planned to feed it to the wolf immediately. If a thief can steal my demon beast inner core, then I might as well share the same surname as the thief. By the way, Old Li, is there really only one demon beast inner core in our logistics office? Guhan asked, perplexed that in such a large logistics office, managing over 1,000 personnel, there is only one inner core? Isn't that a bit embarrassing if it gets out? Li Chang rolled his eyes. Demon beast inner cores are of no use to most people, that they're merely placed here to make the exchange list more diverse. No one expected anyone to actually want to exchange for them. In the logistics office, 100 logistics points can buy a blood-refining pill. From the exchange price, that single demon beast inner core is only worth 50 blood-refining pills. However, the person who set the exchange list never considered that someone would choose such an impractical item. I see. Old Li, you could always request more demon beast inner cores from above, Guhan suggested with a smile. They look rather appealing. I might come back to exchange for a few more. In the short term, it was impossible for Guhan to kill demon beasts equivalent to martial artists in strength. To allow his wolf's bloodline to evolve, he had no choice but to rely on this route of exchanging for inner cores at the logistics office to Guhan. Are you really just after this for fun? Li Chang, having grown familiar with Guhan, patiently advised. With so many logistics points, why not exchange for something more useful? If other logistics personnel or soldiers found out that you use so many points for a demon beast inner core, they might very well be inclined to take your heart out. There are better ways to waste your points. Old Li, you don't need to worry about that. Guhan waved his hand dismissively. After pocketing the demon beast inner core, he hurried out of the logistics office, heading towards the camp's exit. It seemed he would need to devise other methods to acquire more demon beast inner cores. Guhan felt a twinge of headache. Although the current functionalities of the demon beast inner core were limited, if it was discovered that he had been consistently exchanging for them, it would likely lead to considerable trouble. In this military camp, he was indeed restricted in many ways. As Guhan left, Guanshan happened to be approaching from a distance to avoid drawing attention. Guhan ran towards the camp's exit at a speed befitting a second-tier martial artist. Yet, the gracefulness of his movements still caught Guan Shan's eye. Is this truly a logistic soldier? Guan Shan's brow furrowed, that if no one had informed him otherwise, he would have assumed this was a warrior. However, the logistics uniform worn by Gu Han was unmistakable. That it was conceivable that a logistic soldier could display speed equivalent to a second-tier martial artist, but maintaining such a pace without even a hint of breathlessness was no simple feat. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Guan Shan's expression turned cold. Could this be a spy sent by a rival nation? Not long ago, he had received a notification suspecting that enemy spies had infiltrated the border of the Benlang Kingdom. The deaths of those veteran soldiers in the wild left no clues, making the conjecture about the new recruits utterly ridiculous. If it were indeed a spy, everything would make more sense. With this reasoning in mind, Guan Shan prepared to apprehend Gu Han on the spot for an intense interrogation. However, the next moment he halted his movements. Capturing a small fish would merely disturb the larger fish lurking beneath the surface. A smile of deep contemplation crept onto Guan Shan's face. I shall cast a wide net to catch a big fish. I want to see what daring big fish would be bold enough to infiltrate the military camp. Retrieving his gaze, Guan Shan entered the logistics office. Just as he settled back into the lounge chair, ready to close his eyes for a moment of repose, Li Chong suddenly felt the light dim and grumbled. If you're hungry, just grab a bun. Don't disturb my rest. Guan Shan's expression darkened as he replied coldly, Li Chong, do you think the logistics office is a place for you to retire? Upon hearing that familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice, Li Chong's heart raced. Instinctively, he opened his eyes to see Guan Shan's stern countenance. Causing him to panic, he scrambled out of the lounge chair, nearly stumbling to the ground. Greetings, General. The excessive panic left Li Chong stuttering. Guan Shan was not only the chief instructor of the new recruits, but also a deputy general of Mushin City, although Guan Shan held merely the title of deputy general. To most soldiers, generals were lofty figures, rarely seen and often shrouded in mystery. The deputy general was the highest-ranking individual they could interact with. Stop pretending here, Guan Shan scoffed. What was that person doing at the logistics office? Li Chong's laziness is hardly worth Guan Shan's ire this moment. What weighs most on his mind is the actions of that individual who may very well be a spy. That person just now. Li Chong was taken aback, unable to fathom why the general would inquire about such trivial matters. General, are you referring to Gu Han? He just came to the logistics department to exchange for a demon beast's inner core. That person just now was indeed Gu Han. A flicker of surprise crossed Guan Shan's eyes that asked the catalyst for the series of unfortunate events that befell the veterans. Guan Shan had heard quite a bit about Gu Han recently. However, from his understanding, Gu Han was from the Gu family of Wushan City. Though not a prominent family within the Benlang Kingdom, they were certainly not associated with espionage. You mentioned he exchanged for a demon beast's inner core? Guan Shan suddenly recalled Li Chong's earlier words and inquired, does he possess so many logistics points? Can he afford a demon beast's inner core? Even though Guan Shan could not precisely recall the price of a demon beast's inner core, he knew it was far from trivial that it would take an old logistic soldier several years of savings to afford even one. That how long had Gu Han been here to accumulate such a quantity of logistics points? Li Chong nodded. Indeed, after exchanging for the demon beast's inner core, he still has over 3,000 logistics points. Such a substantial amount of logistics points made even Guan Shan gasp in astonishment. This could be considered an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the logistics camp. Yet, this only deepened Guan Shan's suspicions that it was not that he looked down on logistics soldiers, but rather that it was implausible for one to achieve such a feat solely through their own strength. Chapter 29. Rapid progress. Whatever Gu Han requests, we shall endeavor to fulfill, Guan Shan contemplated before speaking solemnly. If the logistics department is lacking in anything, have them submit an application to me without delay. Furthermore, I require a separate report on the items Gu Han exchanges and his recent activities. Upon witnessing Guan Shan's grave demeanor, Li Chong was taken aback, swiftly followed by a profound envy towards Gu Han. To receive such attention from General Guan, Gu Han undoubtedly has a promising future ahead. General Guan, Gu Han mentioned he might need more demon beast inner cores in the future. Guan Shan furrowed his brow, baffled by the necessity for so many demon beast inner cores. However, since he had resolved to cast a wide net for big fish, he would not concern himself with these trifling matters. Guan Shan casually retrieved 5 demon beast inner cores, saying, take these for now. When Gu Han has a need, he may come to me. After saying this, Guanshan prepared to leave, but suddenly halted, stating gravely, "Do not allow Guhan to receive these too easily. It should not appear overly deliberate." Once Guanshan departed, Li Chang murmured in confusion, "What does it mean to not let him receive them too easily? Isn't it merely a lesson that one cannot reap without sowing?" Li Chang reclined back in his chair, leisurely fanning himself as he began to doze. Having General Guan as a support truly is delightful, that if only he had garnered such attention from a figure like Guanshan during his own time. Wouldn't he still be just a petty registrar in the logistics department, that Ji Yuhan's opportunities are indeed enviable beyond his reach. After leaving the military camp, Guhan ventured deep into the wilderness to continue hunting demon beasts. He had already informed Ma Tai and the others to provide cover for him over the next few days, that as long as no major incidents arose requiring all logistics soldiers to be present, Ma Tai and his companions would manage everything on his behalf. Once deep in the wilderness and assured he was not being followed, Guhan finally took out the demon beast's inner core. The inner core was a vibrant crimson, roughly the size of 2 fists, for the still juvenile wolf. This demon beast inner core was nearly half its body size. Unlike cooked meat, the inner core could not be easily chewed and swallowed. Such a large inner core would likely be beyond the wolf's capacity to consume. The little wolf caught the scent of the demon beast's inner core, recognizing it as food prepared by Guhan, and let out a joyful howl. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted from its body. Amidst the radiance, the little wolf transformed to the size of a samoyed. Immediately, the little wolf stood upright, eagerly receiving the demon beast's inner core from Guhan's hand. It then opened its small mouth and took a large bite. Crack! The little wolf managed to chomp down on a fragment of the hard demon beast's inner core. The little wolf winced in pain. Its teeth evidently insufficient to gnaw through the inner core, that Ji Yuhan chuckled. "So you can grow larger. Maintaining such a small form must be a ploy to appear endearing, pretending to be a harmless little creature. Right?" However, it was clear that the little wolf was too preoccupied with its meal to pay Guhan any mind to Ji Yuhan. Not wishing to be a nuisance, tossed the inner core into his backpack and resumed hunting. Over the next few days, his primary targets were those demon beasts above the 1st star, 5th rank. The 1st star corresponds to the most fundamental martial apprentice realm for humans. Only these demon beasts could facilitate Guhan's rapid enhancement of strength. After all, as long as they weren't particularly durable, they would pose little challenge for Guhan at this stage. One punch would suffice, that if one punch was insufficient, then 2 would do. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this period, Guhan received news from Li Chang and returned to the logistics department to exchange for 3 more demon beast inner cores. Meanwhile, the little wolf's strength surged under Guhan's care. By the final day, it had even reached the 1st star, 6th rank. It could withstand some 1st star, 8th rank demon beasts without faltering, against certain lesser 1st star, 8th rank demon beasts. The little wolf even had the opportunity to slay its foe. Guhan's strength was now even greater than the little wolf's than on the return journey to the camp. Guhan smiled and patted the little wolf's head. "All that demon beast blood energy and the numerous inner cores I provided you were not in vain." That Ji Yuhan had only managed to acquire less than 5 points of water elemental energy during this time. However, he had amassed nearly 80 points of demon beast blood energy, all dedicated to enhancing the little wolf's strength. Without saving anything for himself, the Ji Yuhan had also come to a realization. Despite the little wolf's seemingly adorable appearance, it was undoubtedly a cunning creature. As a 1st star, 6th rank wolf, it remained as small as it had at the beginning. Anyone would be deceived by the little wolf's charming exterior, now that the little wolf's strength had nearly peaked. The subsequent demon beast blood energy and water elemental energy must be saved to enhance the little wolf's bloodline. Although both the enhancement of strength and bloodline required similar resources, they were not interchangeable. The demon beast blood energy used to boost the little wolf's strength would not contribute to the enhancement of its bloodline. During these days of hunting, Guhan had yet to encounter any 2nd star demon beasts. He estimated that he would need to specifically seek them out to hunt for their inner cores. After all, he had frequently exchanged for demon beast inner cores during this time. Ji Yuhan could clearly sense that Li Chang's gaze towards him seemed somewhat unusual. To be safe, it was best to minimize exchanges at the logistics department. Upon returning to the camp, Gu Han found it was the time for the logistics soldiers' thorough cleaning, that he had deliberately returned early to attract everyone's attention. Sure enough, dragging 4 bulging snakeskin bags, Gu Han quickly drew the attention of many logistics soldiers that I wondered why we hadn't seen Gu Han these past few days. It turns out he was out hunting in the wild. Aside from Ma Tai and a few others who shared a dormitory with Gu Han, as well as Li Chong, the registrar of the logistics department, the vast majority of logistics soldiers were unaware of Gu Han's recent activities. Consequently, upon witnessing this scene, the crowd immediately began to buzz with speculation. Isn't he afraid of encountering danger by venturing out alone? What do you know? Only by facing danger can one grow. Gu Han is not someone you can compare to. Please, if he truly wanted to grow, why not go to the battle soldiers camp and make a name for himself instead of hiding here as a logistics soldier? In my opinion, Gu Han is simply afraid of death. Those spoils of his were likely prepared by his brothers in advance. He just needs to drag them back to exchange for logistics points. This speculation quickly gained the approval of most logistics soldiers. To acknowledge that Gu Han was vastly superior to them was more painful than death itself. In contrast, it was easier for them to believe that Gu Han's abundance of spoils stemmed from connections rather than actual strength. Chapter 30. Thunder exceeds the barrier. Old Li. Please assist with the registration. Ji Yu Han, familiar with the routine, tossed the snakeskin bags onto the ground and began to feast heartily. Li Chong had long since grown accustomed to this and patiently approached to inspect the spoils. However, upon seeing the caliber and quantity of the catch, even the prepared Li Chong was taken aback that a total of 2,243 logistics points. Moments later, Li Chong patted his tense waist. Rising slowly, with this, I've accumulated enough for 5,000 logistics points. Shall we exchange for demon beast inner cores as per the usual practice? Saying this, Li Chong instinctively turned towards the compartment where General Guanshan had left him the demon beast inner cores specifically for Gu Han. No need, old Li. Let us exchange everything for blood refinement pills this time. What? Gu Han's words caused Li Chong to pause mid-step, incredulously turning to look at Gu Han. Do you aspire to become a battle soldier? Gu Han had previously exchanged all his logistics points for monstrous beast inner pills, and this was the first time he had requested to exchange for blood refinement pills. Old Li, the waters here run deep. Knowing too much may not bode well for you. Ji Yu Han recalled a humorous anecdote from his past life and chuckled. Just go ahead and make the exchange. Li Chong was momentarily taken aback by Gu Han's cryptic remarks, feeling as perplexed as a monk who could not grasp the meaning of a riddle. Although the logistics department did not possess many monstrous beast inner pills, they had a considerable stock of blood refinement pills. Li Chong swiftly brought 5 boxes to Gu Han, each containing 10 blood refinement pills. For an average logistics soldier, saving for an entire year might not even suffice to procure a single box of blood refinement pills. Once Gu Han received the pills, he made his way to the usual spot where he and his brothers gathered for meals. Before long, Gu Chun and the others, freshly finished with their training, arrived in unison. Brother Gu Chun, these are for you all. After greeting them, Gu Han presented the 5 boxes of blood refinement pills, handing them out one by one to he. I never expected you to think of gifting us something. Gu Han. The camaraderie among the brothers was palpable, and Gu Lin, owing to his deep bond with Gu Han, did not hesitate to open the box. The enticing aroma of the pills invigorated Gu Lin's spirits significantly. This 10 blood refinement pills? Gu Lin exclaimed, his voice rising in astonishment. Having sustained injuries from Wang Huan and others previously, Gu Lin had only recently returned to regular training and had not been able to participate in more intense confrontations, let alone earn blood refinement pills through merit. The other brothers looked on with curiosity at Gu Han. These are the blood refinement pills I exchanged with the logistics points I've accumulated over this period. I have no use for them myself, so I thought to share them with my brothers, Gu Han explained with a smile. The revelation astonished everyone further. Is it truly that easy for logistics soldiers to acquire blood refinement pills? If so, it might just tempt them to enlist as logistics soldiers. No way. How can we, as elder brothers, accept your gifts? Gu Jing waved his hand, immediately pushing the box of blood refinement pills back towards Gu Han. Gu Fan furrowed his brow, solemnly stating, though I am not well versed in the exchange rates of the logistics camp, it is evident that such a quantity of blood refinement pills is not a trivial sum. You must have expended considerable effort to amass so many logistics points. What then will you do for yourself if you give these pills to us? The thoughts of the other brothers mirrored his. Gu Han anticipated their reactions and chuckled. I have my own means, and I believe Brother Gu Lin understands this. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Guel In. De Jiu Lin's lips twitched. He never expected Gu Han would thrust him into the role of a shield. However, at this juncture, he could only smile helplessly. There is no need for everyone to inquire too deeply. Gu Han indeed has his own path to tread, and as elder brothers, we need not interfere excessively. Although previously Gu Chun had insisted on giving part of the blood refinement pills he obtained to Gu Lin was aware that Gu Chun himself needed the pills for refining his vitality. Thus he had steadfastly declined. However, the blood refinement pills Gu Han offered undeniably stirred Gu Lin's interest. At the very least, he knew that Gu Han had a powerful ally backing him, alleviating any concerns of lacking such precious pills. They might as well be treated as mere candies. Hence, Gu Lin harbored no intentions of refusing Gu Han's goodwill. Observing this, Gu Chun regarded the seemingly harmonious rapport between Gu Han and Gu Lin thoughtfully. It seemed that something had transpired that they were unaware of when Gu Han assisted Gu Lin back that day. Realizing Gu Han's insistence, Gu Chun finally declared, since Gu Han is so adamant, let us all accept them that we are family. After all, there is no need for such formalities. With that, Gu Fan and the others accepted the blood refinement pills. Holding the boxes tightly, each brother felt a surge of gratitude within them. During dinner, Gu Chun suddenly remarked, today marks the end of Lei Chao's confinement. Everyone must remain within the camp. The atmosphere among Gu Lin and the others grew heavy with concern. Lei Chao wouldn't dare to act against us after being warned by Instructor Ding. Would he? Everyone was acutely aware of the animosity between them and Lei Chao. Should anything happen, he would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. Jiu Chun set down his bowl and chopsticks. Speaking earnestly, do not approach your life with a mindset of luck. If something were to happen to you, even if Lei Chao faced consequences, there would still be no evidence to convict him. If you were willing to risk punishment to take your lives, would you truly be willing to allow that? Upon hearing this, Gu Lin and the others exchanged glances of helplessness. Yet they still protested. Must we remain cooped up in the camp indefinitely? Fear not. It won't be long before you are free from restrictions. The Jiu Chin's cryptic statement left Gu Fan and the others bewildered. They understood that Gu Chan had been diligently training during this period, scarcely pausing even for meals or sleep, and had indeed made significant progress. However, compared to the 9th-tier martial artist Lei Chao, they still had a considerable gap to bridge. After dinner, the group dispersed, each weighed down by unease. Gu Lin hurried home to consume the blood refinement pills to expedite his healing. Meanwhile, Gu Fan and the others returned to the training grounds to warm up before commencing their practice. They could not place all the pressure on Gu Chun alone. They were a family, and it was their duty to share the burden that if they could grow strong enough to pose a threat to Lei Chao, then perhaps he would think twice before making a move against them. As for Gu Han, he donned the little wolf's backpack and boldly made his way toward the wilderness that on the other hand. Gu Chun also carried a long, black package, heading towards the wild from a different camp entrance that he exhibited no intention of hiding, seemingly broadcasting to Lei Chao, if you have the ability, then come after me. Many in both camps noticed their movements, casting glances tinged with curiosity. Such audacity. After Lei Chao's confinement, he will undoubtedly trouble them, that I wonder where they found the courage to leave the camp so openly. Chapter 31. Watching in the shadows hush, Lei Chao is coming. Amidst the murmurs, Lei Chao emerged from the battle soldier camp, his expression grim. The crowd quickly lowered their voices, fearful of incurring his wrath. Lei Chao glared at Gu Chen's departing figure, snorting coldly. Today, I shall see who dares to come to your rescue. With that, he hastened in pursuit of Gu Chen's path. That he was no fool. He understood that Gu Chen's audacity must be backed by something. Yet, Lei Chao, too, had his own trump cards. Once Lei Chao left, the onlookers began to stir restlessly. Shall we follow and see what unfolds? One person rolled their eyes in response. If you wish to go, then go. But you should know the risks involved in watching from the sidelines. What if they don't even end up fighting and turn their ire on you first? The one who had spoken earlier shivered at the thought, deciding, never mind, I'll just stay here and wait for the outcome quietly. After all, between Gu Chun and Lei Chao, only one would return today. The soldiers in the battle camp remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Han had also left the camp. Even if they were aware, it would hardly matter, No one would consider that a logistic soldier could influence the confrontation between Lei Chao and Gu Chun. In fact, few believe Gu Chun could survive an encounter with Lei Chao. Just a week prior, the scene of Lei Chao overwhelming Gu Chun had not faded from their memories, that no matter how frantically Gu Chun had consumed pills these past few days, he could not possibly match Lei Chao's prowess. Meanwhile, deep within the camp, Guanshan gazed into the distance where Lei Chao had departed, his brow furrowed. Ji Yuhan had not engaged in any conspicuous activities, aside from exchanging for monstrous beast inner pills. Could he be a spy infiltrating the camp? If Gu Han were indeed a spy, there would be no need for such a ruckus, placing himself in the spotlight of the military. Were their objectives merely to eliminate those veteran soldiers and Lei Chao? Guanshan did not belittle the veterans. He harbored a sense of regret over their potential demise. Yet in the context of two nations at war, these soldiers could scarcely influence the tide of battle on even a localized front. If the goal were so petty as to expose a spy, it would be a case of losing much for little gain. With this thought in mind, Guanshan stealthily followed, eager to discover their true intentions. If he could unearth clues about some significant targets, that would be all the better. In the forest, Gu Chun appeared oblivious to the presence trailing behind him, aimlessly wandering through the rugged terrain. Meanwhile, Gu Han remained ever vigilant, wary of the possibility of Lei Chao launching a surprise attack from the shadows. With a sudden sound from the little wolf startled Gu Han. "Are you saying that Lei Chao hasn't followed us?" Confronted with Gu Han's inquiry, the little wolf emitted an affirmative howl. Ji Yuhan furrowed his brows. Since Lei Chao was seeking vengeance for that fellow Li Xian, he ought to have come to trouble me. Yet he has not made an appearance at that moment. A sudden realization struck Gu Han as he recalled Gu Chen's words during dinner that evening. All the other brothers remained at the camp. Could it be that Gu Chun had devised a scheme to lure Lei Chao away from the camp using himself as bait? The thought of this possibility immediately filled Gu Han with anxiety. Even when he had been wary of Lei Chao's ambush previously, he had not felt such tension. "Little wolf, can you sense Gu Chen's presence?" The little wolf nodded initially, then hesitated and shook its head. Through their mental connection, Gu Han roughly understood that the little wolf could sense something, but the distance was too great, beyond the range of its keen sense of smell. Fortunately, during the past half-month, Gu Han had roamed the mountains and forests, becoming intimately familiar with the terrain of this area. Even those seasoned logistic soldiers might not possess the same depth of understanding. After all, not every logistic soldier would be as idle as Gu Han, venturing into the woods without purpose. Utilizing his knowledge of the environment, Gu Han swiftly dashed towards the forest area near the entrance of the combat soldiers' camp. As Gu Han sprinted, Gu Chen had already arrived deep within the forest. In a thicket overgrown with weeds, where few would tread, Gu Chun, while circling around a towering tree, suddenly caught a glimmer of movement. He swiftly drew his sword and struck backward with lightning speed. The sharp gleam of the blade shone brilliantly against the dim yellow night sky. Although Lei Chao, who had been stalking Gu Chun, was prepared, he was still taken aback by the attack. Ji Yuchen's strike was formidable, rivaling even his full strength. In a moment of haste, Lei Chao could only cross his sword defensively. The deafening clash of metal rang out, and Lei Chao was forcefully sent tumbling 6 or 7 steps backward. He landed heavily on the ground, barely stabilizing himself. Suppressing the sweetness rising in his throat, he gazed at Gu Chun with a serious expression, astonished that in just 7 days of absence, his opponent had grown so much. Lei Chao was among the top 10 combat soldiers in their camp. Aside from a few exceptional individuals, he had always been confident in his superiority over others. Yet, Gu Chen's rapid advancement made him feel an undeniable threat. Gu Chun shook his head regretfully. "What a pity that I could not slay you with this strike." Only Gu Chun knew the immense effort he had invested in sword practice over the past few days. Unfortunately, his strength still fell slightly short. Despite mastering such a swift strike, he had failed to kill his opponent. "No matter, from this day forward, you shall have no regrets." Lei Chao sneered, stepping forward with fierce determination, pouncing towards Gu Chun like a raging tiger. In that moment, Lei Chao felt immensely fortunate for his decision to pursue Gu Chun at the first opportunity. If he had delayed any longer, even he could not guarantee capturing Gu Chun. The speed of Gu Chen's growth was terrifying. Today, he must kill Gu Chun. The two erupted into a fierce battle within the woods. Lei Chao possessed slightly greater strength, Yet he could not match Gu Qin's finesse and swordsmanship. They fought evenly matched in the distance. Guanshan lay concealed in the forest, squinting as he observed their clash. Over the years, Lei Chao had performed admirably in the military camp and held promise of becoming a 1,000-man commander. Should fortune favor him, he might even attain the rank of a deputy general, but his temperament remained unstable. This newcomer named Gu Chun, achieving such prowess in a short time, was truly remarkable. Gu Chen's extraordinary strength further intensified Guanshan's suspicion that Gu Han was a spy. However, he chose not to intervene just yet, wishing to discern the true intentions behind Gu Chen's actions. Chapter 32, Sword Elder Crack. The harsh clashing of metal resonated continuously. Gu Chen had lost count of how many encounters they had had. Even his sword bore several deep nicks. Yet finally, with this strike, he severed Lei Chao's weapon. Lei Chao's expression shifted, caught off guard as he found himself holding a broken sword, momentarily dazed that he had not anticipated that his yellow-grade inferior combat knife would be cleaved in two by Gu Chen's standard-issue sword. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Gu Chen delivered a powerful kick squarely to Lei Chao's chest. Bang! With a heavy impact, Lei Chao was sent crashing against a towering tree, emitting a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes glowed with rage as he glared at Gu Chen. Did you hold back last time in the camp? It was inconceivable to him that a person who had been utterly defenseless just 7 days prior could now overpower and even defeat him. This was utterly unnatural. Gu Chen shook his head with a smile, a glint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. You are but a frog in a well. Do you think everyone is as talentless and envious as you? This was not merely Gu Chen underestimating Lei Chao due to his sword-shaped pendant and the title of the newly appointed sword master, but rather a testament to his unwavering confidence in his own talent. Within the Gu family, he, being a side branch, had received little resource allocation and was often overlooked, resulting in a slow cultivation pace. However, upon arriving at the border, he encountered the most effective training methods for martial artists. Even without the 9 Heavens Immortal Sword technique, his growth was merely a matter of time. The Gu Chen might not have been particularly gifted from a young age. Otherwise, the Gu family would not have disregarded him. Perhaps accumulation leads to explosion and greatness matures late were the most fitting descriptors for him. That moment, the anxious voice of the sword elder suddenly echoed in Gu Chen's ear. Gu Chen, I sense someone approaching rapidly. You must kill him. Gu Chen's heart sank. His fate was now intertwined with that of the sword elder. The sword elder would never mislead him. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen swung his sword down. Blame yourself for being reckless, simply because Li Xian sought trouble with us. In the forest, witnessing Gu Chen opting to strike directly at Lei Chao rather than attempting to sway him, Guanshan experienced a fleeting moment of hesitation that if Gu Chen were indeed a spy from an enemy nation, he would undoubtedly aim to win over Lei Chao, attempting to dismantle the strength of the Benlang kingdom. Gu Chen's actions were clearly not those of a competent spy. If Gu Chen were not a spy, he could not simply stand by and watch Lei Chao perish due to infighting. Yet Gu Chen's astonishing strength appeared inconsistent with that of a typical child of the Gu family. After suspecting Gu Han, Guanshan had reviewed the information regarding the Gu family. Wushan City could only be considered a small town in the Benlang Kingdom. Although the Gu family was one of the 4 prominent families in Wushan City, its influence seemed rather limited in Guanshan's eyes. Even the direct descendants of the Gu family could not exhibit progress akin to Gu Chen's. This seemed to imply that Gu Chen and Gu Han were very likely spies. Despite harboring such suspicions, Guanshan chose not to intervene. Currently, the Benlang Kingdom and the Sword Tooth Kingdom were in a state of constant friction along the border. On the brink of war, if Lei Chao's death could yield greater gains, it would be worth it. At this moment, Guanshan chose to gamble, to bet that Gu Chen was a spy of the Sword Tooth Kingdom and that a greater prize lay behind him. However, Lei Chao had not surrendered his hope of survival. He raised his left hand, shielding his chest. Swoosh! The long sword pierced through Lei Chao's arm, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from him. Ta-da! Lei Chao appeared intent on severing his own arm to escape. Gritting his teeth, he turned sideways, desperately clamping Gu Chen's sword with his arm, rolling frantically on the ground to evade Gu Chen's assaults. Nevertheless, Gu Chen's strikes continued to rain down upon Lei Chao. The sight of Lei Chao's suffering even stirred a hint of compassion in the normally unyielding Guanshan. But just then, Guanshan suddenly noticed the sound of hurried footsteps not far away. The noise struck his ears like a jarring alarm, causing him to break out in a cold sweat that if this had been on the battlefield, sensing footsteps at such close range could have placed him in jeopardy. Yet he had let his guard down due to the battle between the two. "Did you think I would come alone to find you?" Though Lei Chao was in a pitiful state, bloodied and battered, he sneered, "Gu Chun, today is your day of reckoning." Gu Chun, filled with rage, yearned to crush Lei Chao's skull with his fist, but Lei Chao was as slippery as an eel, offering no opportunity. The voice of the sword elder echoed urgently in Gu Chen's ear. "Gu Chun, do not concern yourself with this scoundrel. Flee. Enemies are closing in." Gu Chun sighed inwardly, ready to withdraw. At that moment, Lei Chao's ruthlessness reemerged. His arms were already limp, yet he bit down hard on Gu Chen's pant. Gu Chen's face darkened as he kicked Lei Chao away, shattering his teeth. But this also bought him a moment's reprieve. 4 individuals surrounded Gu Chun, trapping him in the center. Among them, a young man in blue wielded a long staff and sneered, "This Lei Chao is truly worthless, unable to deal with even a mere rookie. Just like that, once daring to stand alongside me. Now nothing but a waste. Enough of the chatter, hasten to act and leave, lest we be discovered." Among the 3, they exchanged words, seizing their weapons in preparation to assault Gu Chun. "Wait a moment." However, the one who had remained silent suddenly spoke, halting their actions that he cast a scornful glance at the poised Gu Chun, saying, "I can offer you a chance if you are willing to join the Sword-Tooth Kingdom, to infiltrate the Wolf Country and secretly recruit warriors. You may live to see another day. What say you?" In the shadows of the forest, Guan Shan's body trembled. Here it comes. This is indeed the demeanor of a spy. Yet he never imagined that the true traitor was not the brother Gu Han, whom he had suspected these past few days, but rather the supposedly brawny but simple-minded Lei Chao. To his utter disbelief, he had misjudged the culprit. Among the 4, Guanshan only had a vague recollection of the one who had just spoken. This was because that individual was one of the top 3 warriors in the same cohort as Lei Chao. Xuewen. Yet 2 years prior, Xuewen had chosen to leave the military camp, and now he appeared at such a critical juncture. It seemed that the machinations of the Sword-Tooth Kingdom ran deep. Meanwhile, Gu Chun heard the elder sword let out a gentle sigh. Since it has come to this, there is no other recourse. Just when Gu Chun thought the elder would counsel him to bide his time and preserve his life, the elder unexpectedly declared, "Gu Chun, release your restraints. Today, I shall deal with him on your behalf." Due to the blood oath of the sword pendant, Gu Chun understood that the elder did not seek to dominate his body, but genuinely wished to intervene and eliminate these foes. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chun knew that defeating Lei Chao with his current strength was already a formidable challenge, that it was impossible to simultaneously vanquish 4 adversaries, each of whom was on par with, or even superior to Lei Chao. Just as Gu Chun contemplated loosening his restraints, footsteps echoed nearby once more. Chapter 33. Let him witness our strength, brother. Gu Han hurriedly made his way, not daring to pause even for a moment. Finally arriving at this critical moment, as he saw the breathless Gu Han, warmth surged within Gu Chen's heart, yet a sense of gravity weighed him down. Gu Han, you must flee. I will hold them off. With that, he shielded Gu Han behind him. United, brothers can cut through gold. Gu Han chuckled. Having come this far, he had no intention of abandoning his elder brother in the face of peril. Little Wolf, let them see our strength. As Gu Han's words fell, Little Wolf let out a ferocious howl, charging towards one of the assailants with great vigor. Gu Han, too, did not hesitate, drawing the long sword he had borrowed from Li Chong at the logistics department. Following closely behind, Gu Chun, momentarily stunned, couldn't help but smile. "Elder sword, hold on for a moment. Should the situation turn dire, you may control my body at any time. For now, I wish to fight side by side with Gu Han." Hearing this, the elder sword felt a mix of gratitude and envy. Such a scene of brothers battling together was something he had never experienced, even before becoming a spirit. "Very well, I will remain vigilant. You may proceed with confidence," he replied. To Gu Chun solemnly nodded, drawing his 3-foot azure blade, standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Han. Among the 4, the weakest was on par with Lei Chao, having reached the 9th tier of martial apprentices. Observing the unassuming Little Wolf rushing forward, the nearest assailant's eyes brimmed with envy. "You are quite fortunate. yet merely a martial apprentice, and you managed to contract a Mirage Water Wolf. The Mirage Water Wolf is not a particularly rare breed. Those from the wolf country can easily recognize it. However, for most, a beast of this caliber is an excellent choice. They have yet to become martial artists, so they naturally harbor immense jealousy towards Guhan for being able to contract a battle pet ahead of time. Having such a master must be your misfortune, the man scoffed, dismissing Little Wolf with a contemptuous kick intended to send it flying as expected. The small wolf yelped and was sent sprawling but the excruciating pain that followed made him emit a piercing scream. Looking down, he saw that the tiny creature was clinging tightly to his knee. What had he just kicked away? At that moment, the individual beside him noticed that the Mirage Water Wolf, which had been kicked away, exploded into a cloud of mist mid-air. Oh no, this is a racial skill of the Mirage Water Wolf, the Mirage Water Clone, he exclaimed, utterly caught off guard by the fact that such a diminutive pup could already master the skill. Taking advantage of its adorable appearance, Little Wolf seized the opportunity to viciously tear at the man's knee. The agony of dislocated bones almost caused him to faint, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing in distress. Before he could retaliate, Guhan, who had rushed up, swiftly ended his life with a single strike. In just a few breaths since the battle commenced, Xuewin's side had already lost one member. Enraged, Xuewin shouted, "Damn it! None of you shall leave here alive today." He lunged forward, his right foot striking the ground, propelling himself like an arrow. His speed made Guhan's pupils constrict in shock. This velocity indicated a martial artist. A true martial artist is an entirely different concept from these martial apprentices. Little Wolf, quickly evade, Guhan shouted, stepping forward to shield against Xuewin. Little Wolf's true strength barely matched that of an 8th-tier martial apprentice. Against a martial artist, it stood no chance of retaliation. Jiyuchen attempted to assist, but was intercepted by 2 9th-tier martial apprentices, denying him the opportunity to break through to AT that moment. Guhan transferred the sword to his left hand, clenching his right fist and concentrated all his strength into a single point. Intentional fierce fist. Seeing Guhan not only refusing to flee, but daring to resist, Xuewin let out a sinister laugh. His momentum surged as he hurled a fist towards Guhan. Bang! Amidst the heavy collision, Guhan was knocked back several paces, blood surging in his veins, utterly astonished by Xuewin's strength. This fellow's abilities seemed not as formidable as he had initially imagined. Despite the significant disparity in their realms, the opponent's prowess clearly fell short of Guhan's expectations. Xuewin steadied himself, but when he looked confidently at Guhan, he was met with a sight he had not envisioned. Xuewin's brow furrowed. His earlier punch had been delivered without restraint. Though he had just entered the martial artist realm, no martial apprentice should have been able to withstand his attack. Guanshan, who had been observing from the forest, was on the verge of intervening when Xuewin revealed his martial artist strength. However, upon witnessing Guhan successfully fend off Xuewin's assault, he stood there in shock. Could this truly be a logistic soldier? If Lei Chao was indeed the spy, then it implied that Guhan was genuinely a logistic soldier. Even a fortnight ago, Guhan had demonstrated only the strength of a first-tier martial apprentice in testing. In the span of 2 weeks, a first-tier martial apprentice had somehow grown capable of contending with a martial artist. This was nothing short of absurd. Or perhaps Guhan had concealed his strength during the assessment. The Gu brothers were indeed extraordinary. On the opposite side, Gu Chun, having been thwarted, also experienced a flicker of surprise in his eyes that it appeared that Guhan had his own fortuitous circumstances. With the assistance of the Elder Sword, he could engage 2 9th-tier martial apprentices without falling behind. The Jiyuhan's starting point was even lower than his. Yet he could stand firm against a martial artist, a feat unattainable through sheer effort alone. Only Guhan understood that this was likely due to his recent absorption of substantial defensive attributes in direct confrontations. Guhan was forced to retreat more often, indicating his absolute inferiority in strength compared to Xuewin. However, he did not suffer grievous injuries, merely experiencing a surge of blood. His remarkable defense, far exceeding that of other 8th-tier martial apprentices, was his salvation, though Guhan's strength remained at the 8th tier. It was likely that other 8th-tier martial apprentices could not withstand even a single blow from him. Xuewin no longer held any contempt. Drawing a sharp longsword, he pointed its tip at Guhan. "I shall see whether your fist is harder or my blade sharper." With those words, Xuewin unleashed a deadly attack, lunging forward with his sword aimed at Ji Yuhan's expression grew serious as he gripped his sword anew. Although he wielded a sword, his only mastered martial skill remained a fierce fist. However, fists could not compete with swords in sharpness. He could only exploit his strengths to counter the other's weaknesses. Just then, a booming voice erupted from the forest. "Traitor, prepare to meet your end." Guanshan burst forth from the woods, moving with such speed that he seemed to leave afterimages in his wake. When he had previously suspected the Gu brothers of being spies, he refrained from intervening to rescue Lei Chao, as his talent was insufficient to warrant abandoning his mission. Yet now, witnessing the Gu brothers' extraordinary prowess, he felt compelled to act, even at the risk of alerting the enemy that if anything were to happen to them, he feared he would be consumed by endless remorse. Chapter 34. One must be thick-skinned to traverse the world, Madre. How could that old fool Guanshan be here? Panic flickered across Shui Wen's face. After a moment's hesitation, he surged forward with an almost superhuman speed, charging towards Gu Han. They had long since departed from the military camp, and there was no plausible explanation for their presence here. Moreover, given Guanshan's demeanor, it seemed he had been lying in wait all along. Even if he attempted to explain, Guanshan would certainly not believe him. Shui Wen could only hope to take Gu Han hostage, at least securing a chance for himself to survive. Seeking death. Upon witnessing Shui Wen daring to strike after his initial intervention, Guanshan's fury erupted. Yet, the distance was too great for him to provide timely assistance. However, Gu Han faced Shui Wen's full frontal assault with an air of calm, even managing a slight smile. With a deft movement, he narrowly evaded Shui Wen's sword at the last possible moment. His own sword flashed like lightning, descending with precision that he capitalized on the anxiety that Shui Wen felt in the face of Guanshan, which had caused a lapse in his offensive. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Shui Wen's right hand, along with his sword, flew away, blood gushing from his severed ARM to AT that very moment. Guanshan finally arrived, seizing Shui Wen by the nape of his neck and lifting him effortlessly. With a snap, just as Guanshan's words fell, he was left dumbfounded to witness Shui Wen's head detach and soar through the air. Blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering Guanshan's face. Shui Wen's head, now on the ground, still bore an expression of deep resentment. Guanshan stared, astonished at Shui Wen's lifeless body, discarding it carelessly onto the ground. He had intended to interrogate him, but never expected Gu Han would take action right before his eyes. Killing Shui Wen, Gu Han you. Never mind. Guanshan hesitated, ultimately missing the opportunity for interrogation. Nonetheless, given that Shui Wen had previously threatened Gu Han, could he really deny Gu Han the chance for retribution, after leaving Shui Wen's corpse behind? Guanshan swiftly darted off, easily capturing the other two. After sparing a few lives, Guanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shui Wen was the leader among them, perhaps the other two could still divulge some information. Once Guanshan departed, Gu Han quietly knelt beside Shui Wen's body. Ding, congratulations, host. You have absorbed a first-tier warrior, Shui Wen's body, gaining 500 points of vitality, 100 points of strength, and 50 points of speed. The reason he decided to act after Guanshan subdued Shui Wen was precisely for these attributes. Had he waited for Guanshan to take Shui Wen away, these attributes would have vanished into thin air. Congratulations, host. You have struck lucky and can absorb a martial skill from Shui Wen. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Gu Han was momentarily taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. During this time, he had been hunting beasts, and the total number of kills barely reached 10. This was his first time triggering the absorption of a martial skill effect. Absorb it immediately. Gu Han rubbed his hands together in anticipation, eager to discover what martial skill he would obtain. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired a mid-grade yellow-tier martial skill, Gale Stab. As the system notification chimed, images of the Gale Stab being performed flashed before Gu Han's eyes, reminiscent of a movie scene that in the blink of an eye. Gu Han successfully grasped the method to execute Gale Stab, achieving a preliminary level of proficiency. That wasn't this just a more powerful version of a thrust? Gu Han smirked. The Gale Stab's power was not particularly formidable. Its advantage lay in its incredible speed, making it difficult for opponents to defend against that. In comparison, it did not appear as impressive as other, more powerful martial skills. However, for Gu Han, it was still beneficial since he wouldn't have to spend time relearning it. Having more techniques at his disposal was never a disadvantage. Furthermore, Gale Stab would allow him to diversify his combat style, addressing some of his shortcomings that Ji Yuhan, Are you hurt?" After restraining the other two, Gu Chun hurried to Gu Han's side, concern etched on his face. When Shui Wen attacked Gu Han earlier, Gu Chun had been prepared to allow Jian Lao to take control of his body. Had Guan Shan not appeared, these individuals would likely have perished out of course. Jian Lao might have also become weakened as a result. But none of this mattered as much as Gu Han's safety. A warm current flowed through Gu Han at Gu Chen's concern. Smiling, he reassured, "No injuries, brother. You need not worry." Gu Chen sighed in relief. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. They both respected each other's privacy, acknowledging that each had their own opportunities and experiences. There was no need to pry into one another's secrets. "Commander, how did you end up here?" Once Guan Shan had swiftly tied up the still-breathing Lei Chao and the others. Gu Chen inquired. Guan Shan's expression turned somewhat awkward. He cleared his throat and, with a feigned fury, declared, "I received word of a spy infiltrating the military camp and have been keeping a watchful eye on you all. Talents like you are undoubtedly the targets that spies would go to great lengths to eliminate. Today, upon seeing you all venture out, I concealed myself to protect you. It was fortunate that I was able to catch Lei Chao and Shui Wen, the spies hiding within the camp." Gu Han and Gu Chen exchanged amused glances. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Guan Shan's explanation was riddled with flaws, that Ji Yuhan had been hunting beasts outside the camp, and no one knew his true abilities. Although Gu Chen was within the camp, with Jian Lao present, no one could detect any abnormalities in him either. Despite Guan Shan's formidable strength, Jian Lao had determined that he could not evade his scrutiny. This meant that they had not exhibited any peculiarities within the camp. How then could Guan Shan know they were geniuses? Even if Guan Shan's words were true, as the head instructor of the combat brigade, there was no need for him to personally protect them. Gu Han regarded Guan Shan with a knowing smile. "If that is the case, Commander Guan, are you protecting me or my brother?" This question seemed to imply Gu Han's curiosity regarding who possessed greater talent in Guan Shan's eyes. Yet Guan Shan understood that this was a clear indication that Gu Han had detected the inconsistencies in his statement, that "Do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. I will not disregard your safety." Guan Shan blinked awkwardly and produced a bag from his robe, tossing it directly to Gu Chen. "That I had intended to use you as bait, but since I did not have your consent, consider these as compensation." Although this was, in reality, Guan Shan's way of making amends for having wrongfully suspected them, he was too prideful to admit it. After handing the storage bag to Gu Chen, Guan Shan swiftly departed, dragging the bound Lei Chao and others back to the camp. Chapter 35. Dividing the spoils, you old rascal. You're quite the schemer. Gu Han thought to himself as he observed Guan Shan's guilty demeanor. Silently cursing, "I don't believe you for a second." Gu Chen chuckled, glancing at Gu Han. "I think Commander Guan probably doesn't see us as bait, but rather suspects we are the spies lurking in the camp." Both of them were exceptionally intelligent individuals, and it was impossible for them to be easily deceived by Guan Shan's mere words. However, they did not mind. Guan Shan was not targeting them, but merely fulfilling his responsibilities as a commander. When they faced danger, even if there had been prior doubts, Guan Shan still chose to intervene and assist them, which was sufficient. Ji Yuhan smiled and said, "Brother Chen, take a look at what Commander Guan has given us. There might be some good items." Hearing the urgency in Gu Han's tone, Gu Chen chuckled and opened the bag. This was not an ordinary bag, but a rare storage bag for martial apprentices. Gu Chen immersed his consciousness within it and quickly reported, "There are 5 blood refinement pills, 50 blood refinement capsules, 10 rejuvenation pills, 2 combat weapons, and a fire spirit fruit. Blood refinement pills are genuine grade 1 medicinal pills. For martial artists and apprentices, their effects far exceed those of mere blood refinement capsules. Even martial masters can find them useful during their blood refinement process. Rejuvenation pills are the most common healing pills, considered miraculous remedies for martial artists and apprentices alike. Clearly, Guan Shan intended for the two of them to share these medicinal pills. The 2 combat weapons were yellow-tier low-grade long swords, perfectly suited for each of them. However, regarding the fire spirit fruit, Guan Shan likely harbored some ulterior motives. The fire spirit fruit contains a rich essence of fire elemental power, greatly benefiting martial artists skilled in fire elements, even for ordinary martial artists. The fire elemental power it contains can enhance their comprehension and resistance to fire elements. While the enhancement may not be substantial, the fire spirit fruit is highly coveted by the vast majority of martial artists, including some martial masters. Had this been a situation involving individuals with only a casual relationship, they might have already turned against each other over the fire spirit fruit. Yet Guhan merely smiled and said, "Brother Chun, I have no use for the fire spirit fruit. You can have it." That a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chen's face. He had not expected Guhan to outright refuse the fire spirit fruit. Even he found it difficult to resist the allure of the fire spirit fruit. No use for it. A discerning individual can readily discern that this is merely a superficial excuse, lacking any genuine sincerity. Given this, I shall not hold back. Between brothers, there is no need for convoluted exchanges. After a moment of silence, Gu Chen spoke in a low voice. The elixir shall be divided 7-3 in your favor. However, Guhan shook his head at Gu Chen's proposal, stating, I only require this storage bag and 5 rejuvenation pills. The remaining elixir should be returned by you to our other brothers. At these words, Gu Chen's expression shifted slightly, as he had not anticipated Guhan's astonishing suggestion. This was not merely a matter of Guhan desiring the storage bag. While the storage bag holds considerable value for martial apprentices, it varies by individual. Gu Chun, possessing a sword-shaped pendant, already has storage capabilities, with a capacity far exceeding that of this basic storage bag. In other words, for Gu Chun, the storage bag is utterly superfluous. Guhan's request for it would not even cause him to furrow his brow. What truly concerned him was Guhan's unwillingness to accept the elixirs. He could not possibly acquiesce to Guhan's terms. Observing Gu Chen's intent to persuade him further, Guhan smiled and remarked, Brother Chun, there is no need to persuade me. I have my own opportunities, and I do not lack these elixirs. Witnessing Guhan's resolute stance, Gu Chun could only sigh in resignation. In that case, I shall refrain from further unnecessary words. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. You need not bear it alone. That a warm current flowed through Guhan's heart as he replied with a smile. Of course, we are family, are we not? Gu Chen shared a knowing smile in return, allowing Guhan to select a frostwind sword before handing over the storage bag. Before Gu Chen's eyes, Guhan directly stowed the items within his pendant, after which he returned to the camp. Upon seeing Gu Chen store everything into his spiritual storage device, Guhan felt no surprise. Without extraordinary opportunities, Gu Chen could not have made such rapid advancements in such a short span. The possession of a spiritual storage device was entirely commonplace. In contrast, Guhan merely scoffed, mentally lamenting, You claim to be a golden finger, yet you lack even storage capabilities. Aren't you embarrassed in front of your peers? The soul capture system seemed to pause for a moment before responding. It is not that the system's functions are lacking, but rather that the host's strength is too feeble. As the host's power increases, the system's dormant functions will be revived. Once the host becomes a martial artist, the system's storage capabilities will be activated. I hope the host continues to strive. Guhan's lips twitched. In this day and age, even the system was disdainful of its own host. There's no justice in this world. He sighed in exasperation, resolving not to stoop to the system's level. Without further delay, Guhan hastened towards the lake with the little wolf. After a brief interval, the duo caught sight of the distant lake. Guhan lowered his gaze, observing the little wolf's bewildered expression, and spoke in a tone tinged with melancholy. It was here that I first encountered your mother. He then gestured towards the thunderhoof ox, which lay resting by the lake's edge, snoring thunderously. Your mother sought to procure the water origin lotus to enhance your bloodline's purity, but tragically fell victim to the might of the thunderhoof ox. Upon hearing this, the little wolf, who had previously been puzzled by Guhan's somber tone, suddenly found its eyes ablaze with fury. During this time, thanks to the assistance of Guhan's battle pet system, the little wolf's strength had surged remarkably, surpassing that of its mother, the illusory water wolf. However, due to the brevity of time, it remained in its juvenile state. The young wolf had little comprehension of life and death, yet instinctively felt a primal rage towards the thunderhoof ox that had slain its mother. This deep-seated enmity would not diminish due to its youth. Rather, it would intensify, unfettered by the weight of past emotions. Awhoa! The little wolf let out a furious howl, charging headlong down the slope towards the resting thunderhoof ox. Though its roar was still juvenile, it resonated with an air of authority. Nearby, some beasts, seeing the little wolf's youth, had initially contemplated a stealthy ambush for a feast. However, upon witnessing the little wolf's almost phantom-like speed, they all recoiled in fear. This young wolf may appear small, but it was not to be trifled with. Chapter 36. The Little Wolf's Revenge. The Gu Brothers awoke. The furious howl of the wolf drew nearer. The Thunderhoof ox, having lost the water origin lotus due to the interference of the illusory water wolf, had been sleeping restlessly. Upon hearing the wolf's howl, it stirred, taken aback to its surprise. The illusory water wolf had the audacity to come seeking its demise. The enraged Thunderhoof ox widened its eyes, glaring fiercely at the approaching little wolf. In that moment, the angered Thunderhoof ox's eyes momentarily glazed over in confusion. That it had expected the illusory water wolf to come seeking vengeance, but could hardly anticipate that it would be confronted by a mere runt no taller than its shins. The little wolf felt no fear in the face of the Thunderhoof ox's massive form. That moment, its heart was consumed by the wrath for its mother's death. When it opened its eyes, the first figure it beheld was Gu-Han. Gu-Han had become a paternal figure in its psyche. That had never witnessed its mother alive, thus lacked a vivid image of her. Yet during the days of their flight, only its mother had sheltered it. The little wolf could never forget this. Thus, it howled fiercely, summoning two illusory water wolf avatars, charging towards the Thunderhoof ox from 3 different directions. Moo! The Thunderhoof ox let out a heavy snort, its gaze dripping with disdain. Even an adult illusory water wolf was no match for it, let alone this diminutive creature. The Thunderhoof ox pawed the ground twice and charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. A series of collisions echoed as the 2 illusory wolf avatars were instantly crushed into vapor. Yet in the next moment, the Thunderhoof ox's eyes bulged in disbelief. The little wolf had vanished from its sight. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through its abdomen, akin to being eviscerated. The little wolf executed a swift maneuver, its razor-sharp claws slicing open the Thunderhoof ox's belly. Moo! With a heart-rending bellow, the Thunderhoof ox's eyes turned crimson, its hooves pounding the ground in a frenzy, attempting to crush the little wolf darting beneath it. However, the little wolf, relying on its astonishing speed and the agility afforded by its small stature, effortlessly evaded the Thunderhoof ox's relentless attacks. Meanwhile, the little wolf's strikes left a myriad of wounds across the Thunderhoof ox's hide. The more violently the Thunderhoof ox thrashed, the faster its vitality waned. Its breath soon began to weaken. In the distance, Gu-Han walked steadily towards the Thunderhoof ox. He had initially thought to assist the little wolf, lest it encounter danger while facing the Thunderhoof ox. However, it seemed he had underestimated the little wolf. Before long, in what appeared to be a playful skirmish, the massive form of the Thunderhoof ox collapsed with a resounding crash. Gu-Han approached to touch the fallen beast. Attribute absorption successful. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 100 points of vitality, 10 points of water elemental force, and 30 points of defensive attributes from the Thunderhoof ox's carcass. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu-Han's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that the Thunderhoof ox could provide him with such an abundance of water elemental force. The most he had received from other water elemental creatures had been a mere point. Yet, the Thunderhoof ox had granted him 10. Did this mean that by finding 10 Thunderhoof oxen, he could gather enough water elemental force for the little wolf to break through its bloodline? However, it appeared that one could only absorb one type of attribute at a time from a beast. According to the system's description, any beast rated 1 star and above could yield its blood vitality. The Thunderhoof ox was clearly a creature brimming with vitality. Yet he had failed to absorb any blood vitality. Pondering this, he decided to test other beasts. Before taking action, Gu-Han's gaze lingered on the Thunderhoof ox's body. Roasting a whole ox seemed to be a splendid idea. Meanwhile, many warriors and support troops within the camp were speculating when Lei Chao would return. That had been nearly an hour. How could Lei Chao still not be back? Could it be that he had encountered some misfortune at the hands of Gu Chen? Don't be ridiculous. If the two were merely a level or 2 apart, there might be a chance for ambush. But Gu Chen is only a 5th-tier martial apprentice. What could he possibly do to ambush Lei Chao? The crowd was rife with speculation regarding Gu Chen's fate, with only a few believing that Lei Chao might indeed be in trouble. Most of the old soldiers remained optimistic, while the new recruits were filled with anxiety, each wearing a frown. Ji Yulin and the others are still training on the battlefield. They probably have no idea that Gu Chen may be in danger. I must inform them. Just as one individual stood up to leave, he was stopped by another. If you go now, won't you be putting Gu Lin and the others in jeopardy? Given the bond among the Gu brothers, If they were to learn that Gu Chun was in danger, they would undoubtedly risk their lives to rescue him, and in turn, they might all fall into peril. Alas, do those generals and instructors simply stand by and watch as the veterans bully us? Each instructor has their own responsibilities, and Lei Chao and Gu Qinming are merely out for the time being. It is unreasonable to expect the instructors to idle about and follow them. That said, I cannot help but feel indignant. Someone as capable as Gu Chun should not perish at the hands of Lei Chao. What a loss that would be if you were so aggrieved. Why not seek vengeance for Gu Chun and eliminate Lei Chao? If I possessed such abilities, I would be the first to act. But alas, I do not. As the group continued their discourse, they suddenly felt several cold, piercing gazes upon them, prompting an instinctive turn of their heads. Their expressions swiftly shifted as they beheld Gu Lin and Gu Jing approaching. Having just concluded their training, their faces darkened as if they were the bottom of a pot. Gu Lin inquired in a hushed tone, "Which direction did my brother Gu Chun and Lei Chao head?" The others exchanged glances and sighed in resignation. Gu Lin, perhaps Gu Chun has not encountered any danger. However, before he could finish, Gu Lin interrupted, "I understand your sentiment, but we cannot simply stand by and watch as my brother Gu Chun bears the burden alone." At this moment, they remained unaware that Gu Han had also left the camp. Had they known, their panic would have intensified. "Yang Tian, please inform me of the direction my brother Gu Chun took." Yang Tian, observing Gu Lin's expression, realized that no amount of persuasion would be of any use. He could only gesture towards a direction outside the camp. That way that Jiu Lin nodded and, without hesitation, led Gu Jing and the others towards the camp's exit. Yang Tian hesitated, saying helplessly, "It has already been an hour. Even if you hurry now, it may be too late that we will see the living, and we will see the dead." Gu Lin succinctly replied, aware that the three of them were no match for Lei Chao. Yet, they could not allow Gu Chen's body to lie exposed in the wilderness. The eyes of the four were filled with determination. Should they unfortunately encounter Lei Chao, they would at least face death together. Chapter 37. Astonishment of the crowd. What nonsense about living and dying. How unlucky. Gu Lin and the others had not ventured far when a deep voice echoed through the darkness. Upon hearing that familiar voice, their spirits lifted instantly. "Brother Gu Chun." In the night, Gu Chun approached slowly, smiling, and gave each of them a playful pat. "You rascals, not a single one of you wished me well. Instead, you all hoped for my misfortune. Did you?" The group understood that Gu Chun was jesting. Yet upon seeing him survive, they could not help but rush forward and embrace him tightly. Not far off, Yang Tian and his companions looked on in confusion, wondering how Gu Chun had returned unscathed so soon. Did Lei Chao not pursue Gu Chun for vengeance after all? Or was it possible that Lei Chao had lost his way in the forest? "Your words are more hurtful than claiming that Lei Chao is not a match for Gu Chun," said one, contrasting the bewilderment of the new recruits with the astonishment of the veterans waiting for Lei Chao's return. Upon seeing Gu Chun, each veteran wore a face as if they had seen a ghost. Where's Lei Chao? Did he go off to eat shit? This murderous maniac had spent years in the field. His knowledge of the surroundings surely surpassed that of the logistics personnel. How could he have lost track of Gu Chun? The fact that Gu Chun returned first while Lei Chao had not raised eyebrows. Perhaps Gu Chun had struck a deal with conditions that Lei Chao could not refuse, leading to a reconciliation. Though the Gu family held sway primarily in the small area of Wushan City, they possessed significant martial resources. It was plausible that Gu Chun might concede some benefits that, money can move mountains. The others nodded in agreement, considering this the only feasible explanation. Their discussions were devoid of any subtlety, and Gu Chun heard every word. However, he merely smiled, with no intention of clarifying that he preferred that they remain oblivious to the fact that Lei Chao had fallen at his hands. The emergence of Guanshan provided him with a perfect opportunity to conceal his true strength. In the military camp, exhibiting sufficient prowess would naturally attract the attention of the generals. Yet, since Guanshan was already aware of their capabilities, there was no need for them to make their strength common knowledge. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. According to Guanshan, the camp might harbor other enemy spies that if those individuals were to take notice of him, his future would be fraught with peril. Rather than risk that, it would be wiser to bide his time and continue amassing power in secret. After Gu Chun and the others returned to their quarters, they retrieved the resources that Guanshan had provided from the pendant. "Brother Chen, what is this?" Gu Lin inquired. The Jiuchen simply smiled. Coach Guan used us as bait to capture enemy spies, including Lei Chao. This is his compensation for us, that he refrained from mentioning that it was a reward for both him and Gu Han, that it was not due to a lack of trust in his brothers, but rather because it was better for fewer people to know about Gu Han's strength. Walls have ears. The more who knew, the greater the risk of inadvertent leaks, since Gu Han wished to conceal his strength. As an elder brother, it was only natural for him to assist Gu Han in this endeavor. Haha, so that rascal Lei Chao was actually a spy. Gu Lin and the others showed no doubt in Gu Chen's words, bursting into laughter, dispelling the gloom of the past few days that a spy behaving so ostentatiously. Who else but him should perish? His actions would lead the generals to suspect him the least, serving as a form of camouflage. After a round of discussion, they divided the pills among themselves. What about Gu Han's portion? Should we set that aside for him? Gu Jing remarked after taking her share. The Jiuchen chuckled. Rest assured, I've already spoken to Gu Han and given him his share. Upon hearing this, Gu Jing felt no further doubt. After accepting the pills, she eagerly rushed to the training ground to resume her cultivation. The Gu brothers were now all akin to fervent practitioners of martial arts. The following morning, after their morning run, the soldiers lined up, drenched in sweat beneath the blazing sun. Today marked the 16th day since their arrival at the military camp and the first assessment of their semi-monthly training. However, they were astonished to find that not only were they present, but even the fire starters and logistics personnel had gathered. Although the training field was spacious, it still felt somewhat overcrowded amidst the throngs of thousands. What day is it today that even the fire starters are here? The logistics personnel could be said to be participating in logistical evaluations, coming to receive rewards, but what are the fire starters? Were they to compete over whose cooking was better? Believe it or not, some of the fire starters do serve truly awful food. Perhaps they should be the ones tested. Some fire starters even trembled while serving, fearing they might overfeed the soldiers. Amidst the murmurs of discontent, Gu Chun and the others spotted Gu Han from afar, exchanging greetings with one another. Due to military regulations, they could not approach Gu Han. At this moment, Gu Han, too, wore a befuddled expression. Early in the morning, he had just prepared to continue his leisurely exploration when Old Li burst in, announcing a significant matter that required all logistics personnel to hurry to the soldiers' camp. Caught off guard, Gu Han could only temporarily abandon his hunting plans and follow the crowd to the soldiers' camp at that moment. Regardless of whether they were soldiers, logistics personnel, or fire starters, everyone was in a state of confusion. Soon, several powerful figures approached from afar. Everyone, quiet down. Guanshan at the forefront spoke with a voice that resonated clearly in the ears of the thousands present. The crowd, which had been murmuring, fell silent in an instant. Guanshan cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. I believe many of you have already noticed the absence of some familiar faces. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then a realization washed over them. Had they not been reminded, they might not have noticed. Hearing Guanshan's words, indeed, some soldiers and logistics personnel were missing. Even Gu Han noted this change. As a participant, Gu Han felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that there were so many spies within the camp? Gu Han shook his head in mockery. Should this be attributed to the enemy's infiltrative efforts being too adept, or was it a sign of the lack of vigilance against spies from the Benlang Kingdom? However, it was likely that the Benlang Kingdom had spies infiltrating the Jianxi Kingdom as well. The Jianxi Kingdom had gone to great lengths to plant spies to sow discord among the soldiers of the Benlang Kingdom. It was hard to believe that they had not attempted to bribe the high-ranking officials. Deep down, Gu Han had little faith in that notion. If the Benlang Kingdom had not retaliated against the Jianxi Kingdom using similar tactics. Given the porous borders, the Jianxi Kingdom would have likely launched an attack long ago. Chapter 38. Rewards and Brotherly Relations. In recent days, the generals and I have received news of spies from the Jianxi Kingdom infiltrating our military camp. Guanshan's countenance bore an austere expression as he coldly proclaimed, "Those absent today are, for the most part, individuals whose treachery has been irrefutably established, confirmed as traitors and conspirators against the nation. Their families shall inevitably face repercussions as well." Upon hearing these words, a chill swept through the hearts of everyone present. The punishment for betrayal is universally harsh across all nations. One traitor implicates all kin. While it may not lead to outright extermination of their lineage, once the evidence is conclusive, the families of traitors can expect no respite. This holds true regardless of the pleas for mercy from the traitors. It is only through such measures that the likelihood of betrayal can be minimized. In a realm like the Benlang Kingdom, factions akin to the Gu family of Wushan City are numerous. Should Gu Qin be found colluding with the enemy, the existence of the Gu family would be untenable. After dispersing all personnel, their assignments to labor across the nation would be considered leniency. Such a level of punishment suffices to instill doubt in the hearts of those tempted by treachery. Yet, there will always be those with wavering convictions or a sense of misplaced luck who choose to betray. Such individuals will face no leniency from the military. It is my hope that none among you emulate the likes of Lei Chao, the scum who betray their nation. The gravity of Guan Shan's declaration left many, who previously believed that Lei Chao had spared Gu Chun due to some ulterior motive, utterly astonished. Goodness, who would have thought that Lei Chao, with his thick brows and large eyes, could be a spy? No wonder he sought to spare Gu Chen's life during that uproar at the combat camp. He likely coveted Gu Chen's talents and aimed to drag him into the mire. Fortunately, the generals had detected the issues with Lei Chao and his ilk in advance. Otherwise, who knows what chaos might have ensued. As the murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided, Guan Shan slowly continued. This time, the successful capture of the spy is largely credited to the efforts of brothers Gu Chun and Gu Han. After unanimous approval from myself and the other generals, I hereby promote Gu Chun to the rank of squad leader and bestow upon him a noble title. Gu Han is to be appointed as the logistics squad leader and likewise honored with a noble title. Both shall receive armor and a sword. Though they are conscripts, their treatment will be equivalent to that of officers. As Guan Shan's words echoed, two quartermasters approached, bearing a suit of battle armor and a sword symbolizing the rank of squad leader. Conscripts typically lack formal military status, yet due to their remarkable achievements, Guan Shan deemed it fitting to grant them this extraordinary commendation. Among the crowd, Li Chang noticed that Gu Han remained frozen in place and hastily shoved him, exclaiming, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and receive your reward and express your gratitude." This is the kind of treatment that others can only dream of. Gu Chun and Gu Han, taken completely off guard, could only adhere to their imagined decorum as they stepped forward to accept the armor and sword with both hands. The surrounding soldiers and logistics personnel were left in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. This spy was actually captured thanks to Gu Chun and Gu Han. Such incredible luck seemed almost unfathomable, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Damn it! Why don't I have such good fortune? The overwhelming majority believed that Gu Chun and Gu Han had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, although they were slightly stronger than the rest. Their prowess had its limits. How could they possibly capture a spy like Lei Chao? It was merely luck, nothing more. Such luck is rare and fleeting, and Gu Han and his brother had surely exhausted theirs during this period. Yet, regardless of the envy they harbored, the brothers' positions as squad leaders were now cemented. According to the military regulations of the Benlang Kingdom, unless a conscript achieves great merit, they would not be granted officer status. Most conscripts leave the service still merely as foot soldiers that in just half a month. Gu Chun and Gu Han had ascended to the rank of squad leaders, surpassing the vast majority. In this unstable political climate, with the saber-toothed kingdom eyeing Mushan City covetously, Guan Shan urged everyone to continue their diligent training, preparing for the imminent war that could erupt at any moment. There was one more thing Guan Shan refrained from voicing. Without becoming true warriors, stepping onto the battlefield would ultimately render one as mere cannon fodder. With that, Guan Shan turned to depart, leaving instructors like Deng Li to continue the drills. The logistics personnel, including Gu Han, returned to their respective camps. Ma Tai and others clustered around Gu Han, unable to conceal their envy. "Old Gu, you've truly struck gold this time. If I could become a squad leader, my fellow villagers would surely envy me immensely. That would be a matter of great honor, and perhaps I might even secure a position back home." Unlike Gu Han's previous life on Earth, where serving as a conscript for 2 years could still yield some monetary gain. Here, merely surviving on the frontier was already a stroke of good fortune that in just this half month, 7 logistics personnel had gone missing in the mountains. Without bodies to recover, no one could ascertain whether they had fallen prey to demonic beasts, met their end at the hands of others, or simply wandered off. For most, returning alive was already considered a blessing. To become an officer and return home with a job secured was a dream beyond comprehension. As long as you all put in the effort, you too can become squad leaders. Ji Yuhan smiled, viewing the position of squad leader as not particularly exalted. However, he understood that this perspective stemmed from differences in background and worldview. After all, he was a collateral descendant of the Gu family. While his origins were humble, they were still far superior to those of ordinary folk. Ma Tai and the others exchanged smiles, recognizing that Gu Han was merely trying to comfort them. The group moved swiftly, soon returning to the camp. Ji Yuhan, as was his custom, headed straight for the outskirts, intent on hunting demonic beasts. He was currently focused on helping the little wolf enhance its bloodline, necessitating deeper ventures into the wilderness to hunt stronger demonic beasts. For this reason, he informed Ma Tai and the others that he might not return to rest for the next few days. They believed in Gu Han's capabilities, and provided he exercised caution, he would likely encounter no danger, thus agreeing to keep his departure from the camp a secret. Shortly after Gu Han left, the soldiers quickly divided into several teams, marching forth into the wilderness under the guidance of their instructors. This time, I must secure a position in the top 10. Many soldiers silently resolved within themselves, following a regular training period of half a month. Only 2 weeks remained until the grand competition of the 10th Battalion. To expedite the enhancement of the new soldiers' combat experience, the instructors convened and decided to establish a wilderness training ground. The soldier sparring sessions would be tempered with restraint. Only when faced with life-and-death struggles against demonic beasts could they truly unlock their potential. As for the dangers, those fearful of peril were welcome to remain in the camp for self-training. The instructors imposed no mandatory measures in this regard. Yet, none among the soldiers wished to admit to cowardice. All chose to venture into the wilderness, confronting demonic beasts of the 1st star, 4th, and even 5th ranks. Chapter 39. Clues to the Spy. What on earth is going on? It truly feels like a ghost. A few soldiers, hearts heavy with trepidation, stealthily advanced through the perilous wilderness. They bypassed the woods near the camp, which were populated with 1st and 2nd ranked demonic beasts, offering little in the way of valuable experience. Even the weakest soldier, after half a month of intensive training, had reached the 3rd rank of martial disciples. With appropriate training methods, this initial period in the military would be the time of their most rapid growth. Thus, upon entering the wilderness training ground, they hurried deeper inside. However, despite their efforts, they encountered neither the elusive 1st star, 4th nor 5th ranked demonic beasts. Not even a few 3rd rank weaklings were in sight. Did the demonic beasts hear about our arrival and flee in advance? The soldiers nearby rolled their eyes at the remark. That guy truly has a hide thicker than a city wall. He chuckled, undeterred by the reactions of others, and boldly pressed onward. After a few reminders to be cautious, the others followed suit. Other directions housed different soldiers in training, leaving them no choice but to tread their own path. Soon after, a pungent scent of blood assailed their senses as the soldier in the lead beheld the scene before him. His expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted to his companions behind him, "You all, come quickly and take a look." Seeing the panic etched on his face, his comrades exchanged glances and hurried up the slope. Almost simultaneously, their pupils constricted in shock at the sight laid before them. In the overgrown thicket, the ground was littered with the bodies of numerous demonic beasts, all appearing remarkably intact. Were it not for the fact that they confirmed the beast chests were no longer rising and falling, and that they lay surrounded by pools of blood, they might have suspected these creatures were merely resting. A dozen demonic beasts lay silently on the ground. Who could have done this? A few individuals gasped in astonishment. The corpses of the beasts scattered about were predominantly those of herbivorous creatures. These beings, in order to survive in the wilderness, possess a level of vigilance towards danger that often surpasses that of their carnivorous counterparts to ensure that these beasts have no opportunity to flee. It is essential to slay them almost simultaneously. Otherwise, at the slightest hint of disturbance, they will vanish without a trace. However, achieving the simultaneous extermination of such widely dispersed 4th and 5th tier beasts within a short span of time is no easy feat. Even seasoned veterans would likely find it beyond their capabilities that IT would require at least the prowess of a martial artist. Although there are disparities in strength among martial apprentices of different ranks, it remains a formidable challenge to prevent the beasts from escaping entirely. With no cities in the vicinity of the camp, who could possibly be present here? Could it be individuals from the Sword-Tooth Kingdom? Recalling the earlier mention by Guanshan of spies from the Sword-Tooth Kingdom discovered within the camp, The group grew, increasingly convinced that it was indeed the work of spies. Their hearts raced with excitement. This was a splendid opportunity to achieve great merit. Gu Han and Gu Chen merely assisted Guanshan in unearthing the spies, yet they were both promoted to squad leaders, instantly elevating their ranks by 2 levels. Above the combat soldiers are the positions of team leader, squad leader, battalion commander, hunter commander, and 1,000 commander. Doubt if they were to uncover the spies' whereabouts, they would certainly at least be promoted to team leaders. If not higher, some could hardly contain their eagerness and dashed toward the temporary camp. However, those lagging behind furrowed their brows as they surveyed the scattered corpses that if these were indeed spies, what could have prompted such a ruckus? Judging by the traces left behind, it was highly likely that the spy had not infiltrated the military camp. Had they succeeded in doing so, given their martial prowess, they would have to be a genuine soldier. Not just a mere conscript like them, that if they had not yet infiltrated the camp and were to engage in such rampant slaughter, it would only serve to heighten the military's vigilance. After reinforcing their defenses, they would likely never have the chance to infiltrate the camp again. Yet if they had already become combat soldiers and ventured here to slay beasts, would that not be a waste of time? Even the most idle individual would not resort to such actions. But regardless, if spies truly exist, it would be a significant achievement for them. The individual beside him, noticing the doubt in his eyes, chuckled and replied, "Even if there are no spies, our cautious approach will surely earn us praise from the instructors that in any case, it is a win-win situation." The previously skeptical combat soldiers nodded in agreement after hearing their comrade's explanation. The group made their way back to the temporary camp, only to find it already bustling with activity. Zhang Wen, who was at the forefront, was momentarily taken aback by the throngs within the camp. He approached one of the individuals and gently tapped him on the shoulder, inquiring, "Brother, what brings you back?" The man's grin stretched from ear to ear, unable to conceal his elation. "This time, I've achieved a significant feat." Zhang Wen's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he instinctively asked, "What kind of achievement? Can you share it with me?" The man lowered his voice, glancing around furtively as if fearing eavesdroppers, and whispered, "Our team has uncovered traces of spies." "What?" Zhang Wen blurted out, unable to restrain his surprise that he gulped, suddenly realizing that those in line ahead might also be reporting similar discoveries, that if only their team had found the spies, it could have led to unimaginable rewards. Yet now, it seemed that at least 100 soldiers had come forward with reports. With such a multitude, how could they all be promoted to officers? Meanwhile, in the temporary camp, the officer in charge of gathering intelligence was overwhelmed with the influx of reports. Since just a few minutes ago, soldiers had been streaming back, each claiming to have discovered suspicious traces of spies. Given the gravity of the situation, he had to treat it with utmost seriousness, dispatching comrades to investigate. Upon confirming the suspicions, he prepared to report the findings. However, one squad after another returned with similar claims. And by now, over a dozen squads had asserted they had located spy leads. Even if this information were to be relayed up the chain of command, it would likely take until nightfall to conduct a thorough investigation. Where have all these spies come from? Qian Fu, noticing more individuals approaching the camp, quickly stood up and motioned for the still discussing crowd to quiet down. "That I have recorded all your reports, and we will verify each one. If we truly capture a spy, your contributions will not go unnoticed." At this point, Qian Fu could no longer remain to hear everyone's accounts and could only temporarily assuage the soldiers. With Qian Fu's assurance, the soldiers finally felt a sense of relief that in truth, they were uncertain about the reliability of their leads. They had merely come to report out of a sense of hope. Under Qian Fu's reassurances, the crowd soon dispersed, resuming their hunt for beasts. Chapter 40. The 10th Realm. The camp was alive with activity. The architect of this chaos was none other than Gu Han, who was relentlessly hunting beasts. During this period of slaughter, Gu Han's strength had ascended to the 9th tier of martial apprentices. Now just a step away from becoming a martial artist, he had delved deep into the dense forest, where the power of the beasts surrounding him had visibly increased. The beasts he encountered were predominantly 7th and 8th tier creatures. However, Gu Han had set his sights on those nearing the threshold of the 2nd star. From his earlier battle with Shui Wen, Gu Han recognized that while he might still be at a disadvantage against beasts newly entering the 2nd star, the gap was not insurmountable, coupled with his recent growth in strength. If he remained vigilant, he still had a chance to slay 2nd star beasts. The 7th and 8th tier beasts, although only a tier or two below Guhan, were no match for him now. He dispatched them with a single punch. Effortlessly, a continuous surge of vitality and attribute points flowed into Guhan's body. Occasionally, he would also acquire rare elements and the life force of the beasts. However, as he had yet to gather enough beast cores, Guhan opted to directly channel the surplus life force from the beast to the little wolf. Enhancing its strength, he did not want it to be unprepared when facing second-star beasts. The resounding thud of another beast collapsing echoed through the air. This time, it was a massive sword-toothed pig, boasting the strength of a pinnacle first-star beast. Even Guhan had to expend 2 punches to bring it down. A warm sensation coursed through Guhan's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing 500 points of life force, 50 points of defense attributes, and 5 points of beast life force from the sword-toothed pig. Although the sword-toothed pig was not as powerful as Shuewon, it was a prime source of life force. The life force it provided equaled that of Shuewon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the threshold of life force. You may choose to break through to the 10th tier of martial apprentices or ascend to martial artist status. Please make your selection. The sudden voice of the system left Guhan momentarily stunned. Wasn't the protocol to directly ascend to the next major realm after reaching the 9th tier? This was the first time Guhan had heard of the 10th tier of martial apprentices since arriving in this world. The 10th tier signifies perfection, whether as a martial apprentice, martial artist, or martial master, or even at higher realms. Only the 10th tier represents a state of completeness. However, the requirements to achieve the 10th tier of martial apprentices are exceedingly stringent. Only the most exceptional prodigies in this world can attain it, and it is entirely reasonable that Guhan's previous self had never heard of it. The system's suggestion was akin to outright declaring that Guhan's former self was weak. Nevertheless, Guhan understood this rationale. If his previous self had been strong, he would not have remained merely a first-tier martial apprentice. The concept of the 10th tier of perfection had been something Guhan had heard about even before his transmigration. Many protagonists in various novels had attained this realm. Yet in those stories, this so-called perfection often seemed to bear little significance later on. The protagonist still struggled against formidable foes. Nonetheless, Guhan was willing to take a gamble. If the notion of the 10th realm exists, it must hold some truth. How could one ascertain their shortcomings without traversing each realm? Without hesitation, Guhan declared in his heart, I choose to break through to the 10th tier of martial apprentices. The resounding pulse of his heart resonated within Guhan, echoing like a great bell. His meridians and bones underwent unimaginable reinforcement. Tio the little wolf beside him, Guhan suddenly exuded a formidable aura of life force, immensely appealing to the carnivorous beasts. Yet Guhan himself stood still, resembling a statue unmovable. Oh! The little wolf grew anxious that a series of soft rustling sounds began to emerge around them, indicating that the nearby beasts had caught the scent of blood. Although the little wolf's strength was now comparable to that of an adult illusory water wolf, and it could contend against a 9th-tier beast, it would still struggle against overwhelming numbers. Soon, several wolves with emerald green eyes emerged slowly from the forest, their bodies poised low, fixated on the emanating rich life force from Guhan. The foul-smelling drool dripped continuously from their mouths, clearly indicating their ravenous desire for Guhan's flesh. Awu the little wolf howled anxiously, desperately attempting to rouse Guhan from his slumber. However, Guhan remained as unresponsive as a wooden post, offering no feedback whatsoever. As the ferocious beast drew ever closer, the little wolf resolved to protect Guhan at all costs. Yet, at that moment, it suddenly noticed that these wolves appeared to belong to the same clan as itself. The fur of these illusory water wolves, though far more mottled and lacking the smooth, water-blue sheen, still bore a resemblance to its own lineage. Awu the little wolf urgently communicated to the illusory water wolves that they were kin, imploring that there was no need for a life-and-death struggle. Upon hearing the little wolf's cries, the leading illusory water wolf seemed momentarily taken aback. This area was home to only their clan of illusory water wolves. The previous group had perished at the hands of their own wolf king due to territorial disputes. Recently, there had been no news of any illusory water wolves giving birth outside their ranks. However, the illusory water wolf clan was remarkably easy to identify. They could even ascertain that the little wolf's bloodline surpassed their own. Within the current clan, only the wolf king possessed such a pure bloodline. One of the illusory water wolves mused. Could it be that the Wolf King had sired offspring during his ventures? Contemplating this almost singular possibility, several illusory water wolves began to howl, seemingly engaging in communication. Moments later, a larger illusory water wolf approached, howling twice at the little wolf, signaling its intention to escort it back to the camp, then sauntered leisurely toward Guhan. The intention was evident, to consume Guhan before returning to their den. In that instant, the little wolf felt a surge of urgency. Witnessing Guhan's impending doom, it decided to take drastic measures. With a swift flick of its eyes, the little wolf trailed closely behind the illusory water wolf. Feigning assistance in resolving the matter of Guhan, the illusory water wolf was quite pleased with the little wolf's performance, anticipating that it would soon allow the little wolf to indulge as well. Seizing the moment when the illusory water wolf let down its guard, the little wolf suddenly clamped down on its throat. The illusory water wolf. It barely had time to emit a cry before the little wolf swiftly severed its neck. The illusory water wolf's body crumpled to the ground. Blood gush after slaying 2 saber-toothed boars. Guhan called out to the little wolf, tossed the boars into his storage bag, and swiftly turned to flee. Who knows if soldiers from the saber-toothed kingdom are trailing behind? It is wise to retreat for now. Not long after Guhan departed, several lightly armored scouts from the saber-toothed kingdom appeared within the forest. One of them, upon observing the remnants of battle, turned pale with rage and muttered, "Someone has just slain our battle pet." Chapter 42. The strength of the 10th realm. They were now perilously close to the border, where the generals of the running wolf kingdom should not be present. Among them, the owner of one saber-toothed boar wore a ghastly expression and quietly questioned, "Is there anyone capable of slaying a young boar who would appear here?" The warriors of the saber-toothed kingdom took pride in their ability to contract saber-toothed boars. This particular boar, which he had painstakingly nurtured to the 2nd star realm, was a testament to his dedication. Yet, he never anticipated that it would perish during a reconnaissance mission. Could it have been another beast responsible? Shaking his head at his companion's speculation, he stated, "Young boars have tough hides and aggressive natures. No beast of comparable rank would dare to target them. Beasts, too, understand the dynamics of strength and weakness. Given the choice, who would pursue a saber-toothed boar when they could hunt weaker creatures? A single misstep could lead to fatal repercussions from those formidable tusks. Chase after them. I shall avenge the young boar." The owner of the saber-toothed boar was consumed by rage and dashed ahead towards the direction Guhan had taken. Zhao Qin wait. His comrade's face turned ashen as he hurried to block his path. "Are you seeking death? This is the territory of the running wolf kingdom. If you act recklessly and encounter their general, you will be courting disaster." Zhao Qin's eyes blazed crimson as he hissed in a low voice. "But what of the young boar's vengeance? It was raised by my side since childhood. It is as if we share a bond." The young boar had always led the charge during their reconnaissance, as it was less likely to be discovered or suspected in the forest. Now that it lay slain, Zhao Qin had lost all reason, driven solely by the desire for retribution. "Your death is inconsequential. But if we fail this mission, can you bear the responsibility?" His comrade urged, "We have been ordered to protect you, and should you act on your own, we will all be implicated. Revenge is necessary. But a gentleman's vengeance is best delayed. If we jeopardize the plans laid out by the court, it won't merely be a matter of a saber-toothed boar." Zhao Qin, still seething with anger, realized the wisdom in his friend's words. The court and generals had meticulously devised this offensive strategy over a long period that if his impulsive rage were to ruin it all, not only would he suffer the consequences, but his entire family might as well. Even his brother-in-law would be unable to shield him from the fallout. After a lengthy internal struggle, Zhao Qin finally sighed in resignation. His eyes glistening with unshed tears, he gazed at the path where Guhan had vanished, and clenched his fist on his thigh, murmuring, "Young boar, wait for me. I shall avenge you." Seeing Zhao Qin relent, the others lowered their profiles and began recording the surrounding terrain. The Ji Yuhan ran at full speed, weaving through the forest in an elaborate circuit, even leaving multiple traces to mislead any potential pursuers, before finding a cave to take refuge. The process of starting a fire and roasting the pig was executed with remarkable efficiency. After the little wolf nestled beside the fire to warm up, Guhan turned his attention to his attribute panel following his breakthrough to the 10th realm. Host. Guhan Cultivation. 10th Realm Martial Apprentice Vitality, 14. 580, 9th Realm Martial Apprentice Vitality Range, 8,000, 10,000 Strength, 4,689, 9th Realm Martial Apprentice Strength Range, 1,500, 2,000, Defense, 2,680, 9th Realm Martial Apprentice Defense Range, 1,500, 2,000, Speed, 3,515. 9th Realm Martial Apprentice Speed Range, 1. 500, 2,000 Spirit, 1,599, 9th Realm Martial Apprentice Spirit Range, 800, 1,000 Cultivation Technique, Chi Induction Technique Martial Skills, Fiery Fist, Entry Level, Gale Stab Minor Accomplishment. Having broken through to the 10th Realm, my attributes have surprisingly skyrocketed. Glancing at the formidable statistics, Guhan felt a surge of joy. Although his innate talent often allowed him to surpass peers of the same realm, he typically only maintained a moderate advantage in defense and spirit. The accumulated strength of fellow martial apprentices was not to be underestimated. Yet now, merely upon reaching the 10th realm, his attributes had surged far beyond the limits of his peers. It seems I have indeed made the right choice in pursuing the path of the 10th realm. A faint smile graced Guhan's lips, and he felt immensely satisfied with his newfound strength that he then turned to examine the Little Wolf's attribute panel. Battle Pet. Phantom Water Wolf King Strength. 8th Realm Vitality. 6. 854 1-star 8th Realm Beast Vitality Range. 6,000. 8,000 Strength. 1,310 1-star 8th Realm Beast Strength Range. 1,200. 1,500 Defense. 1,218 1-star 8th Realm Beast Defense Range. 1,200. 1,500 Speed. 1,354. 1-star 8th Realm Beast Speed Range. 1. 200. 1,500 Spirit. 666. 1-star 8th Realm Beast Spirit Range. 600. 800 Racial Skill. Phantom Water Clone. Manipulates water elements to form clones with 15 of its strength to assist in battle. The higher the mastery, the stronger and more numerous the clones. While the Little Wolf could not absorb attributes, it had achieved a balanced development through vitality, water elemental force, and the inner cores of beasts. Moreover, the strength of the phantom water clones it conjured had seen an increase. Guhan stroked his chin, not surprised by the Little Wolf's capabilities. However, among 1-star 8th Realm beasts, its attributes seemed merely average. Guhan had prepared himself for this reality. Although the title Phantom Water Wolf King sounded impressive, its potential was likely capped at a mere 3-star beast, corresponding to a human martial artist. This was merely a theoretical limit. Within these mountains, the Little Wolf's father was likely no more than a 2-star beast. Such strength offered overwhelming advantages against weaker beasts of other races at lower star levels. Yet as realms ascended, this advantage would diminish against similarly ranked beasts. By the time it reached 3 stars, it might even become a disadvantage. Yet such circumstances were unavoidable. For Guhan to seek a young beast that could directly ascend to 9-star beast emperor status as a battle pet in the early stages was akin to chasing a pipe dream. It was already a stroke of fortune to have the battle pet system enable the Little Wolf's bloodline to break through that. I cannot afford to slacken my efforts, even for the Little Wolf's sake. Just as Guhan's thoughts settled, his nostrils flared slightly, catching the tantalizing scent of roasted pig. The Little Wolf eagerly transformed to the size of a Samoyed, ready to indulge. With a smile, Guhan sliced off a generous portion of pig leg meat for the Little Wolf to feast upon. Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. The pair, one human and one wolf, relished their meal in the cave. Meanwhile, officers such as Guanshan commenced their operations upon receiving information relayed by Qianfu. They split into teams and began searching near the border. Guanshan, upon nearing the boundary markers of the two kingdoms, nearly clashed with the saber-toothed Boar's Guard general. However, both were seasoned rivals, and they knew that in a short skirmish, neither could gain the upper hand. They exchanged verbal jabs before departing. Chapter 43. The War of Scouts, let us report our findings. Guanshan returned to the camp with a grim expression, addressing the returning instructors, including Deng Li. The sight of Guanshan's troubled demeanor sent an ominous chill through them. From my end, I discovered numerous beast carcasses, most around the 5th or 6th rank, but nothing out of the ordinary. I found the same, no anomalies. Any of these traces could have been left by a martial artist. We cannot ascertain that they were made by enemy scouts. The reports from several instructors echoed similar sentiments. Yet as they spoke, Guanshan's brow remained furrowed. While the slaughter of a pack of one-star beasts was within anyone's capability, it was hardly remarkable that N01 would waste time mercilessly slaughtering weaker beasts, let alone leave their carcasses behind, if it truly were enemy scouts. The lack of cleanup seemed almost a blatant invitation for discovery that NO Scout would be so reckless. However, with such occurrences reported from various locations, Guanshan could not afford to overlook them. Finally, only Deng Li had yet to speak. Guanshan turned to him and inquired, "Old Deng, what about you?" "My findings were similar to theirs," Deng Li began, before abruptly shifting topics, retrieving what appeared to be fragmented bone pieces from his storage bag. "However, I found these in the forest." Guanshan and the others quickly focused their attention, with some even stepping forward to examine the fragments. "Are these the saber-toothed boar's tusks?" Deng Li nodded in affirmation of the others' conjecture that I managed to roughly piece together these shattered tusks. If we account for the missing portion, these tusks must measure at least over 2 feet in length. This. Upon hearing what Deng Li had said, several instructors collectively inhaled sharply. Although the measurement system of this world differs slightly from that of Guhan's previous life, the discrepancy is not substantial. 2 feet in length signifies a saber-toothed beast's fangs exceeding half a meter. To possess such lengthy fangs indicates that it is at least a 2-star saber-toothed pig. "Old Deng, where did you discover this?" "If it was found near the border, it would not be unusual for a 2-star saber-toothed pig to cross into our territory." Deng Li pondered for a moment and replied, "That location is approximately 10 kilometers away from the border." Guanshan furrowed his brows. This distance is neither too close nor too far, making the appearance of a saber-toothed pig not particularly surprising. The crux of the matter is that someone managed to shatter the tusks of a 2-star saber-toothed pig. Deng Li continued, "While we are all capable of such a feat, it is evident that none among us can lay claim to it." Guanshan instantly grasped Deng Li's implication and retorted, "Are you suggesting that, aside from us and the potential spies from the saber-toothed nation, there may be a third party involved?" Deng Li nodded, "Precisely." Guanshan's expression darkened momentarily, that if there truly is a third party lurking in the shadows, resolving this matter could prove quite challenging at the very least. We must ascertain which side this third party aligns with. Regardless, we must swiftly capture both the third party and the spies infiltrating our ranks. After nodding in agreement, Deng Li and the others quickly dispersed at this moment. Guhan remained unaware that his slaying of those 2 saber-toothed pigs had incited tension among both the border forces of the wolf-bound nation and the saber-toothed nation. The covert skirmishes between the two sides had stirred the once tranquil waters of the border into a tempest that on this day, the soldiers' training was temporarily suspended due to these exceptional circumstances. While the soldiers expressed mild discontent, they complied with the instructor's strict orders and returned to the barracks to resume their standard training. Time passed day by day. The border forces of the wolf-bound nation and the saber-toothed nation engaged in fierce covert clashes, leaving behind numerous corpses at the mountain's edge. Most of these bodies were destined to remain in the forests, becoming fodder for the beasts that Guhan, meanwhile, hunted both monsters and the border soldiers of the saber-toothed nation with trepidation. As a citizen of the wolf-bound nation, he naturally showed no mercy towards the spies of the saber-toothed nation. When faced with those he dared not provoke, Guhan concealed himself in the underbrush, patiently waiting for their departure. Over the course of the past fortnight, Guhan estimated that at least 30, if not 50, spies from the saber-toothed nation had fallen by his hand. His prowess had finally ascended to that of a warrior. Additionally, the bloodline of Little Wolf was on the verge of enhancement, requiring only a handful of monster cores. Finding 2-star monsters in this vicinity was already a challenge, and not every 2-star monster dropped a core upon defeat. This significantly slowed the progress of Little Wolf's bloodline enhancement. There was an urgent need to hasten this process and strive to elevate Little Wolf's bloodline today, with only 1 day remaining until the grand competition of the 10th Battalion. Guhan, though not a soldier himself, contemplated returning to cheer on his brothers. Meanwhile, the commanding officers at the borders of the two nations were overwhelmed by the clandestine skirmishes that the general's mansion of Mushin City. A burly man with a square face and muscles like forged steel wielded a gleaming saw in the courtyard. "Third brother, how have the scouts fared during this time?" Guanshan casually sat on a nearby stone bench, sipping tea as he spoke. "We lost 33 scouts, identified 7 hidden outposts of the saber-toothed nation and discovered the bodies of 57 saber-toothed nation scouts within our territory. General Guan Jin paused his work, his gaze lighting up with surprise as he addressed Guan Shan. You managed to eliminate so many enemy scouts? Well done. Double the rewards for all scouts and grant an additional 10 blood refinement pills. Scouts risk their lives in the line of duty. When danger arises, it's either you die or I do. Without sufficient rewards, merely relying on faith will not attract capable scouts. Moreover, the 57 enemy scouts we uncovered are just the tip of the iceberg. There are likely more yet to be found. This battle deserves commendation for the scouts' performance. Guan Shan nodded, fully understanding this. Don't worry, brother. I will handle everything appropriately. However, many of the slain enemy scouts have yet to be claimed. The Wolfbound Nation has strict policies regarding rewards and penalties, and we will not arbitrarily assign credit to others. All achievements must undergo scrutiny and confirmation before being claimed. Thus, instances of false claims for military merit are exceedingly rare. To this, Guan Jin's expression darkened as he solemnly stated, some scouts have already perished, and these merits may belong to them forever, never to be claimed by anyone. They are heroes of the Wolfbound Nation. If after 3 days, no one comes forward to claim them, it will signify that these merits rightfully belong to the fallen heroes. This is not Guan Jin's attempt to usurp these accolades, nor to withhold the rewards that should be rightfully given. Rather, he seeks to ensure that the merits are genuinely returned to these heroes. Should the time elapse without any claims, the merits would be sealed away, becoming true unclaimed property, BY designating these merits to the deceased scouts. Although the scouts themselves are gone, their families would still be able to receive the honor and protection from local authorities against oppression. This was Guan Jin's true intention, to alleviate the worries of all soldiers. After all, he never anticipated that these merits were indeed owned, and they originated from the hands of a logistic soldier. Chapter 44. The Saber-Toothed Nation's actions. Rest assured, brother, I will arrange this immediately. Guan Shan raised his head and downed his drink, then stealthily swapped the wine jug. Following that, he departed to handle military affairs. After training, Guan Jin, drenched in sweat, approached the stone table, only to find the wine jug surprisingly light in his grasp. Leaving him momentarily stunned, he immediately directed a furious tirade at the departing Guan Shan. You rascal! You've drunk all my wine. This wine is not mere liquor. It is a spiritual brew crafted from rare herbs that aids in refining one's vital energy. Consuming it not only keeps one alert, but also enhances the effects of vital energy refinement. Damn it, my parents passed away early, and I raised you through thick and thin, and now you covet my spiritual wine. Guan Jin's face darkened as he begrudgingly produced a new bottle of spiritual wine and drank deeply. In Zhongqing, the general's mansion stood shrouded in dark clouds compared to the situation in Mushin City. A dozen or so deputy generals and sub-generals in the general's mansion kept their heads down, their expressions grim, and not a word was uttered. The commanding officer, Wang Kaishan, slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into splinters. Zhang Ming, what are your scouts doing? The Wolfbound Nation is in plain sight while you operate in the shadows, and yet over 90 scouts have perished. You're all a bunch of useless gluttons. Wang Kaishan pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Ming amidst the crowd. You only lost 20 or 30. You didn't even lose half as many as we did. The barracks are well stocked for the scouts. And this is how you repay me. If it were up to me, you wouldn't even deserve to be a guerrilla deputy general. Zhang Ming shrank back, shivering and hardly daring to speak. The other deputy generals, unable to revel in the misfortune, hurriedly stepped forward and clasped their fists, imploring, Please calm your anger, General. Wang Kaishan, still seething with fury, slammed the table again. I can't be bothered to argue with you about the scouts. After all, it's their territory. It's only natural that we lose some men while actively probing the situation. Have the maps been completed? Zhang Ming turned pale at the inquiry, tremblingly whispering. And not yet, bang. Wang Kaishan hurled a fragment of the table at Zhang Ming, causing him to bleed profusely from his head. What on earth are you doing? A whole heap of scouts have perished. And the map isn't even finished. The higher-ups have already assigned us the task of capturing Mushin City by the end of the year and requesting merit from the court. At this rate, I'd be surprised if you don't get punished. As Wang Kaishan's anger erupted, the others in the hall kept their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. After a while, Wang Kaishan's fury subsided somewhat. With 3 months left until the new year, I'll give you one more month to complete the map. If a month from now I don't see a complete border map of Mushin City, you can go to the vanguard and take the lead yourself. Zhang Ming's face darkened. The 4 major military achievements on the battlefield are slaying generals, seizing flags, breaking formations, and leading the charge. Each is a life-threatening endeavor. Even he could not guarantee survival after leading the charge. General, Zhang Ming attempted to speak, but Wang Kaishan shot him a furious glare. What do you want? Hurry up and get lost. Zhang Ming, filled with trepidation, instinctively recoiled, rendered speechless as the meeting adjourned. He returned to his tent, unleashing a torrent of frustration upon the scouts. The scouts, thoroughly chastised, muttered under their breath, General, it is not due to our inadequacy. Rather, the Benlang Kingdom was well-prepared in other regions. We have had our share of clandestine skirmishes with the scouts from the Jianxi Kingdom, even emerging victorious on occasion. Yet this particular area feels like a forbidden zone to us. One of the scouts produced a freshly drawn map, encircling a specific region. From our observations, every brother who has ventured into this area has not returned alive, and one knows what traps lie in wait within. After the loss of dozens of brothers, we dare not trespass any further. Zhang Ming scrutinized the marked area on the map, his brows knitting together in concern. After a moment, he seemed to recognize the location and turned to a young man beside him. Zhao Qin, isn't this where your Jianqi boar went missing? Zhao Qin clenched his teeth in fury, exclaiming, Indeed, it is, brother-in-law, you must avenge me. Zhao Qin, Zhang Ming's brother-in-law, had come to serve as a scout to earn merit. The task of slaying generals and capturing flags was far too daunting for him. In contrast, being a scout and mapping terrain, while requiring caution, posed significantly less danger. Moreover, Zhao Qin was not alone but rather accompanied by several other scouts for protection, merely enjoying the sights. However, even with such precautions, his Jianqi boar had perished in the Benlang Kingdom. For Zhang Ming, a Jianqi boar barely reaching 2 stars in strength was not particularly precious. Yet ever since, concerned for his brother-in-law's safety, he had prohibited Zhao Qin from venturing deeper into the Benlang Kingdom, allowing him only to operate from the periphery until the other scouts completed their tasks. Now, upon hearing Zhao Qin's confirmation, Zhang Ming lightly tapped his fingers on the table. This area spans over 5 kilometers in radius, with its rugged and intricate terrain capable of concealing many soldiers. If there are indeed numerous ambushers lurking within, we must circumvent this region without gathering sufficient intelligence. Should we become encircled by the forces of the Benlang Kingdom, it would be a certain demise. At this point, Zhang Ming's gaze swept over the leading scout captains. The map must be completed within 10 days, or else all will face military tribunal. The moment these words left his lips, the expressions of the scout captains shifted dramatically. General, is 10 days not a tad too hasty? They protested. Mapping the terrain is not overly complex, yet it requires meticulous investigation. Any oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. Then we shall extend it to half a month, Zhang Ming declared, exuding a formidable resolve. Due to the significant losses among the scouts, I have already pledged an oath to the general. The task must be completed within 10 days. I can only negotiate for half a month's time. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Witnessing Zhang Ming's earnest concern for their plight, the scout captains, despite believing the task to be arduous and daunting, refrained from voicing objections. Instead, they each clasped their hands in respect, pledging, Rest assured, General, we shall fulfill the task on time and live up to your expectations. Chapter 45. The grand competition of the 10 camps begins in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed, the heart of Mushin City. A vast training ground had been hastily cleared. Surrounding the arena was a sea of people, as countless citizens gathered to discuss the impending grand competition of the 10 camps. This grand event occurs only once every 2 years, and attendance is a must for those wishing to partake in the excitement. One could only wonder which prodigies would emerge from this year's soldier camp. I heard that the son of Old Wang next door has enlisted. I wonder if he possesses any remarkable skills. With someone like Old Wang as his father, his son is likely just a run-of-the-mill soldier. What could he possibly achieve? Furthermore, I have heard that things have been rather tumultuous outside lately, with reports of a merchant convoy bound for the Jianxi Kingdom being detained on charges of arms trafficking. What? Trade between 2 nations is perfectly normal. Even in times of war, it would not cease. The Jianqi Kingdom's seizure of the merchant convoy is utterly shameless. Hundreds, if not thousands, of citizens began to voice their outrage against the Jianqi Kingdom's disgraceful actions. In contrast, the soldiers of the Benlang Kingdom, tasked with ensuring their safety, appeared benevolent in their eyes. They eagerly prepared food and drink to welcome the new recruits participating in the grand competition of the 10 camps. Young men, you are the hope of the Benlang Kingdom. Only through your strength can our kingdom avoid oppression. Boys, give it your all. Amidst the fervent anticipation, the various soldier camps assembled at the forefront of the Eastern 2nd Soldier Camp. Flanked by several instructors stood the imposing Gu Chun and the spirited Yu Qitian, the top soldiers of the 2nd Soldier Camp in Mushin City. They embodied the camp's prestige. Following closely behind were Gu Lin and a host of other soldiers, all brimming with excitement and readiness for battle, that we have awaited this day for so long. I hope the soldiers from other camps do not let me down, Gu Lin remarked, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor. Beside Gu Lin, another soldier chuckled, his eyes ablaze with ambition, but Ji Lin smiled faintly, clenching his fists in excitement. After being injured by Wang Huan and others, he had fallen behind the other soldiers. However, the blood refinement pills provided by Gu Han had allowed him to regroup and catch up to his peers. Now, with Gu Chen's support, Gu Lin had nearly secured a spot among the top 10 of the 2nd camp. This was a significant improvement compared to when he first joined the soldier camp. Ahead in the ranks, Yu Qitian turned to Gu Chun with a smile, that Ji Yu Chun. Do you have confidence in breaking into the top 5 in this grand competition? Gu Chen's lips twitched at the question. Yu Qitian's bravado was impressive. Each camp boasted nearly 1,000 new recruits, and with over 10,000 new soldiers vying for the top 5 positions, the odds were daunting. Yet here was Yu Qitian, boldly asserting his ambition for the top 5, as if dismissing the capabilities of the recruits from other camps entirely. However, Yu Qitian certainly had the talent to back it up to conceal his true strength. Gu Chun had only managed to achieve a narrow victory over Yu Qitian during their previous sparring session. Without the assistance of Sword Elder, it was uncertain whether Gu Chun could surpass Yu Qitian in such a short time. Top 5? I would say at least the top 3. Gu Chun replied with a smile, that why Yu Qitian was taken aback, having thought himself audacious. Gu Chun's confidence exceeded even his own. Don't be too arrogant. You might just trip over your own tongue. Just then, a derisive voice rang out from a distance. The Ji Yu Chun and Yu Qitian turned toward the sound, spotting a stranger clad in soldier attire. The individual stood with crossed arms, head held high, gazing down at Gu Chun and his companions with an air of disdain, as if peering at mere insects. It was audacious to presume oneself capable of defeating the soldiers from other camps even before the competition had commenced. Gu Chun cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Whether one is arrogant or not will be revealed in the arena. As for you, I suggest you consult a physician. It's not healthy to look down on others with such disdain. Outside the camp, no one will indulge you. Huang Xiaoshan's expression darkened at Gu Chen's scornful retort. You aren't even worthy of my attention. When the grand competition begins, don't come crying back to your camp. You're the one who will likely be weeping for your mother. Gu Chun replied with a cold chuckle. You. Huang Xiaoshan's fury ignited. But before he could retaliate, the war drums of the central training ground thundered to life. With a huff, Huang Xiaoshan stormed off, accompanied by several soldiers who appeared to be his sycophants. Yu Qitian clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing with a glacial intensity. This guy is truly asking for a beating. We were merely discussing our aspirations within our own camp. Yet he barges in to disrupt our conversation with such arrogance that I wonder who gave him the audacity. The Ji Yuhan chuckled, shaking his head. Look at those sycophants behind him. He must be some young master from a nearby city, here to experience military life. Yu Qitian replied with a faint smile. In his camp, others may tolerate his arrogance due to his connections. But if he thinks he can continue to act high and mighty during the grand competition, he will surely face the consequences. Ji Yu Chun smiled slightly, having given little thought to Huang Xiaoshan. However, since the other party had so willingly provoked him, it would be impolite not to teach him a lesson during the grand competition. Brother Chun, it seems Gu Han has yet to arrive. Just then, Gu Lin approached Gu Chun, saying, I search around, and while the logistics personnel from Gu Han's room are here, he is still absent. Ji Yu Han had his own matters to attend to. Ji Yu Chun was aware of Gu Han's formidable prowess. And perhaps at this very moment, he was engaged in some specialized training. However, it was merely a trivial competition among the 10th Battalion, and there was no need to seek him out. Not far away, Yu Qitian, who instinctively made way for Gu Lin to converse, couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing Gu Chen refer to the 10th Battalion's grand contest as trivial. If the soldiers from the other battalions were to overhear this, it would undoubtedly stir up quite a commotion to Yu Qitian's surprise. Gu Lin actually nodded in agreement that it seemed that attending the 10th Battalion's competition was, to Gu Han, a mere waste of time. Wasn't Gu Han a logistical soldier? Why did he sound as if he were a remarkable genius? Yu Qitian was filled with questions, yet he found no opportunity to voice them. Just then, the commander of the Mushan city garrison, Guanjun, ascended the platform amid the throngs of head instructors from various battalions. The 10th Battalion's grand contest was established by my father, the general of Mushan City, a century ago. It has persisted for 100 years without interruption, so I shall not elaborate further. I hereby declare that the 10th Battalion's grand contest begins now. The speech delivered by Guanjun was exceedingly straightforward. The grand contest of the 10th Battalion adhered to few formalities. The training grounds featured 10 combat platforms, with a central grand platform. Anyone could leap onto a platform to defend their position, and similarly, anyone could challenge the reigning champion. Ultimately, the last 10 combatants remaining would qualify to ascend to the grand platform. Aside from the prohibition against killing on the platforms, there were no other rules governing the competition. Since everyone is so courteous, let Zhang Hai take the lead. With Guanjun's words, a soldier swiftly leaped onto the platform. Zhang Hai's entrance was akin to igniting the fuse that set the 10th Battalion's grand contest into motion. The 10 training grounds erupted into a lively spectacle, as 20 soldiers of comparable strength engaged in fierce exchanges, refusing to yield an inch. The majority among the first wave of contestants were 4th or 5th rank martial apprentices. Over the past month of training, all soldiers had made significant progress. Now, it was exceedingly difficult to find a 3rd-rank soldier within the battalion. Following a soldier's fall from the platform, a military physician would promptly step forward to assess and treat the injuries sustained, ensuring that the soldiers did not need to worry about their training being adversely affected by the sparring done on each of the 10 platforms. As soon as someone was knocked down, they would swiftly be replaced by another. Each platform remained in continuous motion without a moment's respite. The instructors from various battalions, including Deng Li, sat together, critiquing the soldiers' performances. Old Deng, your battalion's new recruits aren't performing well at all. After all, they're soldiers under General Guan's command. Yet they consistently place in the middle to lower tiers during the 10th Battalion's grand contest that I believe you are too lenient with the new recruits. Train them harshly. Soldiers' lives are not so delicate. The remarks of these instructors beside Deng Li sounded like advice. Yet to Deng Li, they were nothing short of blatant ridicule. After all, Guanshan was the 3rd brother of General Guanjin during the allocation of new recruits. Even if Guanshan did not receive preferential treatment, it was inconceivable that he would be assigned weak soldiers that if, under no inherent disadvantages, the soldiers brought forth were weaker than others. It would only imply that the instructors themselves were inadequate. Deng Li's expression darkened. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he recalled that Gu Chun and his brothers, along with Yu Qitian, had yet to make their moves, prompting him to regain his composure. Zhang Zhong, the one who laughs last laughs best. Deng Li said cryptically that don't celebrate too soon. Zhang Zhong scoffed. Deng Li, you remain as stubborn as ever, clinging to your pride and suffering for it. I am eager to see how your 2nd Battalion plans to turn the tide. The other instructors from various battalions cast scornful glances in their direction. The sequence of battalions was determined by their strength rankings. Given the current prowess of the 2nd Battalion, they should have long been relegated to a lower position. Without the support of Guanshan and General Guanjun, what right did Deng Li and his group have to occupy the 2nd Battalion's position? This sentiment had been voiced by more than one battalion. During training, it was not particularly evident. However, once the conflict erupted, the tasks assigned to different battalions varied. The 2nd Battalion could easily receive missions that would lead to significant achievements. They were well aware that at any moment, the Jianqi Kingdom might launch an unexpected attack. To be why then, the credit would belong to the 1st and 2nd Battalions. They could not possibly fall behind the 1st Battalion, nor could they be surpassed by the 2nd Battalion. Should they suffer a humiliating defeat this time, even General Guanjin's favoritism would compel Guanshan to relinquish the 2nd Battalion's position. This logic was not lost on Guanshan and the other instructors of the 2nd Battalion. They watched anxiously as their soldiers were repeatedly knocked off the platform. their expressions tightening with concern. At this rate, our 2nd Battalion's position may be in jeopardy, Guanshan said gravely. The other instructors, known for their fiery tempers, erupted in curses. These rascals must have conspired together to target our 2nd Battalion. As soon as one of our soldiers wins a match, they send a challenger up who is at least one rank higher. They are determined to ensure we lose our position. The performance of the 2nd Battalion needed to rank within the top 5 for General Guanjin to retain their standing, at most conceding to become 3rd. Therefore, in the past half-month, Guanshan had spared no effort, distributing resources generously to the new recruits to secure their position. Yet these opponents were evidently ruthless, intent on relegating them to the bottom. Although they were aware that their own side had only occupied the 2nd Battalion's position through connections, the absence of conflict had rendered their standing little more than a title. With the war on the horizon, they were unwilling to relinquish the 2nd Battalion's position without a fight. Under normal sparring conditions, without interference from the 1st Battalion, they could have at least secured a place in the top 5. However, united against them, the new recruits were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. The instructors' faces were ashen. After all, the new recruits were the fruits of their own labor. Witnessing them suffer injuries while being targeted, it would be disingenuous to claim they felt no guilt. The key was that no one had stipulated that the 10th Battalion's contest could not involve challenges between soldiers from the same battalion. The actions of these battalions were entirely lawful, leaving them with no ground for protest. The onlooking populace was oblivious to the enmities between the battalions. They only cared whether the 10th Battalion's grand contest was thrilling enough. Filled with fervor, Mushan City, being on the borders, had a rugged populace. The strength of the citizens should not be underestimated. Many were stronger than soldiers, having reached the realms of martial artists or even martial masters. Yet, as they watched these mere martial apprentices spar, they remained thoroughly engrossed. Time was drawing near. After a while, Guanshan turned to one of the instructors and instructed, "Let Gu Lin and the others take their turn." The instructor exhaled deeply, cupped his hands in respect, and hastened to the 2nd Battalion's preparation area. "Gu Lin, are you ready?" Gu Lin nodded, grinning widely. "I've been waiting for this." Under the gaze of the multitude, Gu Lin assisted a comrade who had just been knocked off the platform and then charged onto the combat stage and on the platform. The burly Fongwen grinned menacingly. "Another fool who isn't afraid of death has come up." Gu Lin withdrew his battle blade, its edge pointing directly at Fongwen, his gaze disdainful. "Are you this arrogant? Do your parents know?" Seeking death, Fongwen's right foot stomped down, his body lunging forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. A blade aimed viciously at Gu Lin's throat. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed a lethal strike. Gu Lin's eyes narrowed coldly. "It is merely a spar, yet you strike with such ferocity. Today, I shall sever your arm." With a swift motion, Gu Lin evaded Fongwen's assault. In the next instant, a flash of the blade glimmered. In the horrified gaze of Fongwen, a decisive cut fell. "Ah!" A scream echoed sharply from the combat platform. An arm flew through the air, landing on the ground beside the platform. Fongwen's forehead bulged with veins, his face contorted in agony as he clutched the remnant of his severed arm. Yet still, crimson blood continued to drip onto the platform, captivating the audience's attention. The spectators surrounding the ground turned pale, taken aback by such a sudden turn of events. "Gu Lin, how could you be so ruthless?" Fongwen's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Gu Lin, who had already sheathed his blade. The referee in charge of this platform, Zhang Jian, was equally taken aback, swiftly leaping onto the stage and shouting, "Where's the physician? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on stage." The surrounding citizens hastily cleared a path for the medical staff to ascend the platform for treatment. After staunching Fongwen's bleeding, the physician arranged for him to be carried off the stage to reattach his severed arm. Although Fongwen was merely a martial apprentice, his physical constitution far surpassed that of an average person. As long as his arm could be reattached promptly, supplemented with expensive medicinal pills, and given a period of recuperation, he had a chance for an 80 to 90% recovery. Referee Zhang Jian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Gu Lin. "There are established regulations against inflicting serious harm during sparring, and you have blatantly disregarded military protocol." Gu Lin's gaze remained indifferent, showing no sign of fear despite Zhang Jian's superiority in strength. He calmly remarked, "Just a moment ago, Fongwen launched a strike aimed at my vital points that in my haste to evade, I could only retaliate. How was I to know he was so feeble that he couldn't even avoid that blow? Gu Lin's words silenced Zhang Jian, who had intended to question him further. Was he to inform Gu Lin that he must look down upon other warriors, thereby holding back during sparring? After all, even in other arenas, warriors did not hold back during their exchanges. That it was merely because they were evenly matched that no significant harm was inflicted. The severed arm was the first instance in this year's competition among the 10th Battalion. Even so, when Fang Wen failed to react in time, he should have shown some restraint. Zhang Jian could only offer a few token words of advice. However, Gu Lin remained unconvinced, countering, "What if Fang Wen feigned weakness to catch me off guard and then struck with full force?" Gu Lin felt no remorse for severing Fang Wen's arm. Previously, Fang Wen had ascended 3 different arenas, injuring 3 warriors from Gu Lin's battalion. Each warrior had suffered injuries ranging from broken ribs to severed fingers. Fang Wen's brutal actions, disregarding camaraderie, warranted a response from Gu Lin. This was merely a case of retribution in kind. Regardless, severing a comrade's arm was ultimately a fault of your own. Zhang Jian observed that Gu Lin failed to recognize his error, and his tone grew colder. Yet he believed Gu Lin did not act with malice and offered him an opportunity to redeem himself. Once Fang Wen's injuries stabilize, go apologize to him, and we can consider the matter settled. Gu Lin merely smiled faintly. Would Fang Wen even dare to accept his apology? After Zhang Jian returned to his post, Gu Lin did not leave the arena, but instead addressed the warriors from the other battalions. "I am here, ready to challenge anyone from the 2nd Battalion." With these words, the warriors who had hesitated due to Gu Lin's injury to Fang Wen suddenly stirred with eagerness. Arrogant. Does this lad truly believe your 2nd Battalion is formidable? You've merely defeated a 5th-tier martial artist, Fang Wen, and now consider yourselves invincible. The warriors from the various battalions seethed with indignation, practically itching to drag Gu Lin down and give him a beating. Yet, none dared to step forward to challenge him. Tio put it bluntly. Most warriors were only as strong as Fang, when at best, Gu Lin's position among the top 10 in the 2nd Battalion indicated he would not fare poorly against others. The leading warriors from each battalion were not concerned with mere bravado. After several moments of pushing and shoving, one warrior finally leaped onto the arena to challenge Gu Lin. Upon closer inspection, Gu Lin recognized him as Huang Xiaoshan, the very one who had previously disrupted their battalion. Huang Xiaoshan sneered, "Let me have a go at you 2nd Battalion folks." Gu Lin's eyes narrowed with coldness. If he sought death, then Gu Lin would oblige. As the referee, Zhang Jian, blew the whistle, Gu Lin clashed with Huang Xiaoshan. With Gu Lin setting the example, the other warriors from the 2nd Battalion surged toward the other arenas with renewed vigor. Damn it, do these guys really believe they can take us down just because we're from the 2nd Battalion? They'll all have to break a tooth to get a taste of us. With the mindset of mutually assured destruction, the warriors unleashed their fierce battle intent, delivering exhilarating fights for the spectators. The battles were spectacular, and only warriors would fight with such reckless abandon. Though their strength may not match mine, I would not fight with the same ferocity as these warriors if we were of equal rank. The crowd of onlookers showered the warriors with praise. Amid their accolades, the conflict between Gu Lin and Huang Xiaoshan reached a fever pitch. Swish! Huang Xiaoshan swung his blade toward Gu Lin. Instead of retreating, Gu Lin advanced, pinning Huang Xiaoshan's weapon with his arm, while thrusting his own long sword toward Huang Xiaoshan's chest. Huang Xiaoshan's expression changed drastically. In his panic, he could not withdraw his blade and instead kicked toward Gu Lin's chest, attempting to create distance to evade the thrust. However, Gu Lin merely grunted, absorbing the blow without budging. "Tio, come flaunting your strength," although the blood-quenching pills held little value for him. The principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change meant that a sufficient quantity of these pills could amount to a considerable sum. If the reputation of the 2nd camp were to falter, it would be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. After the 3rd and 4th camps exerted their strength, the other camps that had initially been allied with them promptly withdrew from the struggle between the 3 major camps. Meanwhile, the warriors of the 2nd camp, facing the overwhelming numbers of the other 2 camps, gradually began to show signs of fatigue after employing a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing. With a sufficient number of personnel, they could select opponents they could easily manage. This significantly increased their chances of victory. Although the 2nd camp would strive for a swift counterattack, their smaller numbers made it difficult to fill the gaps. "Gu Chen, just wait a moment." I am feeling a bit restless and will go engage in a skirmish first. With that, Yu Qiqian made his way to the martial platform as he observed a warrior from the second camp falling into a disadvantageous position. A heavy thud echoed from the platform, mixed with muffled groans that a figure was sent hurtling backwards, narrowly avoiding a collision with a stone pillar at the edge of the platform. Fortunately, the security personnel acted promptly to rescue the individual. Had he been struck with full force, it would have been a grave matter, not merely a case of needing to rest, but potentially serious spinal injury. Following the incident involving Fong Wen's severe injury, Guanjun had ordered all judges and security personnel to remain vigilant regarding the happenings on the martial platform. They even assigned additional auxiliary judges to each platform out of concern for a repeat of such a tragic event. This measure had somewhat curbed the instances of warriors sustaining serious injuries that on the other side, Yu Qiqian ascended the martial platform, crossing his arms as he addressed the warrior before him with a nonchalant tone. You may choose to step down and rest. I will challenge someone else. Although the warrior had initially intended to rest, Yu Qiqian's arrogance incited a furious response. How arrogant! Do you truly believe you can easily defeat me? Those chosen as opponents by Yu Qiqian were undoubtedly exceptional warriors from other camps. Such individuals were typically Phil Wang Lin resolutely chose to challenge the warriors of other training platforms, leaving Zhang Chuang to grapple with his own troubles. This Guchen appears to be far more ruthless than Yu Qiqian, Zhang Chuang muttered darkly. Although Yu Qiqian had defeated 3 6th-tier martial disciples, he did not exhibit the same overwhelming dominance as Gu Chen. Even without the wheel battle, Zhang Chuang was confident he had a 60% chance of defeating Yu Qiqian. However, when it came to Gu Chen, he felt utterly uncertain. Forget it, I shall direct my focus towards Yu Qiqian, and as for Gu Chen, I will deal with him during the arena battles. Noticing that Zhang Chuang did not issue further orders, the others naturally refrained from foolishly challenging Gu Chen. Thus, Gu Chen's training platform remained unoccupied. Wang Hongwei continued to employ his old tactics, stepping on the training platform to rally others to challenge Gu Chen. Yet once again, no one heeded his call. However, Gu Chen seemingly had no intention of directly claiming a position in the top 10, as he voluntarily descended from the training platform, the general's seat. The head instructors of several other camps looked at Guanshan with envy, their expressions practically overflowing with admiration. Old Guan, the warriors in your camp this year possess remarkable strength. The implication in their words was clear. This was entirely the warriors' own merit, and not a reflection of Guanshan's prowess. Guanshan understood their meaning well, and with a cold smile, he remarked, mediocre, merely second in the camp. This statement rendered the expressions of the others frozen in place. The head instructors of the 3rd and 4th camps, Du Heng and Li Kai, were particularly glum that Guanshan's words were a blatant jab at the two of them, reminding them to recognize their own limitations and not to covet his camp's position. Do you think you have already secured victory? A flicker of jealousy flashed in Du Heng's eyes as he seethed internally. If not for your connection to General Guan, what right do you have to maintain your position in 2nd camp? Chapter 50, Guanshan, with a firm grasp on victory once Yu Qiqian is defeated. Only that individual, named Gu Chen, shall enter the top 10, that Du Heng silently vowed. I shall see what waves a mere Gu Chen can stir. Li Kai harbored the same sentiment. Under their covert influence, the warriors from the 2 major camps began to relentlessly target Yu Qiqian. It wasn't long before Yu Qiqian, unwillingly, succumbed in the wheel battle. He was even severely injured, having 2 ribs broken by a fellow 6th-tier martial disciple, blood spilling from his mouth. Referee, are you not being excessively biased? The warriors from the 2nd camp rushed forward to assist Yu Qiqian, their eyes filled with indignation directed at the referee. Every time our camp is on the verge of victory, you intervene to shield the other camp's warriors from attacks. Yet when our camp is at a disadvantage, you turn a blind eye. Doesn't this seem rather unjust? Many warriors followed suit, glaring furiously at the referee. Though they did not voice their thoughts, their expressions conveyed a singular sentiment. They believed the referee was biased against them. Lu Liang's attack was not lethal for Yu Qiqian, and at that moment, Yu Qiqian had not lost his fighting spirit. However, the referee merely snorted coldly, stating, if I were to intervene and rescue Yu Qiqian, and he refuses to concede, how am I to proceed? Yet at that moment, Yu Qiqian had clearly been injured by Lu Liang, even being pinned to the ground, devoid of any capacity to resist. The warriors of the 2nd camp, who had a good rapport with Yu Qiqian, stepped forward to voice their grievances. Yet the referee remained steadfast in his perspective. Unless he concedes, I must assume he still possesses the ability to resist. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the battle that I can only intervene in cases where, like Gu Chun, a threat to the opponent's life is evident. The referee's words casually define the entire situation that Ji Yuqin's strikes were ruthless, each one posing a threat to the safety of his comrades. Meanwhile, the actions of the other camps, while advantageous, adhered strictly to the rules, without any violations. This clearly implied that the second camp was not following the rules. Damn it, clearly Yu Qitian was the one injured, yet your words are all too favorable to Lu Liang. The warriors of the second camp seethed with indignation, but felt utterly powerless. They were but a small voice. And no matter how the referee spoke, he was still a martial master. Who would ever believe their words? Forget it, I'll take this loss. Let us all head back. The medics had already arrived to carry Yu Qitian on a stretcher. Before leaving, Yu Qitian summoned the last of his strength to urge everyone to let the matter rest. Though the others still felt it was unjust for Yu Qitian, they could only helplessly choose to relent. Advising him to recuperate properly, "Old Yu, take care of your injuries." Just then, Gu Chun approached from afar, assisting the medical staff in carrying Yu Qitian's stretcher. These individuals evidently bore ill intentions. "I shall avenge your grievances." With a pale face, Yu Qitian managed a strained smile, yet the movement sent a jolt of pain through his injuries. "Old Gu, with your words, I can rest easy." Within the second camp, Yu Qitian admired only Gu Chun. With Gu Chen's intervention, these individuals would undoubtedly find no success. After Yu Qitian's departure, Gu Chun ascended to the training platform where Lu Liang stood. However, Lu Liang appeared as if a mouse had spotted a cat, his complexion shifting dramatically as he turned and leapt down from the platform. "The previous battle took too much out of me. I need to rest." Gu Chun, his face darkened, watched helplessly as Lu Liang exited the training hall. Yet, bound by the rules, he could not impede Lu Liang's rightful rest. The Ji Yuqin surveyed his surroundings, his tone somber as he declared, "I know not why you all are targeting the warriors of my second camp. Yet I shall accept any challenge. Even in a wheel battle, I will take them all on. Whether it be 3, 5, or 10, if you have the courage, come at me." Gu Chen's proclamation instantly incited fury among the warriors of the other camps. How dare Gu Chen be so arrogant? He must think he is invincible. Yet they merely wished to conserve their energy and did not truly believe they could waste it on him. He still dares to challenge in a wheel battle. What audacity! Who will step up to teach him a lesson and show him there are others beyond him? In the crowd, Zhang Chuang smiled sinisterly. "Gu Chun, you truly play into my hands." Previously, he had sought to have others use wheel battles to wear down both Gu Chun and Yu Qitian. However, Gu Chen's strength instilled fear in everyone, and none dared to challenge him. But now that Gu Chun had issued his challenge, if no one stepped forward, it would be akin to him riding atop the heads of the warriors from other camps. All were proud individuals, who would willingly admit to being inferior. Even if Gu Chun were made of iron, today he would undoubtedly meet defeat. At the general seat, Li Kai and Du Heng exchanged secretive glances, delighting in Guanshan's predicament. This should give you quite the headache. The chief instructor of the first camp, Zhou Quan, was not worried about other camps challenging his position, nor did he engage in the scheming that Li Kai and others did to vie for the second camp status. Sitting beside Guanshan, he smiled lightly and remarked, "Old Guan, this Gu Chun of your camp, while strong, lacks prudence." Anyone could see that the other camps had indeed set their sights on the second camp as their hypothetical enemy. However, a single individual challenging all from the other camps seemed excessively unwise. Yet to his surprise, Guanshan maintained an air of calm assurance, showing no signs of being rattled by Gu Chen's desire to take on many. "Old Zhou, just wait and see," Guanshan smiled. "Old Li and Old Du will soon find themselves in quite the predicament." Zhou Quan looked on with curiosity, unable to fathom where Guanshan's confidence stemmed from. Not to mention Gu Chen, even the warriors of his first camp would not dare to speak so boldly. Could it be that Guanshan had personally taken Gu Chen under his wing, instructing him? Zhou Quan speculated silently that it was indeed permissible for the chief instructor to take a warrior as a disciple. This was the only reason he could imagine for Guanshan's unwavering trust in Gu Chen. Meanwhile, on the training platform, battles erupted in quick succession that Ji Yuchun absorbed the referee's earlier remarks. This time, he did not target his opponent's vital points with his blade. Instead, he displayed seemingly equal strength against each challenger. After intense skirmishes, he would break a rib or shatter an arm before sending his opponent flying off the platform. Since Gu Chun did not exhibit overwhelming strength, he inadvertently granted others a glimmer of hope for victory. One by one, warriors ascended the platform, only to be sent flying down again. Damn it, is this guy made of iron? Each time it's so close. He isn't rested at all. How strong is his willpower? Every time I think I've seen his limits, he proves me wrong, emerging victorious yet again. It's truly unbelievable that in response, the previous referee's expression darkened as he restrained himself from stepping onto the platform to halt Gu Chen's actions. Just as the warriors of the second camp had suspected, he had indeed received benefits from the other camps. However, he did not alter the rules. Rather, he provided slight protection to the other camp's warriors within the confines of the regulations. This was not against the rules, and he felt no guilt about it. Yet Gu Chen's actions had severed his source of income. Chapter 51. Li Kai and others yield Gu Chen is magnificent. Gu Chen has done splendidly. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Unlike the desolate atmosphere prevailing in other camps, the soldiers of the second camp, including the warriors and logistics personnel, were exuberantly cheering and applauding for Gu Chen. Even the onlooking citizens, who initially disapproved of Gu Chen's arrogant demeanor, found themselves singing his praises at this moment. That was the display of strength that truly captivated the audience. With such prowess on display, what had once been perceived as arrogance was merely the confidence that a genius ought to possess. Observing that 6 sixth-tier martial artists had already been sent tumbling off the arena by Gu Chen, the people from the various camps began to reconsider their intentions to challenge him further. In exasperation, Li Kai exchanged glances with the referee. The referee approached Gu Chen with a smile, announcing, "Gu Chen, the others have surrendered their challenges. Congratulations on securing a place in the top ten." Gu Chen cast a cold glance at the referee, recalling how this official had treated the soldiers of the second camp earlier. He ignored the referee and strode down from the stage, declaring to the crowd, "I will step down for a moment to rest. I will return shortly to challenge you all." The slighted referee glowered at Gu Chen's retreating figure. How dare a mere martial artist show disdain towards him, a martial master? Were it not for the military context, he would have taken punitive action against Gu Chen for such insolence. Meanwhile, the soldiers present exchanged glances, their expressions grim. None dared to assert they could triumph over Gu Chen. Even after enduring a grueling series of bouts, they remained uncertain of their chances against him. Once Gu Chen had sufficiently rested, would they not be at his mercy? Some even banded together to approach the instructors, pleading for Gu Chen to be directly promoted. The instructors, lacking the authority to intervene, could only relay the request upward for the sake of their camp's interests. As the sparring continued at other arenas, this matter reached the general's table. Li Kai and Du Heng approached Guan Shan, their faces reflecting their discontent. "Old Guan, if this continues, the competition for the 10th camp may not conclude favorably." They lamented. They found it difficult to swallow their pride and request Guan Shan to grant them leniency. Implicit in their words was a plea for Guan Shan to propose Gu Chen's advancement. For the second camp, having someone automatically qualify for the top 10 was undoubtedly a boon. However, Guan Shan's aspirations were high. He smirked at the two, saying, "At our age, there is no need to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation." Li Kai and Du Heng felt deflated but were unwilling to concede. They turned to Zhou Quan, the chief instructor of the first camp. "Old Zhou, you are on good terms with old Guan. Could you persuade him?" Li Kai implored with a bitter smile. "If this continues, none of our soldiers will dare to take the stage. Once they do, they will likely be injured and thrown off by Gu Chen. Even though the soldiers know they cannot match him, they cannot bring themselves to surrender. Enduring injuries instead and languishing in bed, Du Heng added his entreaty, "Old Zhou, as the chief instructor of the first camp, your words would carry weight with old Guan." Zhou Quan, unfazed by their flattery, pointed at them with disappointment. "You too, who doesn't know that you covet the position of the second camp? But must you make it so disgraceful? Your soldiers were merciless against the warriors of the second camp, and now that the tables have turned, you realize your folly. Do you think old Guan will let you off the hook now?" Li Kai and Du Heng's expressions darkened, yet they showed no remorse. They could only resent their own camp's lack of capable soldiers who could rival Gu Chen. After admonishing the two, Zhou Quan approached Guan Shan to offer his counsel. Old Guan, Gu Chun has injured 30 to 50 people by now. You must have vented your frustrations that if this continues, the competition for the 10th camp may devolve into a one-man show starring Gu Chun. As Zhou Quan pointed out, the audience at the other arenas had dwindled significantly. All eyes were fixated on Gu Chun, eagerly anticipating his next bout. Guanshan shot Zhou Quan a knowing glance, recognizing that he was acting as an intermediary for Li Kai and Du Heng. Since it was Zhou Quan making the request, he decided to grant him this favor. However, he added with a cold tone, I must make my stance clear. If the other camps continue to target our new recruits, do not blame me for turning against you. That he had discerned that the two had instructed their camp's new soldiers to intentionally undermine the second camp prior to the competition's commencement. Nonetheless, Guanshan, being close to Guanjun, possessed a broader perspective and prioritized the greater good. With Guanshan's endorsement, Zhou Quan shot a cold glance at Du Heng and Li Kai before confidently issuing the order for Gu Chun to be promoted directly. Upon receiving this news, the soldiers of the second camp experienced mixed emotions. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuang and others, who had been hesitating about stepping onto the stage, could not help but exhale in relief that Ji Chun had no choice but to comply with the general's orders and leave the arena. Li Kai and Du Heng exchanged glances, each detecting a glint of resolve in the other's eyes. They might refrain from targeting the second camp, but the position of the second camp must remain vacant. The sparring among the soldiers became less ruthless than before. Nonetheless, the two camps still directed their animosity towards the second camp. The Jiu Fan, Gu Jing, Gu Heng, and Gu Lin, the four brothers, faced defeat in succession. Given their capabilities, entering the top 10 of the 10th camp competition seemed implausible. Just as Gu Han arrived, Gu Lin was losing. Sorry, I'm late, Gu Han apologized, helping Gu Lin take a blood-cleansing pill. The Jiu Lin was among the few who understood Gu Han's wealth, and thus did not refuse. By this point, the first round of the 10th camp competition was drawing to a close, and the top 10 warriors had nearly been determined. Unsurprisingly, only Gu Chun from the second camp had qualified. At that moment, Gu Lin's eyes suddenly lit up that he nudged Gu Han and said with a smile, Gu Han, why don't you participate in the 10th camp competition? Gu Han had just averted his gaze from the arena when he heard Gu Lin's suggestion. He chuckled and shook his head. Never mind, I'm just a logistic soldier. I don't possess their caliber of strength. His recent encounters with monstrous beasts had elevated Gu Han's perspective far beyond that of these warriors. To him, their battles appeared not only sluggish but riddled with flaws. Even if he were to suppress his strength to match theirs, he remained confident that none among them could pose a challenge. Chapter 52. Gu Han takes the stage. Others may not understand you, but I certainly do, Gu Lin remarked, his lips twitching at Gu Han's overly modest words. Among this group, the strongest individuals were still no match for the veterans Gu Han had previously dealt with. At that time, Gu Han had been able to effortlessly handle those seasoned soldiers. Defeating the warriors from other camps now would undoubtedly be a straightforward and enjoyable task. That I heard that the top 10 warriors in this 10th camp competition will receive generous rewards. Gu Jing and the others whispered among themselves. The top 10 seemed to be all about cultivation resources, with the top 3 receiving a yellow-grade mid-tier weapon. What? A yellow-grade mid-tier weapon? Gu Fan's eyes widened in surprise, drawing a sharp intake of breath. The standard weapons they wielded were mere ordinary grade ones. The difference between each minor tier of weaponry had a significant impact on the user's strength. A person wielding a yellow-grade mid-tier weapon would undoubtedly be 2 tiers stronger than someone wielding a standard weapon. As for the first place, I heard it's a Mirage Water Pearl. Mirage Water Pearl. What is that? I've heard it's a rare treasure that forms only in areas rich in water elements, greatly aiding the cultivation of martial artists proficient in water attributes. That IT not only assists in training, but can even enhance the power of water-based martial techniques. Wow, the rewards for this 10th camp competition are indeed lavish. Listening to his companion's discussions, Gu Han's ears perked up. A Mirage Water Pearl. The very name sounds like a treasure crafted specifically for the little wolf. Even though this Mirage Water Pearl is primarily suited for human martial artists, Gu Han possesses an unbeatable system. Any treasure could be directly exchanged for the corresponding elemental energy, aiding Little Wolf in enhancing its power. Reminder to the host. The Mirage Water Pearl is the most compatible treasure for the Mirage Water Wolf tribe, capable of subtly purifying the bloodline of the Mirage Water Wolf without needing to be converted into water elemental energy. The sudden system notification caught Gu Han slightly off guard, but he stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused. Since the system endorses it, it seems I must secure the Mirage Water Pearl today. Gu Han believed that with Gu Chen's strength, securing first place should pose no problem. Moreover, if he were to ask, Gu Chen would likely be willing to directly gift him the Mirage Water Pearl. However, Gu Han was reluctant to take such a route. He preferred not to enjoy unearned rewards. Instead, he would participate in the 10th camp competition as well, aiming to claim the top 2 spots alongside his brother Gu Chun. Defeating these individuals does not necessitate revealing one's true strength. It is exceedingly safe. With this thought in mind, Gu Han approached the nearest training platform after inquiring about a few precautions from his elder brothers. By this time, the majority of combatants of average ability had already been eliminated on the current training platform. Even the weakest combatants had generally reached the 5th rank of martial apprentices. Upon seeing Gu Han ascend the platform, one of the combatants frowned and disdainfully snorted, "What is a logistic soldier doing here? Why don't you hurry up and leave?" In the military camp, most individuals don corresponding military uniforms, and Gu Han was no exception. Upon noticing Gu Han's logistics attire, that combatant instinctively looked down upon him. Gu Han narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "It seems there is no rule in the military forbidding logistic soldiers from participating in the great competition of the 10th Battalion. Is there?" Hearing this, Jean Li was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer examination, the great competition of the 10th Battalion was indeed open to all new recruits from the 10 battalions in Mushan City, which naturally included logistics and fire soldiers. The purpose of the competition was not merely to flaunt bravery, but to uncover worthy talents for cultivation. However, over the years, logistics and fire soldiers had rarely produced notable talents, gradually transforming the event into a contest primarily for combatants. The referee of the training platform also furrowed his brow, advising, "Although there is no explicit prohibition, I would suggest that you refrain from seeking unnecessary hardship." How could a logistic soldier possibly contend with a combatant? Surrounding the training platform, both the onlookers and the already defeated combatants murmured amongst themselves, "Look at this fellow. He must be out of his mind to challenge Jean Li. Which battalion does this logistic soldier belong to? Does he not fear embarrassing his battalion? I think he was just conversing with Gu Lin and the others. He seems to be from the 2nd Battalion. Ah, I see that it appears Gu Chen's performance has spurred them on, making them believe they can also be invincible like him." The whispers were rife with ridicule towards Gu Han's audacity. Not a single person believed Gu Han could defeat Jean Li. Even among the 2nd Battalion, few had faith in Gu Han's chances. Only Gu Lin and the other Gu family brothers remained confident in him. The general's seating area, Li Kai and Du Heng also took note of this scene. They spoke in a sarcastic tone. In this day and age, even logistic soldiers dare to challenge combatants to do. They think this great competition is merely child's play, where anyone can participate. I suspect some people have been spoiled rotten. The snide remarks reached Guan Shan's ears, darkening his expression. These two were clearly taking jabs at him, the chief instructor. Guan Shan scoffed, responding without turning back, "If you have the guts, don't just whisper behind my back." "What kind of men are you?" Li Kai's gaze turned icy. "What if I say it right in front of you? This great competition is a matter of great concern for the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Mushan City. How could a logistic soldier stepping forward to challenge a combatant be anything but shameful? Shameful." Guan Shan narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Even if Gu Han loses, it is he in our 2nd Battalion who would be embarrassed. What concern is it of yours?" "Guan Shan, I do not appreciate your words." That Li Kai glared furiously at Guan Shan. "We are all part of the border troops of Mushan City. We rise and fall together. The actions of that logistic soldier bring disgrace upon us as well. Rise and fall together." Guan Shan seemed to hear the greatest joke and burst into laughter if that were truly the case. "Would you incite the new recruits to target our 2nd Battalion? You talk about losing face for everyone, but deep down, you must be reveling in it." Upon hearing this, Li Kai's expression changed drastically. Although everyone had been at odds, he had indeed secretly delighted in Gu Han's potential embarrassment. However, such sentiments could not be made public. If they were brought to light, it would be an inescapable predicament. "Guan Shan, do not think I fear you just because you have a connection with General Guanjin." As the two were on the verge of a falling out over such trivial matters, Zhou Quan quickly interjected to mediate. All right, both of you should say less. The intention of the great competition of the 10th Battalion is to encourage the younger generation to strive for progress. Logistic soldiers are also part of the youth, and their spirit of advancement should be encouraged. Seeing that Li Kai was about to speak again, Zhou Quan hurriedly added, "Let that logistics soldier challenge the combatants." It is settled that on the training platform, Gu Han's gaze fell upon the referee. "Referee, my challenge to the combatant does not violate any rules, does it?" At this moment, the referee had just received word from the general's seating area and quickly nodded. Jean Li tightened his fists, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, I shall ensure you experience the true might of a combatant." With several battalions suppressed by Gu Chun, Jean Li felt as if a colossal weight was pressing down on him, nearly suffocating him. Now, with Gu Han stepping onto the platform, it provided Jean Li an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Gu Han grinned and replied, "I hope your strength is as formidable as your words." The referee, seeing that both were ready, blew the whistle. The sound of the whistle, Jean Li's body surged forward, charging at Gu Han. The battle knife in his hand carved an arc, intending to deliver an unforgettable lesson to the oblivious Gu Han. However, Gu Han displayed no signs of resistance, appearing almost dazed. Sigh, why would a logistics soldier challenge a combatant? I initially thought I would witness a tale of a buried talent rising, but it seems I was mistaken. A chorus of sighs arose from the spectators. None held a favorable view of Gu Han. Meanwhile, at the general seating area, Li Kai and Du Heng exchanged glances, a flicker of coldness in their eyes. Gu Han's defeat was precisely what they hoped for. By doing so, they could apply pressure on the 2nd Battalion through public opinion. Yet, Zhou Quan noticed that Guan Shan remained composed, as if he had everything under control. In the moment when Jean Li closed in on Gu Han finally made a move. Clang! In that fleeting instant, Gu Han's and Jean Li's attacks collided. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed, and a look of profound shock spread across Jean Li's fierce visage. How is this possible? The battle knife in his hand had been severed by Gu Han's sword. The broken half of the battle knife flew through the air, embedding itself into the ground. That a look of terror soon appeared on Jean Li's face as he clutched the broken hilt. Immediately after, Gu Han sheathed his weapon and delivered a powerful kick to Jean Li's chest. Bang! The forceful kick sent Jean Li flying, crashing against the training platform's railing before plummeting to the ground. Poof! Jean Li spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion swiftly paling. This sudden turn of events took the vast majority of onlookers by surprise. A cacophony of gasps erupted throughout the arena. Heavens, how is this possible? I merely blinked, and the combatant is lost. This cannot be real. With weapons of the same grade, if one can sever the other's weapon, it indicates a strength far exceeding the opponent's. The notion of a logistics soldier challenging a combatant was already astonishing enough, and one expected this logistics soldier to succeed in his challenge. However, some keen observers quickly noted a few issues that I just observed closely. That logistics soldier seems to wield a weapon of the yellow grade, inferior quality. What? How could a logistics soldier possess a weapon of inferior yellow grade? Isn't that cheating? It's a fixed match. This is cheating. With the encouragement of some individuals, an increasing number of people began to question Gu Han's actions that end the great competition of the 10th Battalion. Everyone was required to use standard weapons that in such circumstances. Wielding a weapon of inferior yellow grade provided an innate advantage over others. As the surrounding discussions intensified, Gu Han coldly snorted, "A bunch of short-sighted fools." Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more incensed, vehemently denouncing Gu Han. "How dare you speak like that? You haven't even grown up yet, and you're already trying to teach others a lesson. Don't think that just because you defeated a combatant, you're truly impressive. Remember, there are always greater talents beyond you. The matter of fixed matches hasn't even been resolved, and you're boasting about defeating a combatant with a yellow-grade weapon. What is there to be proud of? How could a logistics soldier possess a precious inferior-grade weapon? Surely it was lent to him by someone else. This is a fixed match." Gu Han coldly regarded those who mocked him, memorizing their faces in his heart, that he then produced a token from his pocket. "This inferior yellow-grade weapon was entirely earned through my accomplishments. That if any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to achieve your own merits. If you lack that ability, then shut your mouths." The nearby citizens, upon seeing the words inscribed on the token in Gu Han's hand, were immediately taken aback. Logistics camp. Squad leader Gu Han. What? How is this possible? You are not a new recruit. Unless one had made a significant achievement, how could one possibly become a squad leader? The inhabitants of the other camps were entirely oblivious to the events transpiring in the second camp. Completely unaware of the unfolding circumstances, Upon witnessing Gu Han's unexpected position as the logistics camp squad leader, they stood there, dumbfounded. This matter had indeed been reported previously. It was simply that they were unaware. Amidst the clamor of astonishment, Guanshan suddenly rose and addressed those around him, proclaiming that Gu Chun and Gu Han had been honored as battle squad leader and logistics squad leader, respectively, for their valor in capturing enemy spies. This decision had undergone a unanimous review by the generals and was ultimately sanctioned by General Guan, who was none other than Guan Jin, the commander of Mushan City and Guan Shan's elder brother. Were it a mere soldier's promotion to squad leader, Guan Shan could have unilaterally decided upon it, provided the merits were duly recorded. However, since the conscripts lacked formal military organization, their rewards were not within Guan Shan's sole discretion. Upon hearing Guan Shan's words, Li Kai and the others naturally recalled this situation. Yet, to them, the promotion of a mere squad leader, who they believed had fortuitously assisted in capturing a traitor, was hardly worthy of their attention. They had not even remembered the names of the Gu brothers prior to this moment. The abilities they displayed at that moment suggested they were likely not merely relying on luck. Li Kai, feeling somewhat indignant, remarked with a sarcastic tone, "Old Guan, you truly are something. Gu Chun is already a squad leader, yet he still frets over these big-headed soldiers. In my opinion, Gu Chun need not contend for the rewards of the 10-camp competition." Guan Shan cast a sidelong glance at him. "I understand your sentiment, but the 10-camp competition provides opportunities for the new recruits that you dare claim Gu Chun is not a new recruit. Or perhaps you are willing to offer Gu Chun an additional Huan Shui pearl and a blood refinement pill as a reward." Li Kai's expression soured, and he glanced at Du Hong beside him. The Huan Shui pearl, even for him, was a precious item. However, if Du Hong was willing to share the burden, then such a price could be paid that Du Hong recognized the necessity of involvement at this juncture. And after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Only then did Li Kai address Guan Shan. "Very well, you can now announce Gu Chun's withdrawal from the 10-camp competition. And what of Gu Han?" Chapter 54. Gu Chun's withdrawal. The crowd in uproar. Guan Shan's sudden inquiry left Li Kai momentarily speechless. After all, Gu Han was merely a logistic soldier, although he had triumphed over Jin Li in the earlier contest. It was undoubtedly the assistance of the Cold Wind Sword that facilitated his victory. Without the Cold Wind Sword severing Jin Li's weapon, Gu Han would never have won so effortlessly. Li Kai was unwilling to squander precious materials for Gu Han. To be sure, Gu Han's role as the logistics squad leader was commendable, yet it was of no concern to Li Kai. With a feigned smile, he remarked, "It appears I have no objections to his participation in the 10-camp competition." Guan Shan regarded Li Kai with a knowing smile that sent a shiver down Li Kai's spine. Only Guan Shan understood that Gu Han's capabilities might very well rival or even surpass those of Gu Chun. He extended his hand to Li Kai. "Hand it over. I shall personally ensure Gu Chun withdraws from the 10-camp competition." That Li Kai, with a pained expression, retrieved a flame pearl from his storage ring. The limitations surrounding the Huan Shui pearl were too numerous, yet this flame pearl was of comparable value. "And what else?" Guan Shan countered. "Do you think I cannot afford a mere 50 blood refinement pills?" Li Kai rolled his eyes in annoyance and handed a box to Guan Shan. After verifying the contents, Guan Shan made his way toward Gu Chun of the second camp. Li Kai stared at Guan Shan's departing figure, brimming with anger. Guan Shan's act of counting the blood refinement pills in front of so many was a clear indication of his distrust. It seemed that he was concerned Gu Chun might not secure first place and sought to secure his gains. At that moment, Du Hong approached Li Kai and quietly expressed his confusion. "Guan Shan is no fool. There must be another strategy behind his insistence on Gu Chun's withdrawal. Why not simply have Gu Han withdraw as well for greater security?" Li Kai rolled his eyes again. "Are you willing to bear that cost? If these fellows cannot even defeat a logistic soldier, they might as well be buried." Du Hong pondered this and found Li Kai's reasoning sound. It appeared he had become overly cautious regarding the position of the second camp. Soon, under Guan Shan's persuasion, Gu Chun announced his withdrawal from the 10-camp competition. This decision quickly stirred a clamor among the second camp. "Why has Gu Chun suddenly chosen to withdraw? He is our only hope. If he withdraws, will our second camp not return empty-handed? Not a single position in the top 10, alas. Could it be that Gu Chun is afraid? Afraid of disappointing everyone by losing? Surely not. Gu Chun is not that kind of person. That I heard that Coach Guan personally persuaded him to withdraw. Many felt confusion and disappointment over Gu Chen's withdrawal. Although Guanshan had stated that Gu Chen chose to withdraw to avoid the appearance of bullying the less experienced, they still expressed understanding without acceptance. Even if this were true, after the 10-camp competition, should they fail to retain their position, they would still face a deluge of ridicule. Head coach, are we truly doing the right thing? Sensing the collective despair, Deng Li looked at Guanshan, hoping for clarification. The other instructors shared similar sentiments. After finally finding a chance to shine, how could they so easily relinquish it? Guanshan, understanding their thoughts, gently reassured them. Rest assured, I am even more concerned about losing. However, even without Gu Chen, the first place in the 10-camp competition is undoubtedly ours. Guanshan's words left Deng Li and the other instructors exchanging glances of disbelief that it was not that they doubted Guanshan, but rather that his confidence was difficult to comprehend. Currently, they were merely in the preliminary selection round, and the top soldiers from other camps were also preserving their strength. Although Gu Chen had displayed formidable prowess, they dared not claim victory until the very end. Yet, Guanshan's confidence exceeded their expectations. Amid the crowd of the second camp, Gu Fan and his brothers furrowed their brows at Gu Chen. Brother Chen, shouldn't you reconsider this decision? Gu Chen smiled, retrieving the flame pearl and blood refinement pills given by Guanshan. Coach Guan said that head coach Li Kai of the third camp offered these to persuade me to withdraw from the 10-camp competition, effectively granting me the first place reward. Jiu Lin, whose injuries had healed significantly, grinned. Head coach Li Kai truly went to great lengths to have you withdraw, Brother Chen. The flame pearl was indeed a remarkable item, one not easily possessed even by the direct descendants of their clan. While the others felt joy for Gu Chen, they were also concerned about the camp's predicament. Personal matters and public affairs should not be conflated. Fear not, for Gu Han is still here. Jiu Chen smiled reassuringly, filled with confidence in Gu Han. Indeed, if we as elder brothers do not believe in Gu Han, who else would? Gu Fan and the others reflected on their thoughts and quickly expressed their support, vowing to believe in Gu Han. Meanwhile, Gu Han had already eliminated 4 opponents from the martial arts stage. The Jiu Chen's withdrawal had opened a position in the top 10 for others. Yet, 3 or 4 warriors remained vying for the coveted spots. No one was willing to concede the last 2 remaining vacancies. Most of those Gu Han defeated were merely 5th-tier martial apprentices, with only one being a 6th-tier martial apprentice that in the exhausting will battle. Gu Han's stamina was undoubtedly waning, yet he showed no inclination to step down and rest. Compared to battling the other 2, the likelihood of defeating Gu Han was evidently higher. With such thoughts in mind, Wu Ting swiftly leaped onto the martial arts platform to challenge Gu Han before others could make their decisions. I acknowledge your commendable strength, but I do not wish for a life-and-death struggle with you. Wu Ting, understanding the principle of using full force even against a rabbit, remained vigilant and sought to persuade Gu Han to withdraw. If you choose to forfeit, I can offer you 10 blood refinement pills. By merely entering the top 10, you are guaranteed at least 20 as a reward. Sharing half of the rewards is certainly not stingy. Jiu Han shook his head. My goal is the Huan Shui Pearl. His implication was clear. He looked down upon the mere 10 blood refinement pills. Upon hearing this, Wu Ting's expression darkened. Since you are so ungrateful, let us settle this in the arena. Chapter 55. Gu Han's first victory. The contest commenced as the referee's whistle pierced the air. Wu Ting's gaze turned fierce as he brandished his spear, piercing forward like a sharp arrow. The sound of air being split rang out, and Wu Ting's terrifying speed caused many soldiers to pale in shock. Bang! Gu Han gripped the cold wind sword firmly before him, successfully blocking the tip of Wu Ting's spear. A resounding impact echoed, causing Gu Han's body to tremble slightly. Conversely, the attacking Wu Ting felt a sudden numbness coursing through his arm. His expression shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? The opponent had merely acted in haste, yet he managed to thwart his attack. Had he even sustained an injury? On the other hand, Gu Han's tremor was entirely intentional. A ruse to conceal his true strength, he aimed to give the generals the impression that his abilities were not excessively formidable. Seeing his initial strike fail, Wu Ting swiftly retreated, understanding that maintaining distance was essential for the spear's lethal potential. Gu Han, however, pivoted on his toes and drew his sword. Whoosh! The cold wind sword slithered forth like a cunning serpent, evading all of Wu Ting's attempts to dodge. That lightly grazed Wu Ting's shoulder. and blood gushed forth in an instant. Before the judge could announce the outcome, Wu Ting's furious roar interrupted. "I have not lost yet." Enraged, he seized the opportunity as Gu Han stood momentarily unguarded, executing a sweeping thrust with his spear. Refusing a toast leads to a penalty drink. Gu Han snorted coldly. His earlier strike had only targeted Wu Ting's shoulder out of a desire to avoid inflicting excessive harm. Yet Wu Ting misinterpreted this as an inability to overcome him. Ji Han slightly turned his body and swiftly grasped the shaft of Wu Ting's spear. What a profound terror flashed in Wu Ting's eyes as he incredulously stared at Gu Han. It felt as though his spear was clamped by an indomitable vice, rendering him immobile. In that moment, Gu Han exerted a powerful force, forcibly wrenching the spear from Wu Ting's grasp. He followed up with a fierce punch, striking Wu Ting squarely in the chest. Bang! A heavy collision resonated alongside Wu Ting's anguished scream and the sound of bones fracturing that Wu Ting's body soared through the air like a kite with severed strings, crashing into the railing of the training platform. Upon landing, he coughed up blood, his complexion rapidly paling. The fury and arrogance that once filled his eyes were replaced with sheer terror directed at Gu Han. Gu Han held the spear aloft, refraining from pursuing further, and he was aware that any continuation of his assault would undoubtedly provoke the judge's interference that A.S. anticipated. The judge soon bellowed once defeated by Gu Han. The responsibility for the failure of the third camp to usurp the position of the second camp would rest squarely upon his shoulders. What awaited him would be nothing short of an apocalypse. Thus, in this battle, he could only emerge victorious. Defeat was not an option. Chief Instructor Li Kai approached Zhang Chuang, producing a seemingly unremarkable battle knife and handing it to him. Zhang Chuang's expression shifted slightly. "Chief Instructor, is this a low-grade yellow-tier battle knife?" Li Kai nodded, speaking with a calm demeanor. "Gu Han wields the Frostwind sword. If you can only use standard weapons, you will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon would be too conspicuous and easily recognized that I have taken certain measures to disguise this battle knife. From a distance, no one will discern that it is an entry-grade weapon. Should you achieve victory in this battle, this knife shall belong to you. But if you are defeated..." Zhang Chuang abruptly shuddered, quickly clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, vowing, "If I lose this battle, I shall allow the chief instructor to decide my fate." "Ah, there is no need to speak so harshly," Li Kai replied with a faint smile. "Just give it your all to the general's seat." Zhou Quan gazed from afar at Li Kai in the third camp, and then turned to Guanshan with a grin. "Are you not going to give your little one in the camp a little extra support?" Guanshan turned back to him. "There is no need for special treatment against someone like Zhang Chuang." That as soon as Guanshan finished speaking, he inquired, "Are you not afraid that I might seize the position of your first camp this time?" Although the first camp boasted 3 top 10 seed players, if Gu Chun did not withdraw from the competition, the combined might of the Gu brothers would occupy 2 spots, even with the 3 members of the first camp joining forces. They might not stand a chance against the Gu brothers. Zhou Quan merely smiled nonchalantly. Only pressure can provide these young folks with some motivation. The implication was clear. The other camps were simply too weak. The first camp had remained at the pinnacle for years, waiting for others to apply some pressure, urging them to ascend to even greater heights. Guanshan smiled slightly, thinking mischievously, "You seek pressure. Let us see if Gu Han can snatch your first place this time. Then you can maintain your calm demeanor." The members of the second camp were also anxiously sweating for Gu Han. The third camp was well prepared and would not be easily dealt with. "Do not feel pressure," Gu Lin said with a smile, patting Gu Han on the shoulder. "We believe in you. You can surely do it." Ji Han nodded at his brothers and stepped onto the martial stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This was the most crucial battle between the second and third camps. Once the victor was determined, it would signify the conclusion of the positional contest between the 2 camps that on the martial stage. Zhang Chuang and Gu Han stood facing each other. Zhang Chuang eyed Gu Han warily. "Do not think that having won a few matches by luck means you can truly rank among the top 10 of the 10 camps. Whether it was luck or not, we shall soon find out," Gu Han casting a sidelong glance at the referee nearby. "Referee, let us begin to emphasize the importance of the top 10 competition." The referee for this match was a deputy general from the general's mansion named Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang nodded calmly. "Weapons have no eyes. I ask that you both keep your sparring within reasonable limits. However, should you not hold back, I, as a grand martial artist, will be able to intervene in time." With Zhao Liang's whistle signaling the start, clang, Zhang Chuang drew his battle knife, his body suddenly erupting with astonishing speed as he charged towards Guhan. Zhang Chuang had indeed held back in the previous arena competition. This speed was at least 10% faster than during the previous matches. This logistic soldier named Guhan would likely prove to be a formidable opponent. Zhang Chuang wielded his battle knife with great force, exhibiting tremendous destructive capability. Zhang Chuang was indeed not to be underestimated. Ji Yuhan silently acknowledged this. In terms of offensive might, although Zhang Chuang was merely a 7th-tier martial apprentice, he was still stronger than the seasoned veterans Guhan had previously defeated. However, facing the aggressive Zhang Chuang, Guhan was not caught off guard in the slightest that he advanced, drawing the Frostwind sword to meet Zhang Chuang's battle knife. Clang, the clash of blades sent sparks flying. Guhan looked at Zhang Chuang with slight surprise. Although he had concealed his strength to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives, Zhang Chuang, relying on the low-grade yellow-tier Frostwind sword, was able to hold his ground without retreating. This truly astonished him. Chapter 57. Sheer luck? Zhang Chuang's strength was quite impressive, observing the fierce battle erupting on the martial stage between Guhan and Zhang Chuang. The chief instructor seated at the general's table nodded in appreciation. It was no small feat to maintain composure while at a disadvantage in weaponry, though Guhan appeared merely as a logistic soldier. No one currently regarded him as just an ordinary support. That Ji Yuhan was no simpleton. Despite lacking a month of targeted training, he had achieved this level that if he were afforded the same treatment as the battle soldiers, he would likely soar to extraordinary heights. The other chief instructors shared this view, nodding in agreement. Only Li Kai and Du Heng wore displeased expressions that Li Kai silently scoffed. Every strike from Zhang Chuang lands on Guhan's vulnerabilities. I refuse to believe that Guhan can still turn the tide. On the martial stage, after exchanging several blows, Guhan also discerned something amiss that to his eyes. Zhang Chuang's attacks were undoubtedly rife with openings. Yet, each of Zhang Chuang's strikes landed precisely where they caused Guhan discomfort, forcing him to abandon his preferred fighting style. And no wonder Zhang Chuang was so confident before the battle commenced. Guhan mused inwardly. It seems someone has trained Zhang Chuang specifically to counter me. Unfortunately, if merely making last-minute preparations could thwart him, then all of Guhan's month spent risking life and death in the wilderness would have been in vain. Nevertheless, this realization heightened Guhan's vigilance that he had only fought a few matches on the martial stage. Yet someone had already discerned his fighting style, that it was clear that the insight of these strong fighters should not be underestimated. Guhan decided to turn the tables, using Zhang Chuang as a sharpening stone to enhance his own combat skills. As time ticked by, Guhan gradually concluded that the battle knife in Zhang Chuang's hand was certainly no ordinary weapon. Although Guhan was suppressing his strength, the Frostwind sword in his possession was still a low-grade yellow-tier weapon. Had Zhang Chuang's knife been akin to other combat weapons, it would have been severed by Guhan's sword long ago. Just like Jean Li's. You truly went to great lengths to prepare against me. Guhan scoffed coldly, continuing to hone his combat skills. Zhang Chuang, on the martial stage, found himself increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. Initially, he followed Chief Instructor Li Kai's advice to counter Guhan's weaknesses. However, just as he was about to succeed each time, Guhan would effortlessly defuse his attacks. Once or twice could be attributed to luck. But as time went on, it became clear that Guhan had adapted. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Chuang was taken aback, Guhan thrust his sword into Zhang Chuang's wrist. The excruciating pain forced Zhang Chuang to instinctively retract his hand, causing the battle knife to clatter to the stage. When he regained focus, he saw that Guhan's Frostwind sword was now a mere 3 inches from his throat. That I have lost. Zhang Chuang's eyes brimmed with despair. He understood that even if he had not hesitated for that brief moment, he would still not have been Guhan's match. Referee Zhao Liang swiftly leaped onto the martial stage, appearing beside Zhang Chuang just as Guhan's sword threatened his throat. Guhan could only retract the Frostwind sword and exit the stage. The Ji Yuhan, splendid work. Upon descending the platform, Guhan spotted his brothers, Gu Chun and the others, at the forefront of the crowd. The surrounding cheers resonated like a tidal wave, and the name Guhan rang in his ears, nearly deafening. That Ji Yuhan smiled. He had to admit that such a scene was quite exhilarating. Indeed, I am but a mere mortal. Guhan nodded at the warriors who came to congratulate him and returned to the preparation area to rest. Another warrior from the third camp had yet to take his turn. But upon seeing Guhan return, He even lowered his head, not daring to meet Gu Han's gaze. His strength was even slightly inferior to Zhang Chuang's, that if Zhang Chuang had lost, he stood no chance of victory. The top 10 matches continued, while Li Kai at the general seat wore a countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. Useless. Zhang Chuang is a complete waste of talent. All the effort he had put into cultivating Zhang Chuang had been in vain. In contrast, Guanshan, seated at the front, took a sip of spiritual tea and smiled lightly. This saying goes, it's better to have good luck than to cultivate well. Had it not been for the emergence of the two brothers, Gu Chun and Gu Han, even with the considerable resources he had devoted to the new recruits, achieving a commendable outcome would have been exceedingly difficult. Even if Yu Qitian had not succumbed to defeat through the wheel battle, he would have only managed to scrape into the top 10 at best. With Gu Han present, however, there was no need for concern regarding the competition. One could simply await the astonishment of the crowd and bask in the envy of others. The competition among the 10 camps continued, with the combatants from the first camp demonstrating their dominance. All three advanced to the top 5. The sole remaining contender in the top 5 was Yuan Lin from the 4th camp. Those unfortunate enough to have drawn lots against the warriors of the first camp could only hang their heads in despair. The disparity in strength was indeed too vast, even if their camp's representative had exerted every ounce of effort. The hope of victory remained utterly elusive. They bore no ill will towards their own competitors. According to the rules of the 10-camp competition, one of the final 5 would be given a bye. Zhou Quan approached the front of the seating area and began drawing lots once more. That moment, even the eliminated camps could not help but feel a wave of anxiety. Some of the camps at the back had no intention of competing for the second camp position. They were simply hoping for a thrilling battle from which they could learn. Others eagerly anticipated the surprises that Gu Han, the unexpected dark horse, might bring. The first contestant drawn would be fortunate enough to receive a bye. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Quan retrieved a slip of paper bearing a name from the box. The individual granted the bye was Gu Han. In an instant, a wail of despair erupted from the 4th camp as Zhou Quan's words settled in. Why did luck smile upon Gu Han? Receiving a bye meant securing a spot in the top 3, and even if he lost in the subsequent battles, he would still walk away with a mid-grade yellow-tier battle blade. Damn, has Gu Han been blessed? Although I am reluctant to witness Gu Han receiving a bye, your thoughts are rather outrageous. Aren't they? Alas, perhaps luck is indeed a part of strength. Envy will not bring us closer to it. Yuan Lin, the last remaining warrior from the 4th camp, appeared utterly despondent. None of the 3 from the first camp were opponents he could hope to defeat. Achieving 5th place was his inevitable fate. As for the internal battles within the first camp, while they lacked sensationalism, the combat was nonetheless exhilarating. In the end, it was Zhang Lang and Pan who from the first camp, along with Gu Han from the second camp, who advanced to the top 3. Chapter 58 versus Zhang Lang. Things have stabilized. At least we have secured our position in the second camp, thought Deng Li and the other instructors, their faces beaming with joy. Previously, when other camps targeted them, they felt anger but were powerless to retaliate. The new recruits' losses meant ridicule for them as well. However, Gu Han first defeated Zhang Chuang from the 3rd camp, and then successfully received a bye into the top 3. Now, aside from the first camp, no one could rival their second camp in terms of the best results. As for the average performance, thanks to the efforts of Gu Chun and his brothers, as well as Yu Qitian. Even if they fell short of the 3rd camp, the difference was negligible. Gu Han's victory over Zhang Chuang could easily offset that gap. This was undoubtedly a moment of great joy for the second camp. Their current concern was whether Gu Han could create a miracle and bring even greater joy. In stark contrast, the instructors from the 3rd and 4th camps found themselves under a cloud of despair. They had gone to great lengths to undermine the second camp, even going so far as to spend lavish amounts to bribe certain judges to favor their own competitors. Yet in the end, they found themselves at a loss, suffering both losses and setbacks. The second camp's position was now nearly assured. The camps positioned at the back were merely spectators, having no expectation of advancing any further. The instructors from these camps approached Guanshan and Deng Li, extending their congratulations. Guanshan, with a modest smile, replied, "The competition is not over yet. We shall discuss celebrating later." This scene only served to make Li Kai and Du Heng feel as though they had consumed a pound of lemons. They were thoroughly sour. "Old Li, old Du, what is the matter? You both look rather displeased," Guanshan remarked, a sardonic smile on his lips, but he had not forgotten the previous grievances they had caused him. Li Kai, incensed, shot Guanshan a glare before hastily departing to at this point. Zhang Chuang's defeat was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he had just spent his own money to remove obstacles for Zhang Chuang. Using the Flame Pearl as a bribe for Gu Chun to withdraw, no one had anticipated that Gu Han would make it into the top 3. This was undoubtedly a significant loss for Li Kai. The only silver lining was that Du Hong would also need to share in this resource depletion to prevent anyone from riding a wave of luck into the top 2. The buy system ceased to exist once they reached the top 3. The remaining 3 would each face off against one another in combat. Their rankings would be determined based on victories and the outcomes of their matches. That I'm curious to see if this lucky fellow truly possesses the strength. Li Kai and Du Hong, filled with resentment, eagerly awaited Gu Han's performance to gauge her limits. I fear there will be little time for a break. Zhou Quan surveyed the 3 standing on the martial stage, Gu Han, Zhang Lang, and Pan Hu, and spoke solemnly. If any of you wish to rest, you may voice it now. All 3 shook their heads, exuding absolute confidence in their abilities. Zhou Quan was thoroughly satisfied with their performance and nodded with a smile. Very well. In that case, I shall draw lots to ensure fairness. Each match required a new draw. After all, the wheel battle could influence their performance, and in such moments, luck was indeed a component of strength. The first battle, Zhang Lang versus Gu Han. As Zhou Quan's voice echoed, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. Compared to the internal battles of the first camp, everyone was evidently more inclined towards the clash between the first and second camps. Gu Han and Zhang Lang ascended the martial stage from opposite sides. There was no enmity between them, unlike the previous matches against Zhang Chuang, which had been fraught with tension. Zhang Lang smiled at Gu Han. I never imagined that this time the second camp would produce such a dark horse. I must say, I am impressed. Though Zhang Lang's words bore a hint of arrogance, Gu Han could clearly sense that there was no malice behind them. It was merely a display of confidence in his own abilities, inadvertently revealing a touch of pride. Then let us have a good match, Gu Han replied with a grin. Zhang Lang nodded, his eyes brimming with fervent combat spirit. The referee's whistle soon sounded. In an instant, Zhang Lang's body exploded backward. He swiftly drew an arrow from behind and shot it towards the approaching Gu Han. Zhang Lang was a rare archer among all the combatants. In the previous confined space of the martial stage, he had been unable to utilize his skills effectively and had to rely solely on brute strength. However, on this expansive martial stage, he had ample room to maneuver and maximize his abilities. Gu Han had observed Zhang Lang's battles beforehand and was not caught off guard. He unleashed his speed, dodging the rain of arrows while closing in on Zhang Lang. In this clash, Gu Han's low-grade yellow-tier Frostwind sword would not significantly affect the outcome. Even now, many believed that Gu Han merely benefited from the sword's sharpness. His true strength was not necessarily superior to that of Zhang Chuang and others. From his position, Zhou Quan smiled at Guanshan. Old Guan, let us see if your camp's Gu Han can break through Zhang Lang's barrage of arrows and reach him. The top 3 had already been decided. What followed would be a contest between their 2 camps. Guanshan smiled. Let us wait and see that on the martial stage. Gu Han sensed a hint of difficulty for the first time against these warriors. This was not due to an inability to contend with Zhang Lang, but rather the necessity of not exhibiting excessive strength compared to other combatants, lest he raise the suspicions of the generals, and no one could guarantee that these generals were entirely altruistic and would not covet his opportunities. He needed to learn to protect himself. While maintaining a speed that did not surpass a certain threshold, he also had to ensure that he did not get hit by Zhang Lang's arrows. This posed a challenge for Gu Han, who had grown accustomed to brute force combat. Initially, the dodging felt precarious. However, after evading a dozen arrows, he began to navigate with increasing ease. Meanwhile, Zhang Lang was drenched in sweat from shooting arrows. Thinking, how can this guy be so fast? I try to cover every direction he dodges, yet I still cannot land a single shot. This level of evasion far exceeded Zhang Lang's expectations. After a few breaths, Gu Han finally reached Zhang Lang. The Frostwind sword sliced through the air. Chapter 59. Defeating Zhang Lang, battling Pan Hu, the wind-piercing stab. Gu Han's execution of the wind-piercing stab, utilizing the strength of a 7th-tier martial apprentice, left the onlookers utterly astounded. He moved with such swiftness that he seemed almost to leave an afterimage, instantly piercing towards Zhang Lang. This terrifying velocity exceeded the expectations of the vast majority present. Among the citizens of Mushy City, there were indeed many who were adept at the wind-piercing stab technique. Yet, precisely because of this, their astonishment only deepened. Did I ask this truly the wind-piercing stab? The level of proficiency displayed suggests it has reached a significant milestone, does it not? No, it surely surpasses mere proficiency. Unless his strength has ascended to that of an 8th-tier martial apprentice, such a rapid thrust is simply implausible. Are you implying that Gu Han's wind-piercing stab has attained a level of mastery? How old is he? How long has he been in the military? Moreover, he is garbed in the attire of a logistic soldier. Could it be that he has trained himself? If that were the case, Gu Han would undoubtedly be an extraordinary talent. Who was the fool that assigned him to the logistics camp? That individual ought to face consequences. The murmurs in the crowd caused the officer responsible for assessing the new recruit's strength to break into a cold sweat, but he employed military-grade instruments for measuring combat prowess, which, in theory, should ensure no errors, even when judging martial apprentices, let alone martial artists. Yet the reality was that Gu Han's strength had indeed eluded his evaluation. He could hardly admit that Gu Han was merely a first-tier martial apprentice at that moment. In just a month, had he truly advanced to the 7th tier, or even the 8th, such a statement would be met with disbelief. The generals are not fools, who would accept his absurd claims. Old Zhou, from my vantage point, it appears Gu Han has emerged victorious. That I, in response to Guan Shan's smile, Zhou Quan exhibited no signs of anxiety, maintaining an air of confidence. That I asked that so. Zhang Lang is not merely an archer. After all, that on the martial arts platform, as Gu Han closed in on Zhang Lang, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of impending danger. That a faint golden glow enveloped Zhang Lang, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Gu Han, declaring, "You have pushed me to this extent. You possess considerable skill." Suddenly, Zhang Lang unleashed a terrifying force, snapping the bowstring with a resounding crack. Gu Han's wind-piercing stab had already been launched, leaving no room for retreat. The bowstring clashed against the blade in midair, producing a deafening ripping sound. The Ji Han was astonished to see his Frostwind sword lose a segment of its edge. A look of disbelief crossed his face as Zhang Lang, bow in hand, swung it towards his head. What on earth? Zhang Lang is employing his bow for close combat. A chorus of gas erupted from the onlookers. After a moment of surprise, Gu Han regained his composure, parrying Zhang Lang's strike with the flat of his sword, though he did not sever it. Thus, the two engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat on the martial arts platform. Powerful archers are typically individuals of exceptional arm strength. They choose bows for the ease with which they can resolve battles. Zhou Quan remarked, to triumph in close quarters against Zhang Lang is not as simple as you might think. Yet, to Zhou Quan's astonishment, Guan Shan remained unperturbed. He remained calm, recalling that Gu Han had fought against Xue Wen, who had just entered the realm of martial artists a fortnight prior. Although he had been at a disadvantage, his strength had far surpassed that of other martial apprentices. Even if Gu Han had made no advancements in the past 2 weeks, defeating Zhang Lang would still not pose a challenge. On the martial arts platform, Gu Han and Zhang Lang soon reached a tacit understanding and discarded their weapons. Holding onto a broken sword and a bow proved cumbersome. It was far more effective to rely on their fists. Gu Han suppressed his strength, engaging Zhang Lang in a brutal exchange. Before long, he had left Zhang Lang battered and bruised. "Damn it, how can you be stronger than me?" Zhang Lang exclaimed, incredulous that he had wielded the bow purely for the thrill of long-range eliminations. In reality, his strength ranked second only to Pan, who's among the 1st Battalion. Yet against Gu Han, he found himself at a disadvantage, thoroughly dominated. What the hell? Gu Han experienced the stark contrast between one's upper and lower limits. Although Zhang Lang was merely a 7th-tier martial apprentice, the strength he exhibited surpassed that of the 8th-tier veterans Gu Han had previously bested while rescuing Gu Lin, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. After what appeared to be a fierce battle, Zhang Lang, bruised and weary, collapsed to the ground, uttering, "I conceived he simply could not muster any more strength." After exchanging blows for an extended period, he had only managed to land 2 punches on Gu Han, while his body was riddled with injuries. Had one lifted his shirt, they would discover an array of bruises. Had the timing been right, he would have inquired how Gu Han had trained. Zhou Quan, who had exuded confidence moments ago, found himself momentarily dazed upon witnessing Zhang Lang's defeat. Zhang Lang was the strongest warrior of this year's 1st Battalion, that if he could be bested by Gu Han, what hope did Pan Hu have? Pan Hu's only chance of victory lay in defeating Gu Han before he had a chance to rest. With this thought, Zhou Quan quickly stepped forward to announce Gu Han's victory while simultaneously initiating the drawing of lots. The second battle, Gu Han versus Pan Hu. As the result of the draw was revealed, chaos erupted on the platform. What the hell? This is clearly a rigged match. The 1st Battalion has 2 participants, and they conspired to deny Gu Han a moment's rest. Your words do not sit well with me. Wasn't it sheer luck that Gu Han made it into the top 3 without facing any obstacles? Do you truly believe that, given Gu Han's strength, any of the others could have prevented him from advancing to the top 3? What if his combat style is countered by Pan Hu's? What if he happens to draw Pan Hu and gets eliminated right from the start? Anything is possible. One should not speak so definitively that on the platform, supporters and detractors of Gu Han quickly divided into 2 camps. Engaging in a verbal sparring match, Ji Han himself held no strong opinions. Luck was an unpredictable factor. Regardless of who stepped forward, none would pose a challenge to him. Armed with a halberd, Pan Hu leaped onto the martial arts platform, eyeing Gu Han with predatory intent. Prior to his ascent, Zhou Quan had issued a stern order. Today, victory was the only option. Defeat was not permissible, although the 1st Battalion had claimed 3 of the top 5 spots. And 2 of the top 3, if the championship were to fall into Gu Han's hands, it would bring disgrace to the 1st Battalion. Now that both participants are prepared, let the second battle commence. The referee's whistle pierced the air. With a resounding stomp, Pan Hu charged forth, resembling a human beast barreling towards Gu Han. Prior to the battle, Gu Han had exchanged his weapon for a standard long sword. While it was not as comfortable as the Frostwind sword, it would suffice. Ha! Gu Han shouted, surging forward with formidable momentum, in the center of the martial arts platform. He collided with Pan Hu with a thunderous impact. The weighty clash reverberated as both combatants staggered back several steps in unison. Almost immediately, they charged once more, crashing into each other with tremendous force. Chapter 60. First place in the grand tournament. Bang. Bang bang, Gu Han and Pan Hu collided repeatedly on the martial arts platform. Pan Hu's strength was astonishing. With his halberd, he forcefully shattered Gu Han's standard long sword, the Ji Han, however, did not relent. Seizing the moment when Pan Hu's halberd broke his sword, he delivered a punch to Pan Hu's throat. Though he had tempered his strength, Pan Hu still felt an excruciating pain as his throat nearly collapsed. With bloodshot eyes, Pan Hu, despite the severe injury, refused to yield. In close combat, the halberd proved less effective. Letting out a grunt, he discarded the weapon and swung a fist towards Gu Han's chest. Bang! Though the punch landed solidly, Pan Hu emitted a muffled groan. His pupils constricted as he felt as though he had struck a steel wall. The one injured was none other than Pan Hu himself. Gu Han merely stumbled slightly before regaining his balance. In the next moment, Gu Han seized Pan Hu's wrist, executing an over-the-shoulder throw that sent him crashing onto the martial arts platform floor. Bang! The heavy impact sent shivers down the spines of those surrounding the platform. The referee swiftly ascended to the platform, observing Pan Hu, who was dazed and disoriented. Confirming that he had nearly lost the ability to continue fighting, he announced to the crowd, "In this battle, Gu Han emerges victorious." A moment of stunned silence enveloped the thousands in attendance. This was swiftly followed by a thunderous roar of applause. Ji Han is incredible. My goodness, to witness a member of the 1st Battalion lose the championship title in my lifetime. I can't believe it. I never dared to dream of such a scenario before the grand tournament began. Damn it, prior to the tournament's commencement, those who placed bets on other battalions had odds of 50-1 against the 1st Battalion securing victory. Had someone placed a bet on the 2nd Battalion, the odds would have likely soared beyond 100. Is this for real? Had I known, I would have wagered a blood essence pill and made a fortune. Such an upset truly is a rare occurrence. Each individual had their own concerns, but the overwhelming majority cheered for Gu Han, the dark horse, as he claimed the championship. Gu Han has already secured a victory against Zhang Lang and Pan Hu. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between Zhang Lang and Pan Hu, it cannot shake Gu Han's position as champion. Even though the 3rd and 4th camps harbor discontent towards Gu Han for coveting the position of the 2nd camp, the majority of soldiers, logistics personnel, and fire support troops remain indifferent to this matter. They are merely ordinary people. Even if they were to seize the position of the second camp, it would yield little benefit for them. In contrast, someone like Gu Han, who has risen from the ranks of logistics personnel, resonates more deeply with their experiences. Only a small faction, including Li Kai and Du Heng, feels a sense of injustice. The battle between Zhang Lang and Pan Hu fails to capture much attention. After a long while, Li Kai lets out a self-deprecating sigh, realizing that the elusive dream of the second camp has indeed turned out to be nothing more than a fantasy. Du Heng's eyes brim with resentment as he gazes at Li Kai. Old Li, after such a heavy cost, are you content? Discontent? What can discontent achieve? Li Kai shoots Du Heng a glance. We are comrades. I advise you not to do anything rash. With that, he turns to leave. While he harbors no intentions of undermining Gu Han, he also does not wish to remain here to witness the awards ceremony meant for Gu Han. Du Heng watches Li Kai's departing figure with a heavy heart, then turns his gaze to Gu Han, who is being hoisted high above the crowd, lost in thought. Zhou Quan offers a wry smile towards Guanshan. Who would have thought that in the end, it would still be Gu Han who emerged victorious? Guanshan smiles serenely, expressing no surprise at the outcome. Yet he adds, Gu Han's performance has indeed taken me by surprise. However, the position of the first camp still belongs to you all. The ranking of the camps is not solely determined by the champion. It must also reflect overall strength and on the battlefield. Even the most exceptional individual combatant can fall under the siege of elite forces. Only a military with robust overall strength can adapt to various environments. Despite this, Zhou Quan feels no joy. They have dominated the champion and overall strength positions for many years, and no other camp can even come close. The loss of the champion title is something he struggles to accept. The battle between Zhang Lang and Pan Hu soon concludes. Both have sustained significant injuries in their fight against Gu Han. However, Zhang Lang has had more opportunities to rest, leaving him in a slightly better condition than Pan Hu. In a situation where Pan Hu is unable to close the distance, Zhang Lang easily defeats him, securing second place. Yet for Zhang Lang, the championship was rightfully his. Conceding to one more skilled, he can only accept it. Zhang Lang watches Gu Han, the focal point among the masses, with a resigned smile. Well, at least this gives me the motivation to keep pushing forward. When someone achieves first place, it is inevitable they may become complacent. Only with goals still within reach can one strive to excel. Once the standings are finalized, Gu Han, Zhang Lang, and Pan Hu proceed to the podium under the guidance of the officiants. That moment, General Guan Jin, who has been absent since the commencement of the competition, finally makes his reappearance. The citizens of Mushin City, a sea of faces, respectfully salute General Guan Jin, acknowledging his presence. Situated on the border and adjacent to the neighboring country of Jianqi, Mushin City would have struggled to endure without General Guan's diligent protection. Guan Jin gestures for everyone to rise and then smiles. This time, the competition among the 10 camps has left me very satisfied. Not only did the first camp shine, but the progress made by all camps is also a commendable development model. Gu Han's exhibited strength has even moved me. The student surpasses the master is a timeless truth. The accolades bestowed upon Gu Han by General Guan leave everyone present in astonishment. To say that Gu Han's future achievements may eclipse those of the instructors is indeed remarkable. However, as they recall Gu Han's age, clarity dawns upon them. Although the competitors are all from the same cohort, the conscripts come from various parts of the country, leading to a disparity in age. A difference of 4 to 5 years is quite common. Even Zhang Lang, who ranks first after Gu Han, is already in his early 20s, 2 years senior to Gu Han. For Gu Han to triumph under such circumstances, with the disadvantage of age, is truly commendable. Chapter 61. Mobilization. Next, I shall personally present the awards to the 3 of you. General Guan Jin hands over the illusory water pearl and 3 mid-grade yellow weapons to Gu Han and Zhang Lang respectively. The illusory water pearl serves as an additional reward. The Ji Han is entitled to the mid-grade yellow weapons typically awarded to second and third place. Zhang Lang and Pan, who accept their awards with bittersweet expressions, repeatedly thanking General Guan Jin. After a subtle nod of acknowledgement to both, Guan Jin turns his gaze towards Gu Han, filled with admiration that he pats Gu Han on the shoulder, saying, I will eventually step down. In the future, Mushin City will rely on rising talents like you. Standing beside Gu Han, Zhang Lang, and Pan, who feel as though they have just bitten into a lemon, their hearts aching with envy. Zhang Lang silently rages. This should have all been mine. All mine. Yet now, it all belongs to Gu Han. Gu Han perceives this as merely General Guan's expectations for the younger generation and promptly replies. Rest assured, General Guan, Zhang Lang, Pan Hu, and all our comrades will not disappoint you. That a profound sense of astonishment crosses the faces of Zhang Lang and Pan, who as they stare at Gu Han in disbelief. They never anticipated that at such a moment of high expectation from General Guan, Gu Han would think to include the two of them. Guilt washes over Zhang Lang. Just a moment ago, he envied and even resented Gu Han. Yet, Gu Han's magnanimous gesture makes Zhang Lang feel small. Letting out a long breath, he casts aside his jealousy to that moment. He genuinely begins to admire Gu Han in an alternate position. Had Zhang Lang been in Gu Han's shoes, he would have likely been swept away by the praise from General Guan, forgetting all about those around him. General Guan also glances at Gu Han in surprise, increasingly satisfied with his demeanor. Should he ever encounter uncertainties in martial skills, he may seek guidance from Guan Shan. This statement alone signifies General Guan's regard for him. Although Guan Shan holds the title of head instructor of the second camp, he does not actively participate in teaching. Receiving guidance from Guan Shan is a prestigious honor for any soldier. After receiving the illusory water pearl, the mid-grade yellow Qing Feng sword, and 50 blood refinement pills, Gu Han, along with Zhang Lang and Pan Hu, steps down. General Guanjin surveys the thousands of citizens present. Recent intelligence suggests that Jianqi has been eyeing our territory and has dispatched forces to eliminate 7 of our outposts in the mountains. Upon hearing this, the jubilant citizens of Mushin City suddenly stiffen. Though they reside on the frontier, they have enjoyed peace and prosperity under the protection of the Mushin army for the past 2 to 3 decades. Had General Guan not spoken, they would have never considered that war could be so near. The crowd of citizens and soldiers grows increasingly tense. Even the instructors, who had long anticipated the possibility of conflict, furrow their brows. Why would General Guan choose this moment to share such news with the populace? Many instructors find themselves perplexed. War can easily incite civil unrest. Revealing such information now is certainly not good for governance in Mushin City and its surrounding towns. General Guanjin continues, however, there is no need for excessive concern that we, the military, are here to protect you. Our scouts have also eliminated many of Jianqi's strongholds. Their ambitions to invade Mushin City are not as simple as they may seem. Should anyone wish to leave Mushin City to evade the impending turmoil, you may prepare your belongings and head to the inner towns to seek refuge with relatives and friends. General Guanjun's words resonate. Discussions ripple through the crowd. Before long, someone raises their arm and calls out, "We are here in Mushin City either because our ancestors were military personnel stationed at the border or to engage in trade in foreign lands, using this as a base. Regardless of the reason, we share an intrinsic bond with the Mushin army. Our current peaceful days are thanks to their protection. With war looming, how can we abandon the Mushin army and flee alone?" The impassioned speaker inspires countless citizens around him. The crowd surges, resonating with his sentiments. Indeed, without a robust national defense, our ventures into Jianqi for trade would leave us vulnerable to exploitation. All the benefits we enjoy stem from the Mushin army's efforts. Recently, a merchant convoy was detained by Jianqi. Since our goods can no longer be exported, why not entrust them to the soldiers of the Mushin army as military supplies to reward everyone? The thunderous support for the Mushin army echoed like a tsunami, leaving the instructors at various camps utterly stunned, their hearts shaken to the core. Those who were solely concerned with their own interests, preoccupied with vying for rankings within the camp, felt a deep flush of shame at that moment. These common folk, able to forsake their homes and abandon their own benefits, did so solely to provide the troops with favorable material conditions. Yet these soldiers still pondered their own gain. What a disgraceful situation this is. Guanjin was profoundly moved by the support from his fellow villagers, his eyes brimming with tears as he raised his hand to calm the crowd, reminding them that the battle had not yet commenced, and there was no need for such anxiety. What we need now is to reinforce our border defenses, and our soldiers require more resources for training. I do not seek donations. I simply hope you can assist in transporting more resources from other towns. All resources will be purchased by the Mushin army at market price. The military naturally has its own channels for resource transportation. However, the border shared with the Benlang and Jianxi nations are not solely reliant on Mushin City. Other border regions have their own needs as well, in situations where military resources are scarce. Civilian channels become an exceedingly vital avenue. Countless citizens shouted in fervent support of Guanzhou's policies, utilizing their commercial connections or familial ties to transport resources from various inland towns. The various commanders and deputy commanders marveled at Guanzhou's ability to rally the people's hearts. What a remarkable feat by General Guan! While it is easy to speak of such things, executing them is an entirely different challenge. Unlike other border generals, General Guan personally arranged for his troops to instruct the common folk in martial arts and education, earning immense affection from the populace, which is why his call was met with such an enthusiastic response. With General Guan at the helm, the defenses of Mushin City are undoubtedly as solid as a fortress. However, we must not let our guard down. The Jianxi nation approaches with great ferocity, and once hostilities commence, they will not easily conclude. Alas, one can only hope for fewer casualties at this moment. The soldiers in each camp gripped their weapons with heavy hearts. Although they were warriors, they were merely conscripts, to put it bluntly. If the battle were to begin now, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Only the seasoned veterans who had attained the realm of martial artists from previous years could truly be considered genuine soldiers. Chapter 62. A shift in status in the second camp. The Logistics Division. Ji Yuhan, your performance has truly brought pride to our Logistics Division. General Jin Zitao, in charge of the Logistics Division, said with great satisfaction as he patted Gu Han on the shoulder. With a grand gesture, he declared, from today onward, you shall not be burdened with any trivial tasks in the Logistics Division. No one shall hinder your actions here, do as you please. This statement was tantamount to granting Gu Han a significant privilege. Henceforth, Gu Han would no longer have to sneak away to hunt magical beasts. He understood well that this was a change in status brought about by strength. Ji Yuhan cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, General." Jin Zitao nodded and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with in your cultivation?" This was a special instruction from General Guan, emphasizing that Gu Han's training was of utmost importance. Anything that could be accommodated would be done to the best of their ability. Gu Han pondered for a moment, adhering to the principle of not passing up an opportunity, and tentatively asked, "General Jin, might there be any water-attributed rare materials or suitable techniques and martial skills available?" Jin Zitao furrowed his brow and soon retrieved a deep blue flower from his pocket. This is the Dan Yuan flower. Obtained from slaying a 3-star magical beast, not long ago. Do you think it will be of use to you? Absolutely. This is just perfect. Gu Han's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the Dan Yuan flower from Jin Zitao's hand. The Dan Yuan flower was comparable to the water element lotus he had previously acquired, but its quality exceeded that of the lotus. Would you like me to contact an alchemist to assist in refining pills? For martial artists, the effects of such rare materials could be overwhelmingly potent. Consuming them directly might inflict harm on the body and lead to incomplete absorption of their effects. It was best to refine them into pills for optimal digestion. Only someone like Gu Han was worthy of Jin Zitao's goodwill in seeking help from an alchemist. Thank you for your kind offer, General Jin, but I have other plans for this Dan Yuan flower. Gu Han smiled and declined Jin Zitao's assistance. That he possessed a system that allowed him to directly convert the Dan Yuan flower into water elemental energy, which he could then use to help the little wolf digest, thereby avoiding the waste of any medicinal effects during pill refinement. Jin Zitao nodded, not pressing the matter further. Recalling Gu Han's earlier words, he continued, in terms of techniques, once soldiers become formal troops, they can train in the foundational battle formation technique. The inner force cultivated from the battle formation technique is exceptionally suited for combat. As their military rank rises, they will gain access to more advanced techniques, such as the 1,000 troops technique, breaking troops technique, and 10,000 troops technique. Generally, transitioning to different techniques requires starting over, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the battle formation technique is a lineage that allows one to bypass the need for a complete retraining. If you wish to pursue this, I can apply for you, and it should be approved promptly. Ji Yuhan was somewhat taken aback by this information. The lineage of the battle formation technique sounded like a remarkable opportunity. No wonder individuals lacking power and connections were eager to join the military, even offering bribes to local officials for a chance to enlist. For most ordinary individuals, accessing such techniques that could enhance their abilities was virtually impossible. Through his time spent familiarizing himself with the system, Gu Han realized that while it enabled him to acquire vital energy and enhance his attributes, as well as cultivate battle pets with bloodlines and elemental energy, he knew very little about techniques. What he possessed was merely the most basic chi induction technique from within his family that he was uncertain whether the system could provide him with powerful techniques, which were crucial for amplifying a martial artist's strength and training speed. Ji Han mused that with the assistance of the soul capture system, the enhancement of his training speed was not of paramount importance. But techniques were indispensable for boosting his power. With this in mind, Gu Han respectfully cupped his hands towards Jin Zitao, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could apply for the battle formation technique and some foundational martial skills on my behalf. Mastering a variety of skills will greatly benefit me in the impending war. Rest assured, it will be handled." Jin Zitao replied with a smile, patting his chest before promptly leaving to submit Gu Han's application. As evening fell, and considering that today marked a celebratory occasion for the second camp, Gu Han chose not to venture out to hunt magical beasts. Today served as a well-deserved rest. The entire camp was ablaze with light, as the soldiers feasted on roasted pigs and sheep, rewarding the entire army. Every individual in the second camp, be they warriors, logistics personnel, or cooks, receive at least 3 blood refining pills on this day. Given the thousands of soldiers in the second camp, this was undoubtedly a grand gesture. It was evident how thrilling Gu Han's victory was for Guan Shan. Gu Han, as General Jin left, Gu Chun and his brothers, their faces flushed and slightly inebriated, approached Gu Han with drinks in hand. Ji Han smiled. "He just left. Come, let us share a drink." The group raised their cups in joyous celebration. Upon returning to the bonfire, they indulged in a hearty feast. Many around them wished to approach Gu Han for conversation, including soldiers from other camps. However, these individuals were swiftly deterred by Yu Qitian and his companions that it was best to avoid trying to ingratiate themselves with Gu Han. Such attempts were meaningless, and they had nothing to offer. This was a preemptive measure by Gu Chun, who had asked Yu Qitian to keep away those seeking to forge connections to prevent disrupting the festive atmosphere. Most of these individuals were merely looking to latch on to Gu Han for their own gain. The opportunists were met with disdain. The crowd was well aware that Yu Qitian was not someone to be trifled with, and they could only leave in dejection after a few disgruntled mutterings. That moment, 2 hearty laughs rang out from a distance, cutting through the din of the camp with clarity. Gu, when shall we have another bout?" Gu Han looked up to see Zhang Lang and Pan Hu approaching. He smiled nonchalantly and gestured for them to sit beside him. "What brings you both here?" Zhang Lang and Pan Hu expressed their gratitude to Gu Lin and the others for making room before taking their seats. Zhang Lang produced a package from behind him and jovially remarked, "We came specifically to congratulate you on seizing my championship title." Though his words carried a hint of playful challenge, everyone could tell that Zhang Lang meant no harm. Merely jesting. "This is a gift from me and Pan Hu. Congratulations on your victory." Ji Han was not one to be overly polite. He directly placed the parcel beside him without even bothering to inspect its contents. Zhang Lang continued, "Among our peers, you are the only one who has managed to surpass me. When the time comes, I will seek your guidance, and I implore you not to decline." Upon hearing this, Gu Lin and the others were utterly astonished. Although Gu Han had triumphed over Zhang Lang in the recent competition, they did not perceive it as a crushing victory that if Zhang Lang wished to continue sparring with Gu Han, they could comprehend that. However, the use of the term guidance indicated an elevation of Gu Han's status above Zhang Lang's own. Chapter 63. The Battle Array Technique. The notion of guidance seemed excessive. Gu Han smiled faintly. "As long as I am free, I shall always welcome Brother Zhang's instruction." This was not merely Gu Han's attempt to curry favor with Zhang Lang, given his meteoric rise in strength. Zhang Lang and even the forces backing him did not pose a significant challenge for Gu Han. Rather, the recent competition had greatly enhanced Gu Han's combat experience, which had been suppressed by his overwhelming power. Such improvement could not be attained in the wilderness where sheer strength dominated. Prolonged victories would only lead Gu Han to rely on his own overpowering abilities, while crushing victories might bring a sense of exhilaration in ordinary battles. Encountering formidable foes who could not be swiftly defeated would significantly impact his combat experience. This, for Gu Han, was also a means of honing his skills. "Then I shall rest easy," Zhang Lang said with a smile, giving a gentle nudge to Pan Hu, who stood nearby. Pan Hu was somewhat reserved and not particularly skilled in communication, prompting Zhang Lang to add, "Please be patient with him, Gu Han." Pan, who awkwardly greeted Guhan, who nodded in acknowledgement, signifying their acquaintance. The two did not return to the camp, but instead sat on the ground together to share a meal. "What are you all chatting about? You seem so cheerful." Not long after, Jin Zitao approached from a distance, a box in hand, but Jiyu Chun and the others quickly rose to salute. "Greetings, General." Jin Zitao waved his hand dismissively. "Today is a day of celebration. There is no need for such formalities." He handed the box to Guhan. "This is the battle array technique and 2 martial techniques suitable for battlefield use that I have just procured for you, that I shall not intrude on your gathering any longer." Aware that his presence might make Gu Chun and the others feel constrained, Jin Zitao promptly turned to leave after delivering the items. Zhang Lang looked at Guhan enviously. "Old Gu, it's truly impressive that General Jin personally delivered you techniques." What a privilege! This was a treatment he could not even dream of receiving in the first camp. Gu Fan pondered. Although the battle array technique is widely disseminated among the military, only those who have become martial artists and actual soldiers can learn it. Even Lei Chao, who did not attain martial artist status, never had the opportunity to learn it. To be why this measure. "Guhan, you have indeed left us far behind," Ji Yuhan chuckled. "There is no need to rush. It won't be long before you all become martial artists as well. And at that time, you too will have access to the battle array technique." Upon witnessing Guhan's earnest expression, Gu Fan and the others could not help but smile wryly. Becoming a martial artist is not as simple as you suggest, despite many of them breaking through 2 or even 3 minor realms in just a month after entering the military. That rapid progression was due to the transition from immature training methods to a structured military approach. Now, that explosive growth phase was coming to an end, and crossing the subsequent minor realms would require painstaking effort. As evening approached, Zhang Lang and the others bid farewell to Guhan and returned to their respective camps. Ji Yuhan, in turn, retrieved the rewards given to him by Guanjin and, as always, distributed them to Gu Lin and the others. "Even though we have received so many resources from you," Gu Fan hesitated as he accepted the items from Guhan, curiosity evident in his eyes. "I still wonder, Guhan, don't you need these resources for your own cultivation?" Guhan and Gu Chun were undoubtedly the most outstanding among their brothers. In contrast, Gu Chun still required resources for his training. Previously, Li Kai had expended resources to persuade Gu Chun to withdraw from the competition, and Gu Chun had only shared a portion of that with his brothers. Yet every time Guhan received any resources, he would give them all to them. Ji Yu Fan had stifled his curiosity several times, but this time he could not hold back. Ji Yuhan contemplated for a moment and decided to offer a direct explanation to quell their doubts. "Brothers, do you recall the journey to Mushin City when I rested in the carriage? At that time, Guhan's previous incarnation had suffered a severe injury and was unable to continue the journey. The Gu brothers had pooled their resources to rent a carriage, allowing Guhan to rest within it daily. Later, at the moment of his previous incarnation's demise, Guhan's soul had traversed to this realm. Assuming the former's identity, Ji Yu Chun and the others nodded. Recalling how Gu Lin had been quite worried, fussing over him day and night, Ji Yu Lin's face flushed. Yet he did not deny it that a warm current flowed through Guhan's heart. Although Gu Lin had cared for his blood-related brother, now that Guhan had taken on the previous identity, he naturally bore the responsibilities that came with it. Ji Yuhan continued patiently. "During that time, my master took notice of me. He secretly healed my injuries, provided me with cultivation resources, and taught me techniques and martial skills. Now it makes sense, apart from Gu Lin and the somewhat suspicious Gu Chun." The other brothers displayed expressions of realization. This explanation aptly clarified why Guhan's injuries had healed so swiftly and why his strength had surged so dramatically. However, Gu Fan then inquired, "If that is the case, why did you still request the battle array technique from General Jin?" To Gu Fan's question, Guhan merely smiled nonchalantly, naturally, to maintain appearances. "How astute of you! How could I have overlooked that?" Gu Fan smacked his forehead, laughing at his own folly. With the battle array technique in hand, Guhan could attribute all his growth to the harmonious connection between himself and the technique. The same technique might yield different results depending on the practitioner. Even a yellow-level technique, in the hands of a suitable individual, could produce effects comparable to or even surpassing those of a profound-level technique. Guhan could easily assert that he was exceptionally compatible with the battlefield's martial techniques, cloaking his strength's growth in a veil of legitimacy. As night fell, Guhan brought Xiaolang to the campsite he had set up in the wilderness. "You must be starving by now, right?" He retrieved a roasted leg from a demon beast, allowing Xiaolang to feast heartily. Meanwhile, he opened the parcel Zhonglang had given him. Inside lay a fire attribute demon beast core and a piece of mid-grade yellow-level armor. Additionally, there were some packaged snacks labeled as staple food for battle pets that it seemed Zhonglang's backing was not to be underestimated. The fact that only he and Li Chong from logistics were aware of Guhan's need for the demon beast core made Zhonglang's ability to gather such information in such a short time a remarkable feat. Moreover, he had even prepared snacks for Guhan's battle pet. Whether in terms of influence or goodwill, it was all impressively executed. Although Zhonglang currently bore no ill will, caution was warranted moving forward. There were certainly factions within the military with backgrounds far deeper than Zhonglang's. They could easily turn their attention towards him. Guhan then extracted the battle array technique and martial skills from the box. System, commence learning. My strength, Guhan, is built solely on my diligent efforts. Chapter 64. The Gu family, mother and daughter. As the day faded into night, time flew by. With the dawn of a new day, a merchant convoy slowly entered the city. Within the city, a woman clad in faded garments, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, was by the riverbank washing clothes alongside a girl of around 12 or 13. The young girl, with bright eyes and a beaming smile, looked enviously at the children playing in the nearby streets. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own limitations due to her status, unable to join in their merriment, and could only watch from a distance. And Gu, up so early to do laundry. Not far away, an elderly woman carrying a laundry bucket approached, greeting Su Xinju with a smile. But Su Xinju wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve and replied, "I was just waiting for you." She shifted her small stool to make room for the elderly woman, then turned to the girl. "Panner, you can go play for a while, but do not wander too far." A youthful, radiant smile quickly illuminated Gu Pan's face as she sweetly replied, "All right, mother." With that, she joyfully dashed towards the children at play. The elderly woman, watching Gu Pan's innocent and carefree figure, sighed as she recalled Su Xinju's situation. It seems that marrying into a wealthy family is hardly better than the life of us common folk. That Su Xinju managed a bitter smile as she continued scrubbing the clothes. Their family was merely a collateral branch of the Gu family, far removed from the inner circles of the main lineage. Yet, some members of the main Gu family looked down upon ordinary folk, considering friendships with them to be a disgrace to the Gu name. In order to avert any potential grievances from the Gu family's younger generation, Su Xinju found herself compelled to curtail Gu Pan's freedom. After all, as a mother, how could she bear to see her young daughter deprived of companionship? Alas, the circumstances of their family were not so dire, primarily due to the absence of a stalwart pillar at home. Although Gu Pan's family was not of the direct line, the collateral branches of the Gu family would still unite for warmth. Moreover, Gu Pan's father, Gu Lingshan, was once a martial artist of some standing within the family, maintaining decent relations with several direct descendants. However, ever since the unfortunate incident involving Gu Lingshan, the treatment of Gu Pan's family had steadily declined. And now they had been entirely ostracized by those direct descendants with whom they once shared some camaraderie. Su Xinju sighed softly, hoping that when Honor grew up, their circumstances would improve. To be by the way, I heard that your brother Guhan has gone to Mushin City to enlist. Have you received any letters from him during this time? Su Xinju shook her head, a trace of regret flickering in her eyes. The journey to Mushin City was too far, making correspondence difficult. However, every so often, merchant caravans would return with news of the enlisted youths that as the two engaged in conversation, more and more common folk gathered by the riverside to wash their clothes. Su Xinju held no disdain for these villagers despite her ties to the Gu family. Thus, she was able to bond easily with the locals. "And Gu, do you see if that is the Gu family caravan?" A woman exclaimed excitedly as she hurried toward the riverbank. Upon hearing this, Su Xinju's eyes brightened. She quickly wiped her hands, placed the freshly washed garments into the tub, and jogged toward the caravan. "Captain Gu Sanha, do you have any news of my son Guhan?" The captain of the caravan's escort, Gu Sanha, not only ensured the safe passage of the merchants, but also relayed information about the Gu family's enlisted youths from various locations. He was eager to return to the Gu household to report news, but did not expect to encounter Su Xinju here. That Jiyu Sanha, an orphan who grew up in the Gu family, had performed admirably and was thus granted the surname Gu, He maintained good relations with both the collateral and direct branches of the family. It is Sister Shinju. I have brought back quite a bit of news, including that of Guhan. However, I must first report to the elders. Understood? I understand. Having news is good enough, Su Shinju replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Captain Gu, you carry on with your duties. I will finish washing the clothes and return. Gu-sana nodded and continued on with his team, while Su Shinju, her mind wandering, returned to the riverbank. Aunt Gu, is there news of Little Han? Su Shinju beamed, nodded, and swiftly finished cleaning the clothes before calling back the exuberant Gu Pan. The mother and daughter then made their way back to the Gu household. The Gu family in Wushan City comprises thousands of households and over 10,000 individuals when including the collateral branches. All those with sons enlisted stood anxiously outside the Gu family's council hall, waiting for news. Dressed in coarse linen, Su Shinju approached a familiar middle-aged man, greeting him. Fourth brother, how is the situation? This middle-aged man, a father of 5, was the fourth born, hence he was named Gus. Guc hesitated, then sighed. I am not entirely sure of the specifics. We must wait for the elders to handle the news first. The vast Gu family had sent numerous individuals to enlist in various locales. Currently, those inside the council hall were the direct descendants of the Gu family. They would have to depart before Gu Si and the others could enter. Su Shinju anxiously awaited outside, as more and more people gathered around. After an indeterminate amount of time, the doors finally swung open. Several middle-aged men emerged from the council hall, laughing heartily and brimming with enthusiasm, evidently pleased with their children's performance in the military. The direct descendants, due to their ample training resources and the personal guidance of the elders, possess significantly greater strength compared to the collateral branches. Those who had passed the background checks and strength assessments would not be relegated to the first-tier combat battalions like Gu Chun and others. Those who had not yet reached the martial artist level would train with veterans like Lei Chao in the veteran camp, while those who achieved martial artist status would become regular soldiers. They would have no contact with Guhan and the others. Collateral members, please enter. The GUC and the others had been anxiously awaiting this moment. And upon hearing the summons, they hurried inside. Among the dozens who entered, only Su Shinju and 2 other women remained. The rest were predominantly men. Once inside the council hall, Su Shinju noticed several direct elders still present. The family head, Gu Xiaodao, nodded at Gu Sanha, who then addressed the assembly. This time, a total of 18 collateral descendants of our Gu family have enlisted, with 11 in the Qingshan City military camp and 6 in Mushan City. Among them, Gu Chun, Gu Lin, Gu Hai, Gu Fan, and others have joined the combat battalion. Upon hearing this, joy radiated from Gu Si and the others. At this point, Gu Sana's eyes flickered with slight regret as he observed Su Shinju's hopeful expression. However, only Gu Han has joined the logistics camp. The smiles on Gu Si and the others' faces abruptly vanished, concern etched across their features as they glanced at Su Shinju. The collateral branches of the Gu family were generally devoid of much rivalry, maintaining amicable relations. Naturally, Gu Si did not wish for Su Shinju to be disheartened. At Su Shinju, slightly puzzled, gently inquired, Captain Sanha, what is the difference between a logistic soldier and a combat soldier? Gu Sana patiently explained. Combat soldiers, if they perform well, can go to the battlefield to achieve merit, gain titles, and receive land that benefits their descendants. Logistic soldiers, on the other hand, are responsible for maintaining the camp and other logistical duties. Sensing Su Shinju's potential disappointment, Gu Sana quickly added, however, there are advantages to being a logistic soldier as well. At least they do not have to risk life and limb on the battlefield. Even the most discerning individuals could perceive that Gu Sanha was merely attempting to console Su Shinju. Chapter 65. News from the military camp. What a disgrace to the family. A derisive scoff echoed through the council hall. A sound so jarring that it silenced the murmurs of the assembly. To GUC and the others cast cold glances, only to discover that the speaker was none other than the grandson of the Gu family as third elder. Guhan. Guhan lounged with his legs crossed, perched haughtily upon a chair, his gaze dripping with disdain. The Ji Yuhan has taken my place and gone to the front lines, only to end up as a mere logistic soldier. How utterly unambitious. In this space occupied solely by members of the Gu family, Gu Han spoke with reckless abandon, unconcerned about revealing his own reluctance to enlist the GUC, and the others shrank back, intimidated by Gu Han's authority and daring not to voice a word. Yet Su Shinju stood unperturbed. Although her standing was not as high as Guhan's, she would not allow him to mock her son. "Sir, you jest. Our Guhan is merely an ordinary child. Still so young. How could he possibly aspire to be a combat soldier? I only wish for him to grow up safe and happy." The Yuhan cast a dismissive glance at Su Xinju. A doting mother breeds a weak son. It is no wonder that despite Gu Lungshan's teachings, Gu Han remains feeble. With that, Gu Han flicked his sleeve and exited the council hall. The Guc and the others gathered by Su Xinju's side, offering quiet reassurance. "Sister, there is no need to worry too much. While logistic soldiers may not hold the same status or opportunities as combat soldiers, at least they are spared the hardships of frontline training." "Are they not?" Su Xinju nodded gently. Subsequently, Gu Sana provided a brief overview of the performances of the Gu family's youths in the military camp. The elders who remained watched Gu Si with approving expressions, publicly commending him. Among the numerous collateral descendants, only Gu Chun has performed exceptionally well. Guc, you have raised your son well. The Guc hurriedly expressed his gratitude, thanks to the guidance of the esteemed elders. The elders, pleased by his response, nodded in satisfaction. From today onward, the monthly stipend for the Gu Si family will be increased by 20%. Guc's eyes lit up with joy at this news, and he exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed elders, for your generosity." The gazes of the other collateral members toward Gu Si were filled with envy, though they lamented the lack of ambition in their own children. After Gu Sanha concluded his report, the assembly dispersed. Before leaving, some did not forget to present gifts to Gu Sanha. "Captain Sanha, please take these training resources to my SON." Gu Sanha accepted the gifts without refusal, explaining, "I can bring these items, but I still need to escort the caravan. It may be a month before we reach Mushin City." "That is perfectly fine as long as you can deliver them to my son," came the reply. With that, Gu Sana nodded and set off with the caravan once the goods had been loaded. In a secluded courtyard of the Gu family, Gu Pan sat restlessly on a chair, swinging her legs. Upon seeing Su Xinju return, she leaped up from the chair, hurriedly opening the courtyard door. "Mother, is there news of my brother?" Su Xinju smiled and nodded. "Your brother has become a logistics soldier." "A logistics soldier? What do they do?" Gu Pan inquired innocently. Su Xinju wiped Gu Pan's brow and replied, "Logistics soldiers manage the support tasks, much like the Gu family's fifth elder." Upon hearing this, Gu Pan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Su Xinju, exclaiming, "Indeed, my brother is truly an extraordinary person." The fifth elder of the Gu family was responsible for overseeing the distribution of all family resources in Gu Pan's eyes. That position represented one of the highest statuses within the Gu family. Since her mother mentioned that her brother was on par with the family's second elder, it was evident that he held a significant rank within the military as well. However, at that moment, a disdainful voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. "Just a mere logistic soldier. One might mistake him for a prominent figure among the many who served in the military from the Gu family. Only Gu Han was assigned as a logistic soldier, and they should reflect on their own shortcomings." That a few individuals snickered and whispered amongst themselves before striding away. Yet, Gu Pan, upon hearing their words, seemed oblivious, still brimming with pride for her brother's position. Though young, she was aware that many within the Gu family bore ill will towards their household. Thus, Gu Pan chose to selectively filter out these unkind remarks, refusing to allow herself to be drawn into internal strife. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The front line of Mushin City was bustling with the construction of defensive fortifications. Meanwhile, Gu Sanha was returning to Wushan City with his merchant convoy, Su Xinju. Counting the days, anticipated news would arrive today and eagerly awaited at the doorstep. Not only she, but many other distant relatives of the Gu family also stood by, waiting. The Guc, wrapped in a heavy coat, stood beside Su Xinju and gently advised, "Sister-in-law, I believe it would be best for you to wait inside. There is no need to rush," the Guc suggested. "When Captain Sana returns, I will be the first to inform you." How does that sound? However, regardless of Gu Si's entreaties, Su Xinju remained steadfast in her decision to wait at the door. "Fourth brother, please do not persuade me. I shall wait here." After about half an hour, the sound of hose from the convoy finally echoed from the distance. The Su Xinju and the others instantly perked up, eagerly moving forward. The Gu Sana, clad in a wolf fur coat, approached Su Xinju with a hearty laugh. "Sister-in-law, Gu Han is truly remarkable." At this declaration, several relatives of the Gu family, who were about to inquire about their own offspring's circumstances, were momentarily stunned. Guc looked at Gu Sanha in confusion. "Captain Sanha, what do you mean by that?" Others also regarded Gu Sanha with curiosity, puzzled by his unexpected praise that hadn't he just returned to say Gu Han was merely a logistic soldier. How could a month have passed? And now he was worthy of such commendation. Gu Sanha chuckled, exhaling warm breath onto his nearly frozen hands before continuing. "Not long ago, Gu Han and Gu Chen assisted in capturing spies from the Jianqi kingdom and were promoted to the positions of logistics sergeant and combat sergeant, respectively." Upon hearing this, the accompanying individuals were momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a wave of envy washing over them. After all, a sergeant's rank was quite significant, while many from the Gu family had served in the military, some even attaining the rank of general. They understood military protocols. For someone newly entering the military, to become a sergeant was tantamount to catching the attention of the generals. This was undoubtedly a promising future. However, they felt less envy towards Gu Chen's achievements. Perhaps the elders have been waiting impatiently. "Let us converse as we walk." Gu Sanha did not forget the matter at hand and smiled at the crowd before leading the way. The group soon arrived at the assembly hall, where Gu Sanha first reported the situation of the direct descendants within the military. Some had distinguished themselves and were accepted as disciples by the generals, which brought considerable satisfaction to the elders. By the time it was time to discuss the collateral descendants, most of the elders had already lost interest and departed. Only a few remained, patiently awaiting Gu Sanha's report on the collateral descendants. Gu Han sneered and left, having initially held some interest in Gu Han, who had taken his place in military service. However, upon learning he was merely a logistic soldier, his interest waned. Spending time on someone like him felt like a waste. Chapter 66. The fifth elder's shock and attention. What? The remaining elders, who were more invested in the younger generation, stood up in astonishment upon hearing Gu Sanha's report. The fifth elder, staring incredulously at Gu Sanha with wide eyes, exclaimed, "Are you saying that the brothers Gu Chun and Gu Han have made significant contributions and become sergeants?" Although Gu Sanha was already aware, the recollection still filled him with excitement. Indeed, and they both participated in the grand competition of the 10th Battalion in Mushin City. The fifth elder, being well-versed in such matters, found it hard to believe that new recruits could capture spies and ascend to the rank of sergeant. He had never heard of such a feat, let alone witnessed it. However, being aware that they were his own kin, he quickly accepted the joyous news. The grand competition of the 10th Battalion was a customary event in Mushin City, one the elder had indeed heard of. The fifth elder stroked his beard and smiled, his wrinkles easing as he inquired, how did the brothers perform in the grand competition? Given Gu Han's relatively weaker abilities, he surmised that capturing a spy was likely a mere stroke of luck. Although it was indeed a significant achievement, the fifth elder did not believe Gu Han could participate in the grand competition. Jiu Lin and others had each defeated 3 or 4 opponents before succumbing to fatigue. After securing a spot among the top 10, Gu Chen withdrew from the competition due to special circumstances. Upon hearing that Gu Chun made it to the top 10, the elders beamed with joy. Gu Chen's father, Gu Si, was particularly delighted, feeling that the future was incredibly bright for his son. The fifth elder smiled and praised Gu Si, preparing to further enhance the benefits bestowed upon his family. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the latter part of Gu Sanha's statement. The fifth elder's expression darkened, and he abruptly slammed the table, erupting in anger. Has Gu Chen lost his mind? The opportunity to be among the top 10 in the grand competition is immensely challenging and fortuitous. It could greatly benefit his future military career, even propelling him to great heights. Yet he dares to forfeit such an opportunity. Find out if someone has been instigating Gu Chen. Faced with the furious fifth elder, the others shrank back in fear. Jiu Sanha, mustering his courage, spoke softly. I inquired around Mushin City, and it seems there was a dispute over rankings in the camp, with generals from other camps offering incentives for Gu Chun to withdraw from the competition. It appears to have received the approval of General Guanshan. Upon hearing this, the fifth elder's anger subsided somewhat, as he slowly returned to his seat, frowning and speaking in a serious tone, since General Guanshan has consented. There must be a rationale behind it. Though Wushan City is quite distant from Mushin City, I still have some understanding of the important generals. The fifth elder pondered for a moment and instructed Gu Sanha. When you return to Mushin City, Tell Gu Chun that martial arts must be fiercely contested. Only by demonstrating talents worthy of the general's attention can his martial path be smooth. The military camp is the cleanest place, where only enemies will envy his talents. Concealing one's abilities is absolutely inadvisable. The soldiers in the camp hail from all corners of the nation. To enter the top 10 among them is no small feat. The fifth elder, moved by his desire to nurture talent, was thus quite agitated. The other elders, witnessing the normally composed fifth elder so stirred, were taken aback. The Jiyusana nodded repeatedly, taking the fifth elder's words to heart. Unless there is something else, you may withdraw. The reports regarding the soldiers' performances had been completed, and the fifth elder had other pressing matters to attend to. Having said that, he rose to leave. Just then, Gu Sana suddenly added, Fifth elder, there is also news regarding Gu Han da Ji Yuhan. The fifth elder paused. I know he has become a sergeant. Is there something else? Did he also participate in the grand competition? Upon hearing this, the other elders exchanged peculiar glances. Although they all had made contributions, their greater expectations were indeed for Gu Chun. It was not that they looked down upon Gu Han. It was simply that Gu Han's abilities lagged significantly behind, and it would take considerable time for him to catch up to Gu Chun. That if he were to participate in the grand competition now, it would be akin to rushing into embarrassment. Gu Han indeed participated in the grand competition. Jiyusana, fearing the fifth elder's departure, hastily added, moreover, Gu Han secured first place in the grand competition. Silence, a deathly stillness enveloped the Gu family assembly hall, as Gu Sana's words seemed to freeze the fifth elder in place. The other elders, along with Gu Si and the others, were left dumbfounded. Even Su Shinju was taken aback, covering her mouth in disbelief. No one had anticipated that Gu Sanha would drop such a bombshell. The fifth elder, in his heart, was seething with fury. How could you hold on to such vital news until the end to reveal it? Gulp. The fifth elder swallowed hard, the sound echoing clearly within the assembly hall. His eyes locked on Gu Sanha. What you just said, is it true? Gu Sanha, exuding confidence, clasped his fists and addressed the elder. Elder Chong, I can assure you with utmost certainty that the matter is indeed true. It is worth noting that when Gu Sanha initially learned of this news from the Gu family store in Mushin City, he was nearly rendered speechless in astonishment that he diligently visited various places to gather information before finally confirming the veracity of the news. Elder Wu returned to his seat, remaining silent for a long time. The other elders exchanged glances, equally astonished and at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, one elder chuckled. It seems we old fellows have underestimated the current generation of youth. Elder Wu, having regained his composure, chuckled softly. Although Mushin City is merely one of the border towns, achieving victory therein is no small feat. Even in the history of the Gu family, such occurrences have been rare. At this moment, another elder spoke in a grave tone. This is the third time for Gu Han. Elder Wu glanced at the speaker, the most knowledgeable among the elders, Elder Jiu. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Wu turned to Su Shinju, who had been silent, and remarked, with Lingshan gone, you single-handedly raised 2 children. It must be quite arduous for you. To Su Shinju, who had initially felt joy for Gu Han's success, immediately felt her eyes welling with tears upon hearing this. With red-rimmed eyes, she waved her hand and replied, her voice trembling, as long as the children can grow up happily, I have no regrets, no matter the sacrifices I make. Elder Wu nodded and declared, by the authority of this elder, the Gu family shall host a grand feast for 3 days to celebrate Gu Han's victory in the 10th Battalion competition. The announcement stunned everyone present. However, not a single person rose to contest Elder Wu's statement. The third individual in the history of the Gu family, Gu Han, indeed deserved such a celebration. Yet, Elder Wu pondered, should this matter be reported to the family head? Elder Wu waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, the family head is in seclusion. There is no need to disturb him over trivial matters. That I asked the one responsible for managing the family's resources. No one understood the expenses of the banquet better than he did. Even if this matter were to be reported to the family head, it would merely be a formality. Furthermore, the treatment of Gu Han's family within the clan must be doubled, without exception. Elder Wu stated coldly, should I learn that anyone disrespects Gu Han's family, they shall face the family law. The implication of this statement left everyone present both shocked and contemplative. Chapter 67. Gu Han's attitude bad news. Young master, A grave matter has arisen. A side-branch descendant of the Gu family rushed into Gu Han's courtyard in a flurry after the meeting. Among the side branches of the Gu family, relationships were generally cordial, yet they were not impervious to divisions. Naturally, some sought to curry favor with the direct line. In his flustered state, he displayed a lack of decorum that moment. Gu Han was reclining on his bed, enveloped in the warmth of two lovely companions. The interruption had considerably dampened his spirits, but his inner fury was stoked. The side-branch descendant, possessing some self-awareness, remained nervously in the courtyard, waiting. Otherwise, he would likely face dire consequences. Gu Han leaned down, playfully tapping the cheeks of the two beauties before quickly dressing. Opening the door to his room, he was met with the biting chill of winter. However, Gu Qi, the side-branch descendant kneeling at the entrance, was drenched in sweat. "Speak. What is it?" Gu Han coldly huffed. "You have disturbed my leisure. If you cannot articulate your point clearly today, contemplate how you shall atone for this." Gu Qi gulped, hurriedly stating, "Young master." "That Gu Han. I'm not referring to you, but the Gu Han serving in the military that he recently accomplished a feat at the border, capturing a spy, and has been promoted to the position of logistics camp leader. He also participated in the 10th Battalion competition in Mushin City and emerged victorious." Initially indifferent, Gu Han was suddenly taken aback by Gu Qi's words. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stepped forward. Seizing Gu Qi by the collar and lifting him off the ground, "Did I ask what you say truly factual?" Gu Han's tone was grave, barely concealing the terror in his gaze. Like most, Gu Han believed that capturing a spy might have been sheer luck. But there could be no faking of victory in the highly publicized 10th Battalion competition. He never expected that a mere side-branch descendant of the Gu family could evoke a sense of threat within him. "It is absolutely true." Gu Qi struggled to breathe, responding with difficulty. Elder Wu has issued an edict for the Gu family to host a grand banquet for 3 days, celebrating Gu Han's triumph in the 10th Battalion competition. Upon hearing this, Gu Han released Gu Qi's collar, but he quickly composed himself, casually retrieving a vial containing blood-refining pills and tossing it to Gu Qi as if discarding refuse any information regarding Gu Han. "Report to me immediately." Gu Qi's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly caught the pill vial. "Thank you, young master, thank you." This vial contained 10 blood-refining pills, which meant little to Gu Han, but represented a month's worth of cultivation resources for Gu Qi. Gu Qi's strength was actually somewhat superior to that of Gu Fan and others prior to their enlistment, yet his horizons fell short compared to Gu Fan's circle. After hastily stowing the vial, Gu Qi bowed respectfully and swiftly departed to continue gathering information for Gu Han. Gu Han paced restlessly in his room. Even the flirtations of the two lovely companions failed to stir his interest. "This kid is merely a substitute I did not wish to enlist. How could he thrive at the border?" He resolved that this matter required a serious discussion with his grandfather, in the secluded residence of the third elder, whose gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He softened somewhat upon his grandson's entrance. Pausing to gather himself, he smiled at Gu Han. "Xiao Han, what brings you to visit your grandfather today?" Gu Han, visibly anxious, replied, "Grandfather, do you recall that Gu Han?" Gu Tsangshan nodded. "Gu Han, the substitute I personally selected for you. How could I forget? That Gu Han has made quite a name for himself at the border and has secured first place in the 10th Battalion competition." Gu Han spoke rapidly. "It is said that even General Guan of Mushin City holds him in high regard." "Oh." Gu Tsangshan's surprise was palpable that I have met Guan Jun on a few occasions. If he values Gu Han, this young man must be extraordinary. Hearing his grandfather's words, Gu Han grew even more anxious. "Grandfather, why do you speak so lightly of this? It should have been mine." "Calm down." Gu Tsangshan's gentle admonition quelled Gu Han's agitation. "It is merely a minor achievement. What significance does it hold? If you were to enter the military as a proper soldier, you could easily rise through the ranks with just a few accomplishments. Why bother competing with someone merely from the new recruits?" As Gu Tsangshan's beloved grandson, Gu Han possessed cultivation resources far beyond that of Gu Han and other side-branch descendants. The strongest among Gu Han's circle, Gu Chun, was only a 4th-tier martial apprentice prior to enlistment. In contrast, Gu Han had already reached the 7th-tier martial artist level. He could directly enter the military and even obtain a position as a squad leader without any accomplishments. It was simply that Gu Han had become accustomed to a life of luxury and was unwilling to endure hardships. "Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that Guhan has begun to slip from our control. Observing the anxiety in his grandson's eyes, Gu Tsongshan furrowed his brow. His grandson had many admirable qualities, yet he displayed a touch of pettiness. You need not concern yourself with such trifles. Your focus should be on diligent cultivation. Gu Tsongshan waved his hand dismissively. If that young man truly makes a name for himself, I shall have your father make a trip to Mushin City that we can easily transfer his accomplishments to you. It is no difficult task for us. Upon hearing his grandfather's plan to have his father, who had always been engaged in external affairs, personally intervene, Gu Han's face lit up with joy. Thank you, grandfather. After all, his father was a formidable martial master. With his father's involvement, Gu Han would undoubtedly be able to resolve matters concerning Gu Han effortlessly. At that point, he could simply reap the rewards. Rather than worry about this, Gu Tsongshan shifted the conversation, cheerfully suggesting, you should think about how to cultivate a better relationship with the daughter of Elder Li. Mention of Elder Li's daughter caused Gu Han considerable distress. Elder Li was a renowned elder of the Heavy Sword Peak and an old acquaintance of his grandfather. Gu Tsongshan, Ji Yuhan understood his grandfather's good intentions in encouraging him to bond with Li Xianqing. Yet, every time Li Xianqing met him, she would brandish a sword larger than a door and insist on sparring, claiming she would only agree to date him if he could defeat her. Such a boisterous and robust woman was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to endure. Gu Han forced a smile and said, Grandfather, I must attend to my training. With that he turned and fled. Let that tomboy pursue whoever she likes. I shall return to my own pleasant pursuits. Regardless of their own desires, they obediently comply with whatever is asked of them, serving others with an impeccable diligence that leaves no room for criticism. Who would be foolish enough to seek out a distant ant? Chapter 68. Gu Han's discovery in the blink of an eye. Over half a month has passed. During this time, countless caravans have flowed in like serpentine black dragons from the surrounding towns, transporting resources. The border troops of Mushin City, with the assistance of the common folk, have been fervently constructing fortifications. Those formidable bastions rise from the ground, instilling a sense of trepidation that dissuades any thoughts of attack. Many soldiers, drenched in sweat from digging trenches, paused to gaze at the sun-kissed, darkly gleaming walls of the city. Leaning on their shovels and other tools, they chuckled, with walls this sturdy. If I were one of those fellows from the Sword-Tooth Nation, I would turn and flee at first sight. Indeed, who in their right mind would consider assaulting such towering fortifications? With the new year approaching, let us hope the beasts from the Sword-Tooth Nation refrain from any antics at this time. I desire nothing more than to celebrate the holiday in peace. That moment, a middle-aged man clad in the attire of 100 generals approached from a distance, calling out, the trenches here will soon be completed. Everyone, let us put in a little more effort to finish them up, so we can enjoy an early rest. Upon hearing this, the workers did not voice any complaints about their toil, for compared to the grim reality of war and death, this hardship seemed trivial. Meanwhile, Gu Han was returning to the camp with Xiaolang. Xiaolang, have you grown a bit larger than before? Gu Han inquired, observing the pup that was nearly the size of a basketball with curiosity. What? Xiaolang barked in confusion, glancing at its short legs. Its small eyes brimmed with innocent bewilderment, as if it indeed appeared slightly taller than before. Subsequently, Xiaolang's body visibly shrank a few inches. After Gu Han spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Xiaolang, seizing the moment when the little wolf diminished in size, swiftly grasping the scruff of its neck and lifting it up. Ah, you little rascal, you always take advantage of my inattention to shrink. Xiaolang flailed its short legs in the air. What do you know? Being small is adorable, all right. After deciphering Xiaolang's howl, Gu Han rolled his eyes in exasperation that if certain individuals were to hear this, they might well go mad. Amidst their banter, the duo beheld the imposing fortifications that resembled colossal beasts lying in wait. I've only been gone for a little over 10 days, and 5 new bunkers have appeared. General Guan's ability to mobilize is indeed remarkable. It was Xiaolang's first encounter with such magnificent structures, leaving it momentarily mesmerized. Gazing at the caravans entering the city, Gu Han pondered and transferred the majority of his healing pills from his storage space into his satchel. Upon returning to the city, he intended to sell these items. The last time he hurried back to support his brothers, combined with the scout skirmishes, Xiaolang had not been able to break through its bloodline in time. Fortunately, With the aid of the illusion water pearl acquired previously, Xiaolang's bloodline had transcended the limitations of the former illusion water wolf king, evolving into the more powerful water moon wolf. Battle Pet. Water moon wolf level. 2-star, 4th stage signature skill. Abyss of Water Moon skills. Water Moon clone. Water Moon/Abyss of Water Moon. Conjures vast amounts of water vapor to form the Abyss of Water Moon, inflicting water attribute damage on enemies within range, while also providing healing effects to designated targets. Water Moon clone. Summons 2 clones, each possessing 20 of its strength, to assist in battle. The clones wield the Water Moon/skill. Water Moon/. Conjures the Water Moon blade to strike foes. If 2 Water Moon/s hit simultaneously, it can deal triple damage. These are the 3 skills Xiaolang has mastered upon evolving into the Water Moon Wolf. The healing effect of the Abyss of Water Moon had already shown promise a month prior when treating Guel-In-Das for Guhan. His strength had broken through to that of a martial artist a month ago. Yet his growth has slightly slowed due to the surrounding mountain beasts being unable to keep pace with his advancements. Guhan, no longer concealing himself, strode boldly towards the caravans entering the city. Accompanied by Xiaolang, who, being a beast of the wild, revered freedom. Given Guhan's demonstrated prowess as an 8th-stage martial disciple in the previous battle, no one could question his right to contract a battle pet. "Hello, do you buy healing pills here?" Guhan greeted as he approached the caravan. These traders did not specialize in any single commodity. They accepted anything of value. Guhan was indifferent to the quantity, seeking merely convenience. The members of the caravan turned around, momentarily displaying a flicker of panic in their eyes. One was about to refuse, but was silenced by a glare from someone who appeared to be the squad leader. The squad leader's gaze fell upon the seemingly youthful Guhan, smirking. "Of course we buy. Whatever healing pills you have, we will take." The Guhan swiftly exchanged his several healing pills for 150 raw stones. The raw stones bore effects similar to the blood refinement pills, aiding martial artists in their cultivation, albeit substantially less effective. They served as a general equivalent in this world. That Guhan weighed the raw stones in his hand, contemplating the departing members of the caravan. Though the previous expressions of panic from the caravan members were subtle, they did not escape Guhan's keen eyes. Others might interpret it as mere surprise at being approached, merely a reaction to the tension of entering the city. However, as a transmigrator, Guhan's considerations were more profound than in his previous world. There had been notorious instances where soldiers disguised as merchants launched surprise attacks on allies. Moreover, the calluses of seasoned merchants were thicker than those of ordinary traders. Witnessing the unusual behavior of the merchants left Guhan unable to remain indifferent, but as he pondered, he produced his identification token and presented it to the city guards, saying, "General, could you please assist me with the verification?" The newly constructed fortifications required identity verification for entry. However, as Guhan approached, one guard reached out to take his token, only to be halted by the squad leader of the gate guards. The leader shot a glare at the bewildered gate guard and, with a grin at Guhan, said, "No need for verification. You can enter directly." "You know me?" Guhan asked in surprise. The squad leader smiled. "I attended the competition of the 10th Battalion. It's hard not to remember the champion who emerged from your logistics battalion." Guhan smiled and rubbed his nose that he hadn't anticipated that a single competition could elevate his reputation so significantly. Nevertheless, being able to enter the city without the token and simply by recognition was rather delightful. After retrieving his token, he exchanged pleasantries with the squad leader before proceeding into the city with Xiaolang. As the next individual approached to enter, the squad leader's expression shifted to one of stern seriousness, adopting an air of diligence in his duties. The nearby guards gazed in bewilderment at the squad leader's swift change of demeanor, one nudging another and whispering, "Did the captain just say that the previous person was the champion of the new 10th Battalion?" "Yes, didn't you go to watch?" "I did, but from hundreds of meters away. I could only see 2 small black dots fighting. Who could discern their faces?" No wonder the squad leader's face was beaming with delight. What are you discussing?" The squad leader's sudden cold snort caused them to shiver, prompting them to promptly conduct a serious inspection. Yet, they failed to notice that among those in the caravan lowering their heads for inspection, one individual harbored a glimmer of unusual light in their eyes. Chapter 69. Passing in white garments in the city, Guhan, accompanied by Xiaolang, covertly followed the caravan until they settled in a courtyard, at which point he discreetly departed. "Whoa," Xiao Lang emitted a questioning howl, its small head brimming with confusion. According to its master's habits, wasn't he supposed to linger and stealthily take advantage? Gu Han affectionately patted Xiao Lang's head and smiled, although these individuals appear to be mere ordinary merchants. They have revealed significant flaws. The calluses of seasoned traders might not mean much, but these individuals were overly vigilant. Even though Gu Han, with his speed surpassing that of most martial artists, carefully navigated through the crowd, he still nearly attracted unwanted attention. While caravans indeed required escorts, the level of strength displayed here seemed excessive. Given Gu Han's current capabilities, a cautious follow would ensure that no martial artist could detect him. Caution is paramount. If there were any intentions to collaborate with those besieging the city, there would undoubtedly be masters or higher present, the Ji Yuan patiently explained as he and Xiao Lang weaved through the crowd. Just as he left the courtyard, he suddenly sensed a gaze lingering upon him. Elusive yet persistent, Ji Yuan furrowed his brow and swiftly turned around, yet he could not ascertain the source of the scrutiny. Could it be from that caravan? Were it not for Gu Han's exceptionally heightened mental acuity, he might have been oblivious to that piercing gaze. However, it was precisely due to this awareness that Gu Han was certain that the individual's strength had undoubtedly reached the level of a martial master. Adopting a fade of nonchalance, Gu Han meandered leisurely among the crowd, as though he were merely enjoying a casual stroll. It was only after approximately 10 minutes that the scrutinizing gaze gradually faded away. With a sigh of relief, Gu Han conducted several further tests, confirming that the owner of the gaze had ceased their pursuit. Subsequently, he surged forth with remarkable speed towards the direction of the second encampment. Before long, an unremarkable short man returned to the courtyard where the merchant caravan was stationed. "Wang Hai, did you detect anything unusual?" The caravan leader, Zheng De, had been waiting in the courtyard and inquired upon Wang Hai's return. Wang Hai shook his head. "Nothing abnormal. I followed him for the duration of tea break. He merely strolled along the roadside and indulged in quite a bit of delicious food. You weren't discovered, were you?" In response to the leader's skepticism, Wang Hai scoffed. "Even if he is a martial master, as long as I refrain from taking action, few can discern my presence." Zheng De had a degree of understanding regarding Wang Hai's tracking prowess, which explained why he had dispatched him to follow Gu Han. "It seems we were overly anxious." Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Zheng De's expression changed subtly, and he quickly signaled Wang Hai to be on alert. Wang Hai stealthily approached the door and spoke in a low voice. "Who is it? I seek a fine sword. Do you have one available?" Upon hearing the voice from outside, Zheng De breathed a sigh of relief and nodded at Wang Hai. Only then did Wang Hai discreetly sheath his concealed dagger and open the door. Entering was an elegantly dressed middle-aged man in a fox fur coat. Wang Hai glanced outside to ensure no one was watching before closing the door. Zheng De personally poured a cup of tea for the man in fox fur, Qiu Lin. "Qiu Xiao, why have you arrived so swiftly? If someone discovers our connection, it could spell disaster." Qiu Lin drained the tea in one gulp and replied nonchalantly. "Rest assured, I am stationed several miles away with the caravan, coming alone, so no one will notice that I am here for an important matter. Please, go on. Do you remember Shui Wan and the others we sought to incite?" Zheng De's expression darkened as he nodded. "Of course, I remember. They had managed to incite quite a few within the Wolf Kingdom, but due to Shui Wan's exposure, most of the others were captured. Although there are still internal supporters, they are few and far between. According to my informants, the instigator is none other than Gu Han, who secured first place in the 10th Battalion competition." Qiu Lin continued. "I overheard the guards at the city gate. The very person you traded with was Gu Han. This time we must find a way to win him over. If that fails, we must eliminate him." As he spoke, Qiu Lin's eyes flashed with unmasked killing intent. "What?" Zheng De exclaimed, rising to his feet in shock. "That man is Gu Han. Qiu Xiao, I fear we may have overlooked something of utmost importance." Zheng De instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Hai, who was preparing to take a rest. "Wang Hai, was the person you tracked earlier the one we traded with?" Wang Hai, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded gravely. Zheng De slammed his palm onto the table in frustration, glancing helplessly at Wang Hai. "That fellow likely tracked us before." "What do you mean? How could you let him slip away?" "I had no prior knowledge." Wang Hai retorted, "He most likely sensed your following and deliberately posed as if you were idly wandering in the street. Impossible. Wang Hai could accept that his judgment had faltered, but he could not abide Zheng De questioning his abilities. Listening to their conversation, Qiu Lin furrowed his brow. Does this imply that you have already interacted with Gu Han? Indeed, Zheng De recounted the previous events to Qiu Lin. The group was filled with regret. Meanwhile, while Qiu Lin and the others convened privately, Gu Han had raced back to the camp, urgently seeking out Guan Shan, who was inspecting the newly constructed defenses with the assistance of instructor Deng Li. Ever since Gu Han had triumphed in the 10th Battalion competition, Guan Shan had specifically instructed that any requirements of Gu Han must be met without hesitation. Hence, Deng Li had taken it upon himself to escort Gu Han directly. Upon seeing Gu Han panting heavily, Guan Shan greeted him with a smile. What brings you here in such a hurry? General Guan, it is possible that enemy spies have infiltrated Mushin City. Upon hearing this, the smile on Guan Shan's face abruptly vanished. He waved his hand to dismiss the others and, ensuring they were alone, fixed a serious gaze upon Gu Han. Do you have any evidence to support this claim? I lack concrete evidence, but I instinctively feel that something is amiss with those individuals. That Ji Yuhan shared his observations regarding the merchant caravan and his suspicions, omitting the detail of someone tracking him. Guan Shan's brow furrowed. After all, the Jinchi Kingdom has detained our merchants. That it is entirely reasonable for their caravan to exercise caution when conducting business in Mushin City. At this juncture, Deng Li added. Moreover, they likely never anticipated anyone would engage in trade with them while queuing at the city gate. Surprise is only natural. Seeing that the two dismissed his concerns so readily, Gu Han grew increasingly anxious. General Guan, have you not considered that the enemy might disguise themselves as a merchant caravan to catch us off guard? Chapter 70. Is Deng Li an internal support? What you say is perhaps a bit alarmist? Guan Shan's brow furrowed, unable to ascertain the situation, that he instinctively sought to counter Gu Han's speculation that if anyone else had suggested that the Jinchi Kingdom's forces would masquerade as merchants to ambush them, Guan Shan would have vehemently denounced them and expelled them from the premises. Although there are many grievances between nations, and border conflicts are inevitable, wars are typically fought openly. The act of soldiers disguising themselves as merchants would indeed be regarded as a taboo. Such occurrences, once they transpire, will set a precedent that if such an event were to happen once, then any nation's merchant caravan would face insurmountable obstacles in conducting legitimate business. This would deliver a heavy blow to any nation wishing to continue its development, potentially isolating it from the other countries of Dongzhou. Surely not. Deng Li pondered for a moment, perplexed. If the Jinchi Kingdom were to act thus, they would be courting disaster, with all neighboring nations as foes. The only outcome awaiting the Jinchi Kingdom would be annihilation. Only through such drastic measures could they hope to mitigate the consequences of their army masquerading as merchants, restoring normal trade with neighboring countries. Gu Han understood their apprehensions. Even the formidable second master of Huaxia could not have anticipated that allies would resort to such tactics. Of course, the individual who employed such a strategy ultimately won the battle. But even if it did not result in infamy, it certainly did not leave a good reputation behind. However, what if the enemy harbored intentions of annihilating everyone in Mushin City? Gu Han remarked coolly. All they need do is eliminate everyone, ensuring no news escapes Mushin City. Who could possibly discern the means by which they accomplished such a feat? Upon hearing Gu Han casually speak of slaughtering hundreds of thousands, both Guan Shan and Deng Li felt a chill run down their spines. Mushin City, along with its surrounding smaller towns, boasted a population in the hundreds of thousands. Even if they managed to breach the Jinchi Kingdom's border, they would never contemplate exterminating all civilians. Committing such atrocities would inevitably lead to repercussions. Thus, when they first heard Gu Han's concerns about potential spies within the caravan, they had merely considered it a possibility of someone attempting to infiltrate for information, rather than a coordinated effort from within. Better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. Guan Shan, a seasoned veteran of many storms, quickly concurred with Gu Han's recommendation. Deng Li, you shall discreetly investigate, digging into the background of those merchant firms that be sure to remain undetected. If we are to investigate, let us thoroughly examine each and every one. Deng Li nodded, accepted his orders, and swiftly departed to Ji Yuhan. Filled with concern, inquired General Guan, will Instructor Deng be safe acting alone? Though Instructor Deng possessed considerable strength, there were still martial masters among the members of that caravan. Guan Shan chuckled lightly. responding dismissively, "Rest assured. Unless those individuals intend to return empty-handed, they would not dare to raise a ruckus. Moreover, in this regard, no one in the camp is more adept than Deng Li." Seeing Guan Shan's unwavering confidence, Gu Han could only return to the camp with an uneasy heart, gathering with his brothers for a brief reunion. Within the city, Deng Li hurriedly made his way to the residence of the Jiu Trading Company. He initially observed from the shadows before stepping forward to knock on the door that a voice soon came from within. "Who is it?" "I desire a fine sword. Do you possess one here?" As Deng Li's words fell, the gate swiftly swung open. He glanced around and quickly darted into the courtyard. At this moment, Qiu Lin had already departed, leaving only Zheng De and Wang Hai behind. "Deng Li, what brings you here?" Zheng Dao exclaimed, realizing that there were indeed insiders from the sword-toothed kingdom within the ranks of the middle echelon in Mushin City. However, he had not anticipated that it would be the commander Deng Li. Although Deng Li held a low position in Mushin City as the instructor for every new batch of recruits, he was undoubtedly well trusted. Let us cut to the chase. Have you revealed any telltale signs that Gu Han has uncovered? Upon hearing this, Zheng De was taken aback, never expecting that this matter would escalate to Deng Li so swiftly. "When we entered the city, Gu Han struck a deal with us and has been tailing us ever since. I had previously instructed Wang Hai to follow him, but he gained no insights. Since you have taken action, it must be decisive." Deng Li scolded, now that Gu Han has leaked information to Guan Shan. "I have been dispatched by Guan Shan to investigate the situation." Zheng De's expression shifted dramatically. "What shall we do now? Perhaps you could return and inform Guan Shan that no abnormalities were found." Deng Li's face darkened. "Are you a fool? Or do you think I am? If I return saying no abnormalities were detected and Gu Han does not relent, quietly comes to investigate, and something goes awry, wouldn't this blame fall upon me?" Zheng De's face grew somewhat awkward. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps you could bring back a message, and we shall present a few scapegoats to ensure your success. This way, you can gain the trust of both Gu Han and Guan Shan, while we can clear our suspicions." Their current operation was of utmost importance. Once suspicion arose, their chances of success would dwindle significantly. As the operation was about to commence, they needed to dispel any doubts from Guan Shan. Deng Li pondered for a moment and found Zheng De's suggestion plausible. "Very well. Find suitable scapegoats swiftly, and I will return to inform Gu Han." Time flew by. That very night, Deng Li arrived at the camp, his brow furrowed, seeking out Gu Han. "General Guan sent me to find you. Let us proceed." The Jiu Han's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that something was amiss. If Deng Li had discovered issues regarding the merchant convoy, General Guan would likely have two options: either not to raise alarm and proceed with caution or to suppress it with force. If the former were the case, Deng Li could simply relay a message, and if the latter were true, Gu Han, seen merely as a martial apprentice, would be of little help. Regardless of the scenario, it seemed unnecessary for Deng Li to escort him to Guan Shan. With this thought, Gu Han felt a twinge of wariness. "Instructor Deng, my brothers are still dining. Would you mind waiting a moment?" Deng Li's gaze darkened. "I can wait, but General Guan may not be so patient." The Jiu Han's heart sank. Indeed, matters were dire. Given General Guan's regard for him, he would not bother with a mere meal's duration. Yet, Gu Han only harbored suspicion and dared not confront Deng Li directly. Should Deng Li truly harbor hostility, it would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Jiu Han flashed a slight smile at Deng Li. "Please allow me a moment. I shall inform my brothers to ease their concerns." Deng Li, visibly anxious, nodded. "Make haste. Do not keep General Guan waiting too long." The Jiu Han approached Gu Chun and the others, whispering, "General Guan seeks me. I shall accompany Instructor Deng." Upon hearing this, Gu Chun immediately halted his training, for it was clear that Gu Han's expression had not gone unnoticed by them. This was likely Gu Han's way of concealing his suspicions from Instructor Deng. "Afterward, we will split up to expedite our report to General Guan." Gu Lin's expression was grave. "Let us hope our concerns are unfounded." They could never have imagined that their trusted instructor Deng Li might also be compromised. Nevertheless, Gu Han was their brother, and their vigilance was not unwarranted. Gu Lin and the others had yet to receive the protection of Guan Shan. Before they could enter the area where the general's camp was located, they were intercepted. In that area, soldiers were not permitted to enter without the general's orders. A few soldiers armed with long spears crossed their weapons before Gu Lin and the others. The group felt a surge of urgency. Time was of the essence. If something were to happen to Gu Han, it would be catastrophic to AT that moment. Gu Lin suddenly had an idea. Speaking in a low voice, "Brother, we have urgent news regarding Gu Han that we must report to General Guan." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the stern-faced soldiers shifted. They had heard Gu Han's name frequently over the past few days. The first-place winner of the 10-camp competition from the logistics camp had spread widely throughout the military. "You are indeed Gu Han's brothers?" "Indeed. I am Gu Lin." As he spoke, Gu Lin produced his identification token. After the soldiers verified it, they quickly instructed others to secure the passage while one of them escorted Gu Lin and the others directly to the central tent of Guanshan. Upon knocking, Guanshan's voice resounded from within. The soldiers remained outside, allowing only Gu Lin and his companions to enter. Upon entering the tent, Gu Lin was startled to find Guanshan alone, his expression changing drastically. "Instructor Guan, dire news." Due to Gu Han's influence, Guanshan had been cordial with Gu Lin and the others, smiling. "Do not be anxious. Speak slowly." However, Gu Lin could hardly afford to take his time, that he hurriedly replied. "Just now, Instructor Dang Li arrived at the camp, claiming that you wished to see Gu Han, and took him away from the camp, that we feared something was amiss, which is why we came to report." As soon as Gu Lin's words fell, Guanshan stood up, his face grave. He had indeed sent Dang Li to investigate the issues surrounding the merchant convoys earlier that afternoon. However, Dang Li had yet to report back. Guanshan had assumed that the situation was simply difficult to assess and had not given it much thought. But now it appeared that he had been overly trusting of Dang Li. "Do you know which merchant convoy Dang Li took Gu Han to?" In order to save time, Guanshan needed to pinpoint the situation quickly. However, Gu Lin and the others exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. Just then, a sudden knocking sounded at the door once more. A soldier entered, saluting. "General, Commander Dang has sent me to report that he has taken Gu Han to identify the suspicious individuals within the merchant convoy." Guanshan was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom what Dang Li was attempting to orchestrate. Chapter 71. A Spy. "Instructor Dang, this does not appear to be the direction toward General Guan, does it?" Gu Han inquired deliberately, observing Dang Li's path into the city. Dang Li did not glance back, his expression serious as he pressed forward. "I previously conducted an investigation in the city and discovered several individuals exhibiting suspicious behavior, which is why I specifically sought you out for verification." That Ji Han could not help but scoff inwardly at Dang Li's fabricated words. This man was utterly shameless when weaving tales, first claiming that General Guan had sent him, now stating he was verifying for spies. Such contradictory statements. Did he not fear being exposed? Or did he presume that Gu Han would be incapable of resisting him? Gu Han deliberately slowed his pace, attempting to buy time for Guanshan to arrive. However, the two reached the vicinity of Jiu Merchant House within the span of a single incense stick's burning. Dang Li pulled Gu Han into a concealed spot. Whispering, "I have gathered information. Those individuals emerge every half hour or so. Let us wait here." Jiu Han looked at Dang Li, whose demeanor was solemn, bewildered. Logically, he should have already fallen into Dang Li's trap. If Dang Li were truly colluding with the enemy, he could have easily taken action against him without anyone noticing. Why the roundabout approach? Since Dang Li did not act, Gu Han was content to stall for time. Meanwhile, Guanshan lurked in the shadows, observing Dang Li. What schemes was this man up to? After a brief wait, the gates of Jiu Merchant House suddenly swung open, that a figure clad in black slipped out stealthily and, under the cover of darkness, darted into the street. "Let us follow," Dang Li whispered, leading the way. Jiu Han hesitated for a moment, watching Dang Li's unguarded demeanor. However, after a sigh, he resolved to follow. The two concealed themselves, watching as the figure wound through the alleyways, holding a parchment made of sheepskin. Seizing an opportunity when the figure was distracted, Dang Li suddenly sprang into action, swiftly snatching the parchment from the person's grasp. Simultaneously, Dang Li's other hand seized the figure's throat, that did not make a sound. With a mere flick, Dang Li could easily snap the person's neck, his voice cold. "You should know the consequences otherwise." As he spoke, Dang Li tossed the parchment to Gu Han. "Take a look." "What is this?" Gu Han carefully caught the scroll and scrutinized it, only to discover that it prominently marked the number of patrolling guards on the adjacent street, as well as the relatively vulnerable positions in the city's defenses. "Instructor Deng, this is a city defense layout." At that moment, a flicker of fear and relief flashed in the man's eyes. And unexpectedly, blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth, a deep purple hue indicating he had succumbed to poison. Deng Li's face turned ashen as he released the limp corpse to the ground. Realizing that these individuals had long harbored the intent to die, they could not divulge any information. With poison held in their mouths, they would simply bite down if captured, leading to immediate death. Unless Deng Li could ascertain the location of the poison and seize it directly, it would be impossible to prevent such acts of suicide. However, Gu Han furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple. They had only just arrived, yet this spy emerged to mark the city defenses. This series of actions seemed too orchestrated to be mere coincidence. Just then, Gu Han suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps from the street corner. Instructor Deng, before Gu Han could speak, Deng Li darted forward with the swiftness of a cheetah, heading straight for the shadow. This speed startled Gu Han. Deng Li's agility surpassed even that of Gu Han, who had been hunting demon beasts for a month. Although it was only natural for Deng Li, a seasoned martial artist honed through years of training, to be stronger, Gu Han was no ordinary individual. It seemed he must exercise greater caution in the future. Before long, Deng Li returned, clutching the man and holding a poisoned pouch the size of a fingernail in his hand. The man was bruised and battered, clearly having just been beaten by Deng Li for the poisoned pouch. "Will you speak willingly, or must I resort to force?" Deng Li coldly regarded the man sprawled on the ground, adding, "You should know that you cannot withstand the brutal tortures of our wolf nation." It was precisely for this reason that all spies prepared poison in advance. Upon capture, they would swiftly take their own lives. The man in black gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, his face ashen with despair. He had been prepared for this task from the outset. The poison pouch would inevitably be seized. Otherwise, he could not hope to escape. His only course of action was to resolutely keep silent. Only in this way could his family, his wife, and children hope for a brighter future. "That I don't know what you're talking about. I was merely passing by." Slap. Deng Li's hand struck the black-clad man's face, leaving a crimson imprint. Passing by. Have you ever seen someone passing by with poison in their mouth? Yet, regardless of Deng Li's threats, the man remained defiant, having lost several teeth but still refusing to speak. "Gu Han, capturing him today has likely startled the remaining spies," Deng Li remarked, delivering a swift blow to the man's neck, rendering him unconscious. That he then turned to Gu Han, suggesting, "How about I take him back for some rigorous interrogation and extract information before we act?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Han replied, "Instructor Deng, weren't you the one who asked me to identify the suspects?" Deng Li was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure as he responded, "I was so focused on the two I noticed that I forgot to ask for your input. Have you seen these two before?" Gu Han lifted the black man's cloak, only to discover that he was indeed the captain of the merchant convoy encountered during a previous transaction. Gu Han's brow furrowed tightly. Was it truly such a coincidence? What's wrong? Deng Li inquired, puzzled that Gu Han shook his head. "This man is the one I encountered at the city gate, behaving suspiciously." Hearing this, Deng Li let out a long sigh of relief. "That's good. It seems your suspicions were indeed correct, that it was my oversight along with General Guan." With that, they decided to return to the military camp. Just as Deng Li was about to leave, he suddenly halted, looking at Gu Han. "I'll remain here. Gu Han, take my token and summon a small team from the city tower. Ensure they monitor the Jiayu Merchants Guild day and night, so as not to alert the remaining spies and let them slip away." Deng Li tossed his token to Gu Han, who caught it steadily, his doubts diminishing once more. Deng Li had done everything possible in this situation. Otherwise, he could have sought help himself, placing Gu Han in jeopardy. Whether Gu Han perished or Deng Li heroically saved him would have been immensely beneficial for Deng Li. Following Deng Li's instructions, Gu Han swiftly made his way to the city tower, returning with a 10-man patrol team. All were seasoned soldiers, the weakest among them being a martial artist. Throughout the entire process, Deng Li remained in place, not leaving. "This task is now entrusted to you for surveillance. Rest assured, Instructor Deng, we will ensure the mission is accomplished," the patrol leader assured, thumping his chest. Chapter 72. The unusually smooth operation let us go. Deng Li led Gu Han back to the military camp. Throughout the journey, Gu Han remained vigilant, yet no unexpected occurrences transpired. Guan Shan followed closely, his expression filled with confusion. Could it be that I misjudged old Deng? However, Deng Li's decision to take Gu Han without proper authorization was indeed suspicious. Upon returning to the camp, Deng Li brought the black-clad man into the interrogation room that a series of chilling screams soon echoed from within, sending shivers down Gu Han's spine. Only those who were more ferocious than wolves could endure such an interrogation. Even if you beat me to death, I know nothing. Amidst the wails, there were defiant protests filled with spirit. The cries gradually diminished, fading into silence. Shortly after, the interrogation room door opened. The Ji Yuhan peeked inside, discovering a motionless figure lying on the floor in the dimly lit room, a faint scent of blood wafting through the air. The interrogation has been completed. Deng Li's voice startled Gu Han. Instructor Deng, when did you become so ghostly silent? Deng Li chuckled. You were merely too focused on that person. Ji Yuhan rolled his eyes. Exasperated, what is the situation? There are also scouts from the Jianqi kingdom, infiltrating with the merchant convoy to gather intelligence on the city defenses. Deng Li paused, suddenly realizing, why am I divulging such critical military intelligence to you? Though Gu Han had garnered attention from General Guan due to his exceptional performance, his position remained that of a logistics officer, and, theoretically, he should not have been privy to such important matters. Deng Li, what is the status of the situation I asked you to investigate? Just then, Guan Shan's voice emerged from the night. Deng Li was startled, quickly bowing respectfully. I greet General Guan. Ji Yuhan followed suit. Guan Shan waved his hand. No need for such formalities. Deng Li glanced at Gu Han, who appeared unfazed, hesitating to speak. Today's information had indeed been fortuitously uncovered by Gu Han, recognizing Deng Li's concerns. Guan Shan gestured grandly and laughed. Whatever discoveries you have, feel free to share. Deng Li nodded, continuing, the Jianqi kingdom, wary of the newly constructed fortifications in Mushan City, dispatched scouts to draft a map of the city defenses, seeking to identify weak points for a potential breach. While this all sounded plausible, Gu Han's brow remained furrowed, sensing something amiss. It was all too smooth. He had effortlessly detected the anomalies of the merchant convoy. Deng Li had conveniently captured 2 spies sketching the map, and then it seamlessly led to the exposure of all the guild spies. Everything felt preordained. Has the list of remaining enemy scouts been extracted from the interrogation? Guan Shan inquired solemnly. Deng Li nodded. According to the information provided by the man, there are a total of 20 scouts who infiltrated with the merchant convoy. The list has been duly recorded. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Shan refrained from issuing immediate orders but turned to Gu Han. Gu Han, what is your perspective on this matter? Given that this lead had been unearthed by Gu Han's keen observations, and with Guan Shan intending to nurture him, he posed the question. Ji Yuhan stroked his chin, his mind racing. 20 scouts, carefully selected to infiltrate the merchant convoy and enter Mushan City. This was no trivial undertaking. It was entirely reasonable for the Shan Ran City to risk the loss of all 20 scouts to infiltrate Mushan City. Yet having heard of the white-clad crossing the river incident, Gu Han could not shake this concern. General Guan, since these scouts are resolute in their mission, even if Instructor Deng seizes their poison, their resolve to die will remain unchanged. Guan Shan's brow furrowed. What do you mean by that? Just because he named the other scouts within the merchant convoy does not imply that only these 20 spies exist. Gu Han asserted, his tone grave. He did this to gain Instructor Deng's trust and ultimately seek death. If there are unaware individuals within the caravan, it is entirely possible that one of them resides among these 20. That their actions, I fear, may be aimed at sowing confusion. As each word escaped Gu Han's lips, Deng Li found himself drenched in cold sweat. Every point raised by Gu Han corresponded precisely with their prior arrangements. If Zheng De and his associates were indeed the spies infiltrating Mushan City, Deng Li would almost be led to suspect that the true infiltrators resided within Zheng De's own ranks. However, regardless of what Deng Li might say at this moment, it would only serve to deepen Guan Shan's suspicions. Thus, Deng Li could only remain silent, casting a glance at the decision-maker, Guan Shan. You make a valid point, Guan Shan remarked, his gaze toward Gu Han brimming with admiration. Currently, tensions between Mushan City and Shanren City are at a boiling point. It is prudent to err on the side of caution, even if it means wrongfully executing an innocent. Upon hearing this, Deng Li felt his heart leap to his throat. Yet Guan Shan's subsequent words allowed his heart to settle back down. However, the caravan serves as the foundation of economic development among nations. Only through trade can economies flourish and nations prosper. Guanshan spoke in a grave tone. Convey my orders to detain all members of the Jiayu Trading Company and any other trading establishment suspected of harboring spies. Interrogate them one by one until we ascertain that no infiltrators remain. Occupying a high position, Guanshan naturally had more considerations to weigh that it was not as simple as issuing a command to execute all suspects to resolve the matter. Nevertheless, he could not overlook the threat posed by spies to the safety of Mushan City. Detaining everyone rather than executing them all was the greatest concession he could make. Upon hearing this, both Gu Han and Deng Li let out a collective sigh of relief. The Ji Han felt fortunate that even if other spies were mingling within the caravan, their imprisonment would at least mitigate the threat they posed. It was normal to encounter a stubborn individual, but it was improbable that everyone would remain tight-lipped. As long as he maintained the initiative, it was only a matter of time before he could unearth all of them. Deng Li, on the other hand, was relieved that the caravan had largely been preserved. As long as the next steps were carefully planned, there remained hope. Guan General, allow me to lead this operation, Deng Li proposed, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. However, Guanshan regarded him with a penetrating gaze and then said, although the elite scouts dispatched by Shanren City are predominantly martial artists, with few at the master level, if a formidable opponent has stealthily infiltrated their ranks, can you handle it? To speak of Zhang Meng, a scout lieutenant, even I might struggle to subdue him. Deng Li's expression darkened. This subordinate will obey. Guanshan patted Deng Li's shoulder with a reassuring smile that Dio not be disheartened. It is not a matter of distrust in your abilities, but given that we are on the eve of a critical juncture, we cannot afford the slightest negligence. I shall personally lead the team, and you will accompany me at that moment. Guhan suddenly interjected softly. Guan General, may I join as well? Guanshan stared in astonishment at the eager Guhan, his brow furrowing. This operation is perilous. It would be best for you to remain in the camp. Assuage Guhan's concerns. Guanshan paused before adding, rest assured, the spy from the Jiayu Trading Company was apprehended by you. The credit for this will undoubtedly be yours. Ji Yuhan, however, was not motivated by notions of accolades, but rather by the attributes of the martial artists, even masters, in the nearby mountains and forests. Even the most formidable of demonic beasts possess strength equivalent to mid-level 2-star martial artists. Comparable to human martial artists, the Ji Yuhan was intrigued by the potential rewards of personally slaying a master. Even if it were merely a stroke of luck or scavenging a corpse, the benefits would likely far exceed those of a 2-star beast. Guhan feigned an expression of admiration, exclaiming, Guan General, you are the foremost powerhouse of our camp. I have complete faith that with you present, those nefarious wretches cannot harm me. This flattery momentarily elevated Guanshan's spirits. While he indeed regarded himself as the strongest within the second camp, the impact of such praise, especially from a promising talent like Guhan, was incomparable. Very well, if that is the case, you may accompany us. After a moment's consideration, Guanshan waved his hand decisively. Turning to the bewildered Deng Li, old Deng, I entrust Guhan's safety to you. Your task is to ensure, by all means, that he remains unharmed during our operation. Deng Li was rendered utterly perplexed. Wait, you are just agreeing to this? Guan General, what of your principles as the chief instructor of the second camp? If something were to happen to Guhan, I would bear the brunt of the blame. Yet, Deng Li understood that he could only grumble inwardly. Once Guanshan made a decision, it was akin to moving mountains. Nothing could sway him, especially not someone of his stature. Soon, under Guanshan's command, an elite team of over 100 soldiers set forth from the second camp, heading directly toward the Jiayu Trading Company's stronghold. For this operation, Guanshan opted not to inform the other camps, both to avoid delays and to prevent any competition for accolades. Within this troop, Guhan experienced firsthand the military prowess of the camp. Each member of this elite force possessed strength exceeding that of 5-star martial artists. Even the so-called top 10 from the previous cohort, like Lei Chao, would find it impossible to earn a place here. In stark contrast, their so-called 10-camp competition resembled a child's play. The instructors from each camp appeared as parental figures, watching over their children at play. The depths of the military surpassed Gu Han's expectations, igniting a firm resolve within him to proceed with utmost caution. while these soldiers individually might not pose a challenge. If they united, Gu Han would find himself hard-pressed to contend with them. Moreover, the Jiayu Trading Company would undoubtedly harbor martial artists of master caliber. As dusk settled, under the direction of the captains, the formidable battalion swiftly approached the vicinity of the Jiayu Trading Company's stronghold. Guan General, before our departure, I specifically instructed Gu Han to summon a patrol team to guard this area, preventing any spies from the Jiayu Trading Company from escaping, Deng Li whispered as he approached Guan Shan. Guan Shan nodded, acknowledging, well thought out. Yet, as he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted alarmingly. Not good. He transformed into a blur, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Deng Li initially wore a look of shock, but he quickly detected a peculiar scent in the air. Was that the stench of blood? Deng Li's countenance darkened. Everyone, accelerate your advance. At that moment, Deng Li recalled his duty to ensure Gu Han's safety. He swiftly seized Gu Han and hurriedly followed in the direction Guan Shan had departed. Gu Han instinctively wanted to resist, but stifled his urge, managing to avoid raising any suspicion in Deng Li. Just after they left, faint footsteps echoed from a nearby darkened building. The soldiers assumed it was merely someone getting up in the night and paid it no mind. Continuing their advance, in the darkness, a voice akin to a devil's whisper resounded. Act. The door to the building suddenly creaked open, revealing glinting blades that flashed ominously in the night as they plunged into the bodies of the soldiers passing by. Ah! A scream pierced the night sky. The remaining soldiers, far aft the countenance of Guan Shan, shifted dramatically. The direction from which the anguished cries emanated was unmistakably that of the elite squad accompanying them. A tactic to lure the tiger from its mountain lair, Guan Shan swiftly retraced his steps, and upon arriving at the battlefield, he beheld dozens of fallen warriors scattered across the ground, barely clinging to life. Only a scant few, no more than a dozen, remained valiantly resisting the onslaught of the cloaked assailants. The number of these dark-clad figures was overwhelming, far exceeding the 20 that Deng Li had extracted during his interrogation. The remaining warriors were steadily being driven back under the relentless assault. Deng Li, attend to the wounded. With that command, Guan Shan unleashed a formidable aura, his body hurtling toward the battlefield like a cannonball. Propelled by a powerful gust of air. Chapter 74. Incomprehensible schemes, this is bad. Guan Shan is here. The black-clad individuals paled upon sensing the terrifying pressure. They exchanged glances, leaving over 20 of their compatriots to continue the fight. They coordinated seamlessly, willing to inflict harm upon themselves in a desperate attempt to eliminate the warriors before Guan Shan. Meanwhile, the apparent leaders among them resorted to stealthy techniques, vanishing into the night amidst the chaos. Damn it! Guan Shan growled in frustration, his face a thunderous shade of iron. This evasion technique was evidently a profound martial skill, easily discernible to Guan Shan given his prowess. Yet it was clear that these individuals had also employed precious auxiliary talismans. After their concealment, Guan Shan could scarcely detect even a whisper of their presence. With no other option, he resolved to save the remaining warriors first. With a resounding thud, Guan Shan effortlessly obliterated one of the assailants. Reducing the body to a cloud of crimson mist, he refrained from uttering any further words or attempting to negotiate with these individuals. From the moment these assassins embarked on their mission, they had resigned themselves to the prospect of death. Guan Shan swiftly dispatched several of the black-clad figures who posed a threat to the warriors that he then moved with remarkable speed to incapacitate another who had attempted to poison himself. Guan Shan promptly retrieved a length of rope from his storage ring. In an instant, the seemingly insignificant rope transformed into a sturdy length of 7 or 8 meters, as thick as a forearm. The rope coiled like a sinuous serpent, binding all the cloaked figures together. Simultaneously, Deng Li and Gu Han arrived after tending to the wounded. Deng Li, I've captured 5 individuals. See if you can extract more information from them. Guan Shan stated gravely, casting his gaze toward the direction the black-clad figures had fled. The number of these assailants left behind after this battle exceeded 20. This was in stark contrast to the results Deng Li had previously reported. Had it not been for Guan Shan's concern over Gu Han potentially encountering danger similar to that faced by the warriors, he would have pursued the fleeing figures immediately after capturing them. Deng Li recognized this as a personal failure. Understanding that Guan Shan's lack of reproach was a form of mercy, that he inwardly cursed Zheng De and the others from the Jeyu Trading Company, berating them through generations. Initially, they had merely claimed to seek to clear suspicions, yet they had not specified the means, thereby placing the blame squarely on him. The injured warriors, supporting one another, approached Guan Shan. Observing their severed limbs and the grotesque scars adorning their bodies, even Guan Shan, who prided himself on an unyielding heart, could not help but feel a pang of emotion that a contingent of 100 had set out on this mission. Yet even accounting for those who had previously fallen, only 30 or so remained alive. The absence of the traitor had already cost over 60 warriors their lives. This was undoubtedly a grievous blow to Guan Shan. This rabble, Guhan's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the lifeless bodies of the black-clad figures. Many warriors lay gravely injured and near death, that in this dire moment, Guhan could no longer afford to conceal his abilities, summoning his wolf companion to aid in healing the warriors. However, to ensure caution, he refrained from allowing the wolf to use its full range of healing skills. Instead, he directed it to utilize its saliva to expedite the healing of the warrior's wounds. Furthermore, the wolf now bore an appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary illusory water wolf. Even Deng Li could not discern any anomalies that in Deng Li's eyes. This was merely a stroke of luck for Guhan. Possessing a wolf with some additional skills, a trivial matter, such a species, the Wolf King, was merely a 3-star inferior beast. Even if offered to Deng Li for free, he would dismiss it disdainfully. Deng Li merely advised Guhan, stating that the illusory water wolf's lineage was too inferior to befit a talent of Guhan's caliber. Given Guhan's potential, if he were to voice his desires, Guan Zhun and Guan Shan would undoubtedly procure him a battle pet with a lineage capable of reaching 4 or even 5 stars. As for the illusory water wolf, it would be better discarded, as keeping it was a waste of resources. Yet, Deng Li had not anticipated that Guhan would cast him a cold glance over the matter of the illusory water wolf. Deng Li, disinterested in further conflict, let out a cold snort and ceased to engage with Guhan. Fueled by his ire at the black-clad figures, Guhan stepped forward and delivered a kick to each of the fallen bodies. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 1,000 vitality points, 180 strength points, and 50 speed points from a 7th-tier warrior. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 martial skill experience from a 7th-tier warrior. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 2,000 vitality points and 100 defense points from an 8th-tier warrior. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 800 vitality points and 50 spirit points from a 6th-tier warrior. The system notifications echoed in Guhan's ears. Waves of warmth coursed through his body, reinforcing his physique. However, Guhan felt no satisfaction from this. After all, these individuals had either poisoned themselves or perished at Guan Shan's hands. His gains could scarcely be considered more than mere spoils from the dead, likely amounting to no more than a fraction of what they once possessed. Guhan's disposition indeed suited a life within the military. Observing Guhan as he absorbed attributes, a glimmer of reassurance flickered in Guan Shan's eyes. Guhan acted out of righteous indignation for the fallen comrades, prompting such actions. Before long, once Guhan had vented his anger, he approached Guan Shan and exclaimed, "General Guan, shall we merely stand by and watch the culprits responsible for our warriors' deaths escape unscathed?" Guan Shan chuckled lightly, who said those individuals have fled. Guhan paused, perplexed by Guan Shan's words. With a mysterious smile and a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Guan Shan suddenly whistled. In the darkness, the sound of rushing wind drew near with alarming speed that a pair of emerald-green eyes gleamed ominously in the night. Following that, a towering crimson wolf demon, over a meter in height, materialized before them. Its fur blazed like flames, emanating an intense heat that a flame hound. The flame hound is a formidable beast with a potential lineage limit of 6 stars. Even the most ordinary flame hound, upon reaching maturity, would attain at least 4 stars, comparable to a human grand martial master. The flame hound at Guan Shan's side likely surpassed even Deng Li's strength. Rubbing the flame hound's head, Guan Shan chuckled. "Have you tracked them down?" The flame hound growled in affirmation, its fierce demeanor evident. "Lead the way," Guan Shan commanded. He tossed a medicinal pill into the air, which the flame hound promptly swallowed whole, not bothering to chew. The flame hound then took the lead, guiding them onward. Guanshan remarked with a smile. I anticipated someone would attempt to escape, so I had Xiao Hong stationed at a distance to follow them. Guhan finally understood, nodding in realization. He had previously wondered why he had never seen the instructor's battle pets. It seemed that even battle pets had their own missions. However, Guanshan's skills in naming his pets left much to be desired. Xiaohong. Indeed, the name of the little wolf was far more melodious. Chapter 75. A difficult decision. These individuals had only just entered the city on their first day, yet they had managed to reach this point. An impressive feat. Following the guidance of the Flame Hound, the group arrived at a narrow passageway. This passage was in close proximity to the city wall and appeared to be used for storing defensive equipment. However, only a select few, like Guanshan, were aware that it concealed a secret route connecting the inside and outside. This was precisely the position reserved by Guanshan and his companions for the covert operations against the traitor. Anyone unaware of the hidden entrance would, upon entering the passage, meet the same fate as these individuals, pierced through by arrows, observing the bodies of several black-clad figures, their blood drained and their forms riddled with holes like a porcupine. Even Gu Han turned pale. For those prepared to face death, perhaps the act of dying held no terror. However, feeling the life ebb away while being riddled with wounds, helpless to alter their fate, would evoke a profound sense of despair. The furthest individual had managed to crawl 10 meters away, leaving a long trail of blood that sent chills down one's spine. That we have a traitor among us, Guanshan concluded instantly. The passage was exceedingly discreet, packed with equipment, and would typically go unnoticed. The presence of these individuals indicated the assistance of a traitor. Deng Li's heart raced in alarm. Zheng De had indeed thrust him into the fire. General, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. Deng Li spoke in a low voice, filled with indignation. Guanshan nodded and instructed, you go find the patrol team and ascertain the number of people at the Jiayu Trading Company. If there are any missing, ensure that those remaining are brought back. This time, we must capture them all. Anyone with even a hint of suspicion should be imprisoned and rigorously interrogated, with a serious demeanor. Deng Li accepted the order and departed. Meanwhile, Gu Han continued to examine the body of the cloaked figure, searching meticulously, even peeling back the bloodied clothing in pursuit of any valuable items. Guanshan was greatly satisfied with Gu Han's thoroughness. A look of appreciation evident in his eyes. The Ji Yuhan. Have you discovered anything unusual? Gu Han rose, presenting the tokens and storage bags he had found on the bodies before Guanshan. Upon inspection, there are no tokens within these storage bags that would confirm their identities. Guanshan showed no surprise at this revelation. It was already a known taboo for soldiers to disguise themselves as a merchant convoy infiltrating enemy territory. If they couldn't manage even this small deception, then the group from Dan Ran City might as well buy a block of tofu and end it all. However, Gu Han's hesitance piqued Guanshan's curiosity. Is there something else you've found? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Han solemnly stated, it appears that the strongest among them has only recently entered the realm of martial artists. Upon hearing this, Guanshan furrowed his brow, but refrained from questioning the basis of Gu Han's judgment. Instead, he expressed his confusion. If we consider the results from previous interrogations, they were merely the advance team for mapping the city defenses. Surely, a martial artist would suffice for that task. For Guanshan, martial artists were easily dealt with. Yet, to the military, they were capable of commanding hundreds or even thousands. Certainly not to be underestimated that if their purpose were merely to create maps, it would indeed suffice. Gu Han replied with a cold smile that hinted at deeper thoughts. However, if that were the case, why would Dan Ran City go to such lengths, sending so many to Mushan City? Pray, General, consider which method is more discreet. Acting alone or as a group? Without hesitation, Guanshan answered. Naturally, acting alone would be less likely to attract attention. Nodding, Gu Han continued in a grave tone. This logic is surely understood by the people of Dan Ran City. Furthermore, should a martial artist enter the city and be discovered, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions on our part. In contrast, sending martial apprentices would not only eliminate suspicion, but allow for greater mobility. A martial artist, caught in a position neither here nor there, would only complicate matters. These speculations, while seemingly conjectural, were supported by reason and evidence. Even with Guanshan's experience, he could not find fault in them. According to your deductions, why would they expend such significant resources? Guan Shan inquired, curiosity etched on his face. With nearly 100 casualties, it cannot simply be for the purpose of ambushing us. They could have dispersed their forces throughout the city without our knowledge. Even if we wished to apprehend them all, it would undoubtedly take considerable time. The Ji Yuhan frowned in contemplation before articulating a startling hypothesis. Their actions may well be a ruse to conceal the true leader. Allowing for a larger scheme to unfold, if we assume that this group has suffered nearly 100 deaths, we would naturally conclude that the mastermind has perished. Even if doubts linger, we would think those who entered the city pose no real threat. Yet this gives their hidden accomplices the opportunity to breach the city gates. At this revelation, Guan Shan's pupils dilated in shock. Are you suggesting that their true intention was not to map the area, but rather to deceive us into opening the gates during wartime, thereby undermining our morale? The most severe outcome would be to leave Mushan City vulnerable to attack from all sides. Such a blow to our military spirit could potentially lead to the annihilation of the Mushan forces. We cannot afford to take any chances. We must capture those lurking in the shadows. Guan Shan's expression grew grave as he prepared to relay this information to his elder brother, General Guan Jun of Mushan. This matter had escalated beyond what he, the head instructor of the second camp, could manage alone. General, Mushan City currently boasts 5 fortresses, interconnected with the main city, accommodating no less than 100,000 inhabitants. Gu Han quickly assessed the situation, replying earnestly, the enemy may consist of only a handful of individuals. But in a population of 100,000, locating a few is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Guan Shan regained his composure. Unbridled anger would solve nothing. Anger only muddles one's judgment. What do you believe our immediate course of action should be? We must conduct a thorough investigation of all businesses and shops within the city that have engaged in trade with the Jianqi kingdom. Gu Han asserted, we must interrogate anyone suspected to ensure no one slips through the cracks. Guan Shan's brows furrowed deeply. The military's protection extended to the local businesses, and given Mushan City's border location, it was inevitable that each shop would have some dealings with the neighboring Danran city. The Ji Yuhan's proposal essentially called for the detention and interrogation of all businesses. If executed, it could easily incite public outrage. Yet, failing to act could lead to disastrous consequences should the enemy succeed. Gu Han's gaze was stern. General Guan, I implore you to make a prompt decision. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Shan ultimately chose to trust Gu Han's judgment. Perhaps Gu Han's hypothesis was indeed the most plausible scenario. Xiao Hong, you will escort Gu Han back to the camp. Guan Shan immediately began making arrangements. Old Deng, convey my orders to the patrols to increase their vigilance and prohibit anyone from entering or exiting the city for the next 12 hours. I will personally inform General Guan. After receiving the order, Deng Li swiftly departed with a respectful bow. Yet, Gu Han looked at the flame hound with reluctance. General Guan, might I also partake in this endeavor? However, this time, Guan Shan showed no intention of yielding, shaking his head firmly. This mission is too perilous. We cannot ascertain which individuals Dan Ran City has sent into the city. You are still young and need not take such great risks. After speaking, Guan Shan signaled to the flame hound to escort Gu Han back to the camp, then vanished into the night. The flame hound let out a light grunt, evidently urging Gu Han to return. With no choice but to acquiesce, Gu Han slowly made his way back, his mind racing with plans on how to stay behind. Xiaolang, let us have a chat with your elder. Ji Yuhan opened his backpack and released Xiaolang. The flame hound cast a disdainful glance at the small wolf, which barely reached its own knee height. That it seemed unimpressed that such a tiny creature was brought along, perceiving Gu Han as indifferent to his battle companion. Unfazed by the flame hound's overt contempt, Xiaolang barked enthusiastically. Engaging in conversation with the flame hound, Ji Yuhan soon sensed that the flame hound appeared noticeably more buoyant, as if brimming with a newfound pride that made it seem more approachable. Flame hound, do you truly wish to be left behind by General Guan during his missions, missing the chance to earn recognition? Gu Han pondered, gently coaxing, I imagine you wouldn't want General Guan to undertake tasks without you. Especially when it comes to rewarding merit. The Ji Yuhan's words caused the flame hound's eyes to widen with a hint of doubt. Seeing his influence take effect, Gu Han pressed on, why not protect me? Together, We might uncover some spies and showcase your capabilities before General Guan, that a partnership between us would undoubtedly earn his admiration. A.S. Guhan continued his persuasive dialogue. The not particularly clever Flamehound was easily swayed by his words. Of course, the Flamehound understood that Guhan was someone trusted by Guan Shan, not an enemy. Otherwise, it would not heed a single word. A woo. The Flamehound eagerly nodded, brimming with enthusiasm, although Guhan could not comprehend the Flamehound's thoughts. He grasped the meaning through Xiao Lang's mediation. He even produced a crimson beast core and tossed it to the Flamehound as a treat. The Flamehound gulped it down with a satisfying snap of its jaws. Oh, well, let us go. The fiery hound sniffed the air, signaling Guhan to lead the way. That it was merely a fiery hound, skilled in combat, yet not particularly adept at cerebral endeavors. That Ji Yuhan chuckled softly. For he too was uncertain of their direction, wandering aimlessly through the darkness. Should a confrontation arise, the fiery hound would undoubtedly play a pivotal role. However, if Guhan were to intervene, his own prowess would inevitably be revealed. Yet he bore no concern regarding this matter. From his understanding, communication between a master and their battle companion could only be rudimentary. Intelligent battle companions could comprehend their master's commands, but humans were incapable of grasping the intricacies of a battle beast's thoughts. Guhan was able to connect with the little wolf solely due to the system's battle companion feature. Hence, he was not worried that the fiery hound would divulge his true abilities. Under the cover of night, Guhan and the fiery hound moved stealthily, even circumventing the patrols of the city guards to prevent any disruption to their mission. That it was likely that those individuals would also attempt to evade the guards, going against the grain in hopes of capturing them. Indeed, after traversing approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from the passageway, they finally encountered a suspicious figure. Ji Yuhan smirked inwardly. Who would be out at this hour, sneaking around to avoid the guards, unless they had something to hide? Fiery hound, follow closely without being detected, he instructed. The hound snorted disdainfully in response. Tracking was its forte, with its remarkable sense of smell. The fiery hound trailed the man from a distance. The furtive individual twisted and turned until he reached a dead end. Just as he approached the corner, he abruptly halted. There no intention to reveal oneself. Guhan, as heart raced, he sensed no formidable aura emanating from this cloaked figure. Could he truly be detected from such a distance? However, the fiery hound shook its head, indicating that the man had not noticed their presence. Suddenly, Guhan blinked in bewilderment as the man vanished into the dead end. Damn, is this fellow trying to deceive us? After confirming that no one was following, he must have slipped away through some concealed passage. The fiery hound sniffed the air and boldly emerged from the shadows. Fiery hound, do not alert the enemy, Guhan exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but the hound had already entered the dead end, unleashing a torrent of flames. The fiery serpent crackled and hissed as it incinerated the debris that had accumulated in the alley. Then, with another breath, the hound directed its fire towards a corner. No, I'm coming out. A trembling voice emerged from the shadows. The fiery hound retracted its flames, revealing the previously unseen individual, who emerged from the corner, trembling in fear. The man's face was grimy and dark, etched with terror. The fiery hound exchanged glances with Guhan, signaling him to interrogate the man. With the fiery hound providing assurance, Guhan stepped forward confidently, his voice cold as steel. What are you doing here, lurking about in the dead of night? The man, with beady eyes, glanced at Guhan as military attire and grinned slyly. This esteemed officer, I couldn't sleep, so I thought a midnight stroll wouldn't be a crime, would it? He clearly believed that Guhan, bound by his rank, would not dare to impose any personal punishment upon him. Ji Yuhan laughed coldly. I shall not hesitate to inform you that we have uncovered treachery within the city. If you do not speak the truth, I shall have no choice but to escort you back to the interrogation office. Upon hearing those words, the man visibly trembled, fear washing over him. I'll tell you everything. Please, just don't hand me over to those beasts at the interrogation office. Guhan raised an eyebrow, realizing the interrogation office's fearsome reputation exceeded his expectations. What is your name? Where do you hail from? And what is your purpose here? Guhan narrowed his eyes, his voice I see why patience is limited. Should I discover even a hint of deception in your words, you shall find yourself explaining to the interrogators. The man shivered violently. My name is Zhang San. I am with the Grey Wolf Gang, and I am here to gather information. Ji Yuhan's brow furrowed. What kind of organization is the Grey Wolf Gang? It is a collective of information brokers within Muxin City that we thrive on selling intelligence, profiting from various tidbits of news that I was merely hiding in a small hole, a customary practice in our trade. If we suspect someone is following, we retreat through these pre-dug holes to dissuade pursuers. The Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of such a method. Nevertheless, he acknowledged its practicality. Had it not been for the fiery hound's keen sense of smell, he might have believed this man had fled. Zhang San, observing the shift in Guhan's expression, cautiously continued, "This afternoon, we received assignments from several notable figures to gather detailed maps of the various camps and city defenses. Along with the names of generals overseeing the patrols, I have already completed half of my assigned area. I chose to avoid the city guards at this late hour to expedite my task." He then trembled as he produced a partially drawn map from his pocket. Ji Yuhan examined the map, suppressing a laugh. Did anyone truly comprehend such an abstract representation? Nonetheless, he hastily stowed the map in his storage pouch. "Are you not concerned that these individuals might be spies sent by enemy nations?" Guhan's gaze turned steely as he warned. "Should the city fall, do you believe you will be spared?" At this, Zhang Sen's face drained of color, drenched in sweat, as he stammered, "We have been in this line of work for many years. Surely, it cannot come to that. Cannot come to that." Guhan shoved Zhang San to the ground, his voice cold and resolute. "Today, these spies have slain countless of our soldiers within the city. Your pitiful Grey Wolf Gang's actions are nothing more than treachery. Did you not heed what General Guan declared during the grand competition of the 10th Battalion?" Zhang San's face reflected helplessness. Those who attended the grand competition were typically the affluent and idle. Members of the Grey Wolf Gang, like him, merely listened for entertainment. They had no opportunity to witness the general's proclamations. "Today, I shall escort you back to the military camp. You may ponder how you will explain yourself to the penal office." With that, Guhan made to drag the trembling man towards the camp. No, esteemed officer. I can redeem myself." Zhang San, terrified, clutched the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. Ji Yuhan's eyes glinted with triumph, though his words were laced with scorn. What merit could a mere lackey of the Grey Wolf Gang possibly achieve? Zhang San gulped nervously, fearing Guhan might truly deliver him to the penal office. "I can lead you to the Grey Wolf Gang's base, though I am not privy to the specifics." The gang leader surely knows. At that moment, he cared little for his gang's associates. All that mattered was evading the clutches of the interrogation and penal offices, even if it meant betraying his entire organization. Guhan, maintaining his composure, inquired, "What is the strength of the Grey Wolf Gang's leader?" Zhang San hesitated, trembling as he replied, "He should be a martial artist? I am but a lowly member. How could I possibly know such details?" Guhan frowned, concerned that uncertainty regarding the gang leader's power could lead to peril. However, considering the Grey Wolf Gang was an inconsequential organization, it was unlikely their leader possessed the strength of a grand martial artist on par with instructors like Deng Li. Guhan turned to the fiery hound, which was scratching its ear with its paw. "What do you think? Can we handle it?" The hound snorted dismissively, as if to say it would be a trivial matter. Guhan nudged Zhang San. "Hurry, lead the way." The pair navigated through the night, evading the patrols, and after nearly an hour, they arrived at a tavern that Ji Yuhan couldn't help but shake his head in amusement at the lack of originality among these individuals. It seemed that, regardless of the world, various factions always took refuge within taverns that as dawn approached, the tavern was nearly devoid of patrons. Even the bartender was slumped over, fast asleep. Zhang San led Guhan inside, hanging his identification token on the wall. Moments later, a low rumble echoed through the air. "Let us go." Zhang San softly spoke a few words to Guhan, who had been staring at him intently, and then proceeded deeper into the tavern. Lifting the curtain as he entered, Ji Yuhan signaled to Lian Quan to ensure his safety, and even kicked Xiao Lang into his pocket, preparing for every possible contingency before following suit. As he lifted the curtain and moved forward, he noticed a distinct white mark on the ground, likely a remnant from the recently opened stone wall. Soon, Guhan heard a cacophony of voices, interspersed with various curses. "Damn it, I told you to be cautious. How could you let 3 brothers get caught while mapping out the area? Damn it." I'm doing this to finish early and get paid. Do you think I enjoy working in constant fear? A useless fool. I knew you wouldn't dare. Wang Li, one of the 10 most capable subordinates of the Grey Wolf Gang's leader, sneered at Zhang San, who was flustered and hastily shook his head, desperate to distance himself from Li Si. The two were often mistaken for allies due to their similar names. Zhang San, emboldened by a moment of bravado, dared not confront Wang Li, knowing the peril he faced. You coward! I knew you wouldn't have the guts, Wang Li scoffed, waving his hand as he prepared to revel with his companions. However, at that moment, he felt as if an iron claw had latched onto his shoulder, rendering him immobile. That I did not say you could leave, a voice resonated, and Wang Li was suddenly overwhelmed by a searing pain coursing through his shoulder. As if it penetrated deep into his very bones, the agony twisted his face into a grotesque mask, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. You must be tired of living. Yet, Wang Li still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Feeling the affront to his status as a capable assistant of the gang leader, he spun around and hurled a punch at Gu Han's chest, emboldened by the belief that this unfamiliar figure was no match for him. The moment his fist made contact, Wang Li's confident smile froze, replaced by sheer horror. It felt as though he had struck a steel plate. His knuckles shattered upon impact, and sweat poured from his body. Gu Han calmly grasped Wang Li's hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. That I would like to see who is truly courting death, he mused, before delivering a powerful kick to Wang Li's chest. Wang Li let out a heart-wrenching scream, propelled backward like a broken kite amidst the thunderous crash. The members of the Grey Wolf Gang recoiled, and however, it is precisely for this reason that Qi Shan was convinced that Gu Han's sword energy had a limited attacking range. Regrettably, Qi Shan underestimated the speed of Gu Han's sword energy and overestimated his own agility. In the very instant he stepped back, the piercing sword energy severed his weapon, inflicting 2 grievous wounds on his chest, deep enough to expose bone. Immediately thereafter, Qi Shan's body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. His pupils widened in disbelief, the look of incredulity still etched on his face. This scene caused Du He, who stood nearby, to turn pale with terror. A companion of comparable strength had fallen in an instant to the sword energy. Anyone in his position would instinctively feel a surge of fear. Yet, just as Du He contemplated fleeing, he was met with a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him. Ji Yuhan had appeared before him, without him noticing. Dare to be dazed in front of me? Gu Han sneered, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the air. The punch, akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami surge, bore down on Du He, who grimaced, preparing to meet it with all his strength. Du He's face contorted with rage. How audacious for his opponent to confront his hunting knife with mere fists. He channeled every ounce of his vitality into this strike, unleashing the most formidable blow of his life. Crack! A sound of fracture echoed. Du He felt his hands, gripping the knife, suffer a crushing blow. His palms split open, rendering him nearly incapable of holding onto the weapon. In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, Du He's prideful hunting knife was shattered by Gu Han's fist. Could a fist truly break Du He's hunting knife? The blade flew through the air, piercing the chest of a Grey Wolf Gang member who had failed to evade in time. A chilling sensation coursed through Du He. Quick to react, he disregarded the pain in his arm and hurled the remaining half of his hunting knife at Gu Han with all his might. Meanwhile, he rolled on the ground, desperately putting distance between himself and Gu and Ji Yuhan's cold laughter filled the air as he caught Du He's hunting knife mid-flight with one hand, launching it like a javelin. Just as Du He had rolled a short distance away, he suddenly heard a fierce wind behind him, and his expression changed drastically. With a savage glare, he turned to Di Kai, frantically pleading, "Young master, save me!" Though Di Kai lacked strength, as the favored child of the gang leader, he possessed valuable assets. However, Du He noticed Di Kai's indifferent gaze fixed upon him, showing no intention of intervening. Despair surged within Du He. After years of servitude to the Grey Wolf Gang, he found himself facing such a fate. Just as his thoughts settled, the hunting knife pierced through his back, embedding itself into the ground and pinning Du He's body firmly to the earth. The expressions of the dozens of Grey Wolf Gang members transformed into one of sheer horror as they began to retreat, disregarding Di Kai's status as the young master who wielded power over life and death. "You seek the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang. I am not involved. If you kill the young master, you cannot harm us. What utter nonsense! Their lives mattered far more than any title. Dekai's countenance darkened, fury igniting within him as he bellowed, "Do not let me survive this ordeal, or you beasts will find only death." Guhan could not help but scoff at Dekai's naive thoughts. Unless Dekai possessed the ability to crush all these gang members. Even if Guhan could not kill him today, Dekai would eventually entangle himself in his own web, falling prey to his own followers. This was evident in the resentful glances exchanged among the gang members. Regardless of their affiliations, Dekai feigned calmness, attempting to persuade Guhan, "No matter the benefits your backers have offered, I can double them. No, 5 times. As long as you are willing to work for the Grey Wolf Gang, I can fulfill any desire you have." Guhan was taken aback. At such a juncture, Dekai still sought to bribe him into serving the Grey Wolf Gang. Alas, not everything in this world could be measured in monetary value. "Have you not realized that once I kill you, everything you own will become mine?" Guhan replied with a frigid smile. Moreover, this way, he would not have to be anyone's lackey. All the possessions of the Grey Wolf Gang lay in the hands of his father. Dekai's face turned ashen, but out of fear for his own life. He dared not confront Guhan. Reluctantly, he continued to plead, "If you join the Grey Wolf Gang, you would be a figure above all others. Does that not entice you?" Guhan shook his head, swiftly appearing before Dekai and gripping his throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Did I apologize? But I have no habit of serving others as a dog, that if you kill me now..." Dekai's face reddened from the lack of air, his words coming out in labored breaths. Yet even now, he attempted to threaten Guhan with words. "My father will never let you go. It seems you've been overly protected by your father," Guhan remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Dekai appeared to be in his 20s, yet spoke with such childish naivety. Just Guhan's intrusion had already created an irreconcilable situation. Even if Guhan were to beg for mercy now, the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang would never let him off so easily. Dekai's hopes that mere words could sway Guhan into sparing him were nothing short of ludicrous. With a flick of his wrist, Guhan tossed him aside as if he were a mere chick, sending him crashing against the wall. Dekai coughed up blood, his already pale complexion growing increasingly wan. Meanwhile, the other members of the Grey Wolf Gang wore expressions of despair, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, tears of regret streaming down their faces. There was not a trace left of their former resistance. A bunch of worthless scum, Guhan was not one to show mercy. Wielding the Qingfeng sword, he beheaded every person present. In an instant, the ground of the Grey Wolf Gang's stronghold was littered with corpses, blood flowing freely. Among these individuals, perhaps 1 or 2 were merely petty criminals, not deserving of death. However, if they were to stand together, executing one for every other would likely not result in a wrongful killing. Guhan had neither the time nor the energy to discern whether these individuals were truly vile. Without a hint of psychological burden, he extinguished their lives. Following this, Guhan began to rummage through the bodies, absorbing their attributes. "Congratulations, host." Witnessing this scene, even Zhang San, who had brought Guhan here, turned pale with fear. Dekai, in a panic, produced a talisman, attempting to use it to escape. Yet Guhan was already prepared, sending a wave of sword energy slicing through the air. Swoosh! Dekai's arm flew off, his screams echoing throughout the tavern. Chapter 80. The Pride of the Grey Wolf Gang. This is quite a treasure. Guhan approached and picked up the talisman from Dekai's severed arm. The talisman bore a faint blue cloud pattern. According to Guhan's understanding, this was an escape talisman, enabling the user to flee in a specified direction up to 5 kilometers away while also neutralizing certain tracking methods. It was undoubtedly a lifesaver for the younger generation of various factions. Guhan unceremoniously tossed it into his system space. Then, gripping the fallen Dekai, who was frantically trying to crawl away, he said, "I advise you to tell me where your father is before I lose my patience. Otherwise, your father may very well encounter your corpse." Previously despondent, a flicker of disbelief crossed Dekai's face. He had not anticipated that Guhan would refrain from killing him outright. This sparked a surge of hope within him. If his father could eliminate Guhan, his life would be spared. "How dare you trespass into the Grey Wolf Gang's stronghold?" Just then, a sharp voice rang out. "If you leave now, I may spare your life." Guhan quickly turned to find a woman clad in a red, thigh-slit gown, holding a fiery red whip, her gaze menacing as it fell upon Gu Han. Casting a glance at her attire, Gu Han could not help but smirk. Isn't it a bit chilly in this midwinter to be wearing such a short skirt? Upon seeing the woman, Di Kai's expression brightened. Sister, this guy is looking for trouble. Before he could finish, Gu Han had already kicked him away. Whoosh! The woman in the red dress turned pale with rage upon witnessing Di Kai's assault. While she could overlook the deaths of the lowly scum in the Grey Wolf gang at Gu Han's hands, she could not simply ignore the plight of Di Kai, her adoptive father's true heir. Furious, Wang Qian lashed out with her whip towards Gu Han. A terrifying gust of wind accompanied her strike, causing even Gu Han to feel a stinging pain on his cheek. Gu Han's gaze shifted away from the elegantly long legs. As he unsheathed the Qing Feng sword once more, the sword, imbued with formidable sword intent, cleaved through the opponent's blood-red whip. Yet, to Gu Han's astonishment, the strike failed to sever the whip. His strength rivaled that of a martial master, and the Qing Feng sword was a weapon of mid-tier yellow grade. Despite these advantages, he found himself at a disadvantage. It seemed the opponent's prowess had indeed reached the level of a martial master. However, judging by the woman's appearance, she could not be more than in her 20s. That it was truly surprising that such a talent could emerge from a disreputable organization like the Grey Wolf gang. The woman in the red dress, Wang Qian, gripped the recoiling whip, her delicate face clouded with frost. You possess some skill, but today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. With that, Wang Qian lashed out with her whip once more. The concealed fiery hound emitted a thunderous roar, preparing to engage, but Gu Han swiftly intervened. That I cannot withstand your next attack. You must catch the leader of the Grey Wolf gang off guard. At his words, the fiery hound snorted coldly and relented. With its strength, as long as Gu Han was not instantly defeated, it would have the opportunity to assist. The Ji Han darted forward, deftly sidestepping the whip, and unleashed a fierce sword energy. Such a formidable sword intent. Wang Qian's expression shifted slightly. No wonder this young man could disrupt the Grey Wolf gang so thoroughly that a short dagger materialized in her hand, intercepting Gu Han's sword energy. The dagger swiftly split into three, aiming for Gu Han's vital points. The Ji Han's eyes narrowed with gravity. The earlier contact made it evident that the sword energy could not withstand her assault. Fiery fist. Gu Han made a decisive move, unleashing overwhelming fist power, imbued with the aura of battlefield slaughter. Bang! The three daggers were sent flying before they could reach Gu Han, as Wang Qian's expression remained calm. As if unfazed, her whip was retracted and lashed towards Gu Han again, for the whip was her weapon of choice. The dagger, merely a supplementary tool. The Ji Han's gaze sharpened as he slashed out once more with the sword energy. This time, however, Wang Qian's whip shattered his sword energy with a force like a rampaging tide. No longer holding back, Gu Han activated the battle formation technique, propelling himself towards Wang Qian like an arrow loose from its bow. The whip struck with the cunning of a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Gu Han's shoulder. With clarity of mind, Gu Han did not evade immediately. Instead, he sidestepped just as the whip was about to make contact. Moreover, he seized the whip tightly in his grasp. Then, with a sudden exertion of strength, he yanked Wang Qian off balance, propelling her towards him. Wang Qian's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated Gu Han's strength to be so formidable. Yet as she lunged forward, a dagger glinting with cold light appeared in her hand. Just as she was about to collide with Gu Han, intent on delivering a chilling blow, she suddenly noticed a furry little head protruding from Gu Han's chest. Its adorable appearance sparked a moment of hesitation in Wang Qian's heart. That a howl echoed as the little wolf emitted a piercing cry, and a pale blue vortex of water coalesced above Wang Qian's head. Water Moon Abyss. The water abyss unleashed sharp blades of water, shrieking through the air. Wang Qian's heart hardened as she thrust a dagger viciously towards the little wolf. The little wolf let out a pained yelp, transforming into a cloud of mist and vanishing in an instant. That a look of astonishment flashed across Wang Qian's eyes. This seemingly innocent little wolf was merely an illusion. As the water vapor blades approached, a bracelet on Wang Qian's wrist suddenly emitted a blinding white light. A milky white barrier enveloped her, like an overturned basin. Hiss! The blade struck the barrier, instantly dissipating into vapor. Doubts surged in Wang Qian's mind. Such feeble blades could have easily been deflected without the barrier, couldn't they? But at that moment, Gu Han had already closed the distance. The power of his fist crashed against the barrier, producing a sound akin to a fragile eggshell shattering. Crack, crack! The barrier was riddled with cracks, ready to collapse. Instinctively, Wang Qian attempted to whip back her long whip, but the other end remained firmly in Gu Han's grasp, rendering her unable to withdraw. Enraged, she yanked a hairpin from her hair and aimed it at Gu Han's descending fist with all her might. The fist power burst apart like a balloon pricked by a needle. The Gu Han hastily dodged the hairpin, leaping beside Wang Qian and seizing her right hand that clutched the pin that fleeting moment. Wang Qian felt as though she was ensnared in an iron grip. Memories of her childhood, akin to a nightmare, surged forth to no, please, let me go. Fear and anger flooded her eyes, a tempest of emotions. She struggled fiercely, trying to break free from Gu Han's hold. Yet, despite being merely a martial artist, Gu Han's strength surpassed hers by a considerable margin. Wang Qian could not escape. She could only watch helplessly as he seized her whip and hairpin. Gu Han noticed the shift in Wang Qian's gaze but did not dwell on it. With a powerful palm strike to her shoulder, he rendered her nearly incapacitated for battle. Throughout this entire ordeal, Wang Qian had offered little in the way of effective resistance. I will annihilate all of you beasts. Just as Gu Han contemplated ending Wang Qian's life, she suddenly erupted into a frenzy, attacking him with wild abandon. Yet her strikes were devoid of technique, resembling those of an untrained individual. You killed my parents, and that was not enough. You even took my brother's life? I will never forgive you. Chapter 81. A glutton for punishment. Wang Qian's assault persisted for some time, the crimson hue in her eyes gradually fading. Her movements slowed perceptibly, resembling a common person who had hardly trained in martial arts. With resolute eyes, she gazed at Gu Han and spoke in a flat tone, "Just kill me." Her calm demeanor suggested that she held little regard for her own life. Observing Wang Qian, whose complexion was flushed and breathing heavily, Gu Han found his murderous intent waning. From the moment she had arrived, she had not harbored any desire to kill him. Instead, she had sought to persuade him to leave. Gu Han was not a bloodthirsty individual, and thus was reluctant to resort to lethal measures. Furthermore, considering Wang Qian's earlier state, it was likely that her current plight was rooted in other circumstances that, at the very least, the parents and brother she mentioned could not possibly refer to the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang, or that incompetent Di Kai. Have you ever taken a life? Gu Han's sudden inquiry caught Wang Qian off guard. What does that have to do with you? It may not concern me, but it relates to whether you can survive. At his words, Wang Qian fell into a brief silence, and, after a long pause, she exhaled a heavy breath. I dislike lying, but I have indeed never killed anyone. This revelation was somewhat unexpected for Gu Han. He sensed that someone like Wang Qian was not adept at deceit. However, to maintain such integrity while residing within the Grey Wolf Gang was no small feat. This fellow calls you sister. What is your relationship with the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang? When I was young, my family was slaughtered, and it was my adoptive father who saved me and raised me. Dio, you know what the Grey Wolf Gang does? Wang Qian fell silent once more, her expression devoid of emotion as she nodded. I know. Gu Han's voice turned cold. Then do you understand that selling city defense intelligence leads to countless families being displaced? And many innocents, like you, becoming homeless? At these words, Wang Qian's countenance darkened. No, that is impossible. My adoptive father would never engage in such actions. She shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to accept Gu Han's assertions. She was aware that the Grey Wolf Gang had long been involved in unsavory activities, such as information trafficking and contract killing. However, these were merely desperate measures for an organization lacking other sources of income to betray information to an enemy nation that crossed into a realm far beyond mere gray areas. Gu Han retrieved a token symbolizing his authority as a captain. That I believe you should recognize this item, that I would not have appeared here if it were not to investigate the individual who sold information. As Wang Qian beheld the long command token in Gu Han's hand, her complexion instantly turned as pale as death. Her body involuntarily trembled. Even during their previous skirmish, she had sensed the murderous aura that accompanied Gu Han's attacks. In this moment, as Gu Han revealed his identity, it confirmed her inner suspicions that at this juncture, Wang Qian's heart was engulfed by despair and contradiction. The debt of nurture outweighed the debt of life. Thus, Even though she was fully aware of the many unspeakable deeds committed by the Grey Wolf Gang, she was still willing to betray her own convictions to serve her adoptive father. She could only strive to preserve the lives of some innocent souls to the best of her ability. However, when faced with the greater good of the nation, Wang Qian found it exceedingly difficult to continue deceiving herself. It was at this moment that she realized how profoundly erroneous and foolish all her previous actions had been. Yet, she still held on to the belief that her adoptive father's nature was not inherently malevolent. Otherwise, he would not have rescued her from the clutches of that group of rogues. Perhaps it was merely due to some other reasons that had led her adoptive father astray. But now, having committed such a grievous mistake, it was far too late for regret. Wang Qian closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, whispering, "Enough, all I seek now is death." She yearned for the next life to atone for the sins of her adoptive father. "You still have a chance for redemption." Gu Han's sudden remark left Wang Qian momentarily stunned. That Ji Yuhan was not the type to be distracted by a beautiful woman. Knowing that Wang Qian was not irredeemable, he was willing to offer her a chance to make amends. Even if she were not beautiful, he would still extend the same opportunity, as long as you can persuade the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang to mend his ways. Gu Han said solemnly, "The Grey Wolf Gang may not survive, but I can plead with the generals to spare your life in light of your efforts to atone." Wang Qian hesitated for a moment before responding. "All right, I am willing to try. Even if my adoptive father refuses, I will comply without resistance." The Ji Yuhan nodded, though he did not fully trust Wang Qian's words that he did not provide her with an opportunity to heal and instead seized the weakened Di Kai as a hostage. Moreover, with the assistance of the Flame Hound, he believed that the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang would not be able to pose a threat to him. The two departed the tavern. Dawn was breaking. However, they could still spot patrolling guards on the streets from time to time. Wang Qian skillfully avoided the patrol routes and headed directly towards the largest tavern in Mushi City. From Gu Han's brief understanding, it seemed that only Wang Qian had knowledge of the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang's whereabouts. Upon entering the Clear Spring Tavern, the staff clearly recognized Wang Qian. After nodding to her, they led her to a private room on the third floor. Just as they approached the door to the room, Wang Qian instinctively reached to knock, but was halted by Gu Han. Gu Han leaned forward, pressing his ear against the door, attempting to discern who the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang was meeting. However, the soundproofing in the private room was exceptional. He could only hear faint murmurs, but could not make out the specific conversation. He glanced at Wang Qian and asked, "There are others inside. Are you sure you want to go in now?" After saying this, Gu Han took the lead towards another private room. Wang Qian, who had always been reluctant to engage in the Grey Wolf Gang's illicit enterprises, found Gu Han's suggestion reasonable and decided to find another room to rest for a while. After a long night, Gu Han's stomach grumbled at that moment, seeing the amused expression on Wang Qian's face. Gu Han felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his hungry belly, but he promptly ordered several large dishes and, ensuring that the Flame Hound and Little Wolf would have enough to eat, returned the menu to the staff. It was then that Gu Han inquired, "Do you have confidence in persuading your adoptive father?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qian shook her head. No matters concerning the Grey Wolf Gang were always dictated by her adoptive father's word, leaving no room for dissent. Regardless of whether it was she or Di Kai, they could not sway him once he had made a decision. The Ji Yuhan's lips twitched in disbelief. "You have no confidence. Yet you agreed so readily?" Wang Qian seemed to perceive Gu Han's thoughts and replied with a smile, "No matter what, at least if I die full, I could be a satisfied ghost. Your ability to adjust your mindset is quite impressive." Gu Han teased with a smile. Just a short while ago, Wang Qian had appeared utterly despondent, but now she accepted the situation with remarkable calmness, even finding the time to joke that "I just want to try to at least contribute my part," Wang Qian said with a smile, just as the dishes from the Clear Spring Tavern were brought to them. The two, along with the two wolves, began to feast heartily. The Flame Hound had an enormous appetite, consuming as much as Gu Han and Wang Qian combined. This scene left Wang Qian astonished. Unless under circumstances of extreme size disparity, the consumption of mystical beasts was typically proportional to their strength. This fiery-haired creature did not appear to be the fire wolf she had initially suspected. It might very well be a more powerful, similar mystical beast. Wang Qian cast a deep glance at the much younger Gu Han. No wonder he had the audacity to come here to persuade her adoptive father without seeking backup. He had such a trump card. It seemed this fellow's identity was anything but but ordinary. What a delightful aroma! At that moment, the long unconscious Kai stirred awake, drawn by the enticing scent of food. However, before he could fully awaken and open his eyes, Guhan delivered a punch that knocked him out cold again. Wang Qian's heart tightened, her expression shifting instinctively. Then she heard Guhan say, "I merely knocked him out. You must know this fellow is incapable of speaking anything of value." Yes, Guhan feasted, he added. "If he utters anything unpleasant, I cannot guarantee I will refrain from killing him." Wang Qian furrowed her brows. "You are a military man. How can you kill without cause? The army of Benlang Nation is known for its strict adherence to rules. Even if Kai is indeed guilty, he must be brought back for trial by the military or the Lord's residence." That Ji Yuhan scoffed disdainfully. "Rules are for those who abide by them. There are no outsiders here. If I kill him, what of it?" Wang Qian's face turned ashen at his words, glaring at Guhan in disbelief. How had such an unorthodox individual emerged from the military? Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the private room. Before Guhan could respond, the door swung open unexpectedly. To Ji Yuhan's brow furrowed. A strong sense of danger surged within him, and he instinctively shifted towards the flame hound. Simultaneously, he lunged towards Kai, intending to use him as a hostage. However, a powerful wave of energy suddenly surged, forcing Guhan to halt his movements. That a robust, imposing middle-aged man strode into the room with an air of authority. "Adoptive father," Wang Qian exclaimed, rising to greet him. The middle-aged man was none other than Ying, the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang. Ying nodded at Wang Qian, then glanced at the unconscious Kai sprawled on the couch. After confirming that Kai was not in danger, he nonchalantly pulled out a chair and sat down. Observing Ying's upright demeanor, Guhan found it hard to reconcile him with the unscrupulous nature of the Grey Wolf Gang. Following this, Ying remained silent, pouring himself a drink before beginning his meal. Though Ying said nothing, he exuded an overwhelming presence that pressured Guhan significantly. This sensation was one he had only felt from Guanshan and Guanzhun. Guhan understood that if that earlier wave had struck him, despite his formidable defenses, he would have faced grievous injury. Additionally, he noticed that even the Flamehound no longer appeared as relaxed as before. It seemed this time he had underestimated the situation. Guhan's heart raced with alarm, realizing that the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang was far stronger than he had anticipated, at the very least. The great martial artist, Instructor Deng Li, was certainly no match for the leader of the Grey Wolf Gang. Ji Yuhan's heart raced as he contemplated how to preserve his life should the other party choose to act against him. After a brief period, Ying wiped his mouth with a napkin, straightened his posture, and with a proud demeanor, inquired, "Speak. What brings you here? I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, today's situation may not end well." Guhan thought cautiously, yet his face remained composed, exuding confidence. "That I come under the orders of General Guanshan to investigate reports of treason within Mushi City. Based on the clues, I suspect that there are individuals within the Grey Wolf Gang colluding with Shanren City to betray Mushi City's intelligence." Guhan stated solemnly, "Currently, the border troops of Mushi City are conducting thorough patrols and checks within the city, laying a net to catch any traitors. That if anyone needs to provide an explanation, it would likely be you." Ji Yuhan invoked the border troops of Mushi City, knowing that anyone else would likely feel a sense of trepidation. However, Ying merely chuckled coldly. "Guhan, if I recall correctly, that is your name, right? Though you possess extraordinary talent, defeating all 10 rookie camps, do you really think of me as one of those fools? What folly has Guanshan committed to dispatch you on such a perilous mission? With my prowess, I could effortlessly reduce you to a mere puddle of flesh with a single strike, and even someone as astute as Guanshan could not possibly foresee my involvement." Wang Qian, who had been silently observing the conversation between the two, was taken aback upon hearing her adoptive father's mention of Guhan's name. She never imagined that this young man, who had recently defeated her, was indeed the new recruit who had clinched the championship in the 10-camp competition just a month prior. In that instant, a profound sense of humiliation washed over Wang Qian. The 10-camp competition, designed specifically for new recruits, was nothing more than child's play in her eyes. She had no inclination to waste her time on it. Yet despite her extraordinary talent, she had been bested by someone of such caliber. It was undeniably disgraceful. Guhan was equally astonished to learn that a powerhouse like Ying who was not even affiliated with the military, had attended the 10-camp competition, with his identity exposed. Guhan chose to cease hiding. He patted the back of the flamehound's neck, and the creature erupted with a fierce aura of flames that Di Ying's pupils contracted slightly as he regarded Guhan with surprise. The flamehound of Guanshan, it seems I have indeed underestimated you. Earlier, the flamehound had restrained its aura, and even with Di Ying's keen perception, he had failed to discern its true identity. The flamehound was, after all, a symbol of Guanshan, indicating that Guhan's actions were indeed sanctioned by him. Even if the flamehound is not your adversary, you surely cannot prevent my departure from this place. Guhan remarked, clutching an escape talisman and regarding Di Ying with a smile, that I trust you would not wish for General Guan to personally seek you out. Di Ying had not anticipated that Guhan possessed such a trump card. Relaxing his posture, he replied, do you truly believe that having Guanshan as your backing allows you to slander my Grey Wolf gang without evidence? Without evidence. Guhan scoffed, retrieving a coarse fabric scroll from his storage space. It was the city defense map he had previously seized from Zhang San. His gaze was icy as he locked eyes with Di Ying. This map was drawn by the members of your Grey Wolf gang. Do you require me to elucidate the significance of the marked locations? Chapter 83. The forceful Di Ying childish games of make-believe hold no weight as evidence, Di Ying declared dismissively, casting a fleeting glance at the scroll before casually swiping it to the ground. Rendering it akin to scrap paper, De Jiyuhan raised an eyebrow, his voice cold as he asserted, Director Di, may I interpret this as an attempt to destroy evidence? Di Ying shook his head derisively. Only someone as youthful as you would regard such a thing as evidence. With a flick of his wrist, the scroll floated back into view, and he pointed at the marked locations. This scribble, which you claim is a map, I could just as easily say is the work of children playing house. Furthermore, even if it were a city defense map, it pertains solely to the task your Grey Wolf gang members undertook independently. What concern is it of mine? Leaning back in his chair with a nonchalant demeanor, Di Ying showed no sign of taking Guhan seriously. Jiyuhan's expression darkened. Do you think you can simply absolve yourself of responsibility? Should it be confirmed that it was members of your Grey Wolf gang who committed the act, as the leader, you will bear the consequences. That the smirk crept onto Di Ying's lips as he replied coolly. Then I invite you, Director Gu, to investigate thoroughly and return to levy accusations against me. With that, he waved his hand sharply, causing the door to the private room to swing open. Please take your leave. I shan't see you out. Observing Di Ying's self-assured demeanor, Guhan felt a surge of frustration. Yet he found himself at a stalemate against such an experienced adversary, just as he was about to rise. A realization struck him. This was, after all, his reserved private room. He promptly retook his seat, coldly stating, I must ask you to vacate. This room is reserved in my name. Di Ying raised an eyebrow and produced a hefty sack from his pocket. Tossing it onto the table, 100 mid-grade spirit stones and an inner core from a 3-star water element beast. This private room is now mine. Any objections? Guhan's expression darkened. May I interpret this as you attempting to? Before he could finish, the little wolf leapt onto the table and swallowed the beast's inner core in one gulp. Jiyuhan. All is well. Let us depart. He grasped the scruff of the little wolf's neck, leading the flame hound swiftly away. The door to the private room slammed shut behind them. Wang Qian then seated herself beside Di Ying. Father, do you truly have no dealings with those from the Sword-Tooth Kingdom? Di Ying regarded her with a serious expression. Do you truly believe your father to be such a person? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qian shook her head vigorously. Father is not like that. Di Ying smiled fondly, ruffling Wang Qian's hair. Then that settles it. Your father does not require the understanding of outsiders. As long as you and Di Kai trust me, that is sufficient. The typically proud Wang Qian only displayed her true, innocent self in front of Di Ying. Casting a glance at Di Kai, who was still sound asleep on the couch, Di Ying felt a twinge of annoyance. With Di Kai's usual lackadaisical demeanor, had he not been the child of his brother, Di Ying would have long since taken a whip to him to instill some filial piety. Brother, I shall undoubtedly avenge your grievances. After leaving the Clear Spring Tavern, Guhan shot an exasperated glare at the little wolf, still savoring the beast's inner core. Yet, the little wolf remained oblivious, licking the 3-star fire element core as though it were an extraordinary treasure. Alas, it seems I remain too impoverished, Guhan sighed in resignation. Had the little wolf experienced finer things, it would not be so enraptured by this newfound novelty. However, it did provide Gu Han a convenient excuse to exit gracefully. Otherwise, he and Diying might have remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. Flamehound, I apologize for the inconvenience. The Flamehound nodded, not minding the slight, and suddenly grew to the size of a magnificent steed. Gu Han mounted, and the Flamehound swiftly began to search for Guanshan's whereabouts within the city. Some city guards, initially intending to obstruct the rampaging Flamehound, hesitated when one of them recognized the creature and quickly stopped his companions. After a brief respite, Gu Han finally located Guanshan, who was currently in a temporary conference room. At that moment, Guanshan and the chief instructors from other camps were convening an urgent meeting under General Guanjun's direction. Gu Han could only wait outside. Seated at the head of the table, Guanjun's expression was grave. After a night of patrol, have we yielded any results? He had already been informed by Guanshan of Gu Han's conjectures. Should Gu Han's suspicions prove true, Guanjun's position as commander of Mushan would be at stake. However, should the lives of the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Mushan be lost, he would bear the blame. No matter the cost, Guanshan stood first, reporting, based on the list from yesterday's city entry inspection, all members of the Jeyu Trading Company who are alive have been apprehended and are undergoing intensive interrogation. The chief instructor of the first camp, Zhou Quan, followed suit. Most members of the Sword Tooth Trading Company have been located, but one vice president remains unaccounted for. The situation is similar for the Huayu Trading Company, where one vice president and 3 escort captains are still missing. Upon compiling the reports from various camps, they discovered that 5 individuals suspected of being Grand Warriors were missing. Moreover, there were a staggering 17 martial masters. Such a formidable force would not be easily dealt with, even if a single camp were to exert its full strength. Guanjun's expression grew even graver upon hearing this, that we are currently in the light. While they remain shrouded in darkness, they will undoubtedly take countermeasures against our patrols. We must mobilize all available resources. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we must swiftly uncover their whereabouts. At his words, the assembled generals wore solemn expressions, their gazes stern. Nearly every trading company in Mushan had previously engaged in trade with the Sword Tooth Kingdom, in the absence of any assurance that a single trading company was without suspicion. A thorough investigation of all companies was imperative, that if they indiscriminately imprisoned everyone for 10 days or half a month, it would surely lead to chaos among the populace. The workload was undeniably immense. Moreover, many trading companies had recently assisted them in transporting materials for fortifications and various cultivation resources from other cities. Though the interrogations were warranted, they would undoubtedly plant a thorn in the hearts of those involved. I understand the difficulties faced by everyone, but this is our duty as the defending force, Guanjun stated solemnly. Otherwise, should the Sword Tooth Kingdom launch an offensive, coupled with internal and external collusion, the newly constructed fortifications may crumble like a dam breached by ants. Furthermore, as we prioritize our defenses around the fortifications, should they fall, the walls of Mushan alone would not provide adequate resistance. This is a war rife with undercurrents. It is our first battle against Danren City that we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Chapter 84. Commencing action with utmost adherence to the general's orders. The assembled generals raised their voices in unison. Under the watchful gaze of all present, Guanjun directed his attention to Guanshan on his left and spoke solemnly. Guanshan's reckless ambition has led to the death of dozens of our warriors and left many more grievously injured. Henceforth, Guanshan is demoted to the position of deputy commander, transitioning from the leadership of the second camp to a temporary stewardship of it. Upon hearing this pronouncement, the assembled officers felt a mix of sympathy for Guanshan's predicament and admiration for Guanjun's unwavering sense of justice. Although Guanshan had erred, it was he who had exposed these traitors that, in truth, his contributions far outweighed his mistakes. Guanjun could have easily fabricated an excuse to rescind Guanshan's punishment, or even elevated his rank. Yet he chose not to, signaling to them that even his own brother would not receive preferential treatment within the army. This act deepened the respect the officers felt for him. The various camps promptly set to work. Once Guanjun had organized the necessary tasks, Generals Zhou Quan and others discreetly cast a glance at Guanshan before hastily departing. Had Guanjun not acted first to punish Guanshan, they would have undoubtedly united against him in the meeting. However, their current priority was to resolve internal issues before launching an attack on Danran City. The age-old truth remains. One must stabilize internal matters before confronting external threats. Guanshan, this is all my fault that I end the tent. Only Guanjun and Guanshan remained, with the latter's face etched with self-reproach. Had I not been so eager for glory, and had I reported the situation to you immediately, things would not have escalated to this extent. The incident involving the deaths of nearly 70 warriors in the second camp could not be concealed from others. Even Guanjun could not suppress the news. Everyone was already aware of the disappearance of those individuals, and the root of it all lay in Guanshan's reckless ambition, which provided the traitors in Danran City with an opportunity. Guanjun's leniency in demoting Guanshan was already a consideration of his feelings, and one could have anticipated that these traitors would cause such a commotion. Guanjun patted Guanshan on the shoulder, offering solace. To speak frankly, even if the news had been discovered by others, they would have made the same choice as you. After all, this is Mushin City, the territory of the Benlang nation, and one could have foreseen that Danran City would send such a formidable force into Mushin City. If the entire army were to perish here, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to Danran City. Guanshan understood that his brother was merely trying to console him and replied solemnly, "Rest assured, brother, I will unearth this group." With that, he strode out of the tent. General Guan, upon exiting, he encountered Guhan, who had been waiting there. Guanshan furrowed his brow, looking at Guhan with confusion. "Did I not instruct the Flame Hound to escort you back to the camp? What are you doing here?" He cast a glance at the Flame Hound beside Guhan, its tail wagging. The look in his eyes clearly questioned why the Flame Hound was present. The Flame Hound shrank its head, cautiously hiding behind Guhan, who stood protectively in front of it, that if not for the Flame Hound. Even though Guhan was someone Guanshan had designated for special care, he would not have been able to reach the temporary conference room so smoothly. "General Guan, it was during my return to the camp with the Flame Hound yesterday that we unexpectedly discovered a connection between certain individuals and the traitors from Danran City. That is why the Flame Hound accompanied me on this unauthorized venture to gather intelligence." Nonsense. Guanshan did not rejoice at Guhan's discovery. Instead, he coldly reprimanded him. "What you need to do now is to focus on your training and grow stronger. Not involve yourself in such perilous actions. Although the Flame Hound is powerful, it cannot guarantee your safety against overwhelming odds." Jiuhan understood that Guanshan was concerned for his safety and waited until Guanshan finished speaking before explaining. "General Guan, without taking risks, how can one reap rewards? While the patrols of the city guard may seem impenetrable, there are always flaws to be found that if I had immediately reported back, not only might Zhang San have fled, but any leads pointing to the Grey Wolf Gang would have been severed." Upon hearing Guhan's words, Guanshan's brow furrowed deeply. "Are you suggesting that this matter is related to the Grey Wolf Gang?" Guhan replied in surprise, "General, you are aware of the Grey Wolf Gang?" Guanshan nodded and inquired, "I am indeed familiar with such a Grey organization, but what connection does this have to the Grey Wolf Gang?" Guhan produced an abstract map obtained from Zhang San and succinctly recounted the events from capturing Zhang San to being repelled by Di Ying, deliberately omitting his victory over Wang Qian and attributing all credit to the Flame Hound. Although the Flame Hound did not comprehend Guhan's reasoning, it wagged its tail happily upon receiving its master's approving gaze. Di Ying is indeed a difficult opponent. Guanshan took the map from Guhan's hands. "We have suspected Di Ying several times before, yet he has always managed to keep his hands clean. Every matter is meticulously tidied up under his command, leaving no trace that could implicate him. Each time, we could only punish him for negligence. Now that we have this map, it is surprising that he remains so obstinate." At this point, Guanshan suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, are there any survivors from the Grey Wolf Gang? If there are, bring them back for interrogation. They may lead us to Di Ying." Jiuhan exchanged glances with the Flame Hound, and Guanshan, perceiving their implication, smiled lightly. Indeed, Di Ying should have returned to the Grey Wolf Gang by now. If he has discovered our inquiries, those unsavory subordinates of his are likely dead, hoping to leave us with no evidence. After a long night, you should return and rest well. I will keep this map and send someone to investigate any leads concerning the Grey Wolf Gang." Guhan recognized that his eyes were bloodshot and his head felt heavy, Making it unsuitable for him to continue, Di did not press further, but requested that the Flame Hound escort him back to the camp. Guanshan waved his hand, acquiescing to Gu Han's request. Climbing onto the back of the fiery Flame Hound, Gu Han felt the cold wind whip past him as it galloped. Yet, the warmth beneath him shielded him from the chill of winter. Replacing it with a sense of exhilaration, that he patted the little wolf's head poking out from his embrace, saying, "Look at you. When will you grow as large as the Flame Hound, so I can enjoy the same thrill?" The little wolf rolled its eyes in a playful manner. "What do you know? Being small is what makes me adorable." In the blink of an eye, Gu Han returned to the camp, that in stark contrast to the grim atmosphere of the city. The new recruits' camp bustled as usual, with warriors training and logistics personnel hard at work. The room was empty, so after taking a refreshing bath, Gu Han slipped into bed for a well-deserved rest. Chapter 85. War begins. Time flows like water slipping through one's fingers. No matter how one tries to stop it, it will gradually slip away. Soon, half a month had passed. Jiu Han and the Flame Hound continued their covert operations, uncovering not only connections to the Grey Wolf Gang, but also implicating other questionable factions. The 10 major camps dared not relent, intensifying their patrols and investigations daily. However, high-ranking figures like Di Ying maintained their innocence, evading any incriminating evidence. Each suspicious faction ultimately led to mid-level operatives. Guanshan and the other generals wore expressions of deep concern. With the Spring Festival approaching in 2 days, although Di Ying and his associates had temporarily cleared their names, they could not afford to be complacent. Vigilance against them must be heightened. Indeed, should any issues arise, our positions would be at risk. But if the citizens of Mushin City suffer greatly, we would be remembered as eternal villains. Guan Jun paced back and forth in the tent, his expression grave. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and looked toward Wang Jie, the chief instructor of the 7th camp. "Has there been any word from the scouts on the front lines?" Wang Jie hesitated. Yesterday, the scouts reported no abnormalities. Before Wang Jie could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Guan Jun. "I meant today." Faced with Guan Jun's icy gaze, Wang Jie broke into a cold sweat. There has not been any news yet. General Guan, it is still afternoon at IT. Is understandable that the scouts have not yet returned with information at this moment. Zhou Quan stepped forward to defend Wang Jie. Guan Jun snorted coldly. What was the established timeline for reporting? Once every day at midnight and noon, Wang Jie stammered. The standard procedure had been for scouts to report regularly at midnight or immediately during urgent military matters. However, following the discovery of traitors in Mushin City, the protocol had been adjusted to twice daily. Now, it was already past the scheduled reporting time. Guanjin slammed his hand on the table, glaring furiously at Wang Jie. "It has already been 2 hours. Why has the military report not returned?" Wang Jie trembled and lowered his head, stammering, "I will go personally at once." With that, he prepared to exit the camp at that moment. The blaring of horns resounded like an overwhelming tide. Even the entire tent seemed to tremble. Wang Jie, who had just risen, suddenly turned ashen. All the generals of Mushin City were present, and Guanjun had not issued any military commands. Moreover, there had been no orders from the other border city generals. Coupled with the fact that the military report had yet to arrive today, it implied that there was a strong likelihood of movement from Danren City. Yet they remained utterly unaware. This was a dereliction of duty on the part of their scouts. Everyone assumed a state of first-level battle readiness. Guanjun shot Wang Jie a glance, issuing orders without delay, and swiftly dashed outside the camp. Mushin City had long prepared for various combat scenarios based on different military situations. There was no need for Guanjun to arrange specifics. The troops would spring into action. Guanshan and Zhou Quan exchanged solemn glances, swiftly issuing commands to the respective camp commanders, and then hastily followed Guanjun to the city walls. Beneath the setting sun, banners fluttered in the distance. An almost endless formation of troops surged forth like a tidal wave. Indeed, the forces from Danren City could no longer contain their assault. Guanjun gazed heavily at the sword-toothed boars under the enemy's vanguard. The unique beasts of the sword-toothed kingdom differed from those of the galloping wolf kingdom. The beasts of the galloping wolf kingdom were swift and suited for battlefield skirmishes, while the sword-toothed boars of the sword-toothed kingdom possessed formidable dominance in direct combat. However, their marching speed was too slow, making them susceptible to being outmaneuvered by other armies. Had the scouts relayed information in a timely manner, Mushin City would have had ample time to prepare. Yet, due to the scouts' failure, the troops of Danren City were already at their doorstep. This directly resulted in many defensive structures being rendered ineffective. General, the sword-toothed kingdom is already at our gates. Should we venture outside to engage? Zhou Quan was the first to request orders as the chief instructor of the first camp. Zhou Quan was one of the most experienced individuals in Mushin City regarding warfare. Du Heng also spoke at this moment. The troops from Danren City have traveled a great distance and must be weary that we hold a significant advantage by biding our time. We must seize this opportunity. The other commanders from the major camps shared similar sentiments. Under the gaze of the assembled officers, Guan Zhun pondered before finally issuing the command, "Relay my orders. All soldiers mount up and intercept the enemy." All warriors arriving from the rear of the camp were to join the forefront of the battle, while the subsequent troops were tasked with occupying trenches and other defensive positions to secure a retreat for the soldiers. Furthermore, only the city patrols would remain to guard the walls, preventing any potential unrest from those still at large. Given the limited number of troops in the frontline fort, leaving the city patrols behind would make command exceedingly difficult. This was the best decision that could be made in such a short time, the ASU command general. With Guan Zhen's words concluded, Zhou Quan and others quickly donned their armor, fully equipped and ready to personally lead the charge. With defenses down, most of the combatants remained within the camp. They had to disregard the arrows and leap into the fray to buy time for the subsequent soldiers. Just as Zhou Quan prepared to leap off the city wall, he was stopped by Guan Zhen. "Zhou Quan, you stay here to command the following troops." That a flicker of astonishment and confusion crossed Zhou Quan's eyes. "General," Guan Zhen, with a serious expression, patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder. "There may still be unrest within the city. Only by having you here can I feel at ease." Zhou Quan understood. Logically, Guan Zhen could have left Guan Shan behind. The trust between brothers and Guan Shan's prowess were beyond reproach. Yet Guan Zhen had chosen him, and this trust weighed heavily on Zhou Quan's shoulders. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and declared solemnly, "Rest assured, General, that as long as I, Zhou Quan, draw breath, no one shall open the gates for the enemy." Guan Zhen smiled broadly. "With your assurance, I am at ease." As his words fell, a pair of blood-red wings suddenly unfurled behind Guan Zhen. These wings appeared somewhat ethereal, seemingly formed from martial energy. Ji Yuhan, within the city, gazed at Guan Zhen soaring in the air, his eyes filled with envy. Only those above the martial king rank could fly using their inner strength. Yet, such martial kings were exceptionally rare. Did this mean that those below the martial king rank would never be able to soar? Initially, yes, but later a martial emperor devised a technique allowing those of lower cultivation to experience the vastness of the skies. This technique enabled those of the martial zone rank to transform their inner strength into wings and soar through the heavens. However, those below the martial zone rank possessed too weak inner strength to condense wings, even if they mastered the technique. Nevertheless, it still filled individuals like Gu Han, who could not fly, with tremendous envy. Chapter 86. Defending the city with flesh and blood. Xiao Yuanshan. In this battle, your opponent is me. Guan Zhen, with wings unfurled, stood tall amidst the throng of soldiers. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing in all directions, causing the Danren City army mounted on sword-toothed boars to turn pale with fear. Among the central forces of Danren City, a figure emerged, bearing earthy yellow wings, soaring through the air. Ha! Guan Zhen, you can no longer sit idly, bellowed the imposing Xiao Yuanshan. Today, Mushin City shall serve as a tribute from me to the sword-toothed kingdom for the spring festival. With Xiao Yuanshan's appearance, the morale of the sword-toothed kingdom's troops stabilized, and we shall see if you possess the capability. Guan Zhen scoffed. Are you not afraid of becoming the target of scorn from neighboring nations for disguising your soldiers as a merchant convoy to infiltrate Mushin City? Victory belongs to the conqueror. Xiao Yuanshan remained unfazed by Guan Zhen's reproach, smiling nonchalantly. As long as I conquer your Mushin City, no one will be able to divulge what transpires here. Even if news leaks, there will be no evidence to that point. Guan Zhen saw no reason to continue the exchange. He extended his hand, and the fire elements in the air swiftly coalesced into a colossal fire wolf. Lunging toward Xiao Yuanshan, Meanwhile, Guanzhun's wings fluttered, assisting the firewolf in a flanking assault from both sides. Xiao Yuanshan smirked dismissively, raising one hand. The earthy yellow elements gathered into a sword-toothed boar the size of a small mountain. The boar's tusks gleamed with a sharp, cold light, seemingly capable of piercing through any foe with ease. As the sword-toothed boar charged forward to meet the firewolf, Xiao Yuanshan was enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow shield. Bracing for Guanzhun's attack, with Xiao Yuanshan defending against Guanzhun, the sword-toothed kingdom's forces, already prepared, erupted in a resounding howl. In an instant, the vanguard sword-toothed boar battalion surged forward as if spurred on. Their eyes turning crimson, they exhaled scorching breaths, charging madly toward the front lines of the galloping wolf kingdom. Guanshan, at the forefront, witnessed this scene and his expression changed drastically. These warriors from the sword-toothed kingdom are indeed ruthless. Li Kai, standing beside Guanshan, wore a grave expression that the bewitching bell that incites the desires of beasts. The bewitching bell could stimulate the primal instincts of beasts, making them feel as though they were in their mating season, wild, competitive and combative. This was the primary trait of male beasts in heat. However, as the bewitching bell required different sounds to trigger the mating season in various beasts, the version used by the sword-toothed kingdom only affected their sword-toothed boars. This spiritual treasure not only heightened the beast's combat prowess, but also had the potential to disrupt their mating cycles and even affect their minds. In other words, if the power of the bewitching bell was too high, the sword-toothed boars sent to battle might survive, yet be permanently damaged, never to return to the battlefield again. This meant that the sword-toothed kingdom had prepared to stake everything on this decisive battle. And these sword-toothed boars, driven by their primal instincts, would feel no pain. Such fearless enemies on the battlefield were the most troublesome to contend with. The soldiers had yet to arrive, and only 1,000 combatants were present. They could not possibly withstand the onslaught of the sword-toothed kingdom's vanguard. This battle would rely solely on us. With that, Guanshan was the first to act. He crossed his palms, unleashing torrents of blazing flames that surged from his hands, transforming into vivid firewolves that raced toward the sword-toothed boars. Having already reached the threshold of the martial zone rank, Guanshan's palm strength could easily annihilate these mere martial realm sword-toothed boars. Each firewolf struck like a sharpened blade, piercing into the ranks of the sword-toothed boar vanguard. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword-toothed boars were sent flying, colliding with those behind them. However, for the army of Danran City, the dozens of saber-toothed boars were merely a drop in the bucket, an insignificant grain in the vast ocean. They were utterly inconsequential. Beside them, Li Kai and others employed various tactics. As vibrant flames blossomed like resplendent flowers amidst the throng of saber-toothed boars. The most beautiful flowers are often the most perilous. The eruption of these flames unleashed a formidable shockwave. Each saber-toothed boar surrounding the flames was reduced to mere heaps of flesh amidst the thunderous explosions. The brutal conflict, however, failed to instill any notion of retreat in the hearts of the warriors of Danran City. The vanguard. They had long steeled themselves for the possibility of death on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed boars, under the influence of the bewitching bell, charged forward relentlessly, seeking out anything they could trample beneath them. The TO retreat would only lead to being crushed into a bloody pulp by the boars behind them. They had no choice but to advance, for retreat was not an option. All or nothing. Such was the resolve that the vanguard must embody. Yet, Danran City had evidently anticipated that Guanshan and his cohorts would strike at this moment. One by one, formidable figures swiftly emerged from their ranks. A chilling frost descended. Amidst the shouts, the already frigid air felt as though it had been whipped by a biting gale. The crystal-like snowflakes cascaded from the sky, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of white mist. Wherever the frost passed, whether it was the fire wolves or the flaming flowers, they would be extinguished in its wake. Witnessing this scene, Guanshan frowned deeply, realizing it was the handiwork of the ice mystic sect. Over the years in Mushin City, Guanshan had frequently clashed with the generals of Danran City. In his recollection, none of Danran City's officers possessed such formidable capabilities. You do have an eye for talent. Among the crowd, 9 practitioners donned in dark robes stood nonchalantly atop several massive saber-toothed boars. These boars, slightly stronger, could barely withstand the influence of the bewitching bell. Their presence was solely to protect the spellcasting of these dark-robed practitioners. To his astonishment, the Ice Mystic sect was also intervening in the conflict between Danran City and Mushin City. Guanshan swiftly struck down a nearby, saber-toothed boar with a powerful blow. His voice cold as ice. The leader of the dark-robed practitioners from the Ice Mystic sect chuckled, stating, "The saber-toothed kingdom has promised to send its citizens to extract the elemental veins from my Ice Mystic sect. And naturally, we must provide them with a show of support." As his words fell, the 9 dark-robed practitioners simultaneously formed intricate hand seals. Frost coalesced into a massive serpent, stretching over 10 zhang in length. As it surged onto the battlefield, aiming to devour Guanshan and his allies. "You deal with those saber-toothed boars. I'll take care of this serpent," Li Kai bellowed, charging ahead with his battle companion. The Wind Shadow Wolf, towards the Frost Serpent. Chapter 87. A Dual Operation. Opening the prison crack, the Frost Serpent exhaled a chilling breath, nearly freezing the surrounding space. Li Kai's battle companion, the Wind Shadow Wolf, was most adept at speed. However, under the pervasive frost, its muscles began to stiffen, and its swift movements visibly slowed. The Frost Serpent's tail swept through the air, and even with its martial skills, the Wind Shadow Wolf could not evade in time. Boom! With a heavy impact, the Wind Shadow Wolf was grievously injured in the abdomen, spewing forth blood and being flung into the air. Xiao Feng. Li Kai's expression changed drastically, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Brandishing the mountain-cleaving axe, he infused all his energy into a powerful swing aimed at the Frost Serpent's tail. The resounding sound was akin to metal slicing through rock. The axe struck the serpent, leaving only a small gash at its tail. The Frost Serpent. This was merely a superficial wound. Li Kai's pupils constricted as the Frost Serpent let out a piercing shriek, the terrifying chill radiating towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, he swiftly retreated to avoid the frost's advance. The very ground where he had stood was now encased in ice. Li Kai cast a glance at Guanshan and the others. Though they had all attained the martial sovereign level, they were not entirely immune to the saber-toothed boar's assaults, that as long as the numbers were sufficient, even a 2-star saber-toothed boar could eventually overwhelm a grand martial master. While the martial sovereigns were more powerful, Danran City was not solely comprised of saber-toothed boars. There were also practitioners from the Ice Mystic sect and the assistants of Danran City's generals. Guanshan and his companions were preoccupied and could not spare the effort to aid Li Kai. Furthermore, Guanshan and his allies needed to delay the reinforcements. Retreat was not an option. Thus, in this perilous battle, Guanshan and the other officers had to remain ever vigilant. A moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. The generals of the saber-toothed kingdom wore cold smiles, exuding an air of confidence in their victory. Their preparations for this battle were far from trivial. What they needed to do now was wait for the saber-toothed boars to wear down Guanshan and his companions. Yet, they also had to ensure that Guanshan and his allies perceived a glimmer of hope for victory. Once Guanshan and his group were exhausted, the gates would swing open, and they would be encircled from both sides, cutting off their escape. Ultimately, they planned to bury all the warriors of Mushin City right there. Thus, although the officers of Danran City currently held an advantage, they did not press too hard, opting instead for a slow, methodical approach to avoid prompting any desperate attempts to flee if a martial sovereign was resolute in escaping. Only General Xiao Yuanshan could personally intercept them. The mere thought of their ability to stop them was nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet the outcome of this battle had long been predetermined before it even began. Mushin City Prison. The prison housing the suspect of the Merchant Guild was fortified to an impenetrable degree. Without the proper keys, even a martial sovereign could not unlock the prison doors from the outside. The soldiers tasked with guarding the prison stood on high alert, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. However, their faces were etched with concern. The thunderous shouts from outside the city suggested that battle had already commenced. Alas, they could only wonder how the situation was unfolding, as their brothers fought valiantly outside the walls while they remained confined to their posts, guarding the prison.